880-576-5457.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Selling must agree on price and possession.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. NFL Week 1 is officially in the books after a Chicago collapse or a Minnesota masterclass, whatever you want to call Monday night's game. But the Cardinals are 1-0 for the first time under Jonathan Gannon. But here was the Cardinals head coach on what needs to get cleaned up.
Defense and offensively, our operation and everything that goes into that, because I thought that we were disjointed at times, both sides of the ball, for all kinds of reasons that we control that we got to get cleaned up.
They will now look to have things figured out by Sunday when the Carolina Panthers come to town. The Dbacks last night did not help their playoff case. An 11-5 loss to the Giants after tagging Logan Webb for 4 runs. The Dbacks gave up 5 in the 6th, and the Giants took game 1 of the 3-game series. Tonight, Zach Gallen will look to continue his run of good form. First pitch from San Fran will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and business Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning and welcome into Tuesday. We have gone on the Bickley and Marotta show to the emergency quarterback. Dan Bickley's on a big ship somewhere in the Mediterranean. Vinny Marotta is under the weather. So I am Tim. I was going to be here anyway.
What a contrast that is.
And that, the voice, as Dan Bickley would say, of Jody Jackson, who got the emergency phone call last night to come on in.
Yeah, I was like, okay, got to set that alarm, and here we go.
It's not even the latest call she's ever got to fill in on the show, because I believe last year or the year before, it was Vince. It was during like wacky summer or winter, one of the 2 times where everybody's out. So Vince was already out, and that particular day, I was going to fill in with Dan. The morning at like 3:30 in the morning, Dan calls me that he's really sick and can't come in. So it's now like 4 a.m. and we have just me here.
The Jarrett Show.
That's right. I do remember this.
So and she actually answered the phone at 4
You came in
a.m.?
at like 7 or something.
You called me. I wonder
Maybe
what
at,
that
like-
conversation was like. Were you just like, when do I call Jody? Like, do I wait
Yeah,
till 5:30? Do I wait till 6?
So I think like I did like the first little bit. Then we had Kevin Zimmerman jumped on and did like an hour, and then Jody jumped in and did the rest with Kevin with me like over here.
And that was kind of a crazy day, right? Too, didn't Bill Belichick retired and
Yes.
Nick Saban retired, and I mean there was a lot of news. I mean it was, yeah. So anyway, thank you for not calling me at 4 a.m.
Yeah,
and then
sure.
last night, Aaron Maloney called me at like 6:50. So it's all good. I was going to be partying all night long, and I just shut that down.
But you guys, both of you, the life of a fill-in host. You're always on call, and you're always great off the bench.
Right, and I'm sure when Jody hung up the phone with Maloney, she was like, crap. I
was like, I get to work with Tim Ring.
Well, that's
and
obviously
Jarrett, of course, and Sammy, of course.
Occupational hazard.
Yeah.
Jody
Tim's
Jackson,
the driver. He's gonna heavy lift this whole thing. He's, I have full confidence in you, not driving us off the road.
I will try to stay between the lines. The voice of high school football, Jody Jackson, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
A little bit the voice of a lot of things, right? Like it's been fun.
You have a game coming up on Thursday, right?
Yeah, so we had a really big one to start that package of games on CW7, and it was Brophy and Basha. And this week it's Red Mountain at Sandra Day O'Connor. So.
With a lot of the extra stuff that you've been doing Cardinals stuff, high school stuff. Do you miss Coyotes and hockey? Because that was a big part of your life for a lot of years.
Right about the end of September, I really do. It hits me again, kind of like a ton of bricks, like that dance that Todd Walsh and I would do with getting ready, doing Dbacks, getting ready. He would usually kind of, I was still with Dbacks, and then he would kind of go to prepare for that. And yeah, I mean, I do. Of course I miss it, but there's just like you kind of
gotta have that landfill.
Practically, you're like, okay, moving on. Gotta find some other things to do.
Let me ask you this: did the Coyotes offer you an opportunity to move to Salt Lake City when they left?
They did not. I didn't really talk to anyone there because I realized and you'll understand this as a parent, like. I have realized that I've missed a lot, even with hockey. I'll say, "Oh, I'm not traveling that much. I'm home in the off season. I'm still out of the loop with my family for 40 some nights, right? Half the games, 41 games or whatever, So I kind of looked at it like an opportunity, like, you know what? And I think they wanted to kind of start fresh with their group. You know what I mean? I mean, I think that's the vibe that I got.
Have you thought about maybe going and covering the Tempe landfill? To give updates on that,
since everyone. I live in Tempe, so that whole thing really was kind of a mess and unfortunate. But
well, I would have expected you to turn them down. I was just curious if they even threw that out there to you. I would expect that you.
I don't think they brought along a lot of those kinds of.
No, Matt McConnell's still up there doing play-by-play.
Matt went right. Did Tyson Nash go?
Tyson has some digital stuff there.
Okay.
The Nash cast. So if any of you guys want your Tyson Nash, if you miss Tyson Nash, right, and you want to join him, he's Nash cast, I think it's called.
And for God's sakes, if they were going to take somebody out of Arizona to Utah, couldn't have been Luke
Lipinski.
Luke. Yeah, no, it's funny. Luke and I would, because there, the times that I do that show more fill-in than the others, and so we kind of went through that a little bit together, right? Like talking about.
Jarrett, you could send them, Luke's resume reel. You could, hey, take a listen to this guy.
I want them to hire him.
That's what I'm.
I heard Luke doing. Actually, it was right before Maloney texted me, but yeah, Luke was doing some Dbacks last night.
Yeah, he fills in for.
He's everywhere,
Zinsmeister.
Jarrett.
Yeah.
You love it.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Jarrett, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him all coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, time is ticking on the D-backs, and it's not trending well. The Giants last night socked 5 homers by the Bay to rock the D-backs 11-5 at the final. The D-backs lost leads of 3-0 and 4-2. Sloppy defense and ineffective bullpen helped define the night. Logan Webb, 5 strong innings for the Giants as the D-backs drop their second straight game. Opportunity lost, the big picture story for the D-backs. Had they hung on to leads the last 2 games, they would be waking up today just 2.5 games out of the wild card spot. But there's an old saying about ifs and buts and candies and nuts, and that's where we are today. D-backs still 4.5 back, and they are running out of time. Game 2 tonight in San Francisco. A couple of former D-backs all-stars on the mound. Zach Gallen, Robbie Ray. First pitch 6:45. Pre-game coverage begins right here on Arizona Sports at 6 p.m.
Yeah, it was tough because this team, they come out, Jake McCarthy has a triple, drives in 3 runs. You're thinking, okay, here you go. And unfortunately, the pitching just kind of came back down to earth yesterday. Nabil Krismat, not his best game. And we know they're hot. The Giants are hot right now. Tim, that's a pitcher's park. Like, you go to San Francisco, it's not supposed to be a place where you see homers getting crushed out of the ballpark, and that's just what we saw last night, unfortunately.
All right, the Giants so hot right now. More on the Dbacks coming up. Dbacks Daily at 6:30. NFL, the Cardinals off today. They'll get back on the practice field tomorrow, prepping for Sunday's home opener against the Carolina Panthers. Cardinals 1-0, Panthers 0-1, but Carolina has won 7 of the last 8 meetings against the Cardinals, going back to that ugly 2015 NFC Championship game. The Cardinals with a ton to clean up, but no doubt an excellent opportunity, Jody, to start the season 2-0 for the first time since 2021.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about that yesterday, Tim. Like, 1-0 is huge, right? The fact that, like, last year we all thought they played pretty well at Buffalo, but they didn't get the win. And it changes the complexion of that whole first week. So this is huge, but Carolina's always been a thorn in the side. I mean, look at last year. That was a game they absolutely should have won, and they weren't able to get that done. So hopefully they are 2-0, and wouldn't that be quite it'd be a great start for the fan base, for everyone involved. So.
Last time they were 2-0, they ended up in the playoffs, and that's, of course, the goal. This season, we'll have more on the Cardinals coming up in about 5 or 6 minutes. NFL last night, for 3 quarters, it looked like Ben Johnson was on his way to an impressive win in his Bears head coaching debut. But quicker than you can say Mrs. O'Leary's cow, the Vikings lit the Bears up in the fourth quarter. J.J. McCarthy, 3 touchdowns in that fourth quarter in his NFL debut, as the Vikings stuffed the Bears in a locker in the final quarter to win it 27-24. The 49ers in injuries, meantime, they seem to go hand in hand. Tight end George Kittle will miss multiple weeks, reportedly, with a hamstring injury, and quarterback Brock Purdy could miss Sunday's game against the Saints with a toe injury. Niners do play the Saints on Sunday, but keep in mind the Cardinals are in Santa Clara coming up in week 3. WNBA, the Phoenix Mercury on the court tonight. They'll host the LA Sparks. Mercury now 27-15, currently sitting in 4th place in the league standings, a game and a half out of 2nd place, but only 2 games to play. The Mercury have won 8 of their last 10 games. That's your splash for Tuesday, September 9th. Let the games begin. Jody Jackson, have you been keeping an eye on the Mercury this year?
Yeah, for sure. They got
something cooking.
Yeah,
that's a new era, like, a whole new team essentially. And it's, if you're looking for a team to get on board after season of disappointing teams in the Valley, they're going to be a playoff team.
And you kind of hope the Suns, look at what they've done with changing their whole team out for the most part, except for Devin Booker and a couple pieces. So maybe that'll follow suit too. I mean, Suns training camp is right around the corner. And as always, there will be a lot of attention on that basketball team, especially with a retooled, and I don't know if the roster's been refortified, but it's going to look a whole lot different here in 2025. All right, we'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll get rolling on this sucker. The Cardinals, as we mentioned, taking on the Panthers on Sunday. Still trying to figure out exactly what went wrong in a win Sunday in the Bayou. We'll get Jody's thoughts on that. We'll talk about what needs to get better for the Cardinals as they approach week 2. Bickley and Murata right here on a Tuesday morning. Tim Ring in for Vince Murata. Jody Jackson in for Dan Bickley. We'll take a timeout. Bickley and Murata mornings rolls on after the break. Keep it here.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As there's a swing and a jam shot, 2 hopper to second, backhanded by Cost, throw to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants offense paired with the Diamondbacks mistakes once again leads to a 5-run 6. The Dbacks could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
Dbacks at the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, the age of your house, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that proved my windows are shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where they treat customers like friendships, where they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. That's because there's no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it specifically for our clients. climate, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently offering a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off. So do what I did. Call today, beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did Patrick Peterson think of Will Johnson's NFL debut? We'll ask the Cardinals legend at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, we're back on a Tuesday, 6:17 in the Valley of the Sun when the sun is coming up in a few minutes here. Yeah, Valley of the Dark. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince today. In case you missed it earlier, Bick is on vacation. Vinny is fighting a bug, so we are going to carry the load today up until 10 o'clock when we get you to Wolf and Luke. All right.
Replacements, I guess you could call
the replacements. the backups.
Well, you were supposed to be here, but I'm glad to be here. Always a pleasure.
We are glad you answered the call from Maloney last night. Otherwise, it would be Jarrett, Sammy, and I just babbling on this morning.
You guys could hold it down, but I thought it'd be nice to get up at 4 and join you guys. Why not?
Well, where else would you rather be?
It's always nice.
Hey, listen, everybody. We Vince and I, it was a football Monday yesterday, but we're glad Jody's here. Not only because we like her when she's here, but she's also going to give us a fresh perspective on her thoughts on the Cardinals game on Sunday. Jody, obviously the prevailing theme, not only on this show yesterday, but all the shows yesterday, good to get a win. That's the most important thing. But boy, a lot to clean up when you want to try to beat better teams in this league. That performance needs to get better on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is when you come down to the end of the game and you realize that, if the tight end catches the ball there, you're looking at a tie game potentially. And I think that was the part that was the most a little scary for a Cardinals team that feels like, it's a better team than the Saints by a large margin. And I think Spencer Rattler actually played pretty well. What I kept hearing from the coaches, they're talking about that up-tempo that they played, tried to throw them off a little bit defensively. So we didn't see the pass rush I think we thought we were going to see. And is that going to change? I mean, hopefully, but, teams will try to scheme you. We knew going in Kellen Moore and Jonathan Gannon had matched up many times.
And it didn't go well for Gannon.
JG talked about that, right? So Kellen Moore has this young quarterback. We know Spencer started a few games. I think he started a couple of games last year. Like, they're going to try to help him out, right? And I thought they did a good job of that. And then offensively, I think the biggest positive was the connection with Marvin Harrison Jr. right out of the gate and a deep throw. We want to see more of that this year. The fact that they connected on a deep throw. I was disappointed early on. So I had just come back from New Mexico because my son was playing a football game out there, and I flew back from Albuquerque. So I landed at there's time change. So I was back by 9:45 and got home, watched I couldn't believe they couldn't run the ball a little bit better. That did surprise me. That's the calling card with this team. That's what's going to get them where they want to go. That's what's going to help Kyler Murray in times when he's struggling. And I wouldn't say he struggled big time or anything the other day. I thought he played okay. And I know I've heard everyone nationally and locally talk about that he didn't turn it over. So, I mean, again, that's something that you hope is more of a given than...
Right, is that where the bar is? Yeah, hey, Kyler Murray didn't turn it over.
We hope that's not the bar,
He didn't have the head-scratching pick. You mentioned the running game. Statistically, it was fine, Jody. 146 yards, rushing over 5 yards a carry, but we know a big chunk of that came on one run. When you talk about the majority of the football game, it's not something the Cardinals are able to establish, and the offensive line just didn't play well. The grades are out. They're not very good, so that needs to get cleaned up. They're healthy on the offensive line. There's no excuses there. They need to get better. They need Will Hernandez back, I think, sooner than later. That will certainly help the cause in terms of the running game and protecting Kyler Murray. Jonathan Gannon clearly has certainly material for the meetings this week and all the film sessions. Here's Gannon yesterday on what he wants to get cleaned up after that Week 1 win.
Truthfully, that's a great question. I said defense and offensively our operation and everything that goes into that, because I thought that we were disjointed at times, both sides of the ball, for all kinds of reasons that we control that we got to get cleaned up. And as coach speak as this sounds, I was just talking to Monty about it, the GM. Obviously, you guys know who Monty is. The little small details of playing the game within the game, right? Like whether you're at the point of attack or you're not at the point of attack, but it impacts somebody else or it impacts the play. We just got to take a jump there because I thought we left too much cash out there, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like it was just like there's too many small details that if we can do them a little bit better, I think we get better output. And so that'll be one of our focuses this week.
You're never going to play a perfect football game, but Vince Lombardi used to say, gentlemen, we're going to chase perfection. Knowing that we'll never get there, but by chasing perfection, we may catch excellence along the way. And I think for most coaches, that is kind of the mantra, right? We want to be perfect, and then if we play with that mindset, we're going to be a really good football team as we mow through 4 quarters of football. Gannon's right, Jody. They left a lot on the field. They left points on the field. They left plays on the field. The obvious one is when Kyler Murray has Marvin Harrison Jr. open over the middle, which potentially could have been a 97-yard touchdown. I point to a fourth quarter drive when the Cardinals could have gone up 27-10 and really stepped on the throat of the Saints. They're driving down there. Kyler Murray scampers, I think, down to the 28-yard line. And instead of really marching in for a touchdown or an easy field goal, Froholt gets a holding penalty. They get backed up 10 yards. Ultimately, the Ryland field goal gets blocked. So little plays like that. And there were more of them. And you could pour over the game how many times the Cardinals just made a mistake here and there, an untimely penalty, a missed block, and suddenly a drive goes south.
Don't you think the big picture thing, sort of playing on what you were just saying, coming into this season, we were expecting the Cardinals to take another step up and be a playoff contender. We were hoping then they would blow out the Saints. There was nothing that they did that really overwhelmed the Saints, the worst team in the NFL.
Yes, they let them hang around. You wanted to see a new
Their offense didn't look dominant. Their defense didn't look dominant. Their special teams didn't look dominant. And there was nothing that made you think, well, the Cardinals are a much, much better team than the Saints.
Except for the win. Like, really.
And they won.
And they
did
won.
I mean,
and that, obviously that's the most important thing. That's why, and AQ Shipley talked about this yesterday, about the improvements teams make week 1 to week 2, especially in the era of very few reps in preseason. I'm really interested to see how the Cardinals come out and play against Carolina. That's not a good football team. We can talk about them owning the Cardinals over the last decade all we want. You got to win that football game. We better be talking about a 2-0 Cardinals team here next week.
It's a great sort of parallel to ASU. All right, ASU got the win versus NAU, but they didn't look good. There was a little signs of warning, but, they better beat Mississippi State. Mississippi State's not good. And then they didn't.
Right.
So this is the same thing. Like, they didn't look good versus the Saints, but they got the win, and now they're playing another not good team, and they better win.
You know who had to have probably a good perspective on a week 1 win over the Saints where things didn't look as dominant as you would hope? How about Calais Campbell? Here's the big fella.
I still feel pretty good. It feels good to get a win. I think in this business, you can never take for granted how hard it is to win in the NFL. And most of the games are going to be one-score ball games, and I feel like with the way we played, we could definitely play better in a lot of places, and and that's a good thing to fix, it's week 1. But we found a way to get a win. We played good football when we needed to, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, and Jared, to your point, right, you wanted the Cardinals to look like a playoff team right out of the gate, and a playoff team would have beaten that Saints team by 17, 20, 24 points. That didn't happen. They had a play to potentially tie the game. The Cardinals made a play, Budda Baker, Jalen Thompson. Okay, it didn't happen, and that's why I point to week 2, Jody. Not that they have to go out there and look like a Super Bowl team next week, but we should see progress. We should see improvements on the mistakes they made in New Orleans, and we should see that 17 to 20 to 24 point win on Sunday against Bryce Young and the Panthers.
Yeah, this offense to me is capable of so much more, and I think that's what we want to see, right? We want to see it work a little more like a well-oiled machine, like we feel like it can be, and not stalling out, whether it's penalties, whether it's taking a sack, getting rid of the ball. That continues to be a little bit of an issue for Kyler Murray. When you see him, the first sack, the Cam Jordan sack, that was just a good play by Cam Jordan, but there were a few others where you're like, okay, throw the ball away, make that smart decision. I think the one area, though, that I thought was elite were the defensive backs. And, as much as Budda and Jalen Thompson have been around for such a long time with this team, it continues to be a positive. These guys are still balling. And and then adding Will Johnson, we saw Garrett Williams, Max Melton. That group to me looks elite. So hopefully that continues, because every game is different. And they had a job to do with that ball getting out quickly. They were getting the ball to the receivers, and a lot of times they were very physical. If they continue to be physical with the receivers and in the run game, that part of the team, to me, that was the real positive.
I'm going to save this for the Sports Cabal on Friday, too, by the way. Okay. Tell a joke and then. Perfect.
That's good. Let's get Calais' thoughts on the game. Exactly, Calais. No, real quick on the DBs. First of all, it's paid off to draft 900 cornerbacks over the last 3 years. You throw enough at the wall, something's going to stick. But as much as I think of Garrett Williams as a potential Pro Bowl type player in this league, it really told me something that Will Johnson may have been the best corner on the field on Sunday in his very first game. Yeah, the future is very, very bright for that cornerback room. And the backup corners are all first and second year guys as well, Jody. So that is a really good sign and a good job by the organization, refortifying and restocking the cornerback room, if you will. All right, we'll take a break here. Bickley and Marotta mornings on a Tuesday. Rolls on Tim Ring and Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince on the other side of the break. The Dbacks, talked about it earlier, opportunity lost again. Man, they could be waking up today 2.5 back in the wild card race, but they are not. Thanks to back-to-back blown leads and back-to-back losses. We'll have Dbacks Daily and get Jody's thoughts on the Dbacks coming up after the break.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here's what ASU lost. They lost their clout. The hype of ASU football, the excitement of being one of the top teams in the country. You lost that. It's gone now. Everybody's going to look at ASU and think you're vulnerable. They're going to think you can be beat. You're going to be picked to lose some games now because of this game against Mississippi State. That's what you lost. You didn't lose your opportunity to win the Big 12, hang a banner, and go play in the playoffs again. You lost the clout that came with being a playoff team from last year and bringing almost everybody back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and in pop culture, the idea of a never-ending summer is very popular and very romantic, but in Arizona, the never-ending summer is very real and very difficult, which is why it's always a great time for an AC tune-up from Parker & Sons, the company that has served the Valley for 50 years with honest, expert service in heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They are reputable and highly decorated. They are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. When I had a plumbing emergency, I called them at 4:30 in the morning, and by 8 a.m., they were at my house. Incredibly impressive. Finally, they are trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured, subjected to background checks and drug tests. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises. Across the green desert. Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
We're Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittower.
We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Game 1 in San Francisco last night was less than ideal for the Diamondbacks. They dropped the first of 3, 11-5 to the Giants after giving up 5 runs in the 6th, and the Giants never looked back. And here was manager Tory Lavell postgame.
You know, their ace is on the mound, and we scored 4 quick runs on him, and you expect that to hold up, especially in this ballpark. But the way they started to slug the baseball, it didn't look like that was going to be the case.
They are back tonight in San Fran at 6:45 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kenny Dillingham and Jonathan Gannon and their teams begin to get ready for Texas State coming to Tempe and the Carolina Panthers coming to Glendale. For everything you need to know about the Devils and the Cardinals, be sure you head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
All right, the D-backs started a big series with the San Francisco Giants, one of the teams ahead of them in the wild card. Big series if the D-backs were hoping to get in the playoff hunt. The Bill Christmas started for the D-backs, sort of has come out of nowhere after the trade deadline for the team, been very, very good. And he was given an early lead when Jake McCarthy did this.
As this 1-0 swung on, that is barreled towards the gap in right center field. That's going to get down, and that might clear the bases. It nails the base of the wall. Moreno's in. Thomas is in. Here comes Vargas. Throw to third, not in time. 3-run triple, and the D-backs out of the gates early with a 3-0 lead.
3-0 after a bases clearing triple from Jake McCarthy in the second inning. Unfortunately, Chris Mint gave it back quickly. In the bottom of the second, Jung-Hoo Lee up for San Francisco with a man on.
From the belt, the pitch. Swung on and hit high and deep to right field. Carroll is going back. Now he's got to back up. He's looking up, and it's gone. Jung-Hoo Lee's 8th home run of the season shaves the lead down to 1. It is now a 3-2 Diamondback edge.
Blaze Alexander got an RBI single to put the D-backs back up 4-2 in the top of the third. But again, in the bottom of that inning, Chris Mack gave it right back with Dominic Smith with a man on.
As he just absolutely hammers one out over Levi's landing and comes up just short of putting it in the bay for a game-tying shot. Well, that's what they're looking for, some power from Smith. And it's a 4-4 ball game.
Chris Matt did not last that long, going only 4 innings, and the D-backs bullpen came in and did not do so hot themselves. Bottom of the 6th inning, Drew Gilbert, who is an absolute lunatic maniac, if you've seen any of the clips of him from the dugout. Have either of you seen that?
I have not.
Give it a goog right now, or look on social media, look on Twitter.
Okay.
He's a lunatic, but he did this to the D-backs with a couple men on.
As this 1-1 pitch is lined into right field, a base hit. That's down the line into the corner. Chapman is in. Matos is in. They will hold the runner Lee at third. And for Koss, it's a 2-run double. Giants lead at 6-4 with still nobody out.
Yeah, nobody out, and the inning got worse, and Ramos came up with a man on and pretty much put this game out of hand.
1 ball, no strikes, the count. Here's the pitch. Swung on and belted. High and deep left field. McCarthy not even going to bother. 10 rows deep. Left center field. 17th of the year. And the Giants have just blown the doors off this one in the 6th. They now lead at 9-4.
It was 9-4. Gabby Moreno did add a solo home run in the 8th, make it a little bit closer. But the final score was 11-5.
As there's a swing and a jam shot, 2-hopper to second, backhanded by Koss, throw to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants offense paired with the Diamondbacks mistakes once again leads to a 5-run 6th. The D-backs could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
Very disappointing performance across the board.
Yeah, Corbin Carroll 0 for 4. Jody, so his 24-game hitting streak or on-base streak was snapped last night. Had another uncharacteristic error from Perdomo that kind of opened the floodgates or began the floodgates opening, if you will. And then Anthony DeSclafani, who had an opportunity to kind of keep this thing close, couldn't do it in relief as they built that 9-4 lead, going on to win at 11-5. So the D-backs 21-15 since the trade deadline, 12-7 now in their last 19 games. Talked about it earlier. Had they hung on to a couple of leads these last 2 games, they'd be 2.5 games back of the wild card. But it's crazy to think about it when you talk about what this team did at the trade deadline, that they were this close to really being in the thick of this thing. At this point now, 4.5 back, 17 left. I mean, it would take a 2007 Colorado Rockies finish for the Dbacks to somehow squeeze into the postseason. So
yeah, that was when they won 20 out of 21, I think, right?
They ultimately won 21 out of 22, counting the postseason.
Yeah.
They went 14-1.
That's really hard to do
in their last 15, just to force a game 163.
Yeah.
So it would take an unbelievable finish. But at the same time, you look at the Dbacks, what they've done the last couple of games. It's kind of the season in microcosm. Every time you think this team is on the verge of doing something and making something happen and really, really putting themselves in a good position, they drop a couple of games, and they do it in the way they did it these last 2 losses. They have a lead and then some self-inflicted wounds, and they end up with an L.
You know, it's crazy because I feel like you keep waiting for the September baseball thing, and what makes it kind of fun is you're scoreboard watching, and, you know, it's the Mets, right? The Mets are the one, like, yeah, the Reds are there, the Giants are there, but you have to have any of those teams. If you're the Reds or the Giants or the Dbacks, you have to have the Mets also fail and lose some games. And they have shown that they have gone on some really rough patches they've had some very bad losing skids. And every time the Mets lose, it feels like the Dbacks, we can't quite finish the deal on the game. And so that happened on Sunday. It happened again yesterday. The Mets lose, and you kind of have this opportunity. I mean, it's just, that's the way it goes. And, you know, they have had a couple of 4-game winning streaks. So I'm just looking at the schedule. You try to get on a run, right? You have to win 8 out of 9. And we've seen teams do it. A fair amount of teams this year in baseball have done that. They had a 4-game win streak with Cleveland, Cincinnati, and then they lost a couple in a row. And then they had another 4-game win streak, Milwaukee, LA, the way that, the middle of that road trip, and then they lost 2, and then they won 4 in a row again and lost 2. So
that's like literally from like the All-Star break. It's been win 4, lose 3, win 3, lose 3, win 2, lose 2. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's better, right? It's better than what we were seeing before but if you're trying to get into the playoffs,
it still makes you a 500 baseball team.
Yeah,
That's essentially
and it's last night they've gotten really good starting pitching lately. That didn't happen yesterday. Krismat has been so good too, as kind of this fill-in, this stopgap, since Merrill got traded and DeSclafani went on the IL, and Krismat wasn't as good last night, and then the bullpen was not good at all. And yeah, I mean, they still don't have, when you watch teams, and this is the one thing that, if it makes anyone feel better, and maybe it doesn't, when you see the great closers and the great bullpens around the league, and there are a good handful, right? There's not a ton, but you need that in the playoffs. And so even if this team got into the playoffs, it would be tough, would it not? Would it be tough to close out other playoff teams each and every night? I mean, you never know. You want to have that opportunity. You want to get in and see what happens. But I think that really, Jared, you talked about it earlier, like, if it's usually the bullpen is the reason why they're not winning 6 in a row, right? What happens after the 4 in a row? Usually it's been a pitching.
They had a chance to win all those games versus the Padres, and win all those games versus the Brewers, and win all those games versus the Red Sox, and they didn't, because they blew leads at the end of those series, and that's just preventing them from going on this 7, 8, 9 game winning streaks.
They've been a 500 baseball team since the jump, essentially. And they're probably going to finish around a 500 baseball team. They do finish up with 6 against the Dodgers and the Padres, so that could kind of skew the final record in that regard in terms of trying to actually finish at 500 or above 500. They climbed a game over 500 after a win on Saturday. Now they're 72 and 73. And you look at the standings, just 5 more wins over the course of this season, and right now they would be in the playoffs here on September 9th.
We could think of those wins off the top of our head on brutal stomach punch losses.
And again, if and buts were candy and nuts, every day would be Christmas. They didn't do it.
But you have to admit it would have been remarkable. I mean, the fact that they are just, like last year we were like, we just need 1 win, right? 1 would have gotten them in. If the fact that they are just 4 or 5 away from is crazy, because they lost most of their bullpen. They traded away 5 guys. I mean, I tip my cap to what they've been able to do, but yes, it's still been 500.
And it's been quite remarkable. They've actually played better baseball since the trade deadline.
So credit to them for that, but it's still not good enough, it appears, to make the playoffs, barring some kind of miracle.
What are you hearing about Tory? Did he do enough now post-trade deadline real quick?
You're not going to find me in the camp of I'm in the camp of he lost his bullpen, and that's the reason why most people. But there's a social media element of this that I really can't explain, and that people just want him fired, and it doesn't really have a ton of rhyme or reason if you dig down into it. So I haven't really seen anything. Pre-trade deadline was when they looked the worst. But I think that was also just a function of they knew like a bunch of guys were leaving. So
we can get back into this.
All right, we'll get back into Tory. No, we'll get back into Tory. I know, that's right. Well, that's what we do here as backups.
That's right.
We'll take a time out when we come back to the NFL. J.J. McCarthy, what a coming out party in the fourth quarter last night in Chicago. The Bears left reeling. What happened? What happened to our win? We'll take a break. We'll talk about it coming up after the timeout.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They put a trips formation away from Marvin Harrison Jr. base earnings. There he is, as the axe. He was on the single receiver side, and then they put the trips formation over here, and they ran three guys across the middle. And then here comes Marv across as well. The scissors play. That was timeless in regards to the execution by Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray.
The other thing I liked, Marv looked different and better. He just did. And the other stat, if you're looking for a stat, he was targeted 6 times. He had 5 catches.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Game day at your place? Don't stress about the food. Spinato's has you covered. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Spinato's catering is legit. We're talking crispy, Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. It's everything you need to feed the whole crew without missing a play. Just hit up the catering menu, place your order, and you're the MVP of game day. Now, here's something cool. For September and October, Spinato's is bringing back a fan favorite, the Wizard of Za. It's a spicy chipotle peach pizza. Yeah, sweet heat. And they're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. The Wizard of Za, just another addition to Spinato's already deep pizza roster. And of course, you always have the option to build your own with Spinato's fresh list of ingredients. Whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's delivers. Check it all out and order at Spinato'sPizzeria.com.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
All right, we're back. Tim Ray and Jody Jackson in for Bickley and Murata here on a Tuesday. We're mowing through the first hour here up until 10 o'clock. We'll take you up to Luke and Wolf at 10 o'clock. Their show will commence. Jody, I don't know if you caught the Monday Night Football game last night or maybe you were watching it between the raindrops. For a while there, for a solid 3 quarters, it looked like Ben Johnson was going to win his debut. It looked like early on he had unlocked the genius of Caleb Williams, who led an opening drive for a touchdown and then scampered in for the touchdown himself. Began the day 10 for 10, throwing the football, and then the Bears offense did virtually nothing the rest of the game until the final minute or so. And the Bears, thanks to a pick six, still were in complete control, dominating J.J. McCarthy and that Viking offense. It was 17-6 in the fourth quarter. And then J.J. McCarthy happened. First NFL player in history in his debut, Jody, to orchestrate 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter as the Vikings come back to win it 27-24.
Well, and heartbreak for the Chicago Bears, which is really nothing new, right? They've become a little bit used to that.
Tell me about it.
I thought you'd appreciate that. Da Bears.
Tim, you're a Bears fan?
I am a Bears fan.
I mean, he's from Chicago, so he has to be.
Sorry.
I am born. Yeah, I think the longtime listeners know this. I'm born and raised in Chicago, so I grew up a Bears, Bulls, Cubs, Blackhawks fan. As I've gotten older now, very older, very much older, that's kind of gone away a little bit.
Okay.
Like, I'm a Cardinals guy. Definitely
You've been here a while now.
A Suns guy.
Yeah.
But I think your boyhood teams never totally leave you. Like, I want the Bears to win.
Yeah, the Miami Dolphins have left me, which was my childhood team.
So, Tim, did you watch the whole game last night?
Yeah, pretty much.
Because I did too. I watched from kickoff. It was, I think it was embarrassing from a Chicago Bears standpoint. If you have this rookie, I think he's a rookie quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. Hasn't played an NFL snap.
For all intents and purposes, he is, yes.
And he comes out, and you dominate the first quarter, second quarter, but you only go into the half. You're up 10-6, but you're dominating the game. You come out, you score again, and J.J. McCarthy looks like a rookie quarterback. And then all of a sudden, Kevin O'Connell and Brian Flores take over the game. Did you feel that the Bears just got supremely outcoached in the second half?
They got outcoached. They certainly got outplayed. I'd like to say they just got stuffed in a locker in the fourth quarter because the Bears' offense could do nothing and the Vikings' offense could not be stopped. And it was almost like once that momentum train got rolling down the tracks, it was only a matter of time because the Vikings were going up and down the field and the Bears could barely get a yard when they had the ball. The problem is for the Bears in that particular game is that they had opportunities to build that 17-6 lead, and Caleb Williams was inaccurate on a lot of critical throws.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you see from Caleb Williams. He looks brilliant for a stretch of a game, and then he will either not make some plays or make a bad decision. But to me, this is more about, and Sammy, I appreciate that because it was a Bears meltdown.
It was.
But was it also the genius of Kevin O'Connell? And I got to cover the playoff game last year. I did sidelines for Westwood One, and it was obviously a crashing down ending for a great Vikings season. But what he did for Sam Darnold, like, you can't explain that. And then obviously the Rams defense just shut that. He had a horrible game in the playoffs. But Kevin O'Connell to me is a special guy. And in coaching circles, people will agree. And especially what he does with quarterbacks. And so I guess after the game, this came out. I mean, the stuff I read this morning was just he told McCarthy at halftime, "You're going to bring us back to win this game." And so again, it seems to be this dramatic, magical moment of like his belief in a quarterback, his ability to turn it around that quickly, because it didn't even happen right away in the third quarter, right? It was the fourth quarter. And so for me, as much as it's a Bears meltdown, it's again Kevin O'Connell being that quarterback whisperer, and we'll see. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. Here.
That was took a lot of chutzpah. To put all their faith in J.J. McCarthy, who did not play last year, to move on from Sam Darnold, who, like you mentioned, did not have a good end of the season, but had a career year until then, and they won a ton of games with him. And they decided to move on and give the reins for a playoff team to give to a rookie, essentially a rookie quarterback. We'll see. Where do you think the power lies in the NFC North?
Well, obviously the Packers look really good.
They're the favorites now. They passed the Lions after that?
Well, it's tough. When you bludgeon the Lions, it's tough to sit here 2 days later and say the Lions are the favorite. Now, I expect Detroit to rebound and still have an outstanding season, but the Packers obviously showed something when you pick up Micah Parsons right before the season begins. That helps the cause, too. And as for the Vikings, I'll tell you, it's one quarter for J.J. McCarthy. Let's see how this one plays out. I agree with Jody. Kevin O'Connell, he is the quarterback whisperer. I mean, for him to keep a young quarterback making his first NFL start on Monday Night Football on the road, and his team is getting its tail kicked, and he can't do a damn thing, for O'Connell to keep him engaged and keep him in the proper mindset to allow him to have the fourth quarter that he had, that spoke volumes about what Kevin O'Connell can do with his quarterback. And then Brian Flores, who has clearly been around the block, dialed up the pressure on the other side, and Caleb Williams had no answers. Ben Johnson had no answers. The Bears could not do much. I just, again, it's one game, but if you're wondering if Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams can kind of propel the Bears and lift them into this kind of three-team race in the NFC North, after one game last night, I would say they've got a ways to go.
Yeah.
Not a great start for my Bears playoff prediction, but
Not a great start for a lot of your predictions there, Samo.
Hey, week one.
What other predictions?
How do you predict the Bears into the postseason in that division?
I would say
that?
just for fun.
Yes, go ahead.
Jody and Tim.
Yeah.
Who do you think that our boy Sammy, Mr. Insider, tons of research, packless that, who do you think he has winning Coach of the Year in the NFL? Who do you think he picked?
Ooh, I don't know. Now I'm kind of.
Mike McDaniel?
Yes, that is correct.
Get out!
Wait, what? Did you see the preseason? Did you hear all the reports coming out of camp? Did you hear about how they're a hot mess?
I zagged I zigged when everyone's zagging. And that's right now, week one. It's looking real tough to be in the Mike McDaniel Coach of the Year camp. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and we'll move on. I wanted to take a stab at something interesting.
Okay. So you're trying to like outwit yourself, basically.
A little bit. Well,
just because trying to be different.
Because every year there's 3 teams in the AFC, 3 teams in the NFC. There's playoff turnover. There's going to be 3 new playoff teams more often than not every year, and everyone is down on the Dolphins, down on the Dolphins, down on the Dolphins, or down on whoever. And there's teams every year that are good that nobody thinks we're going to be good. That's
true.
The way the NFL works.
You might have just picked the wrong one.
I think I
instead
just
of like
picked
the
wrong
Colts
team.
or something. All right, that's right. Well, we'll get back. The one thing I did want to say though before we go to break. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join us this Friday at the Safeway, located at Chaparral Road and Hayden Road in Scottsdale from 4 to 6 p.m. for your chance to win. Once again, this Friday at Safeway on Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Jared.
I know you were about to mention it, but I just wanted to get it in for sure.
Sammy, who's your college coach of the year prediction? Bill Belichick?
I don't think he's going to finish the year the way that's going. The girlfriend's down on the field. I mean, what is going on?
Mike, did I say coach of the year? I meant first coach fired
of the year.
You took a stab there, Dexter. You definitely did. All right, we're taking a timeout when we come back. More NFL. Back to the Arizona Cardinals. Spend a lot of money on the defensive line in the offseason. Where was the pass rush in week one? We'll talk about that. We'll hear from Calais Campbell. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Tuesday. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince. Keep it here. More coming up after the break.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with more great reasons why you should shop at Waltz TV and Appliance. They'll give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. This is a family-owned business that has been serving the Valley since 1957, and they'll give you the kind of insight you'll never get from the big box stores. You'll get great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and you'll also get great pricing as well. And to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz and watch them match it. Waltz is also offering a great opportunity for one of our listeners. They're giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level, and all you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. Remember, all you have to do, text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are 1-0 for the first time under head coach Jonathan Gannon, but here was the Cardinals head coach on Burns and Gambo yesterday on what they need to clean up for Week 2.
Defense and offensively our operation and everything that goes into that, because I thought that we were disjointed at times, both sides of the ball, for all kinds of reasons that we control that we got to get cleaned up.
He and the Cardinals will look to have things figured out Sunday when the Carolina Panthers come to town. The Dbacks last night did not help their playoff case. An 11-5 loss to the Giants after tagging Logan Webb for 4 runs. The Dbacks gave up 5 runs in the 6th, and the Giants took game 1 of 3. Tonight, Zach Gallen will look to continue his run of good form. First pitch from San Francisco will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Downtown tonight, the Phoenix Mercury will welcome the LA Sparks. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo. What is one aspect of the Carolina Panthers that the Cardinals need to be most prepared for? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Gambo, we look forward to that. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in here for Bickley and Murata here on a Tuesday. Cardinals coming off that 2013 win. They'll have their typical Tuesday day off, standard Tuesday day off, back on the practice field tomorrow, Jody, as they begin preps for the Carolina Panthers, the home opener coming up on Sunday in Glendale. You mentioned this earlier in the opening segment. I want to go back to it. You were impressed with the defensive backfield, the cornerbacks, the young cornerbacks of the Cardinals. We're going to get into the Cardinals defense here, but I'm a positive bloke, so let's start with the good stuff.
Okay.
The play of the Cardinals secondary, the young corners, Will Johnson making one heck of a debut on Sunday in New Orleans.
Yeah, no question. I thought you were going to play a soundbite. Sorry.
No, I will. I will in a second.
You did do the voice in New Orleans.
It was kind of like that. You know, we've done a lot of TV together. It's kind of like we're throwing in the soundbite.
Play the sound.
I was, and you know, Will Johnson was, so we all know the story, right? Like the injury trouble, Michigan, but played at Michigan, was great. Probably, you know, easily would have been a first-round pick if obviously a lot of organizations must have had questions about it. Monty Ossenfort, to his credit, was willing to go ahead and take him in the second round, and it looks like a great move. I mean, when I remember showing up at the, it wasn't the red-white scrimmage, but just the first training camp practice, and just physically, you see this guy, you're like, all right, he's pretty physically imposing. You know, a lot of DBs, because they want the speed, are not real big, and he's a bigger guy, and he played. We saw that hit was like a textbook hit the other day on Olave. He had a pick that was taken back because of a play that happened on the other side with Melton. I mean, there were so many positives for me, for a rookie to come out in game number 1 and play that well. I thought it was great to see, and it really just kind of raises the bar, I think, for what we expect. Like you said earlier in the show, the fact that he was out there more than Garrett Williams or similar snaps.
Yeah, but also he was the best DB on the field.
Yeah, I think we all like Garrett Williams. We think he's pretty good, but has Will even surpassed him there? And you know, I was really happy with it.
Yeah, and it's the triumvirate, if you will, of the 3 young DBs: Max Melton, Garrett Williams, and Will Johnson. And again, the backups are rookie and first-year and second-year players as well. Catrell Clark's a third-year player. But yeah, Calais Campbell, Will Johnson certainly caught his eye. Jody, here's that soundbite you ordered.
I'm disappointed that they took away his interception, man. You know, it's you know, football, and they're, you know, referees are, you know, I don't want to get fined, so I ain't gonna say anything about a bad call. You know, but you know, and honestly, you know, that was a heck of a play, though. You know, Will Johnson played really good. He was, you know, got a game ball. there were so many big plays out there that he made, and it would have been sweet if he could have got the interception as well. But, it's just a matter of time. His interceptions are coming. But he's a very smart player and plays hungry, and he has all the tools to be an elite corner in this league. And it's good to see him get some first action and show what he can do. But he's created a new standard for himself. So, we expect him to be like that all the time. Like, this is the new normal. Like, you can't go backwards. You got to stay here.
Yeah, and overall, Jody, you hold an NFL team. I know they had a quarterback who had yet to win an NFL start and a head coach making his NFL debut. But you hold an NFL team to 13 points. Your defense did its job. In fact, great stat here, courtesy of the Cardinals PR department, dating back to Week 7 of 2024. So Week 7 last year, Arizona's defense has allowed an average of 19.1 points per game. Only the Eagles, Super Bowl champs, and the Denver Broncos have allowed fewer points in that span. So Nick Rallis, I think Nick Rallis has gotten the job done from the get-go, didn't have the personnel in year one to maybe really get the job completed in the manner in which he wanted it completed. But now that he's got the horses, the Cardinals' defense continues to be impressive in terms of always being prepared. Nick Rallis, he's one of these guys, he just always has the right game plan in place. Now, does he have the personnel to make it work and get out of there with a W? That remains to be seen. Speaking of which, Joe, here's the downside, right? The Cardinals spent about $125 million on the defensive line in the offseason when you count the free agent re-signing of Baron Browning. It's just one game. It's not a referendum on the job they're doing or the season. But the lack of havoc plays, the lack of Josh Sweat's havoc plays, I certainly think Spencer Rattler spent the day relatively comfortable, despite only putting 13 points on the board. I don't know if the Cardinals got what they wanted to out of the defensive line in terms of creating the havoc that I spoke about.
Yeah, no, and they created. The game plan again was for him to get the ball out really fast, tempo, the whole thing. I think that was Kellen Moore's wish for this young quarterback. But you're right. Josh Sweat has to be a factor. When you go out and you go get that Super Bowl champ, you go get that guy that you think can be a game changer, you go and spend that money on him. And I think he will. I'm still hopeful he will. Like you said, it's one game, but yeah, you want to see more than just pressures. You want to see game-changing plays, things that lead to turnovers, things that sacks and all of that. And we didn't see those numbers pile up on the score sheet the other day, but I think, game plan did play a little bit into it. I expect to see that against the Panthers, though, this week. I really do.
You'd like to see more from Darius Robinson also after a lost rookie season and expecting him to be an impact player this year.
It's almost like, and I mentioned this yesterday briefly, when you think about Darius Robinson, it's like the Cardinals have added another first-round draft pick to their defensive front seven but
they don't have Walter Nolan.
Now they don't have.
So they essentially are they're like a year behind each year.
Right, but you've added, yes, very accurate, but you've added with Darius Robinson a first-round draft pick to the front seven. You've added Josh Sweat. You've added Calais Campbell. You've added pieces there that you would expect to create more from a playmaking standpoint. Jonathan Gannon was asked about it yesterday. Did the defensive front do more in the game than maybe the stats would lead one to believe? Here's JG on that.
I always think we can affect the passer a little bit better, but what goes into that is how they chose to play us. So you got to have a little bit of, understanding of when, they're going tempo the whole game and they're getting the ball out really fast. A lot of those throws came less than 2 seconds. It could be. There could be nobody out there and the ball is getting out there before they hit them. So I always think we got to do a better job with that. I do think, especially this next week too, and it's almost like every week, but some of the times that he got out when we're four-man rushing, we kind of lost our rush leverage, and we have to do a better job of that. So we'll get it cleaned up.
Yeah, I expect they will, and I expect the defensive front seven to play a much better game, creating that havoc against the Carolina Panthers next Sunday in Glendale in the home opener behind what should be a raucous home opening crowd out there on the west side. All right, it's time for Character Counts in honor of Children Cancer Awareness Day around Major League Baseball. The Arizona Diamondbacks wore cleats during Sunday's game against the Boston Red Sox, designed by patients from Phoenix Children's. Dbacks players visited the hospital a couple of weeks ago with gear for the kids to get creative with, and the kids did not disappoint, creating unique patterns, drawings, and messages for the Dbacks shoes. The Diamondbacks have participated in Child Cancer Awareness Month since its inception in 2012 and donated $100,000 to PCH this year. In addition, the game-worn patient-designed cleats are now up for auction online, with proceeds going towards cancer research. So well done, Dbacks. And remember, character counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, is looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. All right, we'll take a break. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Bickley and Murata on this Tuesday. After the timeout, the Diamondbacks opportunity lost the last couple of days. Final 17 games of the season. What can be accomplished? What does the offseason look like for this team and their skipper, Tory Lavell? We'll talk about that after the break. Bickley and Murata mornings here on a Tuesday. Keep it here.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house!
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is coming, the time of year we live for in Arizona, the time we love to be outside with the family enjoying incredible weather, which means it's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. It's a great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted. It's a great time to install artificial grass where Turf Monsters can give you and your dog a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassle and the mess of installing real sod, and you save a lot of time and money with artificial turf. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out samples of their incredible work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com. That's turfmonstersaz.com. Or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
I'm Bree.
Hi, I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and it is a pivotal series for the Diamondbacks in San Francisco, and we didn't really think we were going to say that. We'll react to last night's game, look at where they sit in the National League, 2-6 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
All right, Bernsey, not to steal your thunder, we're going to tell you exactly where they sit in the National League. D-backs now 72 and 73 after back-to-back losses. The Red Sox on Sunday, the Giants last night in the city by the Bay. D-backs now 4.5 back in the wild card race, Jody, but they're running out of time. I mean, it would take, we talked about it earlier, it would take a 17-game finish bordering on a miracle to make the postseason. But is that really, I mean, it's ultimately the story of the season, right? Did you make the playoffs or did you not? But there are a lot of stories within the stories of this particular season. We touched on it earlier, how many games they, for lack of a better word, blew over the course of this season. 5 more wins. If you could find 5 more wins since April, they'd be in the playoffs here today on September 9th. When you look back at this campaign, and injuries are certainly a part of the story, what is your headline?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is injuries for me. I mean, because I think they would be in the playoffs if they had AJ Puck or Justin Martinez or didn't lose Ryan Thompson for a chunk of time. I mean, you know, they lost a lot of guys in that pen, and as much as Corbin Burns hurts, I think the starters have been relatively good. I mean, and even when they, you know, they've had some struggles. Erod is pitching great right now, but Erod, Brandon Pfaadt, disappointing at times, but gave the team innings, gave the team this team is has an incredible offense. I just don't want people. I feel like we shouldn't take it for granted, because it's like if you look around the league, there aren't many more consistent offenses than the Arizona Diamondbacks. You know, you can look at the Yankees and the Mets and even the Dodgers. They're not as consistent at offense as the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're just not. They are streaky. They're up and down. And so I never take that for granted.
That's the same thing as last year, though.
The
D-backs led the league in runs last year.
Isn't that even more crazy? I mean, Joe Mather, that coaching staff, what they do with the players that are here, the players that come up, it's amazing to me. Now, I think, you know, the thing that hurts right now is, you're right, they have to win. When you have to win almost every game, you know, every loss hurts, and the last 2 really hurt. The last 2 hurt more because they are the most recent, and you're getting down to, what are we down to now, 17 games?
Down to 17 games, 4.5 back.
It's not very much to play with.
Had they not blown the leads in these last 2 games, they would be 2.5 games back. I mean, it's remarkable to think about that. Obviously, it didn't happen, so you're not going to belabor it. They had an opportunity to win these games. They didn't win. They were getting the help they needed around the rest of the National League, and they didn't take advantage. Tory Lavell, last night after the game, talked about the inability to hold the lead. Really, it's happened the last 2 games, but
the defense was poor also in the last 2 games.
Yeah, so. And Perdomo, a costly error. Tory talked about that as well. But let's hear first about the D-backs led it 3-0 on a big hit by McCarthy. They led it 4-2, but they ended up losing the game 11-5.
You know, their ace is on the mound, and we scored 4 quick runs on him, and you expect that to hold up, especially in this ballpark. But the way they started to slug the baseball, it didn't look like that was going to be the case. But, yeah, I was proud of the fact we took advantage of – you give a team extra outs, good teams extra outs, which we did, which they did. Jay comes up and has a big 3-run double. And then we turned around and did the same thing to them, and I think that was a difference in the game.
Yeah, Geraldo Perdomo, a costly error later in the game to kind of begin the onslaught. The Giants pouring it on the D-backs and that D-backs bullpen. Here's Tory on that Perdomo error.
I had a chance to talk to him about it. I had that mound visit, and you know, he quickly was trying to talk about it, and I was distracting him to get everybody's mind on the next play, like, we're going to do this. So I'll follow up with him at some point. And, you know, he cares. He felt terrible. But I just think the footwork got a little lengthy. and he couldn't get that arm to catch up, and he ended up spiking the ball to first base. It happens. He's an unbelievable shortstop, and you got to take the good with the bad sometimes.
Yeah, there's not much bad with Perdomo. He's the last guy I worry about on that team, I think. But, Jody, let's talk about the position to the right of the shortstop, third base, and the future of that position. Obviously, with the trade of Suarez at the deadline, a lot of thoughts were once Lawler gets healthy, he's going to get another look at the big league level. That's happening right now. Your thoughts on Lawler, your thoughts on his future, your thoughts on the future of that position for the D-backs as they approach the offseason here.
Yeah, I mean, everything we've heard since Jordan Lawler was drafted 6th overall a few years ago is that this guy's going to be a stud in the big leagues. This guy is going to be a really good player for a long time. So what have we seen? Well, he had that 0 for 31, and that was, really hard to watch, frankly. I think we're all rooting for the kid. It was looking bad. He's striking out all the time. Finally got a couple hits, kind of broke the seal there. Defensively, he had been amazing. And then that Sunday game, I feel like Sunday was like a week ago, but Sunday's game had some pretty bad, it's inexplicable sometimes, these errors, right? So, yeah, he's not a proven player, regardless of his draft status. He's not a proven player in the league. So are you going to hand it to him next year? I do know that I think everyone can agree that Blaze Alexander has done really well wherever he's played. I know last year when he came up, he looked like everything was moving too quick. He wasn't comfortable. Also, by the way, in 2024, coming off the World Series, there was a lot of pressure for a young player, I think, joining, right? After the trade deadline this year, it's been an environment just by nature of the situation to play free. And that has really helped a lot of guys, but Blaze in particular. Blaze is playing free, and he's getting clutch hits. He's shown power. He can walk, and he's playing third base and the outfield and second base. And really, he's been all over. And the catch the other day was incredible. So, I mean, I think you're right. Third base is interesting right now. And, Blaze can do it. What are they going to do? I don't think they're going to bring in a high-priced guy. I think they're going to, as Derek Hall said on this show, I believe that they're going to maybe the payroll's less than that, which was almost like $200 million.
They're going to dial back payroll.
Yeah, and I mean, they spent a lot of money. They do have some money coming off the books, Jordan Montgomery, I know he was part of the transaction to Milwaukee, but anyway, the point being that 2-year deal is off the books now. And, I just think they're going to do, and for everyone out there that thinks just because spending might be a little bit less than last year or down from last year, you only have to look around the league and see teams that don't necessarily spend the money on free agents, but they just scout wisely. And look at the Milwaukee Brewers, right? This is a team that, I think the Diamondbacks have shown in many ways that they can they can field a very competitive team, whether it's the 194, which they lost the big acquisition, which was the Corbin Burns, due to injury, or if you're putting it together like they did in 22 and 23, with the players, with the core that they have, Corbin Carroll, Perdomo, Marte. Marte, by the way, I know Corbin. What'd you say? Corbin was 0 for 4?
Corbin Carroll was 0 for 4.
But Ketel Marte had come in really struggling, and he went 3 for 5, I think, in that game. So, but the future of this team, I think, is bright. I would spend any money you are going to spend on pitching, and that's clear because you're still going to be without. These guys all had Tommy John or some, not Tommy John per se, but some elbow reconstruction.
Your possible opening day starter next year is Ryan Nelson or Eduardo Rodriguez.
Ryan Nelson.
Could be Merrill Kelly.
I know. Could be Zach Gallen.
I feel like Merrill Kelly is the worst kept secret, right? I think he clearly wants. I've interviewed him twice now. I interviewed him in Texas, and I interviewed him the other day here. And it's kind of like, I'd like to come back. Everybody knows my family's here.
The guy is 58 years old. Don't you think that he wants?
My God, stop it.
No, but he's much older than you think he is.
He's
because
36 or 36. Maybe by next year he might. I forget when his birthday is.
He's not going to have a lot of big contract opportunities left. So don't you think that he would want to take the best offer at this point in his career?
Yes and no. Also, sometimes you prioritize your family and your location and quality of life and where you live and where you want to be. His clothes are still in the closet here.
Well, you know what I prioritize? listen to this fabulous show. And I want you to take us wherever you go. And if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get podcasts. The Bickley Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Jody, you know something about that.
I do. Why refi? Yes. I love how I think you were like a cheerleader there, like YREFY.
Yeah, I like the commercials, the old ones when you guys were like in a dark room at a desk. Like now, the new ones in the college dorm rooms. I don't know. I don't know.
What, you don't want to see Banny getting up out of the bunk bed? Come on, Gonzo tossing the ball around.
Yes, all right. We're putting Sammy to work after the break. It is time for the Rush Hour reboot on the other side of the commercial break. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Tuesday. Tim and Jody in for Dan and Vince. Keep it here.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with your kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So bring your MRI and your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate, and your first consultation is free, so don't wait. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can call them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Since 1991, we've been transforming backyards into dream oasis with one of the longest warranties in the industry. Our unwavering commitment to quality and excellence has earned us the title of Arizona's #1 pool builder. We sell the most pools in the valley for a reason. It's our dedicated team and extensive experience that sets us apart. Visit us at presidentialpools.com today.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Game 1 in San Francisco last night was less than ideal for the Dbacks. They dropped the first of 3, 11-5 to the Giants after giving up 5 runs in the 6th inning. The Giants never looked back. They are back in action tonight in San Fran at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kenny Dillingham and Jonathan Gannon and their teams begin to get ready for Texas State coming to Tempe, and the Carolina Panthers coming to Glendale on Sunday. For everything you need to know about the Devils and the Cardinals, be sure you head to arizonasports.com. And downtown tonight, the Phoenix Mercury will welcome the LA Sparks. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Yeah, good morning. It is 7:30 on a Tuesday. That means it is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Jody. We're about to get rebooted, and we'll start... 7. There it is. We start with the Arizona Cardinals. I'm not one to be upset at any win in the NFL, and it sounds like Jonathan Gannon isn't either. He talked about this on Burns and Gambo yesterday.
And I think there is a big learning curve from week 1 to week 2 because it's the first time you played 80 plays on defense, 65 plays on offense. You know what I mean? So hopefully we got a lot done today.
So we talked yesterday that this team looked very similar to what last year's team looked like, especially offensively. Is looking a little bit better or playing a little bit better than last year's team. Is that good enough, or do they need to be substantially better than last year's team?
Well, last year's team wasn't good enough, so yes, the answer to that question is they have to be better than last year's team to make the postseason. And Jody, I'll take it. Even in the first game, it kind of in microcosm, if they play well enough, if they play like they did against the Saints, they played well enough to beat the Saints. If they play like that the rest of the schedule, that's an 8 or 9 win team again.
Right,
that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, we're looking for 10 wins, right?
Yes.
We're hunting 10 to try to be able to make the postseason, have a chance at it. I mean, I think I think, Sammy, when you say substantially better, I think they have to be able to have that killer instinct on offense more, because last year they did a lot of times a little bit what they did in week 1, which is lean on the defense to come up with that big play, which they did at the very end of the game. But why were you not able to convert a little bit earlier on some other plays offensively? I think Trey McBride is going to have another huge season. I think we got a little taste. It was like an appetizer. Marvin Harrison, long pass. I like that. He looked more comfortable. Trey McBride, we know what he can do. I think the running game will get better, like Trey Benson. So, yeah, I just think it was like, okay, it was all right, but we need to see a lot more.
And let me tell you this right now, Sammy, before you move on. Looking at this Cardinals schedule, there could be a season-changing injury along the way, but assuming the principal players stay healthy, they better eat in terms of gobbling up wins and stacking wins in the first 7 weeks of the season.
Yes.
Like if they don't come out of this thing 5-2, 4-3 maybe, but if they don't come out at least 5-2, it's gonna be tough sledding in the back half of that schedule.
Yeah, you want to see what they've done. They did last year, start the season well and get to 5-2, 6-1 in the first 7 games. So in the offseason, there was a lot of talk about this quote, Kyler needs to be more boring. Just take what's given to him. So yes, on Sunday, no turnovers. He extended some plays with his legs. The connection with Marv looks better, and he had a good passer rating. What more do people want from Kyler Murray.
Points. I mean, 20 is going to put them in the bottom half of the league scoring-wise. I know it's just one game. But if you look at what more you want out of Kyler Murray in terms of what we saw on Sunday, finishing drives, putting the ball in the end zone, an opportunity to throw a touchdown pass to Marvin Harrison, don't overthrow him. You don't have to play perfect. You're never going to play a perfect football game, but you got to engineer more points on the scoreboard. Great, no turnovers. I hope the bar is higher than, hey, Kyler didn't turn it over, so we're all
That's
happy
what we keep coming back
with
to.
the performance, right?
No turnovers, no mistake. Yeah, but I think the boring part is, and actually they talked about that during camp, Jacoby Brissett. That's something that Kyler was getting from him is like, just operate the offense. Like, just sometimes the simple plays are what you need to do. You don't have to, have some ridiculous crazy play where you end up, running around in circles and then throwing it downfield. Like sometimes you throw that away and you live for another day and you make the easier plays. And I think because it is a fairly conservative offense, and we saw that again, whether you like it or not.
Yes.
I think that is what we see because they want to limit the amount of times that Kyler Murray feels like he has to win the game with throws down the field or trying to find a lane to run, which I think the lane to run stuff, he's pretty good at that. Like, he's pretty good at taking that when he can get it.
He had 7 rushing attempts for 38 yards in the game. I mean, the way that they utilized his legs, I'm kind of fine with that.
Yeah.
He's got to get more help out of his number 2, 3, and 4 wide receivers. There has to be more production out of those 3 guys going forward. Yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride can be the guys, and they can be your primary weapons, but you have to get more than 3 combined catches from the other 3 wideouts.
And that was a problem last year too. And I don't know if that's just that Kyler's not looking for those guys. I would like to see that improve because you're right. There's no reason to not spread it around.
My guess is they're not getting open, but I digress.
I'm with there. So we'll switch gears to the Diamondbacks. Not the start to the Giants series. This team won an 11-5 loss. And there might just be too little games and too little time for the Snakes to make an actual run. But how would you like to see them finish what's been a roller coaster of a season?
I mean, I'd like to see, obviously last night did not go well at all. So this road trip, you have winnable games against the Giants, and then you have Minnesota, which, I mean, they've been poor overall. I know they won a couple games recently here, but I want to see them really finish this trip. Like, if they want to make it interesting at all, I almost said 5-2, but there aren't 7 games. There's an off day. So is it 4-2 that I'm looking for? I guess I am.
There's an attainable internal goal, maybe of finishing over 500. I don't know if the clubhouse is talking about that. I don't know if Tory's talking about that because, again, at the end of the day, that and a quarter gets you a ride on the bus.
It's been so hard to be 500,
but I mean,
if
they could finish over 500, especially after purging the roster at the trade deadline, and also those final 6 games, I talked about it earlier, against the Dodgers and the Padres, why not be a thorn in the side of both teams, as they'll likely be battling for a division title in the final week of the season?
It's okay to play spoiler. And last question with the Diamondbacks. So we touched on it a little bit in our last segment, but how will this Dbacks team look any different next year? Maybe aside from potentially losing Zach Gallen. Will we see a lot of the same faces we've seen at the second half of this season, at the beginning of the season next year?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think we are going to see
How
a
much
lot
will
of the
they go
same.
all in next year when they have so many guys dead money on the IL?
Well, Derek Hall's already on record saying they're gonna reel it back. I mean, I'm paraphrasing exactly what the words he used, but he essentially said that we gotta pull back a little bit on what we've been doing.
I know. I heard something the other day about Sonny Gray, and I don't know how much they're good. I know there are some good pitchers out there that you can add to this staff without breaking the bank, and they're going to need to do that. They're going to need to have, and we see that every year where, the front office of various teams do a good job scouting, professional scouting, and bring in guys that can do a job. I mean, because they need. I mean, look at who they're running out there now. Granted, this is young talent, but it's a kind of unfair to expect guys that just came up from the minors to go out there and win games every night.
You wonder when you hear Derek Hall say that, and you read those comments, and you know the status of Corbin Burns. Jody, they would never admit this, but you wonder if they might not be in tread water mode in 2026 with an eye on 2027.
It's possible, but in this league, I just think you can't. I mean, look at what happened post trade deadline. I mean, everyone thought they were going to be dead, and they've shown. I think they was just too. It's been too high of a hill to climb, but.
Yeah.
I don't think you can ever. You're never going to look. I know what you're saying, Tim. You're not saying it's a wasted year, but I mean, I think you have to look at every year as that opportunity to be that team that comes out of nowhere.
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to win the World Series, but in terms of resources, i.e., money spent, if they just might not be like, all right, let's just hold the line until we get Burns back and we make another run at this as soon as he's healthy again. Sammy, we've been rebooted. We'll take a break. When we come back, ASU football trying to erase the sour taste in their mouths that they left Starkville with on Saturday night. They're turning their attention to Texas State on Saturday night in Tempe. We'll get Jody's thoughts on what in the hell happened in the midst of the cowbells.
I do have a cowbell comment I have to share.
Yeah, Vince and I talked about it yesterday. We're going to get your perspective, though, after the break. Keep it here.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. What to make of the Cardinals' snap share at running back against the Saints? Diamondbacks placed Tyler Locklear on the injured list, and the Dbacks blew an early lead against the Giants in a battle of teams in the wild card hunt. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for: gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers. Huh? $50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey. What's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
I'm the bad guy. Duh.
Hey, it's Luke. What does ASU football need to do right now to make sure this season does not turn into a massive letdown? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Obviously, the goal of the season is to win as many games as possible and get back to the championship, but
Not my goal.
Okay, not my goal. Kenny Dillingham. Jared, what's the story with that one?
I don't know. It was already cut that way. We'll go back and try to find context.
Leaves you wanting more.
I mean, not my goal. Or maybe his goal is to win every game, not as many as possible, every game.
Well, that would be as many as possible.
Going forward. Although Kenny and Vince talked about this a lot yesterday, Jody. Vince took issue with Kenny's kind of positive outlook after the loss to Mississippi State in terms of saying, hey, you know, not many teams go undefeated, and it's a football game, and somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. You know,
All the cliches were coming out.
Well, I think, instead of a fire and brimstone, this is unacceptable. You know, we can't play like this. We had an opportunity, but Kenny took the tact, at least publicly, that he was going to make sure he lifted that locker room up, which was no doubt a devastated locker room after that game. And I think Kenny's got a job to do with 10 games remaining in the regular season to keep this team focused and keep the locker room together and keep them in a positive mindset.
Well, and he knows his team, and I think that that's what he's going to be guided by. I mean, for all the things that we praised Kenny Dillingham for last year, even the year before, even the year before in a very tough season, all the things that made them, certain games were competitive, all the good signs. I mean, you have to trust that he knows how to handle his team in whatever way. So if that's going to be positivity, certainly with Sam, I heard the comments of, and if you think about it, what else is he going to say? This is the guy that he's put his belief in. He kind of made the analogy to Bo Nix when Oregon faced, I think it was Georgia, and he said, I didn't set him up for success. And he kind of took it on himself, taking the pressure off of Leavitt there, because obviously for Sam Leavitt, it's been 2 games that have not been good at all. I know he did have the connection with Tyson that we saw in that first game, but I think we're all wondering what we're going to see right now. So Texas State comes in, and this is a game that, clearly you have to win this game. You must. It's a must. It's a must-win situation, I think, at this point, because you just haven't played to your capability, I think, to this point.
It's a must-win. That's obvious. You got 4 very tough. Sometimes I use this phrase losable because I think it's apropos. Like Texas State, I don't think is a losable game, right? And if it is, we got so many problems. This is a whole different conversation.
People forget it was close last year.
It was. I was going to say that. I remember that.
They should have maybe lost that game last
year.
Didn't they face the quarterback that was there for like 8 years?
Yeah,
or something?
McLeod.
Yeah.
ASU, to be fair, had not become ASU. Given the air quotes here, if you're not watching on YouTube, they had not become ASU. They had not hit their stride. They had not found their identity when they had played Texas State a year ago. Cam Scadaboo was almost a non-factor, I believe, in that game.
But are they in the same position this year that they were last year? I know they're a very similar team that they were last year, but it looks like, especially from the Mississippi State game, they're still trying to find who they are this year. Am I wrong?
Well, and Sam Leavitt is as well. And then did you talk about the Cardinals' number 2, 3, and 4 wide receivers? Arizona State didn't get anything, not a single catch out of those guys on Saturday night in Starkville.
I do want to say something about the cowbell. I know. I heard a lot of chatter about it yesterday, so everyone's probably. I'm kind of done with it too. But I do have to just tell a little story. I was at my son's game in New Mexico, and that was going on, and it wasn't, certainly wasn't as loud as Starkville. But I clicked on ESPN. I think it was like before kickoff at my son's game, and I thought something was wrong with the feed, but that was the noise. It didn't even sound like cowbells to me. It just sounded like the feed was screwed up. Like
what is the bug that makes that noise? Cicada. Yeah.
It was horrible.
It was like
I couldn't hear the announcers. I couldn't hear anything.
Right, it was a poor man's vuvuzela. I mean,
but we were saying how dumb it is because they take such pride in being this loud SEC crowd. They're not being loud. They have props that they're banging on.
Yeah.
Anybody could be loud if you're banging on a pot.
Hey, good for them.
Maybe ASU should bring in snare drums. Everybody brings in a snare drum for their home games. Just bang on them.
It's funny how now we're like, okay, we can't. It's dumb and it's terrible and it's stupid, but we're jealous of it and we need something too.
Well,
is that what it is?
Hey, Sam Levitt was clearly rattled in that first half. I mean, you could talk about that last play all you want, and we will, because that can't happen either. But falling down 17-0 and looking miserable in the process was as big a part of the loss as was the last minute touchdown by Mississippi State.
But were you encouraged at all by the comeback?
I was encouraged that Kenny Dillingham and Marcus Arroyo figured out that, you know what, we're gonna win this game on the ground. We're gonna out physical them. We're gonna take control of this. We're only down a couple of scores. There's a half of football to play, and they understood what it took to ultimately take control of the game and ultimately take the lead, and they did exactly that. They came out after the half, Jody, and they ran the ball, I think, 8 straight times into the end zone. So they kind of took the ball out of Levitt's hands and they put it in the hands of the offensive line and the running game, and they did their job. Mm-hmm. And they took the lead.
Yeah, great adjustments.
It would have been great to have a touchdown there, and in the end, that proved to be very costly. But then the touchdown, you kick the field goal, you take the lead, you put it in the hands of your defense, and your defense doesn't deliver. And Brian Ward made the call. He blitzed Xavier Alford, who didn't get to the quarterback. I hear people say, well, if he didn't get tripped off, he would have gotten there. But still, maybe that's why you don't risk sending him. You just keep everything in front of you. And Rouser, the other safety, for some reason, and maybe he had very good reason, kind of came up from the secondary and paid his attention to the receiver on the crossing route, and the rest was history. Here's Kenny Dillingham on that last touchdown given up.
The last one was just unfortunate, to be honest. Late in the game, another explosive. We trip over the number 3 receiver, which sucks. That never happens in the football game. About to come off the edge blind. So it is what it is. There's always calls you'd like to have back in a game, and all those scenarios. We'd like to have all 3 of those calls back as a coaching staff, because all 3 of those calls create communication, which we didn't do a good enough job communicating in 2 of them. So all 3 of those calls I'd like to have back, and I'd like to play cover 2, and every single time they took a shot. In my hindsight, that would be my perfect scenario in those 3.
I mean, you listen to what he's saying there. Let's be real clear about this. He regrets the defense that they called and that they were in on that last touchdown. That can't happen. That can't happen. I mean, you saw the way the Cardinals played the Saints on Sunday. It allows the opposition to kind of matriculate up the field when you're playing that way, and I understand that. But you can't let him get a quick hitter 50-plus yard touchdown pass because one safety's blitzing and one safety is 10 yards back of the line of scrimmage playing a crossing route, and then your 2 other corners kind of get mixed up on a switch, and one of the fastest players in college football gets behind the defense for a touchdown. Brian Ward is the defensive coordinator. Dillingham was asked yesterday about the relationship in-game with Brian Ward in terms of being able to either step in and override a call or being completely hands-off.
We're communicating, so like 3rd and 8, 40 seconds, no timeouts, 1 sack wins the game. So if we have a call that can sack them, you win, right? They've already driven the ball about 25 yards. They just had a drop in the drive, which should have put them on about the plus 48, which is 8 to 10 yards away from field goal range for their kicker, who's good. You don't want to go into overtime versus that team because you're going to get the ball on the side and it's going to be cowbell and loud. You're probably going to eventually get a false start at that point. It's harder to play a game on the road in OT in that environment. So you're not playing to try to hold them to 3. You're playing to win. So if you have a call that wins the game, you call it. We called it. It didn't work. You lose.
Yeah, and then as we,
I love the honesty.
I respect the call.
And they went all. Yeah, he explains why they went all in.
But he also said, we just heard him say he would do it differently the next time, and he basically
100%.
regrets
I like the
defense.
transparency.
I understand what he's saying. We're also trying to not let him get a field goal as well, so we need to keep him out of field goal range. But, boy, to leave your defense in that situation, or you do send Alford trying to get the blitz, but you got to make sure Rouser, the other safety, stays back to prevent what happened from happening.
Yeah, you know that's got to be a regret of theirs. But you know what you wouldn't regret? Going to the Cardinals game this Sunday. So don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to Arizona Sports' YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game.
So smooth.
All right.
Smooth like butter.
Taking a time out here. Bickley and Murata mornings on a Tuesday. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Bickley and Murata. Bic's on a yacht somewhere on a cruise. Vinny's in bed laid up with a little bit of a bug. So Jody and I are carrying the load here until 10 o'clock.
Get well, Vinny.
Get well, Vinny. I know you've got
Dan can't hear us.
I know you've got your transistor by your head, laying there having your chicken soup.
Does the app work on the yacht?
Hopefully.
The app works everywhere, all across the world and the country. You can listen, and on YouTube.
That's true. I've listened to it, not on a yacht in the Mediterranean, sadly, but I've been far away.
Him and Reba McEntire and Evander Holyfield could be watching this right now.
In fact, I would be disappointed if Evander Holyfield was not watching us right now. Evander, here's to you, champ. All right, we're taking a timeout. When we come back, more NFL talk. We'll touch on that Monday night game in Chicago last night. Plus, already a coaching change in New York in regards to the Giants. Not so fast, my friend. And is Mike McDaniel in Miami already on the hot seat? I think so. Keep it up here. We'll take a timeout. Bickley and Murata, back after the break.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain. Also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. NFL Week 1 is officially in the books after a Chicago collapse or a Minnesota masterclass, whatever you want to call Monday night's game. But the Cardinals are 1-0 for the first time under Jonathan Gannon. But here is what Cardinals head coach on Burns and Gambo yesterday had to say about what he needs to clean up.
Defense and offensively our operation and everything that goes into that, because I thought that we were disjointed at times, both sides of the ball, for all kinds of reasons that we control that we got to get cleaned up.
They'll look to have those things figured out on Sunday when the Carolina Panthers come to town. The Dbacks last night did not help their playoff case. An 11-5 loss to the Giants after tagging Logan Webb for 4 early runs. The Dbacks gave up 5 runs in the 6th, and the Giants took game 1 of the 3-game series. Tonight, Zach Gallen will look to continue his run of good form. First pitch from San Fran will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Wolf. What did Patrick Peterson think of Will Johnson's NFL debut? We'll ask the Cardinals legend at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Well, Marv won at the line of scrimmage. The pocket was firm. We got post closed on that look. Kyler made a big-time throw.
That's the voice of Jonathan Gannon talking about Marvin Harrison Jr.'s Sunday season debut. Harrison Jr., the final numbers, 5 catches, 71 yards, and a touchdown, Jody. He broke free behind the secondary in the fourth quarter. If Kyler puts that ball on the money, which he should have, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s numbers look a lot more gaudy. I mean, we're talking about
adding 97 yards and another touchdown.
Let's just call it an even 100, right? Add about 100 yards to the receiving total and double the touchdown production. But I think much was made in the offseason about Marvin Harrison Jr. You know, Jody, you looked at his stats cosmetically last year. They were okay.
Yeah,
I referenced this on the pregame show on Sunday. They were actually better in many regards than Larry Fitzgerald's rookie year statistics.
8 touchdowns
at the wide receiver mark.
Impressive.
And was it like 8? I mean, this is off the top of my head. Was it like 850 yards or something?
Yeah, about eight something.
846 or something like that.
But you had to really watch. If you watched each game as a
Right.
Cardinals fan, you really saw his impact and lack of chemistry.
And getting beaten by corner. I think the physicality, I remember, it's the Patriots, was it Christian Gonzalez?
Gonzalez.
He got out, and I realized, he's a really good player, like one of the better corners, I think. Getting out physicaled by DBs is something that needed to get better, right? It needs to be a battle that you win more than you lose. And last year, he was targeted, it was about half, right? He was targeted 120 times and he caught about 60. And that's,
put it this way, his catch percentage, there were 96 eligible wide receivers who had 50 or more targets in the league. 96. In terms of his catch percentage, you know where Harrison Jr. ranked? 91st.
I figured it was low.
I mean, it was about the worst in the league. So
he's better than that. He just is.
You're talking about a young man who I don't think at Ohio State had to make many contested catches because he was so much better than the guys that were trying to cover him Saturday in and Saturday out. And I think in the NFL, he found out that, you're never really open. Sometimes you got to go out and you got to go up and you got to get it. And we saw at least signs of that, I think, on Sunday. That was very good to see. The contested catch down the sideline wasn't really a 50-50 ball, but he had somebody on him, and he was able to make the grab. Jarrett used the word impact, and I totally agree. It's not so much the stats, and that's why I said cosmetically the stats last year look good. For me, Marvin Harrison Jr., his impact on winning football games week in and week out was not what the expectations were when you drafted him number 4. The expectations are this year he's going to make that jump, right? He's going to put on weight. He did. He's going to put on muscle. He did. We know he's fast. We know he has hands. We know he has the prototypical size to be one of the best in the biz. And I think in week 1, we saw a bit of a jump. The question is, did Jonathan Gannon see that same jump that we all think we saw?
Absolutely. And you know what? Like some of his best, and we missed him a couple times too, but I think that some of his best snaps, he didn't even get the ball. And that's not like a slight on Kyler or anybody. Like he wasn't the first in the progression, or maybe the coverage dictated to go somewhere else with the ball. But I really liked his play speed, his play style. Honestly, you guys, I thought the 3rd and 10 was probably his best play, better than the explosive and better than obviously than the touchdown. The 3rd and we're backed up in the well with like 8 and change left, inside the 5. It's 3rd and 10. We throw a slant. He wins on the slant. He knows Justin Reed's gonna try to pound him there. He puts his head down, finishes going forward, gets us the first down. We ended up having to punt there, but we're not backed up. We take off 4.5 minutes off the clock, and they're backed up.
Yeah,
like that was a huge play.
Yeah, and that's a great example of what Jonathan Gannon's talking about there. It was a catch that didn't result in points. It was way deep in Cardinals territory, but it moved the chains, and it allowed the Cardinals to kind of get out of a hole, but also chew up the clock, which was important in terms of winning that football game on Sunday, Jody. So when I talk about impact on winning, that's a great example of that. Marvin Harrison, we could talk about the touchdown, the big sideline grab, but that play right there had a big role in terms of the Cardinals finishing that football game. So Marvin Harrison Jr. for 4 quarters impacted the football game in a positive way and helped the Cardinals ultimately win a football game on Sunday.
Yeah, and do we not just view him differently? Because I do. I feel like I view him as a more trusted target this year already. And that's just because of what I've seen in the offseason and just having a year under your belt. And maybe that was the case later in the year last year too. But I feel like last year, that first year, guys are swimming a little bit. And I felt like he was in that category. And I think he needed to catch his breath. And he even said in an interview earlier this last week, pre-week 1 interview, is that I think someone asked him, like, what was the most surprising thing last year? He said, just how long it is. How long the season is, and in all the things you mentioned, the weight, putting on the weight, putting on the muscle, we're seeing all of that. And I think to JG's point, there's more. There's so much more there. And Kyler, I think that is going to put the onus on Kyler. Hey, be looking for, this is not rookie Marv now. This is a guy you need to look for, you need to go to, and much like Larry Fitzgerald was for so many years for both Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer, right? Like, throw it up and he's going to get it, or just know that he's going to be open.
And Marvin Harrison has to prove that if you throw it up, he's going to go get it.
There's still a little bit of proving there, but yeah.
And that's going to be another step here in year 2 when we see him have an opportunity to make a 50-50 catch. The other thing is I think the chemistry and the connection with Kyler Murray wasn't where it needed to be. That was almost obvious by watching them, especially on the back shoulder fades last year, which they never seemed to connect on. But just kind of reading between the lines, did you hear what Kyler said prior to the game during his weekly media availability in terms of their connectivity being better this year? Said he thought Marvin Harrison Jr. was afraid of him as a rookie. So in other words, when I hear that, that means those guys weren't talking that much in the locker room. There wasn't a relationship being fostered and manicured off the field. They were obviously out there throwing the football to each other back and forth in practice and whatnot and getting their reps. But when I hear Kyler say he thought Marvin was afraid of him, maybe those conversations and that chemistry wasn't where it needed to be kind of off the field, which would then manifest itself on the field, presumably.
I think you're right. And I have to laugh because, and I think Lorenzo Alexander made the point last week, is like, okay, but Kyler's a quiet guy too. So you get a quiet guy and a quiet guy, and like, yeah, I mean, it so for whatever reason, I think it wasn't there, that communication, and hopefully now, each guy's much more comfortable with each other.
I think they should go to IHOP together.
And when you go to IHOP, you could take this show with you. Because if you can't catch a slide, 5 minutes on demand on Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com, wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.
On the other side of the break, NFL hash marks Tim Ring. Jody Jackson in for Bickley and Murata here on a Tuesday. The backups.
And now I want pancakes. Thanks a lot, Tim. Are you taking us out for breakfast after this? Our chemistry needs to get better.
If the marketing director at IHOP is listening right now, please send over pancakes for the free pub we've just given you on the big show. Taking a break. We're back after this.
Diamondbacks baseball. As there's a swing and a jam shot, Hopper to second, backhanded by Costo to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants offense paired with the Diamondbacks mistakes once again leads to a 5-run sixth. The Dbacks could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
Dbacks at the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway. Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
All right, Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Bickley and Murata here on a Tuesday live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resorts studios. Some NFL hash marks, Jody, kind of an eventful week one, not in spectacular fashion. Mike McDaniel apparently already on the hot seat in Miami. We'll get into that in a bit. Monday Night Football last night, the Bears dominating that game for 3 quarters. J.J. McCarthy in his first NFL start having all kinds of problems moving the football. But the Bears offense, after a really impressive opening drive, really couldn't get much going. Caleb Williams inaccurate. Ben Johnson trying to dial things up. But the Bears were still in control, up 17-6 in the fourth quarter. But then McCarthy absolutely caught fire. 21 unanswered points, 3 touchdowns. He's the first player in NFL history to account for 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter of his NFL debut.
Wow. Yeah, I saw another stat, like something since 85, something similar, like a fourth quarter comeback by a rookie. And so, yeah, really impressive. And Kevin O'Connell, for me, does it again. The way he coaches up quarterbacks, the way he showed faith in him, I guess, at halftime, telling him, you're going to bring this team back. That's, kind of storybook stuff. Is it real? I think it is real. And then, of course, the Bears had to comply with helping out the meltdown. Sorry, Tim. I know you're not living and dying with the Bears, but I'm just throwing that at you because you are from Chicago.
It just started with so much promise. It's like, okay, Ben Johnson's here, the offensive genius. He's unlocked Caleb Williams. The Caleb Williams they drafted out of USC has arrived in the NFL as they carve up the Vikings. They go right down the field. Williams scampers in for the touchdown. The Bears take the lead. The Bears defense, meantime, was absolutely their defensive coordinator, Dennis Allen, was just flummoxing J.J. McCarthy in his debut, and it looked like the Bears were heading towards a sure win, but the Bears just couldn't build on that lead, and it was 17-6, keep in mind, because of a defensive touchdown by the Bears, a pick six. So after Caleb Williams got in the end zone, the opening drive, he didn't find the end zone again until there was about a minute left in the game. So the Bears offense really went in the tank, and the Vikings just kind of hung in there, hung around, and then exploded on the Bears and really, as I mentioned earlier, stuffed them in a locker in that fourth quarter. The Bears couldn't do anything.
Stuffed him in a locker. I like that.
They couldn't do anything.
You could tell he was a bully in high school.
Yeah, that's right.
A jock.
They gave him a swirly.
He was like an Irish bully. Stuff him in a locker.
I was definitely not a bully, although we did make the freshmen in high school sing the school song the first week of school.
That used to be like normal stuff. Now I guess it's hazing or something, but this
we
was
did
all
it
normal.
while giving them a wedgie, to be fair.
Wedgies, swirlies. Yeah, we had we threw the book at those freshmen.
What else in the NFL, though? I mean, that Steelers-Jets game was kind of crazy. I mean, I didn't see a ton of it, but I mean, that was
Aaron Rodgers
wild.
looked better than most people thought
Aaron
he could look
Rodgers
at
was
this point in his career.
vindictive in that one, huh?
Aaron Rodgers threw for 4 touchdowns. He was hearing it from the Jets fans, and he kind of did the whole cupping of the ear thing as he was
playing it up.
walking off the field. The Dolphins got drilled. Mike McDaniel after the game. I mean, boy, some of the national media were really hammering Mike McDaniel, the Dolphins head coach. In fact, did you hear? Let's play this. Rex Ryan, former head coach of the Jets, had this to say about the Dolphins and their embattled head coach, Mike McDaniel.
What the hell is he talking about? You know, maybe he's on a different level, McGenius guy, whatever the hell he is, nerd boy. But anyway, their team has no respect for the coach. They play like that. They're like, come on, man, get us a dang guy in here. Where's the physicality of this team? What did you say?
They're soft.
They're soft. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
they're
with
soft.
you on that. Every part of their football team. They have tons of talent on this team. Daniel, we were talking, that's why you picked them to win? Because they have tons of talent.
Yeah.
They don't play with any passion or any smoke to them.
Now, do you think Rex Ryan's a little jealous that Mike McDaniel has a job and he's on TV? Because, boy, it sounds like that. Not that he's wrong, but, boy, I hear that.
Do you remember last year or whatever, last year or the year before, when he was just begging the Jets to hire him to be the head coach, like to the pathetic level on TV, using time out of his segment to beg the Jets to give him an interview?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't respect that, by the way, Rex. But, a nerd boy? Come on. How old are we?
And he's getting ripped, rightly so. His team was soft. That's undoubtedly the truth. But they weren't saying this 2 years ago when they scored 70 points on the Broncos. And I know it's a what have you done for me lately league. But
that was 17 concussions ago from Tua, though, to be fair.
When Rex Ryan leads, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. He's talking about Mike McDaniel having stuff like this to say after the game.
To be honest, I think the positive is that that was a miserable experience. It was embarrassing, flat out. And in that, there's nowhere to hide. It's almost, within the game. It's almost good that it wasn't reachable. That we were -4 because there's, as a team, we have to. I was really looking forward to seeing the stuff that we've really worked on diligently, and I didn't see any of it, and that's a problem.
All right,
McDaniel does have one of the great quotes, though, from the preseason.
You should stand corrected. Good morning. False. Great morning. Let's go.
Why great? What makes this one great?
Because we're another day closer to death.
maybe that's why I picked him coach of the year.
He's a strange cat.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys that's 100% accurate, by the way.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys, though, like is quirky enough that when you win, he's got character. He's quirky, and when he loses, it's like this guy's
annoying and infuriating.
Yeah, he's kind of a hard knocks. I was buying in on the hard knocks. I got one more though. This is on Tua. This is not Miami Dolphins radio network, by the way, but Colts cornerback Xavier Howard threw salt on the wound following his team's win over the Dolphins. So Howard was with the Dolphins for the previous 8 seasons. Said that about Tua. We knew the guy. He gets the ball out pretty quick, and once we take away his first read, I feel like it's panic mode after that. It showed yesterday. We took away his first read. He was trying to get rid of the ball real quick. And, of course, my answer to that when someone was sharing that with me was, he has had all the concussions. But that is, basically a damning thing, statement on Tua is that he's not, sitting back there reading, and maybe his history has contributed to that.
And it's always been a knock on him coming out of Alabama, because you know what? His first read was always wide open, guys, and he just threw it to him in college. And then in the NFL, that's not obviously always the case, and Tua has struggled with this at times. By the way, real quick, before we hit the break, George Kittle, hamstring injury, out for several weeks. It's important to note that in week 3, the Cardinals play.
So he's out for that game, right? Yeah.
Barring any kind of miraculous healing, when they say Kittle's going to be out a few weeks, and that's the direct quote from Kyle Shanahan, you assume that the Cardinals won't have to deal with Kittle in week 3. That's good news. You don't like to see a guy get hurt, but for the Cardinals' purposes, you'd rather not face George Kittle. Now, will they face Brock Purdy? Now, Purdy might not be available for Sunday's game. They play in New Orleans, the Niners do, against the Saints. Purdy's got a toe and he's got a shoulder. And the 49ers are dealing with that and wondering if the quarterback's going to be available for game 2.
I guess what I've heard Adam Schefter say earlier this morning was the toe is worse than the shoulder. The shoulder is something that maybe wouldn't keep him out, but the toe could be.
Oh, it's a real good thing I picked the Niners to be the 1 seed in our preseason predictions as well.
You're doing well, Sammy. You're on the board with Mike McDaniel, who is a sinking ship.
Put it on the board.
And yeah.
What is the deal? I know you guys have no answer for this, but what is the deal with the 49ers and the injuries?
It's
gracious.
You got to be kind of...
I don't understand it. It feels like...
Are they the most unlucky team in the history of the National Football League, or do they need a new strength and conditioning guy?
I think it's just one of those things that I don't know how the Purdy thing happened, but
and they don't either.
Happens, and it's unfortunate when that injury bug bites you. But yeah, most teams it doesn't bite them every year, like the Niners.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't know how bad the toe is. I'd be shocked if an NFL player missed a quarterback, especially missed a game because of a toe.
Yeah, Kyler Murray played with an illness.
Yeah.
Does Vince Marotta know that?
He had a bug. Okay, Vince Marotta. Kyler plays when he's hurt.
He would have come in, believe me.
Just kidding,
Vince. I told him not to.
We love you.
We don't want you.
We know you'll be back tomorrow.
You and your germs.
Coming up after the timeout, he was on the call in the booth for the Cardinals-Saints game on Sunday on CBS. Ross Tucker, one of the budding young superstars in the world of color commentary, is going to join us live here coming up after the break in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resorts studios. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Bickley and Marotta here on a Tuesday on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, home sellers. Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you, or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Degas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Game 1 in San Francisco last night was less than ideal for the Diamondbacks. They dropped the first of 3, 11-5 to the Giants after giving up 5 runs in the 6th inning, and the Giants never looked back. And here was manager Tory Lavell postgame.
You know, their ace is on the mound, and we scored 4 quick runs on him, and you expect that to hold up, especially in this ballpark. But the way they started to slug the baseball, it didn't look like that was going to be the case.
The Snakes are back in action tonight in San Francisco at 6:40, and be sure to listen to it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kenny Dillingham and Jonathan Gannon and their teams begin to get ready for Texas State coming to Tempe, and the Carolina Panthers coming to Glendale on Sunday. For everything you need to know about the Arizona Cardinals and the ASU Sun Devils, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more, only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Gambo. What is one aspect of the Carolina Panthers that the Cardinals need to be most prepared for? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Gambo, the Panthers up next for the Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals coming off that 2013 win in New Orleans on Sunday, 1-0 for the first time since 2021. He was in the booth for CBS working the color commentary for that Cardinals win. He's also the host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, and you can find him on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. And right now, you can find him right here, right now on the Bickley and Murata Morning Show. Tim Ring and Jody Jackson with you. Ross, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing awesome. How are you guys doing out there?
We're doing
great.
We're doing well. Ross, let me just hit you with the obvious one and the easy one. In the aftermath of that Cardinal win, the sentiment is obviously here in Phoenix. Great to get a win. That's the most important thing. Lots to clean up going into week 2. They need to play better in pretty much all the areas that one could play better in. Your thoughts and perspective on what you saw Sunday.
Well, so I think, with every team, right, there's always question marks going into the season. And I had written down for me, 2 of the biggest question marks for the Arizona Cardinals were whether or not Marvin Harrison Jr. could take the next step and, in fact, be an elite number 1 receiver, a top 15, top 20, maybe even top 10 guy. And then the other question was just how much of a liability the young corners would be. And I think if you're a Cardinals fan, the reason for optimism would be that you'd feel really good about both those things, right? I mean, Harrison made a number of plays, including a deep ball. We knew he put the weight on, didn't know how that would affect his speed. Doesn't look like it hurt his speed at all. He made a number of plays, including, like I said, the deep ball. So it certainly feels like his connection with Kyler is better than it was a year ago when it was one of the worst in football. And then I got to tell you guys, I kind of like the young corners. I mean,
We
Will
do too.
Will Johnson seems like the first-round pick he was supposed to be. And then I like Max Melton, too. I mean, you know, sometimes they got Max, sometimes he got them, but that's life as a corner in the NFL. If I'm Jonathan Gannon and the D coordinator, Nick Rallis, I'm probably coming out of that one feeling really good because, you know, Kellen Moore, the Saints coach, said it was the fastest receiving core he's ever had. Olave's really quick. Rashid Shaheed can fly. And I thought Melton and Will Johnson held up really well. And so if a couple of the biggest question marks were both answered in positive fashion, that would, to me, would be highly, highly encouraging as a Cardinals fan.
How about, Ross, just the fact that the Cardinals, you know, being the fact that it came down to the final play. I mean, it could have been a touchdown catch. It might have ended differently for the Cardinals, but it seemed like there were so many more opportunities offensively that they didn't connect on. How concerning is that, or is it just, hey, it's 1-0, you know, a win is a win?
Well, I mean, obviously you had the field goal blocked, which is not good, and that cost them points. And then, you know, they could have closed the game out. I credit Staley for having the blitz off the edge. If he didn't do that, Kyler probably runs for the first down and seals the game. You know, I thought Elijah Higgins, you know, if he had broke that one tackle, that would have closed out the game. You know, I think Kyler missed, off the top of my head, maybe 2 or 3 that he really needs to hit, one of which was Harrison on a post off the goal line. I don't know if Harrison didn't run the route exactly how Kyler was expecting it or if Kyler just missed him. But Kyler missed a few. He obviously had some tremendous throws as well, including that deep ball down the field to Kyler. But other than that, you know, they didn't run it maybe as well as they did last year. Clearly the Saints were geared up to stop that. And then, you know, Kyler missed a few throws, but I don't know, it's just kind of him, I think, at this point. You know, I think you're going to have to take that with him, that he's a little bit streaky. And, you know, it's kind of the good with the bad, right? Like, he's a little bit streaky. He's going to miss probably some makeable throws, but he's also going to make some incredible throws. And he makes up for, I would say he more than makes up for a couple of the throws he misses with what he's able to do with his legs.
Visiting with Ross Tucker, CBS Sports, was in the booth for the Cardinals game against the Saints, that win by the Cardinals on Sunday. Also the host of the Ross Tucker Football podcast. Ross, as most know, in your former life, you were an NFL offensive lineman, one of the great Princeton Tigers of all time as well. We'll give the Tigers a plug. So I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about your thoughts on the Cardinals' offensive line. It appeared to the layman's eye that the Saints kind of won the line of scrimmage battle on both sides of the ball on Sunday. Cardinals won the game, and that's most important. But your thoughts on the play of the Cardinals' O-line Sunday?
Well, I thought too many penalties, right? You know, Isaiah Adams had at least one. I think Evan Brown had 2. Froholt had 1. That would be the part that bothers me the most, is just the penalty, because those are killer. And, you know, you guys were talking about leaving points on the board. That was a big, big part of it.
Yeah.
You know, the number of penalties they had against them. If you look at, like, the analytics and just how hard it is to go ahead and get points on drives where you have penalties, especially touchdowns, it's really, really difficult. Really difficult. So that was what stood out to me the most. You know, Cam Jordan got Jonah Williams with a speed to power once. That was a good rush, but it wasn't like right away. You know, Kyler theoretically could have gotten rid of it. The first sack was like a horrible scheme. I don't know what they were trying to do with Trey McBride acting like he was going to block Cam Jordan, and he ran into Ryman, and that was kind of a disaster. But other than that, I thought they were okay. I think to your point, those guys would probably tell you that they need to play better and that they expect to play better. My biggest issue was just the penalties really cost us. So penalties and sacks, that's bad business when you're trying to put points on the board.
Hey, Ross, before we let you go, I've been hearing about myfrontpagestory.com. Are you involved in that at all? What's going on there?
Yeah, I am, and it's the greatest gift you could ever give a loved one. Somehow, September and October are the two biggest months for weddings, which, by the way, should be illegal to get married during football season. I think I missed half of my friends, my buddies' weddings over the year, but that means a lot of people have anniversaries, either you and your significant other or your parents. I'm just telling you guys right now, to be able to have a professional writer write a story about your significant other, talking about how special they are, how amazing they are, all little things that they do for you that you never thank her about. It's an incredible, incredible gift. Looks like it's on the cover of the Arizona Republic out there. Looks like it's framed. Looks like it's beautiful on the newspaper. If you just check out myfrontpagestory.com, you'll see what it looks like. You'll see how happy I'm like. I'd say it's like a 75% cry rate among women when they get it. It's really that's the next gen stat for you guys. 75% tears.
Or even my husband. He might not cry, but my husband would. He'd probably frame that.
Yeah, no question. It's called myfrontpagestory.com. It really is awesome. At a minimum, just go throw your email address in so you get the automated 20% discount. Because you guys can't even imagine how many people get these for their significant other for the holidays or Valentine's Day or Mother's Day. So if you at least throw your email address in there, you'll get the code and you won't forget when you want to get it for them, even if you don't have an anniversary or birthday coming up. It's myfrontpagestory.com, myfrontpagestory.com.
All right. He wears many hats, this Ross Tucker. Where are you at this weekend, brother?
It's kind of like a home game. I live in Hershey, Pennsylvania, the sweetest place on earth. And I've got the Browns at the Ravens, and the Ravens are probably like a little over an hour from my house. So that is nice. Both teams lost by 1 point in games they dominated. Both teams had a kicker miss an extra point. So let's just put it this way, Arizona. You guys at least won. It could be a lot worse.
We know.
Well, keep an eye on this kid named Derrick Henry, Ross, this weekend. He's really good. Brother, we got to let you go. We're up against it. We appreciate you taking the time. Have a good weekend there near the home base in Pennsylvania. Ross Tucker, CBS Sports, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, more baseball talk. And when you talk about the Arizona Diamondbacks, Jody, you've seen a lot of Dbacks baseball this year. Going to get your big picture thoughts, your small picture thoughts, as they've got 17 games left to play. Time is ticking on having any kind of outside chance at squeezing into the postseason.
Good matchup tonight.
We'll talk about that. Yeah, we'll talk some baseball after the break. Keep it here. We're live in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Keep it here.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And at the moment, it put you down 17-0. I mean, it made it so the game looked like it was going to be out of reach. I will give them credit because this is something ASU has done consistently last year, too. They come out in the second half and look like a much better team. That's a great trait to have. The problem is these slow starts are starting to become a trait now, too.
How do you get back into a game when you're trailing 17-3 at the half? You come out and you blow the other team's face off.
Yeah.
You come out of the tunnel and you go 8 plays for 75 yards and a touchdown. That tells me somebody was yelling inside the locker room.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Heads up, sports fans, if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You know I'm a huge fan of Sonic and their all-star lineup of burgers, but the Sonic menu, incredibly diverse, and there is guaranteed to be something for everyone in your crew. And I'm talking about iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, corn dogs, and shakes. There are a ton of new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, fries and soft pretzel twists. And with a drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations, your options are endless. Remember, order ahead with the Sonic app. You can score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Fall Frolic, Saturday, September 27th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Play a fun 2-person scramble. Enjoy a tasty breakfast. Win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. It's just $134 and open to everyone. But hurry, space is limited. Sign up now at bunkergolf.com. That's bunkergolf.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and it is a pivotal series for the Diamondbacks in San Francisco, and we didn't really think we were going to say that. We'll react to last night's game, look at where they sit in the National League, 2 to 6 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
All right, Burns, you're looking forward to that. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson now. Just about an hour and 15 minutes left of the Bickley and Murata morning show here on a Tuesday. Dan is on vacation. Vince under the weather today, so Jody and I are taking you through it. Wolf and Luke, as always, coming up today at 10 o'clock. Jody, the Dbacks, we talked about it earlier in the show today. We'll get back into it. They lost to the Giants last night, 11-5, a game that they led 3-0, a game that they led 4-2, but the bullpen couldn't hold it. Sloppy baseball at times has defined this season. Defined that game last night. They're back under 500, and in terms of really making a miracle run into the playoffs, they're just running out of time.
Yeah.
They're 4.5 out of that last wild card spot, and there are 17 games left to play.
I really like their chances going into the game last night. I mean, coming off a loss at home. Again, the Mets lost, I believe it was 1-0. So Aaron Nola with a big win from the Phillies there. His ERA is over 6, but pitched well to help them win 1-0. And every time the Mets drop a game, you know, you kind of have this urgency of like, all right, here you go, time to strike. And
they've lost 3 in a row. The Mets have.
Yeah, and they're gonna, if they continue to struggle, these teams that are chasing them, including the Dbacks, are gonna relish that opportunity. So yeah, and the other thing is, Tim, is just I love going to San Francisco. That even before the pitch clock and. When games were, the average game was going almost 3 hours and stuff. You go to San Fran and it's usually a well-pitched game. It's known to be a pitcher's park. It's always like a contentious game. It feels like intense and not contentious, but close, just well played. And the D-backs have gotten pretty good pitching lately. And that was just none of that happened for them last night. You know what I mean? The game was just kind of wild. Even Logan Webb, it was great. The D-backs got out to that 3-0 start with Jake McCarthy's bases clearing triple. The runners came on 2 walks and an error for Logan Webb. So it was just a weird game. But when they were up 3-0, I'm thinking, all right, this is pretty good. To already have an early lead like this, and it didn't pan out. And yeah, tonight is Zach Gallen, Robbie Ray, which is of interest to me and a lot of D-backs fans, I think. But they got to keep plowing away. They want, I think, for a lot of reasons. And I know you and I talked earlier in the show about just finishing strong, what it means for the team, what it means for Tory Lavell. And I think they have got to continue to, because you never know what's going to happen. Look at last year. Like, you think the Mets and Braves thought they were going to be taking the Diamondbacks spot that they had occupied on the last day on the Monday after the season?
Correct me if I'm wrong. The D-backs at one point had an 8-game lead in the wild card race, maybe in early August. that was a utter collapse last year.
I've wiped that from memory.
You've wiped that from memory.
No, but I think we all thought, that they were gonna.
It looked like at one point it looked like there was no way they were going to not.
Yeah, well, it's
be in the postseason.
you've covered enough of baseball to know that it can be insane, right? The things that can happen down the stretch, and it wasn't, they went 2-5 that last week, and you just thought, they just needed to win one more game. Could they have won that game in April? Could they have won that game? But it's just glaring when it happens in the last week of the season.
Well, if they would have won these last 2, they'd be 2.5 out. What would the conversation be right here on a Tuesday, September 9th, if the D-backs were 2.5 games back with 17 to play?
Well, that's the thing. You and I, we've been looking at the standings all summer, and when you see, I don't even care about the 500 thing. It doesn't matter. But when you see 4.5 out of the wild card, 5 out of the wild card, 7 out of the wild card, none of that is exciting. But if you can get to that number of 2.5, 2, and they haven't really done that. I don't know when. I'd have to look it up when the last time they were that close, but it's like that's what they need to do. If these last 2 losses, they really burn because now we're inching into the middle of September, and 2.5 feels like striking distance. 4.5 feels tough.
The discussion would be Zach Gallen, of all people, tonight. Will give the Diamondbacks a chance to get within 2 games of the last wild card spot, and he's on the mound not knowing if he's going to be a Diamondback next year. That's something that would be in my head, and it's Gallen and it's Robbie Ray, 2 guys that have been. Robbie Ray was a Diamondback, and with 2.5 games out and you win tonight, and Zach Gallen looks great, all of a sudden now there's almost not the expectation that this team is like real frisky and could get in, but now the pressure would mount even more for a Mets team that is notorious for disappointing their fans.
We brought this up earlier about the future of Tory Lavell. Do you think that they're going to judge him by what happened post-trade deadline? Because the team has not given up. The team is still playing hard.
That's a great question.
Or do you think that it was like the season as a whole they're going to look at and say, like, we already made our decision?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Jody on this and get her perspective. Obviously, I talked about it a little bit yesterday. To me, if you're looking at what Tory Lavell is going to do post-trade deadline, then he saved his job. If they already made a decision prior to the trade deadline, then maybe it was a time for a change in terms of who's running the ship, then I'm not sure it mattered what Tory Lavell did in these 2 months of baseball post-trade deadline. And I don't know what Ken Kendrick, Derek Hall, and Mike Hazen were thinking in late July as they pulled the trigger on those deals.
Or maybe they already decided that he was coming back no matter what.
That is also a possibility.
And it was going to take an absolute collapse to
Jody,
change him.
Jody, go ahead and take it.
I'm in that camp because, look, I understand every manager makes decisions that don't work out. But when you lose, this is not, to me, injuries are a valid excuse when you have to dig down into your minor leagues and you have to go into the trade deadline and you have no choice but to trade players because you need guys to throw in the bullpen, and they've all been plugged in. Like, they literally have been plugged in, and it's gotten a little bit better because they actually went out and got arms. So, I mean, I don't know how you can blame Tory Lavell for that. So that's been my stance. I think the things that probably the only thing that, and he's come out and said, I'm going to change this for next year, is we have to be ready. The defense disappointing. I think he's taking that on himself, that in spring training, like, we have to be more intense, be better, figure it out. I think that's the one thing you can maybe point to, is like, maybe that took a step back. And that's not all on Tory Lavell, by the way. They did have some coaching changes. They've had different guys. They had a new pitching coach this year, a new infield coach in Sean Larkin. So, I mean, I don't know. I didn't talk to Ken about it, and I don't know what the thinking has been, but it's been a disappointing season in a lot of ways. But the biggest thing to me has been the injuries. That said, I think it's been remarkable on the positive side, Jared. I think it's been pretty remarkable what the team has done. Whether you want to view it as for Tory, the thing about it is Tory Lavell can't go out and throw a pitch. He can't, like, when the pitch is down the middle or it's catching part of the plate, like, that wasn't Tory Lavell executing that pitch. And on the other hand, when we say, oh God, look at the team, they're playing so hard for Tory, like, I do believe this group does respect and play hard for Tory, but they're also playing for themselves. I mean,
I understand all that.
There's an element of, like, the manager is not responsible for every single thing that happens.
But under that umbrella, and there's certainly truth to that, but then a manager's never accountable for anything.
Well, that's what I was going to say. What does a manager do? They don't ever throw the pitches.
I think I think you have to value look, I've seen it with other teams. The grass is always greener, but when you have God, I want to bring up what was the term years ago that was not fondly looked upon, but
organizational advocacy. Is that what you're talking about?
Grit. I thought you were.
No. Grit is always good, Jared. Grit is always nice
not
to
that
have.
Year it wasn't
gritty city. Jody, I think.
Here's the thing.
When you're not aligned, like when Bob Melvin went to the Padres and he was not aligned with AJ Preller at all, it was a disaster, and they had a huge payroll.
And you would be able to tell if the team had given up. Like, that's maybe more noticeable. That would have been more
They're
right.
not giving up because of a lot of things. I think Tory is a big part of it, but Corbin Carroll is a big part of it.
Yep.
And what he brings out, the standard that he sets, Perdomo, they have some leaders on this team, and they're not like going in the rah-rah yelling in the clubhouse. It's leadership by example.
Right. And you given up, you might say, I am given up. I can't possibly get tickets to the Cardinals opening game, the first game of the year at home. But that's not true, because don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game.
Tim Ragg and the great Jody Jackson in for Bickley and Murata on this Tuesday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. On the other side of the break, social studies with Sept. Keep it here.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They put a trips formation away from Marvin Harrison Jr. base earnings. There he is, as the axe. He was on the single receiver side, and then they put the trips formation over here, and they ran three guys across the middle. And then here comes Marv across as well. The scissors play. That was timeless in regards to the execution by Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray.
The other thing I liked, Marv looked different and better. He just did. And the other stat, if you're looking for a stat, he was targeted 6 times. He had 5 catches.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. NFL Week 1 is officially in the books, and the Cardinals are 1-0 for the first time under Jonathan Gannon. But here was the Cardinals head coach on Burns and Gambo yesterday on what needs to be cleaned up.
Defense and offensively, our operation and everything that goes into that, because I thought that we were disjointed at times, both sides of the ball, for all kinds of reasons that we control that we got to get cleaned up.
They'll look to have those things figured out on Sunday when the Carolina Panthers come to town. The Dbacks last night did not help their playoff case in 11-5 loss to the Giants. After tagging Logan Webb for 4 runs early, the Dbacks gave up 5 runs in the 6th inning, and the Giants took Game 1 of the 3-game series. Tonight, Zach Gallen will look to continue his run of good form. First pitch from San Fran will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
It is 9 o'clock on a Tuesday, and that means it is time for some social studies. The show's flying by. And, Jerry, is it true that we have IHOP pancakes?
Look at this.
Wait, what?
This is the power that Jody
Pancakes.
Jackson has.
Oh my gosh.
Do you know how often?
I love that.
Do you know how often I beg for food on this show?
Every day.
I gotta thank
Every
Tim.
day I beg for
Hey,
food.
listen, let me just jump in.
I gotta thank Tim for this.
I love Jody Jackson, Jarrett, but that was me.
This was a Tim ring.
I
It
would
was
appreciate
Kyler
the
and
credit.
Marv. Kyler and Marv need to go to IHOP to continue their chemistry. Just
Right.
like we're gonna now bond over this.
Wow.
And I said if the marketing director at IHOP is listening.
Oh, you're right. It was you. I'm sorry for taking.
That is.
But I think then I made it bigger by saying now I'm craving pancakes and
I didn't think they were actually going to do it.
Unbelievable.
So a shout out from the Bickley and Murata morning show to IHOP.
Our morning just got a lot better.
Who just delivered a big stack of
Jared
pancakes
is
worth
like,
5.
Jared, get your hands off my pancakes.
Yeah, don't touch my pancakes.
There are plenty of pancakes to go around.
I plugged and plugged away for those pancakes.
Do you know what really makes pancakes? Butter.
Butter
Just
and
butter
butter
all
and
over
syrup.
It. Yeah, and a little bit of syrup.
Yeah. And we actually have a social studies question surrounded by the topic of breakfast, but we'll get there. You know where to find us on social media. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and at Arizona Sports on YouTube. And our first question we asked to the listeners, and I'll ask you guys, is Cardinals fans, what does this team need to improve on in Game 2 and why?
Well, I think just when opportunities are there to make plays and finish drives, finish them. Yeah. We can get into the minutia of, well, the defensive line needs to put pressure on the quarterback and get some sacks and force some turnovers. But for me is when there are opportunities to make plays, to finish drives, and ultimately finish a team off, do it. Don't let people hang around. Win the game when you got the opportunities to win the game.
And the Panthers gave up over 200 yards on the ground to the Jaguars. So I know that doesn't always equal, okay, we're going to do that too. But I would say definitely, I mean, it was a good mix. The balance was fine last week. So it's not about balance, but like, hey, let's just try to gash them in the run game too.
Yeah. Tom Foss says, get the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. more. He would like to see 10 or 12 targets. And then we had C-Backer 44 says, find a number 2, 3, or 4 receiver to show up on the stat sheet somewhere. Our next question, I don't know what we were talking about, nostalgia, Jarrett.
I'm so distracted
He's
right
so
now.
distracted.
The etiquette is poor. You need
This
to
is
wait to eat. So
Jody, one more they're warm.
Jody's
This
like,
is
bring me
unreal.
those pancakes.
Like
or I
he's over
will.
there, he's pouring the syrup.
I'm
I'm
eating
so
them where they're warm.
distracted right now. I can't even think.
We were talking about the nostalgia of the Phoenix and Arizona Coyotes and how Jody used to.
Yes.
This time of year used
This
to.
time of year.
So
we were getting
we
ready.
asked, what is one thing, one singular thing in your life you are nostalgic for, and why?
Interesting. I mean,
I often think of a world, while Jody's thinking, I often think of a world that we once lived in when there were no smartphones.
like phones and stuff. Yeah.
And people, I mean, like, go to the airport. Go anywhere.
unreal.
Restaurants. We are all addicted to the cell phone.
But that wasn't better.
No,
We're all addicted to it because it's great.
Well,
one could make that case. We're obviously all addicted for a reason. The stimulation that one gets.
I'm
But at the
happy
same
to put
time,
mine away for like an hour, and I don't
Yeah,
have
same.
to. I don't look at it, but no one else does that. I feel like so.
I do miss a world where people actually, talk to each
Mm-hmm.
other.
Yeah, that's true. Faye would like you to talk to her more, just like Chad would like me to talk. No, Chad. I think Chad likes it the way it is. He doesn't have to hear me talk.
I mean, anybody who has a teenage daughter right now, oh my God,
good
forget
luck.
about it.
Good luck.
What?
I'm texting.
I'll do it.
This is very interesting. Speaking of if you two are the two that are in tomorrow, you can play our very brand new
Who
game.
else would be here?
Well, I don't know if Vinny is going to try to come back tomorrow. Hopefully not. We play the new generation gap game.
Jared is stuffing
eating right now.
a stack of IHOP pancakes into his mouth.
I'm nostalgic, so I didn't even bring this up yet, but now's a good time. My years at the U, just the fun, the college, and the times that we beat Notre Dame, just like the other day.
Yeah, okay.
Tim,
there you go. Okay.
Mr. Fighting Irish himself.
Oh, my gosh.
I just
remembers.
I had to get that in.
Yeah, you had to. Brian, in one of the comments, he said it says playing baseball or wiffle ball all day long during summer break. And that's, I'm about to turn 26 here in a couple months. I don't have a ton of nostalgia for a lot of things, but Little League Baseball, I drive by my Little League Baseball field almost every day, and I will throw back the times to when I was.
Shout out your Little League. Which one was it?
Arcadia Little League.
Oh, Arcadia, nice. Yeah. My son used to play club ball at that field, and very cool.
Good times over there. All right, our last question. We'll do it quickly, but we do have IHOP. Jared's eating it right now. So what to you guys is the perfect breakfast?
IHOP.
Shameless,
No.
this guy.
It's not payola.
When I was a kid,
is
actually,
today.
speaking of nostalgia, this may sound, it sounds like a kid breakfast, but I would still eat it now. I would eat chocolate chip pancakes with chocolate milk for most of my life.
Is that the best scam that the pancake, French toast, and waffle people have come up with? That you're essentially eating a dessert for breakfast, and it's accepted.
It's like a chocolate chip cookie, right?
There's nothing different between a chocolate chip cookie or a cake as there is like a pancake or waffle.
Right, and then a scoop of butter that looks like a scoop of ice
cream cheese or syrup.
Some of them are too much. Like the ones that have, because I'm a big chocolate person, but not a lot of like sweets. So like the French toast that has like so much sugar on it that you can't even see the French toast. I don't like that. But I like, I'm a big eggs Benedict person because I like the hollandaise.
Hollandaise is a good sauce. I'm a big omelet guy, maybe with a side of pancakes, maybe a side of bacon if you don't have bacon in the omelet.
What kind of omelet? Perfect omelet. Give me it.
You know what? My perfect omelet is probably ham, cheese, and maybe peppers and tomatoes.
Denver omelet. I love a Denver omelet.
Yeah, the good solid old-fashioned Denver omelet.
I'm a mushroom. I like mushrooms in mine.
I don't like mushrooms in my breakfast, and I like a good omelet, but I'm a crumpled up bacon, avocado, cheese, kind of like a California type omelet. But
all sound good to me.
I think a perfect breakfast, to me, it hinders on how good your breakfast potatoes are. Mm-hmm. If the breakfast potatoes are great or the hash browns are great.
You got to have a good hash brown.
You have to.
Do you put ketchup on your hash browns?
I do. Yeah. Ketchup and hot sauce mixed together.
Yeah. I think if
I put ketchup with my eggs too also.
I like if the eggs are bad, ketchup has to go on it. But ketchup on your breakfast potatoes, if they're average, then yes. But if they're good, you don't need the ketchup. That's where I stand.
Are you guys mimosa or Bloody Mary people?
Mimosa.
I don't.
You're a mimosa.
I'm not a morning drinker person.
Oh,
well, you should start.
What were you gonna say, Jared?
A couple more days on the show, you'll change that tune.
But we've run out of time, so keep those responses coming. Maybe we'll get back to it. But there you guys go. Social studies.
All right, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. I'm Tim Ring, Jody Jackson, Jared Carlin, and Sammy. We're back after the timeout talking some ASU foosball. Keep it here.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Will Johnson was great yesterday. You can see what great looks like. Great pops. Great, just like kind of reaches out through the TV and grabs you a little bit and says, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great in that game yesterday.
The highest graded rookies in week one. Tyler Warren, a 90.4. Will Johnson, a 90.2. Will Johnson was the second highest graded rookie in week one. He was fantastic.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This is a family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Purchase a Stranger Things special event ticket pack for Friday, September 19th and receive an exclusive hat and Dbacks versus Phillies game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/strangerthings.
Hey, it's Luke. What does ASU football need to do right now to make sure this season does not turn into a massive letdown? We'll talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, 9:17 on a Tuesday, Bickley and Murata mornings. Tim Ring, Jody Jackson in for Dan and Vince today. Coming up in just a little bit, a little mustache, not a mustache.
Yes.
Jody's already fretting.
I'm already fretting because
have you ever played it, Jody? Once, maybe?
Any of these games, you know that I suck at them, and the crazy part is, I think you try to make them easier for me, and it still never works.
Oh. Hey, wait a second.
I'm just a loser. And I don't know.
The fix is in? Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's
No, he doesn't fix
I
it
do this
for me,
for-
but he tries to read my mind.
I do this for Dan and Vince as well. I only give them clues that I think they could get. I don't try to be
You don't
tricky.
try to.
I don't.
I know it's hard to believe, but he puts a lot of effort into this.
Believe me, they make fun of me all the time about that I put so much effort into stupid stuff like this instead of the actual show.
Of all the hosts, fill-in or otherwise, who's the worst mustache or not a mustache
Player?
Yeah. Who's the worst?
Kellen.
Kellen Olsen.
Yeah, I think he was particularly bad at identifying stuff like that.
So I'm probably.
He said
yeah,
it a few
I'm
times,
probably
like,
right
well,
there
I've heard
with
that
him.
a million times. I just don't know who it is.
He probably wants to tap out too. Like, I don't want to work on Tuesdays.
Well, we'll see.
I don't want to face the music. Mustache, not a mustache.
Yeah, what do you think Jody said?
I'm just embracing the losing, and I'm going to be okay with it. I think I'm a good loser. at these games, not in life.
I'm
but,
a good loser.
Well, Tim's played a few times.
At these games. Well,
I
Tim
played.
and I were talking off air. It's because I listen to you guys a lot in the morning, and I'll hear Dan and Vince talking about music a lot. And I don't know that much about that type of music. The music I like is random and weird and probably 90, started
Jody,
in the 90s. And
I'm random.
I don't know the more popular, I guess, rock or whatever, I don't know who they're talking about. And I certainly don't know if they have a mustache.
All right, well, stay tuned.
Bring it on! Bring it on!
Stay tuned for about 10 minutes from now, and we will be playing that game. For this ASU segment, this is what I want to start with, because we played this clip earlier, and it kind of took us by surprise.
Obviously, the goal of the season is to win as many games as possible and get back to the championship, but
not my goal.
And we said, what in the H? But this is the context. This is his follow-up to not his goal is winning the most games. For Kenny Dillingham.
I mean, I want to play our best football. That's my goal. Obviously, I want to win as many games as possible, but that's a result of accomplishing our goal of playing our best football, right? That's constantly going to be my goal, is to just play our very best. Like, that's why I wasn't happy after week 1. That's why the second half of last week I was very, very happy with, because I thought we played really, really good football. That's all I want. And I know if we play our best football, the wins are going to come naturally.
Okay. It's kind of stealing a page out of Nick Saban's playbook, the process.
Right, the process, not the result.
We'll worry about the process, and the results will take care of themselves. The process in week 1 and week 2 so far has led to a couple of games where they weren't the best versions of themselves. And again, Vince and I talked quite a bit about the game on Monday, Jody, for obvious reasons. But now that you're here today, I'd love to get your perspective when you look at why that game ended up in a loss. A lot of people will point to the final play and the ASU allowing a fast receiver to get behind the defense at the worst possible time, the schematics of the play, the way they defended it, the play call that they were in. Some, they'll look at the first half. I mean, you basically were shut out until the final seconds of the opening half, and you fell into a 17-0 hole.
I couldn't believe it when I looked at the score. I kind of, was checking in from New Mexico, and 17-0. I did not expect that at all. So I thought you did a good job breaking it down earlier, breaking down the final score from Mississippi State and the whole dynamic with Brian Ward. And I thought Kenny was very transparent in the thinking there of why you go all in with like, hey, can we stop the game right here? And it didn't work. But I think I have to go back to, I honestly do. I know that was the last big play, but I go back to going down 17-0. And I just don't find how they were. I get it. Everything I'm hearing was they were shell shocked by the crowd, the situation. It was overwhelming. So learn from that, because that's not going to get easier. I mean, certainly that's a tough place you'll play in some easier spots. But I mean, I kind of thought that group, and Sam in particular, after playing in the Peach Bowl and the Big 12, I thought maybe, and those
you would think they'd be prepared for an environment
and the bowl
like
games
that,
are not. I know they were, like the Big 12. I know because my family went to that, and like that was not like a packed. It's a Big 12 conference championship. Like the stadium's not packed. It's just not.
But it's a big moment and a big game.
Right.
So you would think
that's what
that
I thought,
regardless of atmosphere, the experience level would be enough that it wouldn't really matter.
That's what I would think, yes.
Look, it's very obvious to me. We knew they were going to miss Cam Scadaboo. How could they not? But I think we're seeing through 2 games that they miss him maybe more than the ASU fan base and even Kenny Dillingham and that coaching staff and that offense thought or hoped that they were going to miss him. I mean, case in point, not only are you likely not held to 3 points in the first half with Scadaboo, especially the way he played in the back half of the season last year, Cam Scadaboo scores on one of those first 3 plays at the goal line in the fourth quarter. He just does.
He wills it to happen.
He wills it to happen.
He also was huge in the passing game. He also was big in the I mean, there was a lot to it.
Yes.
But most of all, we see it even now as a Giant. He's leading with his head, and his legs are churning, and he's going to get like 3 yards at a minimum.
But we're not going to be talking about Cam Scadaboo after this week, because it's ridiculous to bring. He's gone. He's not here. They got to figure it out. They got to figure out a way to generate offense and generate points without Cam Scadaboo. Sam Levitt has to play better. Can't throw for 82 yards in a football game. They took the ball out of his hands in the second half, and rightfully so.
And it worked out.
By relying on the running game, and it worked out. In fact, everything worked to a T except for the final drive. Kenny Dillingham on that final touchdown. Look, Kenny said we blitzed because we knew that we had to keep him out of field goal range because we didn't want to go to overtime with a field goal either. And we had a chance and an opportunity to send Alford, get a sack, end the game. But, of course, it cost him dearly. And even though that was the thinking in real time, ultimately maybe some regrets from Kenny Dillingham in terms of the way they called that last play.
The last one just unfortunate, to be honest. Late in the game, another explosive. We trip over the number 3 receiver, which sucks. That never happens in the football game, about to come off the edge blind. So it is what it is. There's always calls you'd like to have back in a game, and all those scenarios, we'd like to have all 3 of those calls back as a coaching staff. Because all 3 of those calls create communication, which we didn't do a good enough job communicating in 2 of them. So all 3 of those calls I'd like to have back, and I'd like to play cover 2. And every single time they took a shot, in my hindsight, that would be my perfect scenario in those 3.
All right, that's Coach Kenny Dillingham. So in an earlier clip, Kenny explained the thinking behind sending a guy there. And then the reality is, Jody, in that play call, you send one safety, Miles Rouser, the other safety, for whatever reason, I'm sure he had his reasons again in real time, that he kind of crashed up and paid his attention to a receiver on a crossing route, and that left 2 cornerbacks to deal with 2 receivers. They got kind of confused for a brief second, and that's all it took, and the kid was behind the defense, and he was off to the races. Now you got Texas State coming in to town. Look, this is a must-win, and it's a team that they should beat, and they have to beat, because let me tell you something, Joes. After the Texas State game, you go on the road to Baylor, a team that just beat number 17 SMU. You got TCU coming in. You go on the road to Utah. This is not the Utah team from a year ago. And then Texas Tech and all their talent and all their money come to town on the 18th. So that's 4 potential barn burners in a row for this football team. They got to get right. They got to figure out some stuff against Texas State. So all guns are a-blazing when they take on this 4-game stretch.
Yeah, this could become a 2-4 start to a season just like that if they're not careful.
There's no question about it.
Yes.
That's not hyperbole.
And that's where we find ourselves, I think, at a little bit of crossroads here, because to Sammy's point earlier is was last year we didn't know what was ahead for us. It kind of reminds me of the 2023 Diamondbacks, right? You didn't know. You knew they were getting better, emerging, all these things, but were they going to end up in the World Series? Were they going to end up in the Peach Bowl? We didn't know. So what do we know right now? And I think this is why this game is so important, because you have to come out and it's not only about just winning, but how I think it is going to be about how you're winning. You have to correct the mistakes quickly.
You want to establish that feel-good vibe in the locker room that we're going to win every game that we play. We're going to take the field, we're going to be the best team, and we're going to win the football game. That was the disposition of this football team in the back half of last year. They knew they were going to win.
You know what else has a feel-good vibe? A really good tailgate party.
You're right, Jared.
Yeah. Well, Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join us this Friday at the Safeway located at Chaparral Road and Hayden Road in Scottsdale from 4 to 6 p.m. for your chance to win. Once again, that's this Friday at the Safeway on Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale.
Well done, Jarrett. Coming up after the break, speaking of Jarrett, his signature game.
Oh, gosh.
He created it. He developed it. He sold it to the networks. They just didn't buy it.
No. But it is still America's fastest-growing facial hair-related quiz sensation.
Yes, but it lives on here. Mustache.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Game 1 in San Francisco last night was less than ideal for the Diamondbacks. They dropped the first of 3 to the Giants 11-5 last night after giving up 5 runs in the 6th inning, and the Giants never looked back. They'll be back in action tonight in San Fran at 6:45 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will welcome Texas State to Tempe on Saturday, and Jonathan Gannon will welcome the Carolina Panthers in Glendale. For everything you need to know about the Devils and the Cardinals, be sure you head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. You want to save some money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, our Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford today is, how did you feel about Kyler Murray's performance in Week 1? Did you think it was very good, above average, average, or underwhelming?
Average.
Yep.
Average.
I agree. Average for me. I mean, made some plays, missed some plays. So average.
20 points.
Yeah. 53% of the vote, average, 28 underwhelming, 16 above average, and 3% very good. That's today's Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll question.
That wasn't bad.
No.
Wasn't bad.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
Jane, what can you tell me about this man you saw last night?
He's Caucasian, with a mustache, about 6'3".
An awfully big mustache.
Yes, it is, and this is an awfully big game because it is America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Not a mustache.
And I will be presenting an audio clue to Tim Ring and Jody Jackson, who are in for Bickley and Murata. It could be a clip from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. They'll have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. First one to 10 points wins. And today's topic, because there's been so much talk about the cowbells that have been rang in Mississippi State in Starkville, the cowbell. So it is all clues having to do with farm animals.
Okay.
A farm animal themed. And Jody, because you are so
ladies
apprehensive.
First. Ladies first.
Okay, well, would you like to go first or second? I'll give you the choice.
I'll just go first. Let's just get it over with.
You will go
fair.
first.
It's not fair. Jody grew up on a farm.
Is that true?
No.
Oh, okay.
I grew up by the beach.
Well, you know, a little bit of column. All right, here we go.
Beach farm, whatever.
Funny,
Beach
Tim.
farm. All right, ready? Here we go.
I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive.
Okay. This is how bad I am at this.
Oh,
Is that Bon Jovi? Oh, wait, I have to say mustache. Okay, so it is. So he, in that particular, in that moment that he's recording that song, at least, I don't think he had a mustache.
That is correct. And who'd you say it was?
John Bon Jovi.
That is correct. Okay.
I got one
You're
right,
up to
you guys.
Let's go.
2 points right off the bat.
If you would have gotten that one wrong, I would have walked out of the studio.
Okay. Well, how about
All right.
how
I
about,
got I get nervous though now because I'm always wrong.
how about this one, Timmy?
Day of judgment, God is calling. Underneath the war pigs crawling.
See, this is where Vince Murata just absolutely reigns. Bickley pretty good. I have no idea who that is.
I have no idea.
I mean,
I'm sorry,
What?
Tim.
yeah, I have no
Really? That's
I-
like one of the most famous songs that you've heard that song before.
Never heard that song before in my life. Honest to God.
What?
You've
never heard-
You are blessed with two hosts that know that are really into music and
Okay.
rock.
Well,
and
that-
I'm just.
I mean,
I didn't.
That is the song "War Pigs" by Black Sabbath. The lead singer Ozzy Osbourne,
I
who
was going
recently
to say,
passed away.
I wasn't going to guess Ozzy Osbourne, but I did recognize the voice. I'm not
Okay.
sure I would have guessed him.
You never heard that? Generals gathered in their masses.
No.
You can still get a point. Mustache or not a mustache?
Oh, that's well, like
I'm gonna go not a mustache.
that is
Ozzy.
correct. Okay, we'll give you a
Yeah,
point
Tim,
there.
way to bounce back.
All right. Okay. Rough start for Tim, but lots of game left on mustache. Not a mustache. Farm animals ones. We've had horses, cows, and pigs so far. All right. Jody Jackson, it's your turn.
Okay.
Who said this?
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
More cowbell.
All right,
heard that
Kellen, you've
line
got to
a
run
million-
for your money on the worst player here.
I've heard that a million times.
Right. More cowbell. It's part of pop culture, the zeitgeist now. Any guess?
God bless you. Mustache.
No, not a mustache. That was Christopher Walken in a very famous Saturday Night Live sketch.
That's right.
All right. Tim Ring.
Lee Harvey, you are a madman. When you stole that cow and your friend tried to make it with the cow, I want to party with you, cowboy.
It's Bill Murray from Stripes, Not a Mustache.
Okay, all right.
There we
We're
go.
back on the right track, back on board. All right, how about this one, Jody?
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio, I like to see some band.
Okay, that's Zach Brown. And that is, I don't know.
You got a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, pretty much, because I'm like, I think it's.
What does he sound like?
Mustache.
Yes!
It's one of the best country songs.
You got it. 2 points. He's got a big old bushy beard. All right. We're back on track now. All right. Farm animals themed. Here we go. Tim Ring.
Oh, my God. I know you don't know this.
I
didn't even hear
I
anybody.
do like that song.
Bulls on parade is what he screamed there. Come with it now.
Yeah, well, if I didn't know War Pigs, I don't know that one either.
You don't know pigs, you don't know bulls.
I don't know pigs or bulls.
All right, mustache or not a
I'm
mustache?
going to say mustache.
No. That was Rage Against the Machine.
That's right.
Are you for the machine? Is that what I'm getting at? If you're not going to rage against it? All right.
I've heard of Tom Morello. I mean,
Okay.
Now we're all even, Tim.
All right, well.
I think.
Okay, we are.
No, I think you're up 4-3.
Oh, okay.
I believe so.
All right, well, how about this one?
I've watched games in Wisconsin. They've got plenty of cows there, and I do know about milking cows. I have milked a cow before, and I have been milked.
That's Phil Walton. And I don't think he had a mustache.
That is correct.
Nice.
You say you don't think he had a mustache. He hasn't had a mustache in 40
He's got, like,
years.
such light hair, though. I'm like, was there a mustache?
Okay, no.
I'm also not very
Yes,
observant.
a classic Bill
Classic Bill
admitting to
Walton.
being
Love
milked. All right. Tim.
Little pigs, let me come in. Not by the hair on your chinny chin chin. Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house in.
It's the Big Bad Wolf.
Well, he's quoting the Big Bad Wolf. It's not the Big Bad Wolf himself saying that.
I don't know that.
No, you don't know.
Who's quoting the Big Bad Wolf?
Well, that's what you got to tell me.
50-50
I can't play the clues and give you the answers.
Jeez, I don't know. Mustache.
Mustache is correct. It is Jack Nicholson from the end of The Shining.
Oh, yeah.
Have you never seen The Shining?
What's the score here, Jarrett?
Isn't that crazy? I've never seen it.
It is 6-4, Jody.
Okay, so this is a big question.
This is a big question.
This is so exciting.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can remember your name.
Jared's so proud of himself.
You've heard that song before.
I've heard that song. I don't really know. I mean, if I probably know who sings it, but I can't think of who it is. And I'll go with Mustache.
Oh, that was America.
America.
And it was not a mustache, which means Tim can still tie it here. Tim, the last one on the farm animal.
So I can't lose?
You can't.
No,
well, you can lose in the tiebreaker. All right, Tim. Here we go. Last clue.
Of course I can.
I got a head full of ideas that are driving me insane. It's a shame the way she makes me scrub the floor. I ain't gonna work on Maggie's farm no more.
I mean, I don't know that song, but it sounds like Bob Dylan. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Good job.
And then I'm going to say, oh, man. I mean, he's all over the map.
It is.
Facial hair.
So was it young Bob Dylan or was it older, gruffy Bob Dylan?
I'm going to say young Bob Dylan.
And?
So not a mustache.
That is correct.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. This is like the Vikings versus the Bears.
And we're
The
tied.
tie.
I have to come up with a tiebreaker.
He did it. He did it.
And we will get to that very exciting tiebreaker.
Am I going to be J.J. McCarthy or Caleb Williams here?
Well,
That's
we'll
the
have to
question.
see after the break when we conclude this extremely exciting edition of
mustache.
This
Not a mustache.
Great theater.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Yeah, I like pancakes. Did you hear me? I like pancakes. Yeah, I like pancakes. How about you? Yeah, I like pancakes.
The song is called I Like Pancakes.
I was gonna say, it's gone off the rails.
I'm surprised you didn't find a way to work that into
Yeah. Well, it was too late.
mustache, not a mustache.
3.6 million views this song has.
I'm not Sift the flower. Wow. And it's a sports show, so pancake block.
Hey,
There you go.
Pancake's the theme of the day.
I mean,
That is the song of the day. We need to get to the tiebreak.
We have
been
big
a
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we have big business to attend to. We have the tiebreaker of mustache, not a mustache. I'm Sammy Cebulka presenting the tie-breaking question. The topic was farm animals, right? So
I guess.
So we head to the farm in the Major League Baseball realm. So the farm. So Mike Hessman has the most minor league home runs all time. And now you guys can think about it just for a couple of seconds. How many home runs did Mike Hessman hit in his minor league career?
Wow.
Wow, the real life Crash Davis, huh? Mike Hessman, minor league home runs. Gonna guess he played.
So each write down your answers.
We write it down.
Just for legitimacy.
So let's see if he played.
Reminder: it's the closest to the number will be our winner.
Right. You can go over. All right.
I'll say.
All right, Jody, give your answer first.
Yes.
Pence up, please.
I'll say 352.
All right, Tim.
Okay.
That's a lot.
I wrote down 287.
Yeah.
Okay, 287, 352.
All right, your winner on mustache, not a mustache, is Jody Jackson.
All right,
What?
Jody.
He
I've
hits.
never won anything on this show.
Congratulations.
in my life.
So Mike Hessman, fun fact of the day, he hit 433.
How long was he in the minors?
Let's see.
That's crazy. I did.
long time.
I don't know who that is, and I should. I feel like that's a good baseball thing to know. So, thanks, Sammy.
For the Toledo Mudhead.
Oh, wow.
Hens.
The Mudheads.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. Congratulations, Jody.
Well, thanks.
What are you gonna do with your winnings?
I'm gonna win the stack of pancakes, and
Well done.
I'm very pleased about that.
Yeah, pancakes the theme of the day. Special thanks to our friends at IHOP for feeding the morning showgram. Jared's already downed his.
We've had a few people on social say that they're at, and they sent a picture
Yes.
of their food.
I love
So they're there right now.
I want that. Let's make that a trend also. First, people giving us food for free, but also people sending us pictures of their food because I love that.
I love food.
Oh,
Me too.
Me too.
one listener was so inspired he actually went to IHOP.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good job,
Josh.
Josh.
Omelet and some breakfast potatoes looks
It looks
great.
delicious.
Does look good. Those
Yeah,
breakfast
now I want
potatoes look pretty
eggs, everything.
tasty.
Oh gosh, so good. I love breakfast.
doesn't?
I skip over lunch. I would do breakfast every day, and then I would eat dinner. But
We'll try this again tomorrow. Hey, how about that Lou Malnati's? Boy, I would.
Yes, exactly. Oh man, they're not open at this time. That's the
Jersey
only
Mike's
problem.
is pretty good.
Man, a deep dish,
Boy, some
big
Jersey
sausage
Mike's
pizza.
would go good
Go
right about
crazy
now.
All right,
right
we're,
around now.
we're not supposed to mention like specific
sales department
brands.
is like payola, right?
We could say like pizza or sandwiches or something.
Sandwiches,
Don't
yeah, that's-
mention specific brands.
Why? Because they might bring over free food.
Well, no,
Like what
I mean we
happened
don't
with
want to.
IHOP.
We have because we have sponsors
I
and
understand
endorsements
that.
and stuff.
We love all our
I
sponsors.
understand.
Yes.
But it was fun for a day.
Well, no, we could still get free food. Don't let that discourage anybody who's listening.
Jody, you may not be here the rest of the week. Hopefully, Vinny will be back on his feet tomorrow.
I'm on call, I guess. I'll see what happens.
I'll be in for Bick the rest of the week. In case we don't see you again, obviously, thanks for coming in. But thoughts on the Cardinals and the Sun Devils weekend ahead? Must win for ASU. Big game for the Cardinals to get to 2-0.
Yeah, it is because, like you said, stacking wins early when the schedule is favorable, which this is the case for both of those teams. And I am still upset about that loss last year at Carolina, which was a 36-30 loss in overtime. And you just got to beat this team. I think they're certainly capable of it. And then for ASU, I just want to see not only the win, but I want to see them play better in so many areas. Like just have a better, and I think hopefully the crowd will be great again, like it was in the opener there at 7:30 start, right?
7:30 start
kickoff.
Saturday night. Yeah, we got double home games this weekend.
Yeah, and then don't forget. I know we talked about Dbacks being a tough road to hoe, but like Gallon and Ray tonight, I think is a fun one to watch. So
D-backs
Tune
and
in.
Giants, yep. Zach Gallen, Robbie Ray, a couple of former D-backs all-star starters on the mound. Gallen for the D-backs, obviously. Ray, the lefty, takes the ball for the San Francisco Giants. Game starts at around 5:45. Our coverage begins with the pregame show at 6 o'clock. So there you go.
Good job, good show. And if you missed any of it, you can take us with us wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app on arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Way to get it in.
All
Thanks,
right.
Jarrett.
For Sammy
Thanks,
and
Sammy.
Jarrett.
Thanks, Jody.
Jody, thank you. Stay tuned. Wolf and Luke standing by for the midday show. Burns and Gambo coming up at 2 o'clock. So for the crew, I'm Tim Rigg. Thanks for hanging, everybody. Thanks for letting us be a part of your morning. I'll be back for sure tomorrow, bright and early, 6 a.m. We're taillights.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And it's gone!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the Evo ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 international design awards this year, Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry-leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. NFL Week 1 is officially in the books, and the Arizona Cardinals are 1-0 for the first time under Jonathan Gannon. And here was the Cardinals head coach on Burns and Gambo yesterday on what they need to clean up for Week 2.
Defense and offensively our operation and everything that goes into that, because I thought that we were disjointed at times, both sides of the ball, for all kinds of reasons that we control that we got to get cleaned up.
They'll look to have those things figured out on Sunday when the Carolina Panthers come to town. The Dbacks last night did not help their playoff case. An 11-5 loss to the Giants after tagging Logan Webb for 4 early runs. The Dbacks gave up 5 runs in the 6th, and the Giants never looked back and took game 1 of 3. Tonight, Zach Gallen will look to continue his run of good form. First pitch from San Francisco will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And downtown tonight, the Phoenix Mercury welcome the LA Sparks. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, man? How you doing, love?
Doing good.
Man, I'm jacked up for a Tuesday. Players' day off, of course. You know, it's weird. You get into a certain rhythm when you play in the National Football League, where Monday you know exactly what's going to happen. Monday after a game, typically when you play on Sunday. I know they play on Thursday nights. I know some games are on a Saturday, whatever it may be, but Tuesday was always the breathe day. It was the one day that you were going to hang out with your family for the most part, unless you had some type of injury because you're soft as butter and had to go in and get treatment on a Tuesday. It's just one of the things it's one of the reasons why I never told the trainers when I was
because you wanted your Tuesday off.
I wanted Tuesday off. I wanted Tuesday off. You know what? Hey, no, my ankle? What are you talking about? My ham? I'm fine. Knock it off. Walk through it, dude.
Almost as bad as getting hurt going into the bye week.
Oh, no.
Almost. It's on a much smaller level. But that's
my goodness. Yeah, one of the worst things. But Tuesday, players' day off, man. It's kind of cool. Breathe, Basinonians. Breathe.
Wolf says breathe, but he spent the first 3 minutes of the show without his chair that he just chucked aside to start the show.
Just kind of feel good standing up, you know, as we're broadcasting here in Studio Shangri-La.
We also, while you were doing that, had one of those groups of people that walks through the newsroom like, oh, look, it's radio. Right. Radio's happening over there. And they were looking in here.
Super cool, too, Luke, is Studio Shangri-La is actually live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
That is cool.
How about that?
That's funny you would mention
That's
that.
It's so cool. It's been renamed, man.
It has, and for a good reason. Now let's get into some football. And the fact that the Cardinals now, as you said, it's Tuesday. This is your one day off to kind of recover. We'll get into the matchup with Carolina more so tomorrow. We'll really start to dive into that. I, for one, will enjoy an extra day of not talking about the Carolina Panthers since the Cardinals always seem to have a hard time with them. But, Wolf, yesterday we came in here and it was a whirlwind, and we're reacting to the Cardinals, and we're reacting to ASU and week 1 in the NFL and all this stuff that's going on. And now we have a little time with the dust settling to really dive into certain parts of these games. Tyler Drake is going to join us next segment. He's our Cardinals reporter. Tim Healy is going to join us in the final hour of the show to make sense of what happened to the Sun Devils. Patrick Peterson is going to join us in an hour and 10 minutes to talk about the Cardinals.
Pat P. Can't wait to talk to Pat P.
Especially after the game Will Johnson just had.
Yeah, kind of like as the dust settles here on Tuesday, the Players' Day Off. Did I already talk about the Players' Day Off? As a matter of fact, I did. Tuesday, as the dust settles, Basinonians, what do you think of? What kind of hangs in the air? In other words, what is the one play or maybe the player that we didn't talk enough about, or maybe a player and the situation thereof that we did not talk enough about? By way of example, I'm going to offer up this.
Oh, I have an answer. And
by what? Well, you seriously have one?
Yes.
I'm just saying.
The way you're setting this up, I'm worried you're going to take my name.
Okay.
So I'm going to tell you my name is on defense.
Okay.
Is yours on defense?
No, it is not.
Okay, good.
As a matter of
give me
fact.
yours.
Kyler Murray.
Oh.
You're like, what? Kyler Murray? We talked about Kyler Murray over and over and over again. And Kyler
I
Murray.
was just thinking, we never talk about Kyler Murray.
Can I just tell you this? Kyler Murray spreading the ball. How often did we talk about Kyler Murray spreading the ball yesterday? We did not talk an awful lot about Kyler Murray spreading the ball. He completed 9 passes to different receivers.
It's true.
9. 9
times.
9 times. He targeted Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. 15 times combined. This is something that is really kind of cool, Basinonians. Go around and look at other games from other really, really good quarterbacks. Look at how many times they target their top 2 receivers for the most part, and then how many times they target everybody else from that point forward. Well, you know what? Kyler targeted Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. 15 times combined. 15 times combined. And he had 14 targets that were not Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. So it's kind of a nice ratio to look at. 15 times he targeted the top 2. After that, there were 14 times he targeted somebody else. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do you not like that, or you think it's good?
I think it's good.
I was going to say, I still want him to feed those 2 guys about 50% of the time.
Exactly. And I went and I looked at some other guys like Pat Mahomes, by way of example. Pat Mahomes is one of the best, I think, at spreading the ball. And the way he's spreading the ball, he's reading coverage and throwing to the open guy. This is what Pat does. He completed passes to 7 different receivers. Okay, Kyler, 9. 7 different receivers for Pat Mahomes, and he targeted Hollywood Brown and Travis Kelce 20 times in the game against the Chargers and had 18 other targets that were not Hollywood Brown and Travis Kelce.
So similar.
Very, very similar. Look at Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels did the same thing. 7 different receivers he completed passes to, Jaden Daniels. And he targeted Deebo Samuel and Zach Ertz 15 times. Those 2 guys together. 14 for all other receivers after that. You can see the ratio is right there. And this is where Kyler Murray, Basinonians, needs to get better. He needs to continue to do this and have this kind of ratio, spreading the ball and not get locked in on just Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr.
The one difference you left out between Kyler and Patrick Mahomes is Kyler's team won.
Yes.
But it wasn't Mahomes' fault.
Correct.
But yeah, that is a good point. We really didn't talk about that much yesterday because so much of the focus was on Marv. We didn't even really talk a ton about Trey McBride yesterday. But the other part I would just build off that, it's loosely related. They did have 2 explosive plays in that game. I mean, I guess technically you could say, what do you define as explosive? Over 20 yards?
Yes.
So then they had 3 because McBride had 1 too. But they had 2 really explosive plays with the 45-yarder to Marv and the 52-yard run by Trey Benson, which is something I know they wanted more of this year. So that was a good start. The name I was going to throw out, and I'll do it, I guess, as we're getting close to break, but Mack Wilson Sr. Just because we talked about him so much.
Is it really getting close to break? I mean, it's 08.
going into the season, and how, you know, he's taking on a different role slightly, and he's got the green dot, and you don't have Kaiser White. And in that game, Cody Simon got hurt, and we don't really know who's established next to him yet anyway, but Mack Wilson was in the middle of things, as you would expect, and I think for the most part he held up pretty well.
Yeah, there were a couple of listen, every player playing in an NFL game is going to have his bad plays. There's no doubt about it. And I thought Mack Wilson Sr. did an excellent job for his first game, the first time he's playing Mac linebacker for the Arizona Cardinals in live reps, of course, with the green dot on.
And he's a captain. Like, they put a lot of extra stuff on him.
Absolutely. I thought that Mack Wilson Sr. did a good job. I will say, going back and looking at the tape, sometimes he got covered up in the run game.
Yeah.
They've got to get so much better. This is after watching the tape, it's my biggest area of disappointment right now. They've got to be better against the run. And my estimation, just looking at it from the outside in base and earnings, I want to see that box get tighter. I want to see those gaps get plugged. And I thought, you go back and look at the Alvin Kamara touchdown run. Okay, go back and look. Mack Wilson Sr. was right there unblocked and got covered up, couldn't find the ball. And all of a sudden, he bounced it out, and it was a touch.
Why do you think the Saints went away from the run in that game? Because so Alvin Kamara, if you just look at his numbers, he had 45 rushing yards. Like, it wasn't any, if you're the Cardinals,
Sure.
You're happy. You held him to 45 yards. But as a team, the Saints were averaging almost 5 yards a carry. Spencer Rattler was in there a little bit. Kendra Miller had 4.8 yards per carry. Devin Neal had a couple carries. So as a team, they were averaging close to 5 yards a carry. But they threw the ball 46 times with their inexperienced quarterback and ran it 22 times.
Yeah, I was a little surprised at that.
Close game all day.
It was. But when they saw that they could block and that the Cardinals, for the most part, were not going to bring a lot of high pressure or blitz packages, I think they were pretty okay with saying, oh, you're going to rush 4 and that's all you're going to do, and we're blocking those 4. We're doing a good job giving Spencer Rattler time to throw the ball. I think that had a lot to do with it as well.
Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener on Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's easy to find. Just tune in, click, and you could be going to the game on Sunday. When we come back, we're Tyler Drake's biggest takeaways, his positives and his negatives from the Cardinals' Week 1 win in New Orleans. We'll ask the Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As there's a swing and a jam shot, 2 hopper to second, backhanded by Foss, throw to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants offense paired with the Diamondbacks mistakes once again leads to a 5-run 6th. The Dbacks could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
Dbacks at the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. When you do, you're going to see Aria Dental Implant Center is owned by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe, of course, 20 years in the dental implant business, ladies and gentlemen. And I can tell you right now, he's one of the most experienced surgeons that we've got here, not only here, but also all over the world. That's right. He trains and lectures all over the world in regard to dental implants, and he just happens to live right here. Aria Dental will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. They're locally owned, and they pass the savings on to their patients. I love that. Basinonians, honestly, if you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, you need to go see Aria Dental Implant Center. Go see Dr. Joe. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Gambo. What is one aspect of the Carolina Panthers that the Cardinals need to be most prepared for? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Cardinals 1-0 to get ready for the Carolina Panthers to come to town this weekend. Our own Arizona Cardinals reporter here at Arizona Sports is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Tyler Drake. Tyler, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Doing good.
Doing well, Ty. Hanging in there, man.
Wolf's fired up. He's been pacing around here early because it's a Tuesday going into the second game of the season, as you might expect. All right, Tyler, let's start with the positive from that game on Sunday. Is there one thing that jumps out to you that made you most encouraged for the Cardinals watching that game?
Yeah, I think for sure one thing is Trey Benson looks like that RB2, that I guess you should say RB1 next to James Conner that we all heard about through training camp, preseason, all that good stuff. It seems like all that hype, he lived up to it. Obviously, I think he could have housed that long explosive he had, and I think he'll look to get back into that next week. But yeah, a really good start for him. And then I got to look at the connection between Marvin and Kyler. Yes, a lot has been made about that one open play down the middle, way back in their own end zone. But when you look at the total, just the summary of that game between the two, I thought it was another improved connection, another step forward in that direction. Thought Marvin, especially on that big explosive, that was a really, really big play there. Finished it off with a touchdown. But I think for where I started and where I wanted to see things, the connection was there. Yes, there's things to work on. It's week 1. And I think everybody can agree that, yes, they left some out on the field. So we'll see what they can do in week 2. But I think for what we saw last year compared to now, a very, very good movement in the right direction for those two guys.
Ty, on that note right there, what did you think about the win overall? Week 1, the win. What did you think about the Cardinals being 1-0?
Yeah, well, one, I thought it was pretty sloppy, but it is week 1. Things are going to happen. You're knocking off the rust. But hey, 1-0 since what, 2021? That's something that you got to have something there. That's a credit there to the team, and they left a lot on the field. And I think that's the big thing too, is just how much they could be better. So next week, Carolina, another very winnable game. They've got to go remedy some of those issues. And I think one of them is penalties. I mean, they've got to clean things up. And I know it's week 1, but that's an area that you can't have 9 penalties like that moving forward. You've got to really clean that up moving forward.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, what did you make of the defense, particularly up front? We can get to the secondary, I guess, in a second. But as far as the pass rush, I thought the defense overall played a good game. They only gave up the 1 touchdown, but I was a little surprised they didn't get more pressure on Spencer Rattler. What'd you think of that?
Yeah, and I think from 3,000 feet down, yes, that's definitely going to stand out a lot because, yeah, when you go and spend the money you did on Josh Sweat, you bring in guys like Calais, Dalvin to pair with Darius and those guys, you want to see more pressures. But, I mean, 14 pressures on the day, I think that says more about what the Saints were doing and the Cardinals game plan. Jonathan Gannon spoke about it. You could easily see it too, that they wanted to keep things in front of them. They didn't want stuff to go over the top where that's where they're going to get beat by a team that had lesser talent and a longer road to go to get to relevancy. So keep the ball in front of you. That was number 1. And the Saints took it. And you could see that. They took a lot of underneath throws, and Spencer Rattler was getting the ball out quick, and that was huge. I don't care who you are. You could be the Flash, and you're not going to get to a guy if he's getting the ball out under, 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds. So that's something right there. So as much as everybody's talking about, hey, where's this pass rush? It really came down to game plan. And yes, I think we need to see more out of Josh Sweat and these guys, but I got to give a shout out to Baron Browning because I thought he had a great game. He had the 1 sack, 3 pressures. Josh Sweat didn't get to the quarterback, but still had 4. So a good starting point. Obviously, he didn't play in the preseason, didn't get a lot. I mean, was more on the side. I feel like sometimes I think it's a ramp up for Josh Sweat, but we shouldn't be overly concerned about that pass rush, I think, after week 1.
Was that the biggest disappointment that you had, Tyler? Was that the biggest disappointment, the fact that Cardinals did not generate a lot of pass rush, or was it their ability or lack thereof to stop the run?
Yeah, I think that's where I'm going more with the run, because when you look at the game plan, it fit exactly what the team wanted to do. I mean, when you look at it, no huge explosives. I think 21-yard catch was the biggest explosive for the Saints. So a huge win there, keeping points to the minimum. But yeah, when you see the run game, that's been the thing that everybody's talked about. Dalvin's a run stopper. Calais can stop the run. Darius is a good run stopper. Dante Stills was in the top 10 last year in run stop win rate. So I expected a lot more out of that, but also it's a little bit of a give and take, I think, if you're trying to keep those points in a minimum and letting things open up underneath. I think you're going to open up the running lanes a little bit more there. So something to clean up. Maybe we see a game plan next week. But yeah, that was probably the bigger concern for me as opposed to the pass rush, given the game plan.
We're talking to Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter Tyler Drake. All right, Tyler, enough of all this. Let's talk about Will Johnson. What'd you see from the rookie in week 1?
Exactly what I think we all saw through training camp. I mean, let's go back from college. I mean, what we saw in college through training camp, through preseason, you're seeing exactly why this guy was a projected first-round pick. There's no injury concerns whatsoever surrounding him, and the guy just went out there and balled. I mean, it should have been an interception, but outside of that, take that out of the equation, still 3 passes defensed. I mean, you really couldn't chalk it up better for a rookie debut than what you did for Will Johnson. And that's only going to help his confidence moving into another week where he could, again, be that guy who could be the deciding factor, that ball hawk out there that he's already showed in college. So living up to all the expectations and more right now. So it's really the sky's the limit for him. Everybody's kind of getting on Max Melton for that penalty, and it's rough. Yes, they scored a touchdown on it, but let's give Max a break too. It was a little ticky-tack in my opinion. So we'll see some things cleaned up for sure. It's still week 1, but yeah, Will Johnson really doing everything that I think a lot of us expected him to do when he got to town.
So Ty, your take on Kyler Murray and how he played?
Yeah, I think, again, going back to that one pass, that's going to be, I think, the big thing that everybody's critiquing right now. But again, outside of that totality, I liked what he did, especially against the blitz. I think he had 71 yards and 2 touchdowns when he was up against the blitz, 8 for 10. So really good there. And he was not that good last year up against the blitz. I think he had 135 passer rating this past week. So really good start there. In the beginning, I would like to see him throw the ball away a little bit more than take those sacks when he was sliding, but that's something to clean up. Obviously, no turnovers. And I think that's the big part right there, is that he kept the ball safe, secured. A couple of times, yeah, you could have thrown it away, but at the same time, 0 interceptions, 0 fumbles. That's what you want to see out of Kyler, especially after what we saw in the second half of the season where he was giving the ball away more. So, yeah, first half of the season, Kyler, I'm not really concerned about. It's when we get to week 9, what are we seeing at that point?
Tyler, I know this is looking 2 weeks ahead of time, but it sounds like George Kittle's going on IR already for the 49ers. Brock Purdy's all beat up after that first week as well. I mean, it's football. Everybody's going to have injuries over the course of the year. And I wouldn't even bring this up from a Cardinals perspective if they were playing the Niners in week 9, but they're playing them in week 3, so they're not going to see George Kittle. How does that potentially impact this NFC West race? Because Kittle's obviously one of, if not the best tight ends in football.
It goes right into my thinking entering the season. Like, this is the time the Cardinals have to strike. There is injuries in San Francisco. There's unknowns in Seattle. Yes, the Rams got one, but it's still what's going on with Matthew Stafford over the course of the season. So that's just another step of, hey, the Niners really are struggling with injuries. They might have the easiest schedule. They might be the team that everybody thinks is going to bounce back. But if they can't keep their star players on the field, that's not going to happen. And we're starting to see that again. I mean, it's pouring into the regular season, and that's not even talking about training camp and some of the preseason stuff that was going on. So it's very much NFC West up for grabs, in my opinion. And that just shows you even more. These are the games the Cardinals must win, especially in the beginning. It's going to get tougher in the back end of the season. They've got to go out there and win these games when there's either a talent deficiency, the team's well behind, or there's injuries that are impacting really what an offense wants to do. And I mean, shout out to the other tight end for San Francisco. That was a heck of a catch in the end zone, but you can't have that kind of thing happen against the Cardinals. So that's something I'm going to be watching, is how do they just eliminate the role players doing their things and keeping the star players at bay, because really CMC is going to be the big guy to watch there. So a huge bullet dodge that George Kittle is not going to be playing week 3.
Well, Tyler, we appreciate your time as always, man. We're going to catch up with you all season. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Tyler Drake joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back over to college football, did any positives come out of that ASU game on Saturday? Maybe one. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here's what ASU lost. They lost their clout. The hype of ASU football, the excitement of being one of the top teams in the country. You lost that. It's gone now. Everybody's going to look at ASU and think you're vulnerable. They're going to think you can be beat. You're going to be picked to lose some games now because of this game against Mississippi State. That's what you lost. You didn't lose your opportunity to win the Big 12, hang a banner, and go play in the playoffs again. You lost the clout that came with being a playoff team from last year and bringing almost everybody back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about right there. Gather around the transistor and press the ear for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Check this out. The Labor Day sales event has been extended at Brooklyn Betting. Everything in store and online is 25% off now through today. I love that. Now through today, September 9th, there's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top. Comfort and value with advanced cooling technology. And the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory direct price. Hey, Sononians, you got to tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. And remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at Y-Refi. Y-Refi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And Y-Refi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And Y-Refi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Game day at your place? Feed the whole squad with catering from Spinato's. Crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. And this September and October, don't miss the return of the Wizard of Za, a spicy Chipotle peach pizza paired perfectly with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. Yeah, you heard that right. Spicy Chipotle peach pizza. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. Whether it's game day or pizza night, make it Spinato's. Order now at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have now lost back-to-back games after falling 11-5 to the San Francisco Giants last night at Oracle Park. The Snakes and Giants play game 2 of their series tonight at 6:45. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury have their final regular season home game tonight at PHX Arena. They take on the Los Angeles Sparks with tip-off at 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky.
This is Andre the Giant at the Diamondbacks. I play my favorite team, the San Francisco Giants, where they squash them like I squash Hulk Hogan. And then at 6 a.m. the big Limerado mornings. Ho, ho, ho.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Wolf?
Yeah.
Now we're going to talk about stuff that makes me unhappy.
Okay.
I really enjoyed the first half hour of the show.
I know. It was fun.
Yeah. And now darkness.
Okay.
Patrick Peterson's going to join us at 11:15.
Oh, there it is.
That'll be good.
You got positive again.
Yeah. And we can do some ASU football therapy with Tim Healy at 1:30 as well.
Yeah, Timmy will get us right.
We're going to do some right now also. Now, I want to make sure I frame this conversation up the right way, at least from my perspective. I think I can find 1.5 silver linings in the loss to Mississippi State on Saturday. Okay,
You think so?
1.5. But when I say I want to frame it up right, I would much rather they just won the game. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like these are so much smaller than winning the game would have been for ASU. Okay, but one of them, and I know we touched on this briefly yesterday, they did get back to the run in the second half of that game. They really got back to the run, actually. I know it was 21 of the first 26 plays coming out of the half, and it was even more than that. I lost count at that point, but they ran the ball a ton in the second half, and in doing so came all the way back and nearly won the game.
Yes.
That was their identity last year. Sam Leavitt was an excellent quarterback, but he wasn't asked to do everything. If you remember when things were really working for ASU last year, it was the running game, it was the defense, and then when Sam Leavitt had to make plays, he made them. And for whatever reason in the first half on Saturday, it felt like, okay, Leavitt can beat Mississippi State, and that didn't work.
Yeah. Again, I thought it was kind of cool. Are they looking for their identity? Yes, they are right now. They've played 2 games. You've got every team has got its own identity. And you really don't know what that's going to be until you go out and you start playing games. It became very evident, as you said last year, that Cam Scadaboo was going to be the guy. And they're going to line up and they're going to run the ball. But when you think about what they did, the kind of production they actually had against Mississippi State, it was really impressive.
Yeah.
In terms of running the ball, they had 2 100-yard rushers.
And Udo in particular, I mean, Raleek Brown didn't get to play much last year, but I feel like we know what he is.
He looked good.
And that he can be this guy that'll just give you 100 yards on 18 carries like that, 110 yards in that case. But Udo really didn't do much in the first game, and he's coming over from Army. You don't see a lot of guys in the transfer portal from Army.
Yeah.
So that's a very different offense that they run at Army. So it takes some time, I'm sure, to adjust. But, I mean, for him to break off 105 rushing yards, that to me was probably the biggest silver lining in the game because, Wolf, your quarterback threw for 82 yards and had 2 interceptions, and you still probably should have won on the road against an SEC school. So when you can run like this, it opens doors for you.
Yeah, again, to me, the possession of the entire game for the Sun Devils was the first possession coming out of that second half to go 8 plays, and all of them were running plays. Now, a couple of scrambles in there as well with Sam Leavitt, but all of them were running plays. 8 rushing plays, 75 yards and a touchdown. Mm-hmm. That was somebody was yelling. Again, I said this yesterday, but it's the truth. Somebody was yelling in the locker room. That is a mentality. This is who we are. It's a physicality level, an expectation of saying this is what we're going to do. We're going to line up, and we don't care if you know we're going to run the ball or not. We're going to run it right down your throat. We dare you to stop us. And they couldn't.
They couldn't until right at the goal line at the end. But, I mean, for the majority of the half, they could not stop.
And that is the only thing, too, that I would say. I'll bet you that Kenny Dillingham and the ASU coaching staff, they're focusing on short yardage and goal line.
Yeah.
This week, really focused, I'll bet you. Doing some extra work. We'll see. But, to me, they're going to have an extra period in regard to short yardage and goal line. And we've got to get better in terms of lining up and running the ball and hammering it when we need it.
Here's Kenny Dillingham yesterday talking about the difference in the offense from the first half to the second on Saturday against Mississippi State.
Yeah, I thought, just early in the game we couldn't get in a rhythm. Obviously, we ran the ball an absurd amount of times in the second half, right? You don't usually go into a game saying we're going to run the ball 14 consecutive plays or whatever that is. That's usually not a recipe for success. So I think it was just an adjustment to what we were seeing. And then at the same token, Raleek's in this, he's starting to get a lot more carries. Udo got in there, got a lot of carries. and we started to get a rhythm for where things were hitting. In the first half, we were bouncing a lot of runs and letting the ball get to the edge. In the second half, we were being patient and taking dirtier runs. So I actually think up front at tight end, we got to give a shout-out to Shimon. Shimon is playing unbelievable right now. Like, it's not going to reflect in the stats, but him and the O-line had an unbelievable game.
There it is, dirtier runs. And, again, this is something that's got to develop naturally. I don't think you can force feed it. I think you have to let it happen in terms of what is our identity going to be. And, what personnel group do we see ourselves using? I think it's a work in progress right now.
Well, and I also think, I'm just double checking, and the stats do kind of bear this out from last year. ASU didn't play a ton of shootouts last year. You know what I mean? I don't know that they're built to win shootouts. It's not that they can't score, and especially if you have two running backs, and Kyson Brown, by the way, was hurt. You know he can run, so you could potentially have three running backs that can rip off 100 yards in any given game. But right now in the passing game, it's just Jordan Tyson. And I would assume that's going to change over the course of the season. But you look at that Baylor game over the weekend against SMU, and you're going back and forth, and it's 48-45. I don't know that ASU right now is looking to play a game like that, and they do play Baylor soon, so you may have to. But that was one of the things that jumped out, especially in the first half of that game, of I don't know that ASU right now is a team that's built to win a 45-42 shootout where they're throwing the ball all over the field. But if they can run, they control how the game goes, which is what they did so much last year. And I know the defense melted down on that last play, and that's brutal, and they melted down basically on the first play of the game too. But between that, they really didn't give up much of anything except a touchdown that shouldn't have counted. So I still think you can count on the defense. It'll be interesting to talk to Jordan Simone later this week because he brought this up last week going into the game. They're not really swarming to the ball the way they did last year, and they really didn't again this week. But I haven't lost confidence in the defense.
Well, let me just say, Texas State, of course, is looking at this tape, and Texas State gave them everything they wanted last year, if memory serves.
Yeah.
They're looking at this tape, of course. This is a game that the Sun Devils should win, Ron Wolfley reporting. And, I would say, thank you very much. I would say, though, that maybe we're going to see a more balanced approach. Because if there is an identity I'd love to see developed by ASU, it would be a balanced approach. Not last year it was run, and it was so good. Sam Levitt off the play action. Run. Oh, Sam Levitt off play action. Run. Sam Levitt off play action. It was really, really good. And that's, I want to see more balance where you can throw the ball early in downs as well if you need to do that and get the ball out quickly. I just want to see more balance, I think. If I could have my druthers. Now, listen, Basedonians, your identity is going to be whatever you do best to win games.
Yeah.
Right?
The sooner you can figure out, the better.
The sooner you can figure it out, the better. I'm hoping, because I think it's more sustainable, I'm hoping that they're going to be able to develop a balanced offense, a balanced approach. They have the pieces to do
that's it. They have
just
the pieces.
that.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm hoping for going forward.
And don't get me wrong, I'd rather they had no idea who they were right now and they were 2-0 and they could figure it out against Texas State or whatever.
Right.
And Texas State has scored 95 points in their first two games, granted against Eastern Michigan, but also against UTSA, who some people think could be decent. So just cover number 11, Bo Sparks, has 5 touchdowns for them already. The half I was going to say, maybe as a silver lining, they're not the team everybody's looking at right now of we got to beat ASU. Look how tough they are. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to rush the field if they beat ASU again this season. And that's, on one hand, sucks because you built all this up last year. But on the other hand, man, they play better when they feel like they're being slighted. I mean, it's undeniable, right? When they are the favorites, they don't look the same.
That credibility is gone.
Yeah, so now you have to go earn it back. And honestly, I'm pretty confident they will because they're a lot better at doing that.
I think this team just is the underdog and has the underdog mentality. Why not just keep it?
All right, when we come back, Wolf, you brought this up earlier in the show. Kyler Murray spread the ball around pretty well in the opener. Have the Cardinals really had a true number 2 wide receiver establish himself at any point last year or in the first game this year? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, if you live in the desert, you got to have shade. That's right. Ron Wolfley reporting you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years here in the Basin. That's right. 20 years now. Man, they've been along for a long time. These shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength. Installation, of course, is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, of course, and allowing you to close your patio with shade that will open with a touch of a button. That's right. It's that easy. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I've got another confession to make.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. What to make of the Cardinals' snap share at running back against the Saints? Diamondbacks placed Tyler Locklear on the injured list, and the Dbacks blew an early lead against the Giants in a battle of teams in the wildcard hunt. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back to the show. I've got some updates here, Wolf.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
First of all, in the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy?
No.
You and Jamal both won your games.
No.
Rick and I both lost.
All right.
Rick lost to What the Duck by 16. I lost to Vader. Cue the I am your father jokes. I lost to Vader by a significant amount because A.J. Brown didn't show up to
And
his
the
game.
Savages 24. Who did I hammer?
You beat Just Incredibles by 34.
Yeah.
A pretty solid win for you.
We're kinda
122 to
rolling,
88.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
we did okay.
Jamal had to grind it out 108, 101. But hey, Jamal is one of, probably because the only player I know is on your team, Jamal, because I was sitting next to you at the draft, is Jamar Chase. And the Bengals did that thing where they don't show up to the first week. So I'm guessing you didn't get a ton from him.
No, not very much from
What
him.
about our NFL picks?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you should ask.
Yeah.
Rick is in last at 1-3.
Okay, Rick. Hang in there, buddy.
You and Jamal are tied at 2-2.
Oh, no. 2-2.
And I'm 3-1.
Oh, okay.
That's great for you, Luke, but
is.
you did score 95 points, which was pretty bad in fantasy.
It's
so-
not great.
Yeah.
It is not great at all.
Yeah. Well, if you need some advice.
I'll ask Vetter.
That's right.
If I need some advice, I'll ask him or Jamal or the guy that beat me by 20. All right, to the Cardinals. Maybe I should pick up one of their other receivers since mine did nothing. The Cardinals, you mentioned this earlier in the show. They did spread the ball around. Kyler spread the ball around. They don't really seem to have like a clear-cut number 2 option in the passing game in terms of receivers. It's Trey McBride, it's Marvin Harrison Jr., and then it's very little else. And I made this comment on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it this week during the game, and a lot of people were like, yeah, well, they need more. I think if they just stay totally healthy, they're fine.
Yeah.
But it's the NFL. You don't stay totally healthy all season. If you have Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride in this running game, that is enough. But it'd be nice
You're
to have
one injury away.
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
be nice to just have like an established number 2 receiver.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Once again, I don't want to read too much into one game. I really don't. Michael Wilson, I expect more from Michael Wilson. He had 4 targets, of course, 1 reception on 4 targets. And actually, other than Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride, other than that, he was the most targeted wide receiver out there. Michael Wilson, I'd like to see a little bit more from him, get the ball in his hands. I don't think he had enough opportunities. He had 1 reception for 5 yards. But overall, I think the combination of Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr., that really is the combination that if I had to pick, that's what I'd want. When you talk about your number 2 receiver, you're talking about either Marvin Harrison Jr. or Trey McBride being that.
Yeah.
A tight end wide receiver combination, I'll take that all day long as opposed to 2 wide receivers.
Well, that's the other part I kind of wrestle with when I watch this team is it's like, are we nitpicking with this? I'm looking and I'm saying, okay, they have a clear number 1 who's still evolving, but it's clear Marvin Harrison Jr. is on this team to be your number 1 wide receiver. And Trey McBride gives you a lot in the tight end at that position that most teams don't have. Would it be nice to have a clear number 2 that you can count on for 600, 700 yards? That'd be great. But look around the league. How many teams really have a clear number 1, a true number 2, and an elite tight end? I'm sure there are a couple, but there's not very many, honestly, that have that. So it does feel to a certain extent like it's a legitimate thing, but I just don't think it's necessarily a problem yet, as long as everybody stays healthy.
Yeah, it's something where, again, you have to look at it. Travis Kelce, he was targeted 5 times, and Hollywood Brown was targeted 15 times by Patrick Mahomes.
Got to be the most a receiver's been targeted by Mahomes in a few years.
Absolutely. So, once again, you have to look at the tight end as well. You have to factor that in to the equation. And what I love about Trey McBride, I'll continue to say it, is the fact that the Arizona Cardinals can go 11 personnel and run the ball. Trey McBride is your tight end. Trey McBride's going to go and he's going to try to block, and he's going to do it hard. He takes a lot of pride in it. Because of that, the Arizona Cardinals are going to be more versatile. Now, hopefully, we're going to see this offense evolve. It's a first step forward. But for me, again, if I had my druthers, Luke, I would take a true stud tight end that can catch the ball the way Trey McBride can catch the ball, and Marvin Harrison Jr., as opposed to 2 wide receivers and have an average tight end.
Yeah, I'm looking around the league trying to find a team that has like a really good number one, a clear number two, and a tight end that can do, even close to the things Trey McBride can. And I can't find it. Cincinnati obviously has great receivers, but they don't really have the tight ends.
The Ravens.
Yeah, maybe the Ravens. That's so. Are you going to say?
I would say that's
Flowers?
the exception for the most part to the rule.
And
the one guy I want to see more of is, speaking of Zay Jones.
Yeah.
I think Zay Jones is a guy that I would like to see more of. He was only targeted once by Kyler. And even though we were talking about how good a job that Kyler Murray did in terms of spreading the ball, 9 different receivers. He threw the ball, completed a pass to 9 different receivers. That is on the high end. And the fact that he targeted other receivers as well, almost a 50-50. You take the top 2 guys, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride. Those 2 guys targeted 18 times. And you take that away, and you're targeting almost everybody else on a 50-50 basis. That is the ratio that I want to see Kyler Murray continue to develop.
I'm maybe a couple of their teams, maybe the Chiefs, when they have one of their receivers is always suspended. But let's say they have Rashee Rice and Hollywood and Travis Kelce. That would
okay.
Work. But it feels like one of the receivers is always suspended. Eagles maybe with A.J. Brown, even though he's single-handedly destroying my fantasy team for reasons that remain unclear. And then Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert, and maybe Detroit with Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Jamison Williams and Sam Laporta.
Sam Laporta.
I just rattled off 3 of the most.
That to me, that is the best combination you could have. Sam Laporta and the 2 receivers you just said.
But that's an elite team, even though they didn't look like it on Sunday. So, I mean, you're talking about the teams that we came up with there. Maybe there's one more. Were Baltimore, Kansas City, Philadelphia, and Detroit.
Yeah.
Arguably the 4 best teams in the NFL.
Well, you brought that up, too, immediately. You must ask yourself the question based on the outcome of the Detroit Lions games. How good are the Green Bay Packers?
Green Bay
How
looks
good are they going to be, man? How good? I think you were the one who actually said, didn't you pick them?
To win.
To the NFC?
No, I still had Philly.
Okay,
I had Philly over Green Bay in the NFC Championship.
Okay, there you go, man. Green Bay. Beware, by the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this week.
You figure they're only getting better as the season goes, too.
They're going to get better, no doubt. Micah. Micah looked really good as well. So aggressive and physical on the line of scrimmage. I told Vedder, look at this guy.
Yeah.
Just look at this guy. Just go ahead and watch tape on this guy. Not that Ved has his kind of burst or speed, but I was just like, look at this guy.
Of all the players, if you're playing that position.
Savagely.
Yeah, he does. Even before he was mad at Jerry Jones. You want to see him play savagely, we'll have him watch the tape of Micah Parsons against Dallas in a couple weeks. That'll be a good one. Here's AQ Shipley on with Bickley and Marotta yesterday talking about the Cardinals receivers.
Yeah, there's no question. I said the same thing. I looked down at one point, and I don't think Zay Jones had a target at one point in the game. And, Michael Wilson might have 1 catch. I mean, we were talking midway through the 3rd quarter or something like that. And so I think the biggest thing is, listen, you just got to make that part of your first 15. Like when you're scripting plays, like get everybody involved early. And I think probably part of it was getting the camaraderie going between Kyler and Marvin, which they did. They did a great job with that. Get the run game going, multiple formations, do some different things. But, in that first 15, if we can get just a touch for each one of those guys, now their confidence soars. The coaching staff's confidence soars. Kyler's confidence soars, and that's everything.
Again, though, they won.
They won.
We are looking for potential issues in a win.
Yes. I think AQ is right, though, in regard to the scripting. Those first 10,
you can be intentional
plays,
about
whatever,
it.
You can be intentional about saying, Kyler, this is just a reminder. Keep spreading the ball. We want you to read coverage, and we want you to go through your progression and make the right decision. That's the other thing about this. Kurt Warner, old graybeard. The absolute best to throwing the ball to the open receiver.
Mm-hmm.
He would read coverage and throw the ball to the open guy. He didn't try to force it. There were times, I'm sure, he tried to if Larry was singled up on the outside, I'm going to force it to Fitz. If he's singled up if it's a good throw, I'm going to take that throw to Larry. But Kurt did a great job of spreading the ball, and that's what I want to continue to see from Kyler.
We haven't, where is Fitz? We don't hear from Fitz much. This is kind
we
of.
got to track him down.
Rick.
Isn't West Virginia Pitt this week?
Yeah, isn't the backyard brawl this week?
Yeah,
you should text him, see if he wants to come on.
He'll definitely come on if Pitt wins. That'll
That's
be great.
Right. Hey, Fitzy, when you say you come on.
You know what? He's going to write back and be like...
I guarantee he's going to say no.
No, what he's going to say, because he's Fitz, he's going to be like, hey, bud, hope you're doing good. He's definitely going to say, like, I hope you're doing good, Bron.
Also, right. He will respond.
Also, by the way, Wolf, ASU's loss was pretty rough, but how'd you guys lose to Ohio?
Okay, listen. Can I just say it's going to be a rough year for West by God, Virginia?
Well, you lost your running back. That's how you...
it's just going to be a difficult year, period.
But that dude was pretty good. Jaheim White was pretty good, and I guess he's out for the year now.
Hey, yeah, he is pretty good, but still. Come on, bro.
It's going to be a rough year losing to
Ohio.
I can't say anything. ASU lost
their
second game of the year. Speaking of ASU, what message is Kenny Dillingham sending ASU's players after their loss to Mississippi State? We're going to talk about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Whether you want a total makeover and want to build a luxury resort-like pool, or you want a pool that doesn't break the bank, I can tell you, Basinonians, Presidential Pools and Spas, they have you covered. What I also love, they got a 5-year warranty at Presidential Pools, and they can build it in 60 days. And let's not forget the value that this is going to add to your house, your home as well. But you know what? I realized when my pool was built, it's not just about the money, Basinonians. It isn't. It's about the memories and being out with the kids and the family. It's just an awesome time, and we love it at the Wolf League compound, hanging out in the backyard with friends and family. If you want to finance your pool and just do a set payment each month, Presidential Pools also has in-house financing. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, but our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have now lost back-to-back games after falling 11-5 to the San Francisco Giants last night at Oracle Park. The Snakes and Giants play Game 2 of their series tonight at 6:45. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury have their final regular season home game tonight at PHX Arena. They take on the Los Angeles Sparks with tip-off at 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and it is a pivotal series for the Diamondbacks in San Francisco, and we didn't really think we were going to say that. We'll react to last night's game, look at where they sit in the National League. 2 to 6 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
If the Diamondbacks could have won last night, they'd be 3.5 out of the wild cards.
Man, that was brutal.
We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, hour number 2 of the show. Patrick Peterson's going to join us in 10 minutes. But, Wolf, let's get back to ASU because we didn't really get to dive into a lot of the Kenny Dillingham audio yesterday with everything else going on. And he spoke yesterday. So I'll start with he was asked about the conversations that he had with players and coaches after the loss in Starkville.
Yeah, I would say I have the exact same conversations after – if we make one more play and win than if we make one less play and lose. I think overreacting is one of the reasons why teams that are really, really good can go on downward spirals. And I think that's the nature of sport. The nature of sport is it's results driven externally. So sometimes you can get lost in the external result of is it in the W column or the loss column. And if you're too drastic, because one play was wrong, you do so many things differently. Well, that is a recipe for failure down the road. What we're trying to do is say, okay, like every week, what do we do good? What do we do bad? How do we be better?
Oh, man, that is so juicy deep, isn't it right there? Overreacting one way or the other, says Kenny, which he's spot on about that. Yeah. You can get too confident because of one play that changed everything. And you can overreact in a very negative kind of way. And overreacting also in a negative kind of way in terms of one play that changed the outcome of the game and then overcorrecting. That is so spot on wise, I think. Overreacting in his demeanor overall. You could just see this. This is no accident. Again, Kenny, if you're listening right now, call in and say, Wolf, yes, it is an accident. But to me, it's not an accident when you've got Kenny being so downright jovial in regard to the Sun Devils being 1-1. Jovial after a loss to a team you were favored to beat.
I could tell you, I mean, you know this. I think anybody that follows this team knows this. Anything Kenny Dillingham does that his play, I think just in general, because he is so authentic, anything he's doing during football season, he's doing for a reason.
Correct.
And what he just said right there, I mean, this is going to be the challenge. This is the challenge for the rest of the season. There's no way around it. We talked about this yesterday. We talked about it going into the Mississippi State game. What happens if you lose a game early in the season? Does your entire season unravel? If he can get that message that he just said right there and that cut across to his team, and they approach each week like that, they will be okay. But it's tough because it's 105 players on a college team.
Yes,
and these are all college guys,
and they're all looking at you, Kenny.
Yeah,
they're all looking at their head coach. How should we act? How should we be about this? What is going on, Coach? How should we do this? Well, Kenny's just, hey, listen, we got to clean this up. We were one play away. We got to clean this up, okay? But we're not going to overreact and panic because we know who we are. So Kenny, I think, is just trying to, again, set the table. He's a master at this for a young gun, a guy that is a young guy who's got an old soul. I think he's a master at setting the table for his players, and he's doing it right now. Okay, we're not going to overreact based on one play in a positive way or a negative way.
Well, he's right, too, because if they don't give up that 58-yard touchdown at the end of the game, they win. But it doesn't change the things that they did wrong in that game.
Correct.
And just because that touchdown was scored, like, it changes a lot of stuff, but it doesn't change how ASU should be approaching games. It doesn't change the things they did well in that game. Now, on the outside, yeah, go ahead and overreact. That's brutal to lose that early in the season, but he can't, and especially his players can't, because if his players do overreact, and they go into the next week's game, even against Texas State, feeling bad for themselves, they will lose to a team that is averaging 47.5 points a game right now.
Yes. Get lit up, Texas State. But, once again, did you have another cut you wanted to play?
I got one,
there?
but
okay,
it goes with this.
I love listening to Kenny talk about this, so go ahead and fire it
Here's
off.
more from Kenny.
I never leave a game. The emotion after a game is based off winning or losing. I never show up on Sunday, and the win or the loss has zero effect on how we approach the next week. It has zero effect on how we approach what we got to get better at. Because there are 7-10 plays in the football game that could have flipped that game into a win for us, just like that. And if we won that game, I probably don't get asked that question. So the key is to not get distracted by those things of the external wins and losses and stay focused on the little things that could have flipped it. So I'd say the exact same that we normally have. The guys, obviously it's a bad taste in your mouth, so we got to flush that. You can't let Mississippi State beat you twice. You can't let one game affect the next, right? So you got to flush that.
So that's the Devin Booker quote I was talking about yesterday. You lost Game 7 once. You don't need to keep losing it now because you lost that game. You don't need to go out and struggle next season because you lost Game 7 to the Mavericks. I just used that example because that was a quote from Devin Booker at the start of the next year. And it's essentially what Kenny's saying right there. You don't need to now go lose to Mississippi State again this week at home against Texas State.
Yes.
They lost 2 games last year and made it to the college football playoff. You can afford a loss. You probably, I said this yesterday, can afford one other one. But that's it. But everything you want is still in front of you.
Yeah, I think he's trying to remind everybody about that, especially his players. I love the fact he's saying don't get too wrapped up early on in the result of this. Focus on the how, because the how is something that is going to get us out of this current situation. Don't get distracted by the fact that the result is what it is. It's not going to help you to look at the end result. What will help you is to look at how you got there. And where can you get better? It's the process that I think Kenny is trying to actually get his guys and remind everybody. It's the process. It's the how you play that matters the most. If you focus on how you play, and as good as we are, and if we play up to our potential, we're going to win a lot of games. The results will be there.
He's spot on. The question is, can he get his guys to buy in? And he typically does. So can he get them to buy in and they stick with it even if things start to go wrong in a game this week or 2 weeks from now? And that will define their entire season, honestly. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join us this Friday at the Safeway located at Chaparral Road and Hayden Road in Scottsdale from 4 to 6 p.m. for your chance to win. Once again, that's this Friday at the Safeway on Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale. When we come back, What did Patrick Peterson think of Will Johnson and the Cardinals' overall performance in Will Johnson's NFL debut and their Week 1 win in New Orleans? We'll ask the Cardinals legend. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basin audience. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Unlike the changing leaves of fall, yeah, okay, maybe we don't have too many changing leaves yet, but our money does not grow on trees. Is that right, Basin audience? Give Trajan Wealth a call today to ensure you're making the right financial moves for your future. Listen, choosing the right financial advisor was one of the best investments I made for my financial future. Let my friends over at Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan, an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters most. One of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call today, 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry-leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six.
That's why we drafted him.
Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone.
The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5, he dives, he's in, touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
All right, Wolf, this is quickly becoming one of my favorite parts of the week, and we get to talk about a Cardinals win today as well with Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson, who's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Patrick?
How you guys doing today?
Doing okay, Pat. Appreciate your time, brother.
Anytime. Always a blast to be on with you guys.
Well, Patrick, I appreciate that. I last week, going into the first game, we talked to you a lot about Will Johnson, and I think we got to start there again this week, too, because he made his presence felt, and that was his first ever NFL game, so he probably should have already had his first career interception. He had a huge hit on Chris Olave. He had 3 pass breakups. How difficult is it at that position to make an impact as a rookie?
It's very difficult, because I had the opportunity to live that life. My assignment was a little bit more difficult than Will's is right now, but I'm assuming he will draw those assignments here pretty soon. But coming into the NFL as a rookie DB is tough because the game is so different. The game is much faster. The routes are much different. The rules are against you. And he handled it very well. Like you said, played fast, played physical. Should have had an interception if it wasn't illegal hands to the face. I forget who committed that penalty, but that was the penalty that took that interception back. But I love the way he played with swagger and confidence. So it's very rare that you can see young DBs stepping into this grown man league and having that type of swagger, and you can tell that he was prepared for the moment.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I was really, really impressed with him, Pat P. Talk a little bit about the win overall. What were your thoughts in regard to the Cardinals being 1-0? And how they play.
Yeah, I thought it was a great start to the season, a win, a game that I definitely expected them to win. I was pleased with Kyler Murray. I knew it wasn't eye-popping numbers, 21-29, 163 yards. But the thing I was most intrigued was that he found a connection with Marvin Harrison Jr. I think that's something that they're going to have to continue to build on throughout the year. And it looked like they're moving in the right direction right now. Obviously it's week 1. I know there's some things that they want to clean up, but for the most part, I thought they ran the ball very well as a team, having 46 yards on 26 attempts. That's something that you want to do, especially when you want to kind of impose your will, and with that stat, that showed me that they control the line of scrimmage. So that's a recipe for winning. Let's see if they can continue it going. And I would love to see that connection of Marvin Harrison and Kyler continue to grow as well.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, since you brought up Marv, especially now that he's put on that weight and that muscle in the offseason, what makes a receiver like him so difficult to cover if he does get in sync with Kyler?
With the muscle mass that he was able to put on, it just makes it tougher for receivers, to knock him off his point of attack. It's tough for receivers to knock him off his route when he is in press coverage. So, I don't know where that idea came from, if it was his dad, if it was Coach Buddy there in the Arizona Cardinals, the strength coach of the Arizona Cardinals. But whatever it is I feel like it's going to be something that's going to benefit him moving forward, because he definitely looks stronger. He looks he looks like men amongst boys out there now. You know what I mean? With his biceps ripping out of his shoulder, out of his jersey, and he reminds me of his body structure now looks like a little bit more thicker AJ Green. If you guys can see that resemblance a little bit, he's really, really big up top and small down at the bottom, but still can run past DB. So I love what he did in the offseason. It looked like it's paying dividends right now.
Pat P., talk a little bit, if you will, in regard to Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. and why it's so important that they develop this down-the-field chemistry between them. Why is it so important, Pat P.?
Because at the end of the day, that keep defenses on their heels. We know what, Trey McBride brought to Kyler Murray last year, being pretty much a safety valve in the middle of the field. But when you have dynamic pass catchers all over the field, just makes your offense that much more dynamic. Now defenses don't only have to worry about Trey. They have to worry about Marvin. They have to worry about James, and you still have to worry about Kyler with his mobility. You know what I mean? So it it makes it tougher for teams to game plan against them. So that's why I feel like it's very, very important for Marvin and Kyler to continue to build on what they started here Sunday, because all that's going to do is put more pressure on defenses.
Patrick Peterson is joining us. Patrick, that play Budda Baker made on Juwan Johnson in the end zone was the second to final play that the Saints had, and it broke up what looked like it was going to be a touchdown. You kind of take us through how, as a defensive back, you have to read a play like that, and then also, I mean, you played with Budda for what, 4 years? When did
4
you
years,
know,
yep.
How quickly did you know this guy's different?
Oh man, his first day there, he kind of reminded me like a Tyrann Matthews without like the ball skill ability. Not saying that Budda can't catch or interception or anything like that, but Tyrann Matthews' ball skills is on a whole nother level, and that's why he ended his career with 36 interceptions. But as far as their body structure, their heart, the dog that they have, they're just natural born ball players. And I saw that from day one, just like I saw it from day one when I met Tyrann back in 2009. You know what I mean? So this guy loves ball. He's the hardest worker on the team, even when I was there. I tell him all the time, man, how the hell do you do this week in and week out? And you're the smallest guy on the field. You're just throwing your body all across, putting your body on the line. This guy is running people down from, all parts of the field. Just a ball player, man. And I had a privilege to have an opportunity to play with him and call him my teammate.
Yeah, Pat, overall, when you look at the Arizona Cardinals game plan defensively going into this game and then executing it during the game against the Saints, they really rushed 4 and dropped 7 for the most part. Played a lot of zone as well. Your thoughts on the game plan overall in Spencer Rattler?
Man, I love the game plan because at the end of the day, you want to make those windows tough for unexperienced quarterbacks. Like, you don't want to give them easy throws and just be in man-to-man all day, zero coverages. Now they know where to go with the football. The name of the game is you want to make the quarterback hold a football for a tenth of a second. So you want to confuse him and get him off that first read. Therefore, now you have your guys up front being able to eat, because at the end of the day, that's how you win ball games. Without, just lining up, playing football, having guys beating their one-on-one matchups up front. When you have to do all this exotic stuff, now you have to be kind of worried about misassignments, blown coverages. Now what they did was just made it real simple. We're going to put this game, the ownership on the front 4 guys to get after this quarterback, and we're going to confuse them on the back end with coverages. And that's what defensive coordinators tend to do when they play, when they are going up against rookie quarterbacks or guys who have less experience than, guys who've been in the league for a while.
Patrick, you got this Cardinals team that, it wasn't a perfect game, but they did win in week 1. So now they have this week to clean things up, but they also have that 1-0 record. What is that second week like when you've got the win in week 1? But, I mean, everybody's going to have stuff to clean up after the first game.
It's just like an exhale because it's been so long that you wanted to get back out on the field. You got to think about, with the Cardinals, they left the building, January 8th, and this is their first real game. I know, we go through preseason and things like that, but when it all matters and you get that game week of preparation and so much anxiety is going through the mind, the body, because you want to be able to prepare and put your best foot forward. Now that you did that and got the W, now you can take a deep breath and take on that same process that you did last week that got you the W. Don't deter from that. Continue doing that, and hopefully it gets you another W this week. But it's definitely a big exhale after week 1, and especially when you get a W.
Pat, what was your biggest disappointment in terms of watching the game against the Saints? Was there an element of the game that bothered you?
I'll probably say the end of the game. I felt like that game should have been put away. They gave the Saints a little bit too many chances. Like I said, I thought this game would be an easy game for the Cardinals to win, although I know this is the NFL. But this was one of those games where I wanted to see the Cardinals beat the Saints by at least 10 to 14 points to really put a mark on this season and start this thing off hot. Although they did win, but I think, like I said, this week 1, I know some things they wanted because they had the game in control. It's just a couple mistakes late in the ball game that allowed the Saints to get back in, like a couple bad sacks that Kyler took. And I can't remember what else happened. I think it was a big play given up on the defensive side of the ball. But small things, and I'm just picking that with a fine tooth comb. You know what I mean? So I know it's when they watch film, they're gonna see what I'm talking about. They're gonna clean it up, and hopefully those mistakes don't come up again this week.
Right.
Patrick, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pat.
All right, guys. See you next week.
All right, man. Sounds good. That's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And, yeah, he said it. We'll talk to him again next week and every week this season. Nice to catch up with him after a Cardinals win to start the season at 1-0. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, we'll react to what Patrick Peterson just told us. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As there's a swing and a jam shot, Hopper to second, backhanded by Cost, throw to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants offense paired with the Diamondbacks mistakes once again leads to a 5-run sixth. The Dbacks could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
Dbacks at the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting around to sell your old place first? Boy, that sounds ideal, doesn't it? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Make everything a whole lot less complicated as you're trying to move into your new home. Just buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. It's the best way to do it, so here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And then once they're done with all that, a local Orchard agent can list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you that freedom to buy and move into your new home first and still sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. It's really easy right there. You can do it online. That's Orchard.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have now lost back-to-back games after falling 11-5 to the San Francisco Giants last night at Oracle Park. The Snakes and Giants play Game 2 of their series tonight at 6:45. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury have their final regular season home game tonight at PHX Arena. They take on the Los Angeles Sparks with tip-off at 7. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Hey, it's Gambo. What is one aspect of the Carolina Panthers that the Cardinals need to be most prepared for? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Well, I tell you, Wolf, it would always be great to have Patrick Peterson on, but to have him on every week this season in particular, when the Cardinals have these expectations, and then specifically expectations that, in no small way ride on a lot of young cornerbacks. He's the perfect guy to talk to because his perspective is so unique. There's not a lot of guys that played that position, played it at such a high level, and didn't play it very long ago, too.
Yeah, and, Pat P was one of these guys, too, basically, is that he could play any technique you wanted him to play. You want press man, Pat P could walk up, play press man, and did often. You want to play man off. That's where you're in man coverage, but you're going to play in an off position. Make it look like it could be a zone. You want to play in a zone room, Pat P could do that.
It's nice to have a guy like that as a coach, I'm sure. Also had 6 touchdowns in his career, which is just crazy for a corner. Now, I know a lot of those were that insane rookie year where he just kept taking every punt back for a touchdown.
Oh, my goodness, I know.
But still, the guy had 6 touchdowns, 36 interceptions. I'm going to start with this cut, though. We asked him for the defensive back perspective on trying to cover a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. now.
With the muscle mass that he was able to put on, it just makes it tougher for receivers, to knock him off his point of attack. It's tough for receivers to knock him off his route when he is in press coverage. So, I don't know where that idea came from. If it was his dad, if it was Coach Buddy, there in the Arizona Cardinals, the strength coach of the Arizona Cardinals. But whatever it is, I feel like it's going to be something that's going to benefit him moving forward because he definitely looks stronger. He looks he looks like men amongst boys out there now. You know what I mean? With his biceps ripping out of his shoulder, out of his jersey, and he reminds me of his body structure now looks like a little bit more thicker AJ Green. If you guys can see that resemblance a little bit, he's really really big up top and small down at the bottom, but still can run past DB. So I love what he did in the offseason. It looked like it's paying dividends right now.
Don't play the turnaround. Don't do that. Don't play the turnaround. Please don't do that, Rick. Thank you very much.
AJ Green had such a great career before that moment.
I think he's talking about Bengals AJ Green there, so we're not going to play the turnaround here.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate that. But it's so fascinating to look at this. Okay, so here's a guy, Marvin Harrison Jr., who's a good route runner, and it's something that has been well documented. He's a good route runner because his hips are pretty low to the ground for the most part. He's got a long trunk.
He does have a different build from his dad.
A different build, yeah, but what's amazing about it is his dad and Marvin, for the most part, if you look at it, their hips are at the same level.
That's
You know what I mean? But it's his trunk that is so much longer than his dad.
Who was it that told us that? I think it was Brock Heward, wasn't it? It was right after they had drafted Marvin Harrison Jr., but he hadn't played yet for the Cardinals. I think it was Brock Heward that brought that up.
But what's cool about it as well, Marvin Harrison Jr. is not the kind of wide receiver that's going to run a 4-3 base. He's not going to run a 4-3. He's not going to line up and run right by somebody and smoke. That's not what he's going to do. What he's going to do is use his size and his length and his strength to get open. How do you do that? You know what? Press me. Come up and press me. I love that. Just come up and if you press Marvin Harrison Jr., he's going to be able to get off that press because of that strength. And if you're going to play off as well, now all of a sudden at the top of his route where you make the break one way or the other, he also is going to be able to use his strength and his size to push off, if you will, when somebody is close and make it look legal. And it is legal for the most part to do that. You can't obviously push a guy to get off, but you can make it look very, very good with your newfound strength to get off a defender at the top of your route. Larry Fitzgerald, he did it for years and was a master at it.
Well, and, just to go back to that A.J. Green analogy, for anybody that's a Cardinals fan that doesn't watch a ton of Bengals football, and I don't blame you, but I mean, you're talking about a guy with over 10,000 career receiving yards and over 70 career receiving touchdowns. So A.J. Green, when he was peak A.J. Green, you're fine with that if that's what Marv is. Although the best thing about Marv is it's like you look at him and there are moments where you're like, this guy is pretty unique though. Like that's one of my favorite things about sports is when you have somebody come along or a team come along and you're like, we don't totally know what this guy's ceiling is. Like we really don't. And that is still I think in play for Marvin Harrison Jr. Also asked Patrick Peterson about Will Johnson's Game 1 performance, his first ever NFL game, and how difficult it is to step into the NFL as a rookie cornerback.
It's very difficult, because I had the opportunity to live that life. My assignment was a little bit more difficult than Will's is right now, but I'm assuming he will draw those assignments here pretty soon. But coming into the NFL as a rookie DB is tough because the game is so different. The game is much faster. The routes are much different. The rules are against you. And he handled it very well. Like you said, played fast, played physical. Should have had an interception if it wasn't illegal hands to the face. I forget who committed that penalty, but that was the penalty that took that interception back. But I love the way he played with swagger and confidence. So it's very rare that you can see young DBs stepping into this grown man league and having that type of swagger, and you can tell that he was prepared for the moment.
Yeah, that was quite the performance, and I would always think, Wolf, as a corner, when you have had so much success. I'm sure high school to college, I'm sure even more so college to the NFL, that's the position where it's like, oh, I can do this, I can do that. And that's the one where you're most likely to get burned if you try to do too much. He really should be coming out of that first game with 3 passes defensed, a really hard hit on an Ohio State guy, by the way. I'm sure that wasn't an accident. Or I'm sure he didn't mind that, I should say. And also he should have an interception. So a good start.
Yeah, it was Max Melton as well, away from Will Johnson.
Yeah.
Of course, Max Melton got an illegal contact.
Didn't affect penalty. The play at all.
That was it. Didn't affect the play at all, but they called it.
Yeah. So it ultimately did affect the play a lot.
So therefore, it ultimately did. I think it's a great start for Will Johnson. Now, again, this is going to be interesting to see how it unfolds in week 2. We typically don't start looking at the Carolina Panthers. We don't start looking at the Arizona Cardinals opponent, until tomorrow on Wednesday. That's when we get in, and it's game plan day. Of course, it's install day.
Are you going to break the rule
in the
right
National
here?
Football League? No.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm offering it up to those that are listening right now. This is why we're not going to start talking about the Carolina Panthers.
Carolina Panthers.
Oh, no.
Sharp teeth and claws.
Why?
Proud to win this game.
I just said we're not going to talk about it. That wasn't him doing it, was it? That was a sound effect, right?
I think it was a sound effect.
It had to be a sound effect Because if he actually just did that while he was doing that, whatever that was.
I think he was playing the jug.
Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, right. That would have been awesome.
Are we going to have sound effects for every team? We had the Beat the Saints sounder for week 1. I know we have a sounder for all the Seahawks games.
Yeah, this is something tells me, Basinonians, starting tomorrow, we're going to hear that little ditty that Rick played for you often.
I tell you, if the Cardinals were coached by Kenny Dillingham, the players would hear that song 5,000 times going into the game on Sunday.
Yeah, man.
Apparently, that was the guy doing the.
He made that sound?
Yeah.
Come on.
I was just told.
Who is that guy?
Dominate the foe.
That's really good.
All right.
This guy, he's probably in some tavern every Friday night doing that.
Do you think when teams play the Cardinals, they play awful Cardinals songs that Jarrett has done and been like, we got to beat the Cardinals. Listen to this guy.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Hopefully they don't hear him.
Yeah.
Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener on Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game on Sunday. When we come back, what happened in Chicago last night, and which NFL team would you at least want to be right now? We're going to go around the league next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Will Johnson was great yesterday. You can see what great looks like. Great pops. Great, just like kind of reaches out through the TV and grabs you a little bit and says, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great in that game yesterday.
The highest graded rookies in week 1. Tyler Warren a 90.4, Will Johnson a 90.2. Will Johnson was the second highest graded rookie in week 1. He was fantastic.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau financial services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest-rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
This is Andre the Giant at the Diamondbacks. I play my favorite team, the San Francisco Giants. When they squash them, like I squash Hulk Hogan. But then at 6 a.m. to be cleaning out the mornings. Ho, ho, ho.
I don't know why he went from Andre the Giant to sounding like a cartoon vampire there at the end, but either way. Before we go around the NFL, Wolf, that song, that Carolina Panthers song,
yeah,
it's a minute and a half long. We're just playing like 8 seconds of it. Aaron just sent me the video. It's pretty fantastic.
Okay, what's amazing about this is there's a human being who can actually mimic a cat sound, a panther sound.
He does it like... Well, that wasn't bad either.
Just can't even... Are you kidding me?
He does it like so it's just him standing in his yard with like a little... I don't know if it's like a boombox or what, playing that sick beat in the background. And he's just standing in his yard. He does like a minute and a half song. That guy, we were looking for a guy that could make the Predator sound. I bet that guy can make the Predator sound.
You know, we should bring that guy on. We should bring him on. I think Friday, we'll just bring him on at the end of the show.
That would be a
Dominate the foe.
dicey proposition.
I don't even know where he is these days.
I feel like that guy doesn't know where he is these days. Let's start with Monday Night Football last night, Wolf, and a game that started off really good for the Bears.
The Bears.
And I was filling in on the Dbacks pre- and post-game show last night, so I had it on, but I was focused on the baseball game.
Yeah.
And the Bears were kind of cruising in the fourth quarter. Okay, the Bears probably got this locked up. J.J. McCarthy looks a little lost, and then I looked up, and somehow Minnesota was winning like 4 minutes later.
This was truly a tale of two halves, Space Indians. We talk about it often, but it was. The Chicago Bears dominated the first half, and Caleb Williams looked really, really good.
Yeah, he did.
And then the Minnesota Vikings came out, and they dominated the second half. And J.J. McCarthy, who looked a little lost in the first half, suddenly looked like he knew what he was doing, and Caleb Williams started to look a little lost in the second half.
Quick meltdown there for the Bears, and it started with a botched field goal attempt, and all of a sudden the Vikings looked like the team that won, 14 games last year. Here's Ben Johnson after the game, his first game as Bears head coach.
Obviously, a disappointing way to start the season there for us. Have a 17-6 lead and then see it go the way it did there in the fourth quarter. You know, we said going into week one that the team that would make the least number of mistakes would win the game, and unfortunately we were on the wrong side of that. We made too many there late in the game, myself included. There were a number of things that I could have done better, a number of things that a number of guys could have done better. When you look down at the stat sheet and you see 12 penalties, that's got to get cleaned up in a hurry, and yet we've been saying that all training camp as well. So, you know, we'll find a way to get that done. It's going to be a collective effort.
Just can't beat yourself in today's NFL. You cannot. I mean, once again, you turn the ball over. That is, you're defeating yourself. And if there's one stat that you can look at and say, this is the difference in winning and losing games, it would be the turnover margin. Yet at the same time, I would also say you can't have 12 penalties and expect to win a game.
No, and they look like they were going to despite that, but that quickly unraveled. Here's Kevin O'Connell on the other side talking about his second-year quarterback who's really a rookie quarterback who didn't have to throw the ball that much in college, but he did in the fourth quarter last night, and it worked.
J.J. McCarthy, for him to make some of the plays he did, I told him at halftime, you are going to bring us back to win this game. And the look in his eye was fantastic. And the best thing is just the belief I felt from the team, the unit. And ultimately, that doesn't get done without him in the second half. 2 passing touchdowns and then the critical rushing touchdown, at the end.
Oh, my goodness. J.J. McCarthy, honestly, if you were mapping out what could be the best case scenario for a guy that is basically a rookie in J.J. McCarthy, I know because he blew his knee out last year, J.J. McCarthy, because of that, what could be the best way to win a game for him in week 1? It would have been exactly what happened against the Chicago Bears. To go out and look lost in that first half and look like, this is going to be rough for J.J. McCarthy. He looked like a rookie in that first half. And then how he looked in the second half and how well he played when it mattered the most against that team on the road at Soldier Field to win that game the way that they did after he got off to a rough start. Man, there are so many lessons that are built into that win for J.J. McCarthy.
That division could be its own league this season.
Man.
I thought going in we would see Green Bay, then Detroit, then Chicago, then Minnesota. It's 1 week. Obviously, that could still happen. But, man, if you're Chicago and you're going to get ahead of anybody, you got to win that game when you're up in the fourth quarter against Minnesota. And, yeah, essentially a rookie quarterback who was struggling. He threw a pick 6 early in the game.
Yes. So. And, when you think about it, too, Lou, 13 of 20 for 143 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Had a quarterback rating of 98.5. 11 of 20, or 13 of 20, I should say. 143 yards.
Not crazy stats.
Not crazy stats, and yet he played his best when it mattered the most. Oh, man, that is, if you're Kevin O'Connell, if you're a Minnesota Viking fan, this is really, really good for you.
I tell you, it's one game. But it is scary if they have their quarterback, which they believe they do, because he was kind of an unknown in college. His team won. Michigan won. He was there for the national championship.
You're right.
He didn't put up crazy stats in college, either, but when he had to make a play, he did. And so if that's what they have, where he's a not crazy stats guy, but has that flair for the moment, that's a contending team again.
It's the best quality you could have for your quarterback, that he plays his best when it matters most.
And he's got a coach that's going to bring out the most in his quarterback. We saw it last year with Sam Darnold. We were going to run through a bunch of different cuts from coaches here, and we're going to try and do that over the course of the season.
Okay.
I do want to play a couple by Mike McDaniel because I think a lot of times they're going to be Mike McDaniel's cuts. Not a great game by the Dolphins on Sunday against the Colts. There was a lot of smoke before the season that they have some internal issues, and that could be a candidate for the team that melts down this season. Certainly off to a start that would indicate that that's the case. This is Mike McDaniel yesterday as the dust was settling on their blowout loss to Daniel Jones and the Colts.
To be honest, I think the positive is that that was a miserable experience. It was embarrassing. Flat out. And in that, there's nowhere to hide. It's almost, within the game, it's almost good that it wasn't reachable, that we were -4 because there's, as a team, we have to, I was really looking forward to seeing the stuff that we've really worked on diligently, and I didn't see any of it, and that's a problem.
I love Mike McDaniel.
And I didn't see any of it, and that's a problem.
I really do. He looks like a walking stick with shades on, basically, for the most part. But you know what? He really is a hyper-physical dude. He's got a mentality that is all about let's be physical. I love the fact that he's like that. But just listening to him, his mentality, just the fact he says it the way that he feels it. I would play for Mike McDaniel, man. I'd love to go out and ball under Mike McDaniel.
Rick, can we pull just the beginning of this cut? I feel like just the way things have gone in Valley sports over the last several years, we're going to need this part of this cut. Okay, I'm going to play it again. And
Yeah.
we're going to save this, and we're going to have it to play when, whenever we need it.
To be honest, like I think the positive is that that was a miserable experience.
There, we'll have that. Like, I would have played that yesterday after the ASU lost to Mississippi State.
Sounds like something Jerry would say. Gerald.
Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
We need to edit together a conversation between Jerry and Mike McDaniel and throw in a little Sean McVay occasionally, just to kind of speed things up a little bit.
You know what? We're going to call this Coach Speak, Basin O'Neill's going forward.
All right.
Coach Speak. We listen to head coaches across the NFL talk about their team and games that happen over the weekend. And we'll do that on a Tuesday, the players' day off.
I got one more I want to play, but we're late to break, or we will be, so I'm gonna save it. But I knew we would end up talking about Monday Night Football too much, and we did, and we should have, because that was a crazy game.
Let's play it coming back.
It's Matt LaFleur. I haven't heard it, so that's why I'm hesitant to play it. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
To have agreements, all parties have to agree.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission. That's what they like to say. And you know what? It's still kind of warm out there, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley reporting. A little tip from your Uncle Ron. You don't want to, get Jamal and Rick to actually move you. You don't want your friends moving you. You want the pros moving you. And that's why I would suggest to you Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. You can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you. And what I love about Moving Team 6, they believe building trust, it starts with you, brothers, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. I also like the fact they take a military-like approach to every move. They're going to show up. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time. They're going to be reliable, professional. It's why they actually support and hire veterans. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the painted desert,
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfaction en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 19 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have now lost back-to-back games after falling 11-5 to the San Francisco Giants last night at Oracle Park. The Snakes and Giants play Game 2 of their series tonight at 6:45. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury have their final regular season home game tonight at PHX Arena. They take on the Los Angeles Sparks with tip-off at 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on what I believe to be a Tuesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick?
Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray was 21 of 29 with 163 yards and 2 touchdowns on Sunday. He also had 7 carries for 38 yards. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, how did you feel about Kyler Murray's performance in Week 1? Very good, above average, average, or underwhelming?
Grade the quarterback. Okay, very good, above average, average, or underwhelming.
Correct.
He didn't turn the ball over, and he accounted for 2 touchdowns. I'm not going to say very good, but if that's above average, if you don't believe me, look at what average is around the league at the quarterback position. I will say a firm above average.
Yeah, so important for Kyler Murray to protect the ball, and I thought there was only one throw that he made where he put the ball in jeopardy. Should have been a pick, as a matter of fact, but it wasn't. That, to me, is going to be the key for Kyler Murray going forward. I truly believe this. I think you can go back to last season as to why that is the case. 6-4 with only 3 picks in the first 10 games. He protected the ball, and the Arizona Cardinals, they won games because of it. The second half of the season, not so much. I think it's going to be a key going forward for Kyler to protect the ball. So I'm going to say above average.
I would go with average, but I will answer above average because you guys said that. The only thing for me, and I know that Kurt Warner on Twitter said it wasn't his fault, but the miss to Marvin that could have been like a 90-something yard touchdown, that was a big miss to me.
Well, that keeps it from being very good.
Yeah.
It was just above average.
I think that keeps it from being above average, too.
That's fine. What's the result?
But yeah, I'll go above average. Average 53%, so I feel justified. Underwhelming 28%, that's a bit much.
They won and he didn't turn the ball over, and he had a quarterback rating over 100.
I know.
Above average 17%, and then very good 2%. All right, Cardinals defensive lineman Calais Campbell spoke to the media yesterday and talked about the performance of rookie cornerback Will Johnson in his NFL debut.
I'm disappointed that they took away his interception, man. It's football, and they're referees are I don't want to get fined, so I ain't gonna say anything about a bad call. And honestly, that was a heck of a play, though. Will Johnson played really good. He was, got a game ball. There were so many big plays out there that he made, and it would have been sweet if he could have got the interception as well. But, it's just a matter of time. His interceptions are coming. But he's a very smart player and plays hungry, and he has all the tools to be an elite corner in this league. And it's good to see him get some first action and show what he can do. But he's created a new standard for himself. So, we expect him to be like that all the time. This is the new normal. You can't go backwards. You got to stay here.
Will other teams regret letting Will Johnson fall to pick number 47?
Yeah. If this, if he just plays the way he's capable of playing and stays relatively healthy. NFL players, you get banged up playing. I understand that. But he dropped because there was this perception he had like a chronic injury.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't, yeah, a lot of GMs are going to be like, I'm sure other GMs, drafted other positions and they're going to get guys that worked out, some of them. But yeah, he is in a real good position to make a lot of people look around to their other scouts in the front office and be like, why did you think there was something wrong with him?
Yeah.
Because if there isn't something wrong with him, and there sure doesn't look like that's the case right now, he shouldn't have been there when the Cardinals got him.
Luke, that Pro Football Focus, how I feel about this. It's not the end-all, be-all. It is not. And just stop it with the grades, okay? But having said that, it's interesting. Well, it's interesting that he was the second highest graded rookie in the rookie class of 2025. He was the second highest graded rookie in the NFL in week 1.
Who was number 1?
I forget, but it doesn't matter because
nobody
Will
remembers
Johnson
number 1.
Was number 2. For me, yeah, you can talk about the second round all you want. We'll take number 2, highest graded rookie in the NFL week to week. Will we not? Yes, even though you can't always be sure. Pro Football Focus has got it right.
We didn't even think he'd be there when the Cardinals picked at 16 in the first round.
Yes. Just start looking at it in a very general kind of way. All I know is watching Will Johnson play Sunday, he was balls.
Yeah. The Arizona Diamondbacks placed first baseman Tyler Locklear on the 10-day injured list yesterday with left elbow inflammation. Locklear was the big piece in the Dbacks trade of Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners ahead of the trade deadline. How much of a bummer is this?
It's not great. These games, I know they're back in the wild card race. They could have really been back in it if they had won last night or the night before. They're still hanging around, and the Mets are really not asserting themselves as the team that wants that final wild card spot. But ultimately, I feel like these final 17 games, and even probably the previous 20, were really about the development of guys like Tyler Locklear and Jordan Lawler at the major league level, and a guy like Gabby Moreno coming back and getting on track. So Locklear being hurt, you don't want any uncertainty going into the offseason. And if I don't know how long he's going to be out, but if he doesn't play again this season, then what do you do at first base next year? Is he your guy, or do you need to go out and get somebody?
Yeah, listen, he's struggled. I think he has struggled a little bit, but he had a 5-game hit streak before he got hurt. That kind of stinks.
Yeah.
He was just starting to get it around and had a 6-game on base. Got on base 6 consecutive games, had a 5-game hit streak, of course, and yeah, he made a horrific error on a rundown but he was just starting to come around a little bit and be a little bit more consistent. And now all of a sudden he's hurt. It's not good.
He's had a couple really hard hit balls too that have turned into outs.
Yeah.
He had a home run that was taken back against Milwaukee.
One up against the wall,
yeah.
too.
But that I really do believe was one of the best things the rest of the season was to just let him go out there and play through this stuff, and now he can't do that.
All right, Wolf. We're gonna do something a little bit different.
Oh boy,
here, because last segment you said that you wanted to hear the Matt LaFleur cut. However, I also have Bill Belichick sound. Would you guys rather hear Bill Belichick sound or what Matt LaFleur is?
I'll play Belichick because I haven't heard this yet.
Okay.
Always.
All right, then that is what I had written down. So I'm happy that you chose that one.
Okay.
UNC head coach Bill Belichick.
Wait, is his girlfriend going to allow us to play this? Is that okay?
I don't think that Jordan, as I call her because it's Jordon.
Yeah.
I don't think that Jordan has the power over our station.
I'm going to laugh when she shows up in that control room in 2 minutes, but go ahead.
UNC head coach Bill Belichick has banned scouts from his former team, the New England Patriots, from having access to the UNC program. Here is his explanation for why the Pat scouts are banned from his program.
Yeah, well, no, it's clear that I'm not welcome there around their facility, and so they're not welcome in ours. Pretty simple.
What do you guys make of this whole situation?
It's weird. It's just weird. We need more than 10 seconds to react to this. I hadn't heard that yet. It's weird. I know I saw Mike Vrabel say Belichick's more than welcome to show up at the Patriots facility. I don't know how Robert Kraft feels about that, though. It's just weird.
This is awful. It really is for so many different reasons. But more than anything else, the hanging chad on this cut that you just played for me is the fact that, Bill, it's not about you. It's about your guys. It's about your players. You would want NFL scouts to be around your players. Disappointing.
This has to be awful for recruiting.
Yeah, and
disappointing.
That was supposed to be the selling point. You know, one of the main selling points. Go have your kid
there are
play.
31 other teams in the NFL.
Yeah. Well,
but that's a policy from what I understand.
All right, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, how confident are you in the Cardinals' offensive line 1 week into the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As there's a swing and a jam shot, Hopper to second, backhanded by Foss, throw to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants' offense paired with the Diamondbacks' mistakes once again leads to a 5-run sixth. The Dbacks could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
Dbacks at the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Man, it's all about affordability and selection at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. I can tell you, Basinonians, if you are in the market right now for a Ford Expedition, maybe you're in the market for the Ford F-150, that's what I drive, you need to get on over to Santan Ford because they have all sorts of September specials that are going on right now. You can get $10,000 off a 2025 Bronco Sport, $5,000 off Explorers. They have leases, Basinonians, from $319. 0 down, 0 APR, and 0 payments for 90 days on select new Fords. And what I love about Santan Ford, the selection is always there. They have over 1,300 vehicles ready for you to buy at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. Go to santanford.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
The $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey.
What's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions.
occasions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults focused on the future. Classes start September 17th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Gambo. What is one aspect of the Carolina Panthers that the Cardinals need to be most prepared for? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. We're in that day where it's like we can still kind of revel in the Cardinals' win over the Saints. Wolf, we don't have to. That was an abrupt ending to Fallout Boy right there.
Yeah, as it should be.
We're not. Jeez, we're not looking.
Stop whining, will you, please? Just.
All right, so what I'm hearing from Wolf is more Fallout Boy today. That's what I'm hearing from Wolf. We're not looking ahead to Carolina yet, even though we did play 10 seconds of that song that is apparently a minute and a half, and I have sent that to like 30 people on my phone now, just so they have it stuck in their head too. But Wolf, let's talk about the offensive line. We briefly got into it yesterday. We're obviously going to be talking about it a lot with Max Starks tomorrow. But I think it's easy in week one to, you can't watch every game. A lot of people are watching Red Zone or whatever. A lot of people caught the Cardinals game via Red Zone, unless you're a Cardinals or a Saints fan. So it's easy to look and say, oh man, they gave up 5 sacks. Offensive line must have been terrible. I don't think the offensive line played their best game on Sunday, but you could maybe put 2 or 3 of those sacks on the quarterback and say, hey, just throw it away.
Yeah, it really wasn't the protection that I was discouraged about. It was more about James Conner running the ball when they knew James Conner was going to run the ball. And I know you could say, well, Wolf, they knew it, and that's why they were loaded. Yeah, you know what? A really good team, though, that knows how to run the ball, they don't care if you load up in the box. They're still going to run the ball over your face. They're still going to do it. That's what makes a great rushing team, is the fact that you can just line up. Hey, you know what's coming. I know it's coming. Everybody here knows it's coming. Stop it. Now, that's when you know you've got a great rushing team, when you can still impact the game by running the ball on the ground. And I think the Cardinals did that to some degree because they continued to run the ball. It wasn't like they had 40 pass attempts in this game. They didn't. I think they had 29. Did they not? Yeah, 29 pass attempts. You know, they ran the ball 27 times. Now, 7 of those times it was Kyler Murray. I was just a little disappointed in the lack of dominance in regard to running the football against a front seven that really suffered last year. Now, again, it's a whole different ballgame because Brandon Staley is their defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Brand new defensive coordinator, and you got a lot of different guys that are in that box as well. It's a different front seven. Having said that, I expected this offensive line to be a little bit more dominant and create some seams for James Conner in particular to run. James Conner actually averaged under 4 yards a carry in this game.
You don't see that very often.
You don't see that often.
Brandon Staley, by the way, much better when he's in a role where he doesn't get to determine if his team goes for it on 4th down. When he is just your defensive coordinator, you could see the Saints.
Brandon, can I talk to you for a minute? Just knock it off.
The Saints defense, I know it's one game, but they did look better in that game than they did last year.
Or as my old coach used to say, there's analytics and then there's the asylum.
You need to put out a book of things. It just needs to be called, or as my old coach used to say, because the number of quotes you have and it could be one of those, you could get away with it. It could be one of those books where there's just like one sentence on each page because it's just the quote. And then you could just turn the page and there's another one. You could get like 100 pages out of that.
Coaches used to love to get up there. There's analytics and then there's the asylum. I don't care about the analytics. You're nuts if you're doing that. Okay.
Here's JG on with Burns and Gambo yesterday talking about his offensive line's performance in week 1.
Yeah, I think, just the back to my first comment about the little details, and I will give New Orleans some credit. They did a good job. They had some stout guys in there. They were hitting on some run blitzes, some different replace zones that can be hard to deal with when you're talking about points and stuff in the run game. I thought overall it was kind of a dirty run game. I know we popped the one explosive. I know James had the one explosive on 2nd and 15. That was I think a 12-yarder, a 13-yarder there. That was before the Mike Wilson conversion, but that was a good run. I thought we got real good movement. I thought after the one explosive tomorrow, we ran just a kind of a downhill double. That we got good movement. Always can be better. I think I give them, it's a little bit of both. I think we can get better at some of the details with what we're doing with our hands and our hat. And I think they did a pretty good job, honestly, you guys. I do.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Their front seven was really led and spearheaded by that defensive line. Carl Granderson did a really, really good job at the point of a Cameron Jordan as well.
Before you go on, when we were talking last week and we said pick a guy on the defense you need to stop.
Yeah.
You said Cameron Jordan, and I said Carl Granderson.
And there you go.
So nobody knows the Saints defense like us.
And not only that, too, Devon Godchow.
I did not see that coming.
There is a guy that they actually acquired in the offseason and they brought in for that specific thing. Once again, it's a different front seven than last year, but there are still guys playing in that front seven that were there for the New Orleans Saints last year. It's a different scheme. I was disappointed. I wanted to see the Arizona Cardinals be able to line up and dominate. Run the ball when everyone expects you to run the ball. What are you going to do about it? Because you can't do anything about it. That's when you demoralize another team. And if you can do that, it's the best thing that you could have on any given trend for any given Sunday would be you can't be stopped from running the ball. That's what my expectation was going in. That did not happen, and that's why I'm a little disappointed.
There's more from JG. This is yesterday addressing the media. He was asked about the sacks allowed and how much of that was on the offensive line. So this isn't exactly what you were talking about with the run game, but it's something that a lot of people pointed to.
Coach Staley did a good job. They had a couple of unique things. They're running a replace rush a couple times, which made us hot one time, and then they're making us pass off games. I thought overall we're pretty firm. We lost a couple times a little quick. We're kind of we're in the quarterback's lap a little bit, but overall I thought we did a pretty good job, and that's always going to be a point of emphasis for us is make sure that pocket's firm. give him some escape lanes, which I think that we did do that because I thought that the quarterback made some legit plays with his legs yesterday, and that was good to see.
That's going to be a big part of the Arizona Cardinals season going forward. Ron Wolfley reporting. It just is.
Sources.
I'm just saying right now, this is where Kyler Murray needs to continue to get better, is to be able to pull the ball down and convert with his legs. And this is something that we saw a little bit on Sunday, but we need to see more of it, I think, going forward.
That's the one part of the game where I'm wondering if him feeling sick maybe impacted things a little bit. I only say that because, look, like I said yesterday, if they had lost and he had played poorly, that's not an excuse that he was sick. But we've seen him, when he gets loose, take off and run and almost be uncatchable. And he did take off and run a few times on Sunday, but he didn't quite look like Kyler Murray. He just looked like a fast quarterback. He didn't look like a guy that strikes terror into the hearts of defensive players when he gets out in the open field. That, I wonder if maybe it's just because he was feeling under the weather.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have plenty of time to find out. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back over to college football. Why does Jordan Tyson have 90% of ASU's receiver targets so far this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here's what ASU lost. They lost their clout. The hype of ASU football, the excitement of being one of the top teams in the country. You lost that. It's gone now. Everybody's going to look at ASU and think you're vulnerable. They're going to think you can be beat. You're going to be picked to lose some games now because of this game against Mississippi State. That's what you lost. You didn't lose your opportunity to win the Big 12, hang a banner, and go play in the playoffs again. You lost the clout that came with being a playoff team from last year and bringing almost everybody back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, my friends. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, Legacy Green Solutions, they're family-owned and operated right here in the Basin, have been for over 25 years, but they're rooted, man. They're from the Midwest. I love that. Wisconsin, as a matter of fact. They are good blue-collar guys, and I like that. That matters to me, Basinonians. I come from a blue-collar background as well. They show up and they work hard. Legacy Green Solutions only offers premium, American-made artificial grass. It looks amazing. It feels fantastic. It's perfect for the kids and the dog as well. Right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering you, Basinonians, a special deal for a limited time. Unlock 15% off by mentioning Wolf. Yeah, you deal with Legacy Green Solutions right now and mention me, 15% off. Text GREEN to 62620. That's GREEN to 62620, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
You know, all the rain we've been having, a lot of phone calls coming into America Roofing, Arizona's #1 roofer. Listen, with this rain, couple things. You got to keep an eye on your roof, because if you get a leak, you absolutely need to call the best, and that's America Roofing, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing knows that a damaged roof can't wait. So today, last few days, we've been dealing with the rain. And now you've got this brown spot on the ceiling, right? And you're like, well, what do I do? Well, timely service is what America Roofing is all about. They know a damaged roof can't wait. And that's why they prioritize timely service to ensure your roof gets the attention it needs promptly. 602-960-ROOF. With the rain, make sure you're getting your roof checked. Make sure everything in your house is dry, and it all starts with your roof. 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have now lost back-to-back games after falling 11-5 to the San Francisco Giants last night at Oracle Park. The Snakes and Giants play Game 2 of their series tonight at 6:45. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury of their final regular season home game tonight at PHX Arena. They take on the Los Angeles Sparks with tip-off at 7. This report is brought to you by Parker and Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and it is a pivotal series for the Diamondbacks in San Francisco, and we didn't really think we were going to say that. We'll react to last night's game, look at where they sit in the National League. 2 to 6 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
They not like us.
Pixie!
They not like us. They not like us. They not
Wolf, do you want the good news or the bad news?
Always give me the bad.
First of all, since you brought up Pixie, I'll give Lauren credit for coming in here with a positive attitude today.
Who's Lauren?
Pixie.
Oh, Pixie.
Yeah. Despite the way that football game went last night.
Yeah, big Chicago Bears fan.
Yeah, but she showed up to work.
Yeah.
So look at that.
Square jaw, throw the shoulders back. Let's go.
Looked like she was ready to fight several people, but hey, she's still here. The good news, I guess. Did you say you want good news first or the bad news?
Bad news.
Okay, well, the bad news isn't going to make any sense because it's all one sentence.
I see.
But, okay, let's see. How would I phrase the bad news?
I freaked Luke out right there by picking the bad news, apparently.
Okay, so the bad news is, and that accounts for 90% of ASU's receptions by receivers.
I see, okay.
The good news is Jordan Tyson's off to a great start this year.
Okay.
He's got 18 catches through 2 games for 209 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, I think honestly, if you want to develop some secondary and tertiary receivers and options, in reads, I would say, in your quarterback's progression, that's exactly what you want to do in the first 2 games is come out and have the kind of results the Sun Devils have had with Tyson. Just come out and do that. I think that opens up a lot of avenues for other people to emerge.
Well,
does that make sense to you?
It does. It absolutely does. But, we're going to need to see the second step now because it's becoming a thing. It's Kenny Dillingham was asked about it yesterday. Sam Levitt was asked about it today, so I'm going to play some of those for you right now. Here's Kenny yesterday on the lack of production in the passing game outside of Jordan Tyson. A couple other guys have catches, Wolf, but they're mostly running backs. Just to give everybody the perspective, Sam Levitt has 35 completions this season, okay? 18 have gone to Tyson, 6 to Kyson Brown, 6 to Raleek Brown, so that's 12 more that have gone to your running backs. One to Shimon Mateer, who that's extremely low for him, honestly.
Yes.
But he's a tight end. Another one to Kanye Udo. That's another running back. Another one to Cameron Harpole. That's another tight end. So of your 20 completions to receivers, 18 have gone to Tyson. 2 went to Malik McClain in the first game of the season. Nothing. Jaron Hamilton hasn't been a factor. Jalen Moss hasn't been a factor. I know there's an injury there with Moss, but those were guys that were supposed to be weapons for Sam Levitt. Here's Kenny Dillingham on that.
Yeah, we got to get more guys involved. We just got to get more guys involved. So that's the plan. I mean, in fall camp, we had more guys involved all the time. We got to do a better job, myself, getting more guys involved. That's simple. We have guys out there that should be involved, can be involved. So we just got to get more guys involved.
Okay.
You know he did that. He said that on purpose, involved.
I have to ask him on Sparky's Den tomorrow.
You've got to ask him that, man.
Should you get more guys involved? I'm actually going to write that down.
Just ask him, Kenny, why did you answer the question with involved? How many times did he say it, Base Marines? I want to say 5 or 6.
Okay, yeah. It's only a 19-second cut. I'm just going to play it again.
Yeah,
okay,
let's
we're going to count
again,
it. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we got to get more guys involved. We just got to get more guys involved. So that's the plan. I mean, in fall camp, we had more guys involved all the time. We got to do a better job, myself, getting more guys involved. That's simple. We have guys out there that should be involved, can be involved. So we just got to get more guys involved.
7.
Kenny, that is awesome. We got to get more guys involved. You know, you do, but the best way to do that, honestly, is have success targeting one wide receiver. And we all know what happened against NAU, too. They came after Sam Levitt. Of course, they came after him, and because of that, they were singled up a lot of times. And why wouldn't you target your best receiver at that point in time? You would. And, you know, the fact that you're having results by targeting Jordan Tyson is a good thing, ultimately. But it does open up a lot of doors for other people to get involved.
Yeah, you don't say. I don't know, like, in game 1, they win, Tyson goes off. And so it's like, I understand why it was a talking point. It stood out to me, too. Like, okay, wait, where are these other receivers? But I would say not a bad thing. If Tyson's open, go to him. But I would say where it showed up.
Lipinski reporting.
In the second half of the game on Sunday or Saturday, I don't know that it was really an issue either, because they were running so much. It was more the first half where it was like, man, Levitt's he's struggling here. He's under duress, and it felt like in that moment it was like either the ball's got to go to Tyson or they can't complete a pass anywhere down the field. So that is where I would say of the 4 halves they've played so far this season, it was really just that first half against Mississippi State where that seems to maybe be an issue. Here's Sam Levitt today talking about it.
Yeah, I just gotta start feeding the ball to my other guys and trust them to make plays and trust them to play. Overall, and just in terms of packaging, not putting everything on Zero's hands. So, it's going to be within the game plan and myself just feeding them the rock.
Yeah, you know what I hear when I listen to that from Sam Levitt?
Get guys involved?
I get guys involved. That's exactly right. Kenny and Sam have had conversations about getting guys involved. And I think that means just throw to the open receiver. Don't predetermine where you're going to go with the ball. Let it come to you more. I think Sam is really good at that, and maybe he felt like he was forcing things. So for me, just get other people involved by letting it come to you, right, Kenny? Let it come to Sam Levitt.
It
as
works.
Opposed to trying to go out and force something.
It cuts both ways, though, right? Because everybody's asking this question like, hey, are you forcing it to Tyson too much? Well, you don't want him to go out there and start forcing it to other receivers. Like, I can't give it to Tyson.
Let it come to you.
If Tyson's open, there's your guy.
Yeah.
But if he's not, at least one other guy should be open.
Well, and also, too, the calls that you make can game plan for that as well. There are some calls that will help you get other people involved as opposed to calling plays where, Tyson Jordan is going to be your point of emphasis.
Interested to hear this, too, from Sam Levitt. This is from during our show today.
I mean, Jordan Tyson. Did I say? I did that. You know what? I caught myself, too, basically.
You did. I was going to give you 10 seconds.
Caught myself.
2 first names is always tough.
My goodness.
Sam Levitt today, this is within like the last 45 minutes or so, was asked how he feels after that game now that he's had a few days to let the dust settle.
Honestly, I thought it was really good for me, the team as a whole. We saw what we could do in the second half. You know, and there's a lot of things I got to clean up. Quite frankly, you know, I didn't play very well, and I take a lot of things on me, and you know, but it's things I can clean up. Just knowing the game plan better and fixing my footwork, being more calm. You know, it's a lot of the same things that was, you know, early in the season last year. So I'm just excited to go to work and fix it up.
Your thoughts on that?
This is why I have confidence that they'll get this back on track, is because Levitt and the way he sees the game, that you can tell that wasn't just him saying that because that's what's supposed to be said, because he gave specific examples there of, hey, this is stuff I had to work on at the start of last year too. And also combine that with what he did in the second half of the game on Saturday. His numbers were awful. I understand that. But you said this yesterday. When they were running, when he went back to pass, if there wasn't anything, he just ran and was like, we need the yards, I'll take the hits, basically.
With abandon.
I don't know how Kenny Dillingham feels about that, seeing his quarterback take the hits, but they needed the extra yards in that moment because it was the second half of a game where they were down by 14 points, and he was taking hits to make plays and get the extra yards.
And it wasn't just that. It was also the fact that I'm sure they were talking about we need to run the ball coming out in the second half, and that's where he really ramped it up, running through tackles. He was setting an example, Basin Earnings, for everyone else on the team. This is going to be a physical half. If we're going to get back into this game, here's how we need to run the ball. And that's exactly what he did. He came out literally running the ball himself. And guess what? They tied it up and then actually took the lead and lost it.
That's one of those things that gets lost in the moment because of how it ended.
Yeah.
But they did come back in a game where they were down 17-0 on the road. Yep. Cowbell's going nonstop. SEC opponents. And you're like, man, they're going to get run off the field. And they came back and took the lead. So that's the sort of thing that should help them down the line. We come back over to baseball. How big of a setback is the Diamondbacks' latest injury, and which player's recent surge could be huge for this team in 2026? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
The Sun Devils have played 2 of their 12 regular season games, and they don't look good. They don't look like anything like the team that finished last year. There is a lot of football left, but as somebody who's been watching this program and has lived through the last 5 or 6 this is our year periods in ASU football, this feels exactly like what anybody who's lived through that time period has experienced.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, my friends, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Yeah, also known as DISC, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com. As a football player, of course, I did a lot of damage to my back and my spine, and the good people over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, they have helped me in the past. DISC surgeons have actually developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that really caters to your goals and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief for you, Basinonians. DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. You know what? It's Get back to living right now. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford, David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfaction en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
For Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Life is short, and if we spend our time suffering with pain and it takes away our joy, that's not a very good way to live.
He's right. It's hard to be happy when you're in constant pain. QC Kinetics patient Chad admits the chronic pain in his knee really robbed his quality of life.
When I was going to the traditional doctor and getting the pain pills, my smile wasn't as big as it usually is. Going to my high school reunion on crutches, it was awful.
But then Chad visited QC Kinetics. He experienced the real power behind natural regenerative treatments. Using healing properties from his own body, QC Kinetics was able to restore and repair damaged tissue, finally giving Chad lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime.
And I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
Learn how advanced regenerative medicine can help your body heal itself at QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. 602-837-PAIN.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Dbacks fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
This is Andre the Giant, and the Diamondbacks are playing my favorite team, the San Francisco Giants. When they squash them like I squash Hulk Hogan. And then at 6 a.m. to be cleaner on the mornings. Ho, ho, ho.
All right, over to baseball for the first time on the show today, Wolf. We had a lot to jam into this segment. The Diamondbacks did lose last night. They were fine for a while, tie game, and then was at the sixth inning, started with an error, a walk, and a bunt single, and all of a sudden the bases are loaded with no outs. And that doesn't usually end well for the team that's in the field, and it didn't. The Giants end up winning, so the Diamondbacks don't lose any ground to the Mets. That's really the only team that truly matters, because the Mets also lost again. But it's a missed opportunity.
Yes, it's squandering the opportunity that is in front of them.
If they had won last night, they would be 3.5 out of a wild card spot, and they would have jumped St. Louis, Cincinnati, and San Francisco. They would be the fourth wild card. Now, I get it, only 3 wild cards make it, but if they had won last night, they would have jumped ahead of all those other teams, and the Mets are not playing good baseball, man. They are really struggling.
It's there for the taking. The Diamondbacks, if they don't actually get back in this thing, it's going to be a situation where they're going to look at it and say, we should have done A, B, and C. If we could have just done A, B, and C, we would have been right in it. I think 4.5 games is a huge difference between that and 3.5. And we all agree.
Well, because when you get down and if the deficit is anything that involves a 3 or under, you're kind of in that like, man, if we have a great series and they don't have a great series, we've passed them. So the Mets, I was looking at all the schedules last night. The Cardinals and Reds have the 2 toughest schedules remaining. The Diamondbacks have the 3rd toughest schedule remaining. But the Mets schedule is not easy, and they've still got 3 more against the Phillies. So certainly you can still hold out hope if you're a Diamondbacks fan. They've lost 2 in a row, though. They don't really have – they can lose the occasional game, but they don't have any margin. Like, they can't have a losing week. They really can't lose any more series. So it's still a long shot, but it's not a crazy long shot. The other part, though, of this final stretch run of the season was about seeing what Tyler Locklear can do at the major league level and seeing what Jordan Lawler can do at the major league level. And Lawler has had his injury issues, Now Tyler Locklear is dealing with one left elbow inflammation, so he's on the 10-day injured list, and Tim Tawa got called up.
And I would also say, too, Gabby Moreno. Just to throw that in there.
That's where I was going next.
Gabby Moreno as well. You know what? I'd love to see him stay healthy. That is something we talked about since he was injured, and now since he's come back, we're all, hey, listen, is Gabby, can you count on Gabby Moreno? I wonder how the front office actually feels about his health. And the fact that he's really had some health issues over the last couple of seasons and staying healthy. And, is he really going to be a guy that you're going to be able to count on going forward? And, man, Gabby has responded to that.
Gabby hit his 8th home run last night. That's a career high. So how about that right there? In a season,
and he's been hitting, too.
He absolutely has. In a season where early in the year he wasn't necessarily hitting, and he's missed a lot of games, he's raised the average to 283. A lot of it is largely since he has come back. He came back on August 22nd was his first game back, okay? So in, 7 games in August, he hit 321 with 2 home runs. And so far, 7 games in September, he's hitting 333 with another home run. And this...
Sold.
Yeah, because it's all... He's got to hit a little bit.
Right.
But he doesn't have to hit this well to be valuable because he's so good defensively. He made another great defensive play last night.
Yeah, well, that's what we expect from Gabby.
It is.
It just should be the norm. Tyler Locklear, not so much.
Yeah.
This is a question mark. I think right now, it's going to be a question mark going forward in the offseason, what you're going to do at first base. How do you feel about that, Luke? Are you comfortable if Tyler Locklear is going to be our first baseman going forward?
No.
Going into 2026.
No.
Now, I realize there's still some time here, but the 10-day IL that he's going on, who knows if that could turn into a longer stint as well.
So he's had, 103 at-bats as a Diamondback. We mentioned earlier, he had a home run stolen. He's had a couple really hard hit balls that he didn't get great luck. I don't have all the analytics in front of me. I'm guessing his expected batting average on balls in play is probably a little bit higher than his actual average, but his average is 175. And at that position, you think of the guys the Diamondbacks have had play first base for them over the last, decade now. Josh Naylor was really good at the plate this year.
Yeah.
Christian Walker in previous years. And before that, Paul Goldschmidt before that.
Goldie.
So I don't know that you can go into next season with a guy who's hitting 175.
Yeah.
He can still be your first baseman in the future.
Yeah. That's a great question. Could he be the first baseman of the future for the Arizona Diamondbacks, or is it going to be a situation where you're going to have to go out and get somebody maybe that he could possibly platoon with over at first base?
Fine. I don't know. I don't feel like he's the first baseman of the present if you're trying to make the playoffs.
Yes, I would agree with that. And I think he's got to get a lot better, too, with his glove. And that's kind of a disconcerting thing for me because we all know it's something that the Diamondbacks value greatly.
Yeah.
And especially at first base. Josh Naylor was a little bit of a sidecar, okay, for the most part. But Woke, of course, and Goldie, those two guys at first were Gold Glovers.
Yeah. And I know we had that cut, and I think, is it Mike Hazen we're talking to tomorrow? I think it is.
Yes.
From the Dbacks front office. Okay. I know we had that cut from him when they first got Locklear that, he maybe hasn't been amazing defensively, but he's the sort of guy that they feel like can turn into a pretty good defensive player if he puts the work into it. It is a very small sample size on him. I mean, coming over at the trade deadline. So I don't want to just write him off. But I think if your question is, let's say he doesn't play anymore this season, and you're going into next season saying, okay, we can be a playoff team in 2026, I think you need somebody else there as an option at first base, at least to start the year. And then if Locklear just tears it up and he's the guy, then so much the better. Also, I would say this. You want to talk about small sample sizes. Jordan Lawler couldn't get a hit. His last 3 games that he has started, he has hits.
Yes.
So he has 4 hits over his last 4 games, but one of those games he just had 1 at bat. But the other 3 games, he's 2 hits, 1 hit, and 1 hit. And he's driven in a couple runs, has scored a couple runs, a couple doubles mixed in there. we know this guy can hit. It's just a matter of can he do it at the major league level, and I think confidence is probably a big part of that right now.
Yeah, that really is when you think about it. Oh, my goodness. I just know how important that is, the confidence. It was everything to me when I was trying to come up through the ranks, and when you were in that rookie season and in the throes of all the bad plays that you would experience and the way they would impact you in a very negative kind of way. It's good to see Jordan Lawler actually do some positive things and start hitting the ball and squaring it up. It's something that I think he's carried over to the field as well. It's confidence overall, and it's really, really important for his development, for anybody, any young player. I don't care what sport you're talking about, brothers. Any young player, man, you have got to experience success because it gives you so much confidence. And that confidence you can turn into competitive fire.
I don't have the number. Was it 57 errors the Diamondbacks committed last year? 57 or 58?
I want to say 53.
Okay, somewhere in the 50s.
Okay.
Right? They already have 73 this year, which it's not like that's the worst in baseball. It's just kind of middle of the pack, but it's not a strength.
That's not good.
No.
Honestly, it's just not. It's not Diamondbacks baseball. We could pride ourselves on that. It was the one thing you could point to and say, this team knows how to field its position and won games because they were so good defensively. Can't say that this year.
All right, when we come back to football and the Cardinals, which rookies stood out the most for Arizona in Week 1? We know one of them. We'll get into all of it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, you know what's coming up? National Cheeseburger Day, September 18th. Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. What better way to celebrate National Cheeseburger Day than with a seasoned, smashed, and seared-to-order cheeseburger at Twin Peaks, topped with your choice of cheese. Just grab a cheeseburger and a tea or soda, bundled together all day. It's one of their favorite holidays at Twin Peaks. And while you're there, catch all this football that's going on right now on their wall-to-wall TVs, not to mention the stretch run in baseball. We're not even really that far away from basketball season now or hockey either. And Twin Peaks has an entire menu made for MVPs. It's not just the burgers, although I will highly recommend their burgers. But steaks, flatbreads, tacos, wings with 12 different sauces to choose from. If you're looking for an appetizer, how about chips and queso with brisket chili? They're also serving brunch now, too. So buckle up, wake up with the scratch favorites you love and classic brunch drinks that won't break the bank. Contact your favorite Twin Peaks Lodge for more details. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations. So never settle. Stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality.
By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value, and value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have now lost back-to-back games after falling 11-5 to the San Francisco Giants last night at Oracle Park. The Snakes and Giants played Game 2 of their series tonight at 6:45. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury have their final regular season home game tonight at PHX Arena. They take on the Los Angeles Sparks with tip-off at 7. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Dbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and tomorrow the Cardinals turn the page and look at the Carolina Panthers. I'm not saying the Carolina Panthers aren't good, but let me put it this way. The Carolina Panthers are to football as the Florida Panthers are to football. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Big Lane Marauder Mornings.
All right, final hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Wolf.
Players' day off.
Players' day off.
Players' day off.
I'm surprised you didn't just take the day off.
Yeah, no, of course not.
How do you think that would go over with?
Not well. I don't think so.
Every Tuesday of the football season, Wolf's like, what? It's Players' day off.
I honestly think that the compound would not appreciate that either.
Well, you'd be getting it from both sides.
Hanging around, yes, exactly.
Hey, Wolf, why aren't you at work? And then the compound, they're like, hey, Wolf, why are you here?
Hey, Dad, why aren't you working?
Yeah,
I have the player's day off. I have the player's mentality, so I have the player's day off.
That's right. You know what, Rick? You never lose that mentality, though. You never do.
I guess
never forget that, Basin audience.
To be fair, probably at the compound they don't call you Wolf.
No,
that's probably not how it works.
You'll just all call each other Wolf.
That would be awesome.
No,
it would be funny though. If you guys ever have your own reality show on some TV station,
that's not going to happen.
No,
either.
Probably not. That's why it would be so fantastic. Rookies that stood out.
Privacy matters, my friend.
In the first game, that's not the message we get in 2025. Everything needs to be on video at all times.
Unbelievable. Just stop it. Will you please? Your life is not that interesting. Knock it off.
Will Johnson, we've talked about a lot, and we talked about him with Patrick Peterson earlier today. He definitely made a pretty strong impression in that first game. Here's Calais Campbell talking about Will Johnson as well.
I'm disappointed that they took away his interception, man. It's
football, and they're, referees are, I don't want to get fined, so I ain't gonna say anything about that call. But and honestly, that was a heck of a play, though. Will Johnson played really good. He was, got a game ball. There were so many big plays out there that he made, and it would have been sweet if he could have got the interception as well. But, it's just a matter of time. His interceptions are coming. But he's a very smart player and plays hungry, and he has all the tools to be an elite corner in this league. And it's good to see him get some first action and show what he can do. But he's created a new standard for himself. So, we expect him to be like that all the time. Like, this is the new normal. Like, you can't go backwards. You got to stay here.
We did this overreaction Monday thing, did we not, Luke?
We did. We did it on Monday.
The overreaction, and you actually pointed that out. Was it Will Johnson? And did you not overreact on this?
Prepare for me to fully overreact on Will Johnson all season.
Because honestly, right now, I'm thinking to myself, man, that was really, really good. It was one game from Will Johnson. It was one game, and the bullets, metaphorically speaking, base earnings were real. It was a real deal. It was a real football game. People were trying to beat Will Johnson. And guess what? Will Johnson did really, really well. And should have had a pick. This is the great thing about it. That pick that he had, he did have that pick, brothers. He did. We all saw it with our eyes. Okay, it didn't count in the game, but to me it doesn't matter because ultimately he made that play.
And it's not like he was the one that got flagged. Like, yeah, you made that nice catch, but you had to cheat to do it.
Yes.
He didn't. The flag was on Max Melton on the other side of the planet.
Well, that's a good point by you, Lou.
Look at that, too, in the same year. Here's one more from Calais Campbell. I'm just going to play every Calais Campbell cut.
Just because we love his voice.
Like how that one started with, woo. I can't even do a Calais impression. He was asked if he can tell that Will Johnson plays with a chip on his shoulder.
Well, you can see it in practice, just the way they carry themselves, the sense of urgency you have, the standard you set for yourself, like even if you make a play, you could have made a better play. You can see when guys, feel something for that. But the play that I was most impressed with when they tried to throw the screen and he came through and put his shoulder right to his ribs. I mean, you can't do any better than that. That's elite football. And it just gets everybody going, especially a D lineman. When you see your corners play that kind of with that kind of physicality as a D lineman, you just get excited.
Oh yeah, as a D lineman, you get excited when you see a corner come up and actually jack somebody and knock them down to the ground. That had to hurt, didn't it, Chris Olave?
That was a hit.
That had to hurt.
That was a hit, and I wasn't necessarily expecting that from Will Johnson yet.
What I loved about it, too, he did it legally.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why football still is great based on it. It's because you can really knock the dog out of some dude, and you can still do it legally.
He timed it perfectly. It wasn't early. It wasn't anything. Didn't hit him in the head.
Used that shoulder, took his head out of the equation, and jacked him up.
That was like textbook, you're going to think twice before they run this play to throw you the ball again. Is that the actual play?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, you can hear it.
No, that was I know you could, but that was the actual play?
Yeah.
Who's screaming? Is that Buddha? It sounds like Buddha.
I don't know, but you can hear it if you listen closely.
It sounds like Buddha. He didn't say anything about Wolf's purse, so I'm not sure it was Buddha, but it did sound like Buddha.
All plays are not created equal in a game of football. And this is the great thing about the game itself. It's such an emotional game. And when you knock the dog out of somebody else, it just fires everybody up and they tap into the rage tree and suddenly go out there and play the game a little bit more physical because guess what? That's what the game is predicated on. That's what the game is all about. And it's okay to be physical, my young grunks, because you're in between those white lines. It's okay to go out there and say, man, I'm going to knock you on your butt. You don't believe it? Watch this. It's okay to do that and feel that way. That's why I loved it.
If you stack the plays that stand out now a couple of days later from that game, he's got two of them. I mean, the interception that didn't count, that hit, Buddha's play in the end zone, Marv's 45-yard catch, Trey Benson's long run, 52-yard run. Those are the main ones that come to mind.
That's pretty good, Luke, yeah.
But he's got two of them.
He's got two of them.
That one counted.
And so did the other one, again, because if you watch tape, if you're Bryce Young, by way of example, and you're watching tape of the Arizona Cardinals, you're going to see that with Will Johnson.
Yeah.
You're going to see that, and everyone's going to know he should have had a pick. That was a great play by him.
Nice pick, too.
Made a great pick. Yeah, you know what? Beware. It's one game. I get it. Oh, my goodness. He's still going to be tested. I promise you there's going to be offensive coordinators for the first half. For the first, I want to say 9 games, 10 games of this season, it's still going to be a situation. This guy over here is a rookie, all right? And he's a guy who takes chances. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to test him. That is coming. Trust me on that.
It'll be interesting because it's Bryce Young this upcoming week. I would assume Brock Purdy in week 3, but he's already banged up.
Yeah, he's banged up.
And Sam Darnold in week 4. So this is a nice ramp up for a young corner. It's not like, okay, you get Mahomes, then Allen, then Burrow. Like, he doesn't have to deal with that quite yet.
No.
But I don't know. We'll see. Because the other thing is it's Max Melton on the other side. So it's not like you have this established vet on the other side. Maybe they won't throw at Will Johnson a ton if he starts making plays like that.
Yeah.
The other play that stood out,
yeah,
and I hope you remember this image was great. There was a play, I think it was the fourth quarter, and Spencer Rattler got loose and kind of took off, and Calais had to chase him down.
Yeah.
And then they showed Calais like 20 seconds later on the sidelines breathing.
He was on his knee, was he not? Yeah, he was down on the ground.
Still taller than everybody.
And he was breathing because that was play number 36, wasn't it?
That was an extensive play, number 36. Hey, Calais, we're going to bring you in for year 18, and you're going to have to chase this second-year quarterback around.
Yeah.
Is that cool?
And you know what? The dude tried. Gave you everything he's got.
He got him.
His motor is there, bruh.
Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. It's you'll find it very simply. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game against Carolina. When we come back, how do the latest 49ers injuries impact the NFC West and specifically the Cardinals? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Did you know the average roof in Arizona lasts about 15 years? And a typical homeowner will need to replace their roof 2 to 3 times. People often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rains, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. JLC Roofing takes pride and integrity as a family-owned business. Their motto is people over profits, a roofer-owned roofing company. They offer free estimates, specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. JLC is even offering all listeners a $1,500 full replacement discount if you need a new roof. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that is roofer-owned for 32 years. From grandfather to father to son, JLC Roofing. Call them at 602-ROOFING for a free estimate. And remember, JLC Roofing will never sell you what you don't need. Get that free roofing estimate at 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com. Hey, it's Gambo. What is one aspect of the Carolina Panthers that the Cardinals need to be most prepared for? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. We agreed, Wolf, we're not really going to talk about the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Not yet, not until tomorrow.
Okay.
We should just not talk about them at all week because of how miserable this history against the Panthers has been.
I think that's exactly why we should talk about it. Let's get this out in the open.
You turn that around.
Just admit it, okay, and let's speak about the Carolina Panthers and how they own the Arizona Cardinals.
And they don't own much, but for whatever reason, they've owned us. But you brought this up, though, pre-show. It's Tuesday. We're not talking about the team they're playing. No. So what we're instead going to do, we're going to talk about the team they're playing in Week 3, okay? We're just going to totally skip right over that. George Kittle is on IR. So the story came out yesterday. He's probably going to miss 3 to 5 weeks. Then they put him on IR today, which means he's, missing at least 4. So that means he's not going to play against the Cardinals in 2 weeks. It also means, though, that San Francisco is taking a major hit just in terms of a team in the NFC West. You wouldn't hate it if they went out and lost to some of these other teams they play here, and them not having George Kittle is going to hurt their chances. That's almost more what I'm looking at, Wolf, than specifically the Cardinals game. They play New Orleans this week. I don't know if that's enough to lose to New Orleans. They play Jacksonville in Week 4. They play the Rams in Week 5.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure I want them to lose that game, but we'll see.
Isn't Brock Purdy banged up, too, in regard to playing in Week 2 against the Saints?
He has a toe and shoulder injury.
Oh, yeah, a toe and shoulder
I would assume that's 2 different injuries.
Yeah, no.
Otherwise,
you would assume that?
He's got a huge injury.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Yeah, it's a big injury. It goes from his toe all the way up to his shoulder.
Well, I mean, like the hip bone is connected to the thigh bone. That whole song, you know.
Ow, my toe. Ow. Tell me you just, honestly, right now, it's your extremities, whatever it is. I can't stand it. I've told you this before in the past. It drives me crazy. Your fingertips, basically. Oh, my goodness. The pain that you feel when your fingertips or your toes, whatever it is. Man, drill me with a baseball bat right in the chest. I'm good. Let's go. But as far as my toes or my fingertips, no! Okay, anyways, I digress. George Kittle, this is a big loss for the 49ers right now. At this point of the season, to lose him for what could be over a month, 4 or 5 games, certainly 4 games you're going to miss him for. He's placed on IR now. That is a big loss to the 49ers. Their offense is defined by George Kittle.
It is, and I completely agree. He's the guy who defines their offense. If you take him out of the equation, who's the next guy would you say that defines their offense? Their quarterback?
McCaffrey.
Okay, and McCaffrey.
And I'm not even attacking Brock Purdy in any way, shape, or form. Brock Purdy is an excellent player, but when you talk about the kind of offense they run, it's balanced. And it's balanced why? Because they've got a true stud tight end in George Kittle, and they got Christian McCaffrey, who is a dual threat. If ever there was a dual threat running back in the National Football League, a guy who could run the ball and catch the ball effectively coming out of the backfield. Oh, my goodness. Go back and watch a 49ers game and watch how many times they try to isolate Christian McCaffrey on a linebacker. They do it over and over and over again. And it's because they're balanced. Their offense overall is very balanced, and that helps Brock Purdy. But to me, they're defined by their tight end, George Kittle, and their running back, Christian McCaffrey.
Well, I figured you were going to say either Purdy or McCaffrey. McCaffrey was dealing with the calf thing before the start of the season, and that was a huge issue for him last year. Now, he played in week 1, and he was really good. I mean, he's Christian McCaffrey. But Purdy's all beat up. So you would say probably the 3 guys that most define San Francisco's offense. One of them's out. One of them has a history of being hurt a lot, and one of them is hurt right now. In fact, here's the update from Kyle Shanahan yesterday on Purdy specifically.
Brock Purdy hurt his left shoulder and toe. We'll see how this week goes for him.
So that's arguably their 3 most important offensive players.
What is it, Rick? What are you laughing at?
I'm just laughing at that being the cut. He's got a shoulder and a toe.
That he could fit that all into 5 seconds. You would think it would be like 2 very distinctly different things to talk about.
There's got to be a song about that. Your toe and your shoulder. Your toe and your shoulder.
If not, you should write one.
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
There it is.
Well, save that cut of Rick singing.
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Knees and toes.
Now, what you need to do, Rick, is remix you saying it with Wolf singing it right there. Put that together. That'll set back the entire music industry for years.
You think about it, George Kittle's so good at the point of attack. He still is one of the best blocking tight ends in the National Football League. Takes a ton of pride in it. It's one of the reasons why I love the fact that Trey McBride is really close to George Kittle.
Yeah.
I love that. They're really, really close. And they get together with tight end you, of course, and they hang out. And I love the fact that George Kittle has so much impact on Trey McBride. And the reason being is because Trey McBride loves and wants to get better in the rushing game, too, the running attack and blocking at the point of attack. It gives the 49ers so much of an advantage when they can go 11 personnel, 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide, and they can still line up and blow your face off, running the ball in 1st and 10. It's a massive advantage philosophically and schematically for the 49ers. He defines their balance because he can block, and he's as good as it gets when it comes to catching the ball and then running after the catch, just like Trey.
So he's out. Purdy's hurt, and their backup is Mac Jones. Christian McCaffrey always seems like he's one random injury report popping up from missing time. Juwan Jennings is hurt. I don't know, he's not out, but he's hurt. Brandon Ayuk is already on the injured list. Like, they are already a beat-up team, and they just tend to be a beat-up team on offense for whatever reason. I don't know why.
They run a physical offense.
Yeah, that's true. But something to keep an eye on, at least, because that is definitely a team that you're paying attention to in the NFC West. And I think most people that didn't pick them to come out of the NFC West were doing so because of their injury history, and now it's already hitting them. I'll throw this out there, too, Wolf. This kind of got snuck through in the NFL yesterday. Philadelphia and Jacksonville making a trade right after week 1 of the season.
Yeah, your thoughts on that trade?
Here, I'll play the Emery Hunt cut, and then we can kind of react to it.
Maybe they want to get a little bit more explosive behind Saquon Barkley because Bigsby is more explosive than Shipley and also A.J. Dillon. So that makes more sense than the move itself because you do have 2 good backs in Shipley and Dillon. And for Jacksonville, it says they're leaning more so on the rookies in Allen and Tootin. Tootin can, he has some speed, and Allen has, good ability as a receiver out the backfield coming from Syracuse as well. But it just questions the fact of why make the move for a guy that you just drafted a couple of seasons ago in Bigsby.
Doesn't it? I mean, so the trade was Tank Bigsby going to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So now Philly, who there was a lot of talk that Will Shipley was like kind of turning some heads in camp as a really good backup. He's not Saquon, but if they had to give him a break for a drive or whatever, or a couple plays, they go out and get Tank Bigsby. So they obviously felt like they were missing something back there. And then Jacksonville, there was a lot of talk that Bigsby might even become the starter this year. Travis Etienne went off in that first game. He was playing Carolina. Something to pay attention to. Etienne running against the Panthers, who the Cardinals play this week. He had 16 carries for 143 yards. But behind him now, it's a couple. It's Bashal Tootin and LaQuint Allen, so a couple rookies back there.
Yeah, what did they give up for Tank Bigsby as well? A couple of mid-round picks,
I believe a
right?
fifth and a sixth.
A fifth and a sixth. That's it, Rick, right there. Yeah, a fifth and a sixth-round pick for Tank Bigsby. 5'11", 215 pounds. I do like his game, but I was a little surprised they gave up what they did in order to acquire him.
Yeah, you give up a couple picks 1 week into the season.
Yeah.
You're not just doing it for fun. You know, like you saw something. And look, I think Philly would be content to run the ball 100% of the time, honestly. And maybe he's just good at shoving his quarterback forward in the tush push. I don't know.
Yes, not only that, too. Of course, we all laugh at you saying that. That's pretty funny, Luke. I think
that almost felt like a backhanded compliment.
I think Tank Bigsby has a lot of Saquon Barkley in him. He's kind of the same kind of back to me in terms of their frame and how they're built for the most part. So I think that's a situation where you've got to worry about that. Saquon is such a huge part of the Eagles' offense and what they do. Maybe they didn't feel comfortable with who they had on the depth chart behind Saquon Barkley. They obviously did not feel comfortable. And I think Bigsby is a guy that has a lot of the qualities of Saquon Barkley. Now, not the same player. Not saying that, but a lot of the qualities.
Can't do the reverse hurdle.
And because of that, I think that was very appealing to them, obviously, to give up a fifth and sixth round pick.
And you're Philly, you're all in on winning right now. So, I mean, if you feel like you need to address that need, I don't think a fifth and a sixth is too much to give up.
You don't want to change your offense because Saquon goes down.
Yeah, that would not be great. No. But also, you give up a fifth and a sixth the week into the season, you saw it as an important move. All right, when we come back, how does ASU football get back on track quickly and make sure Saturday's loss does not snowball into something bigger? We're going to ask the voice of the Sun Devils, Tim Healy, will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Timmy!
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Knees and toes.
Knees and toes!
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Will Johnson was great yesterday. You can see what great looks like. Great pops. Great, just like kind of reaches out through the TV and grabs you a little bit and says, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great in that game yesterday.
The highest graded rookies in week one. Tyler Warren a 90.4, Will Johnson a 90.2. Will Johnson was the second highest graded rookie in week one. He was fantastic.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You know, when you go to santanford.com, or if you go to Santan Ford, you're going to see Tim Hovick is the owner-operator of Santan Ford. Tim Hovick is a buddy of mine. I've known him, Basinonians, for actually over 2 decades now. It's pretty incredible. But he is one of the biggest sports nuts you're ever going to meet, man. If you want to talk sports and buy a Ford, you need to go on over to Santan Ford and talk to Tim Hovick. And Tim Hovick right now, over 1,300 vehicles are ready for your inspection. That's right. Santan Ford, the lot is full. Maybe you're in the market for a Ford F-150. That's what I drive, Basinonians. Maybe it's the Ford Expedition the Warrior Queen drives that. Maybe you're into the Ford Mustang. That's what Paul Calvisi loves. Well, you know what? They've got all sorts of special deals going on right now. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. philosophies.com.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with your kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So bring your MRI and your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate, and your first consultation is free, so don't wait. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can call them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee, only at 72sold.com.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have now lost back-to-back games after falling 11-5 to the San Francisco Giants last night at Oracle Park. The Snakes and Giants play Game 2 of their series tonight at 6:45. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury have their final regular season home game tonight at PHX Arena. They take on the Los Angeles Sparks with tip-off at 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Processed the ASU loss to Mississippi State. Had 72-ish hours to do it.
Okay.
I still don't feel better, but maybe a little. We talked it out. We're going to talk to the voice of the Sun Devils, see if he can make us feel a little bit better.
Timmy!
Tim Healy's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Tim?
What's up, fellas? Interesting you say that, Luke, because actually Kenny Dillingham made me feel a lot better yesterday when I listened to his news conference. I was pretty down, as most Sun Devil fans were, after that tough loss in Stark Vegas, if you will, on Saturday night. But Kenny really he got me pumped up yesterday. He's got a great approach, man. You can't dwell on one defeat, even one play. He made a great comment, I thought, during the course of his news conference yesterday that he said overreacting is why good teams sometimes go down a rabbit hole or start spiraling down a rabbit hole. Overreacting to one early season loss, one or two, or in this case, 3 big plays. Mississippi State got 3 of their touchdowns on chunk plays, and the rest of the night, the Sun Devil defense played pretty darn well. And after a horrible first half, Arizona State really pounded the rock in the second half. In fact, Wolf, I was thinking of you and Joe Bugle a lot in the second half of that game because the Sun Devils played slobber knocker football to the hilt in that second half. In fact, that drive where they scored the briefly go-ahead field goal in the closing minute was one of the most incredible drives I've ever seen an Arizona State team put together. Wow. 17 plays, 95 yards, 1 pass play in the 17 plays downfield, and most of those 16 runs took place between the tackles with Rayleigh Brown and Kanye Udo doing the heavy lifting behind a solid offensive line and great blocking from the tight end group. And it was something to behold. And yet the sad irony of the evening is the fact that they drove 95 yards playing smash mouth football, but they couldn't get the one last yard that they needed to score a touchdown that, you know, would have put them at least in a position where if Mississippi State gets that late TD, they're at least playing overtime. So a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas, but certainly a very interesting evening of football in Stark Vegas.
Indeed.
Stark Vegas. We're talking to Tim Healy right now. Tim, I want to go back to that quote you read off there from Kenny, because I think a lot of people that follow this program and have followed it for a while, that's the biggest thing that you look at and say, okay, how are they going to respond now? You lost a game. It's not ideal. It's a brutal way to lose, but it's not a Big 12 game. Everything they want to do is still in front of them if they bounce back this season, but we're talking about college kids. So it is, you know, we've seen in the past, not just with ASU, with other teams, you lose a game you expected to win, and then all of a sudden your whole season unravels. It feels like Kenny is the guy to make sure that doesn't happen. What about the players on this team, though? Like guys like Sam Levitt, I feel like if there's going to be any college athlete that can kind of move forward from that emotionally, it would be somebody like Sam Levitt.
And the other veterans on this team, you're right, Luke, because it's a team made up mostly of starters, guys who are back, not only starters, but some of the reserves from last year are still back. And you hear the phrase often in sports, but it's really true. Don't let a team beat you twice, right? Mississippi State beat them on that last-minute touchdown Saturday night. Don't let them beat you again by, continuing to wallow in the defeat. You got to bounce back. And Kenny told us on our post-game interview after the game that he felt a good chunk of the final story of the 2025 season, when we look back and reflect after this season is over, a lot of the narrative will be how did they respond to this early season loss at Mississippi State. And I do think the fact that it's a veteran team gives them a pretty good chance to respond the right way and bounce back in the right way. And that process hopefully begins this Saturday against a really good Texas State team. My goodness, you look at Texas State's numbers, they're one of the top 10 offenses in the country through week 2. And their young head coach, G.J. Kinney, has done a great job. They run for an average of 280 yards a game. Plus, they have a very high-powered passing game that seems to get plays in big chunks. So the Sun Devils have a challenging task ahead of them here on Saturday. But I think it's going to be a great bounce-back opportunity for this program.
To me, what did you think of Sam Levitt in week number 2 and how he played in Stark Vegas?
Yeah. You know, the interesting thing, Wolf, is the fact that if you looked at the game against Mississippi State last year, it was the same narrative. Sam, some people forget because Cam Scadaboo was so remarkable in that game against the Bulldogs here a year ago that Sam only threw for about, 70 or 80 yards in that game because ASU did so much damage on the ground. They ran for well over 300 yards against the Bulldogs in that game here last year. And it's just weird how Saturday's game followed the exact same script. The Devils just couldn't get the passing game going in the first half, but in the second half, they just made a determined effort. They said they were going to run the ball, and they're going to run it right at Mississippi State. And man, did they ever do so. I think Sam only threw 7 passes in the second half of that game. 32 of their 39 plays after halftime were run plays, and most of them were run plays between the tackles. Sam did struggle in the passing game. There's no question about it, but I think he is a kid that's harder on himself than anybody feels about him. He is his own worst critic and biggest critic. And I think, as Luke referenced a moment ago, I think if there's any player that is capable of shaking off a defeat like that and bouncing back, it's Sam Levitt, which is pretty unique given the fact that this is only his second year as a starting quarterback in college football. He played 4 games as a reserve at Michigan State his first year before transferring here. So I would be very surprised if Sam does not have a really strong game Saturday.
Talking to Tim Healy. Tim, one of the maybe positives that came out of that game was the emergence of Kanye Udoh. Not like we didn't already know his name, but we didn't see him much in week 1. What could that potentially do for this offense if he has found his place now in this group?
Well, and I would have to almost lump Rayleigh Brown in with him, Luke, because the two of them both ran great. You might at first glance think of Rayleigh as the speed guy and Kanye as the between tackles power guy. But I'll tell you what, Rayleigh Brown is built like a bowling ball, and man, he can run tough between the tackles as well. He had several really good runs between the tackles in that game at Mississippi State. And I think to answer your question, Kanye and Rayleigh, I think, the biggest positive that maybe emerged from the game on Saturday is that I think this football team may have discovered part of its identity. And I think their identity may well be as a team that can play smash mouth football and run the football with extreme effectiveness. And if they're able to consistently do that and continue to do that, then it certainly would seem to me to set up Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, and the rest of the passing game for big results as well. Of course, the challenge there will be to start getting more of the other receivers incorporated in the passing game, because pretty much through 2 games from a wide receiver standpoint, it's strictly been a Levitt to Tyson show. I think you want to try to get more of the other receivers in the room incorporated. But I'm really excited to watch Kanye Udoh and Rayleigh Brown. And once he gets healthy, let's not forget Kyson Brown as well. Kyson had to leave, sadly. So the game played in his hometown, his home state of Mississippi, but only had 2 rushing attempts, has an ankle injury, and he's questionable right now, I think, for Texas State. But I think this team, Luke, may have answered some questions Saturday night about the ability to run the ball in the post-Cam Scattaboo era.
All right, Tim, I feel a little bit better.
That's right.
Yeah, all right. Tim Healy, thank you so much.
I did my best.
That's all right, Timmy. Thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, fellas.
All right, take care. That's Tim Healy right there joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Arizona Sports 98.7 FM is giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You're going to rock out to performances by, this is a pretty good lineup, Blink-182, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more when Innings hits Tempe February 20th through the 22nd. Tickets go on sale this Friday, but you can win a pair right now by visiting arizonasports.com.
Yeah, Frat Rock.
We're going to make Wolf go. I can tell you I'm going to be there for that. I'm going to be there at least for Blink-182 Day, but there's quite a few in there. When we come back, how did Nick Rallis think the Cardinals defense played in week 1? We'll hear what the Cardinals defensive coordinator said about that exact topic next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As there's a swing and a jam shot, 2 hopper to second, backhanded by Cost, throw to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants offense paired with the Diamondbacks mistakes once again leads to a 5-run 6th. The Dbacks could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
Dbacks at the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, home sellers. Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Selling must agree on price and possession.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house. And if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows. So do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What is one aspect of the Carolina Panthers that the Cardinals need to be most prepared for? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
You know, I apologize. I should be better. I was better until this week, Wolf. I'm so distracted by football. Going through the YouTube live chat.
Yeah.
And now I'm trying to go through, like, the last 3 hours at once, and it is very entertaining, but I'm not going to be able to read all of it on the air right now.
Okay.
Let's see. There's a lot of ASU talk in here. Some Marv talk, as you would expect.
Somebody gave their fast food order.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay. What was it?
Something like a burger and whatever comes in the item from the place they were talking about.
I thought for sure you were going to say, it's something I can't repeat on the air.
Kind of. That's kind of what I'm going with here.
Oh, I see. There you go. Now I understand.
Chad took issue with us saying the Lions are close to an elite team, which makes me wonder if maybe Chad is a Lions fan. Because a lot of Lions fans are like...
Are you really ready to bail on the Detroit Lions now? Are you really ready to do that? No way.
Let's see. David was talking about how he was initially worried that maybe MHJ putting on the weight would make him into David Boston 2.0, but he said maybe closer to Megatron now. I'll take Megatron. But Wolf, this is all. There's a ton. But the one I wanted to get to was the most recent one. The most recent one by AJ that just said "Frat Rock, baby."
Frat Rock. That's right, Frat Rock, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Frat Rock.
Nick Rollis has been talking, so let's play some of this audio. He missed all the Frat Rock we were playing last hour because he was too busy out there talking in Tempe. He was asked about Mac Wilson Sr.
It was smooth. I didn't, from my perspective, there was never an instance where I would actually say Mac did a better job than I did. There was a couple of times where I could have been better, and Mac had us, calm and in the right call. So he did a really good job there, and I think that's his natural position. Like he's playing stack linebacker. He did a great job.
There, that's really good news to hear Nick Rollis say that he was out there and he wore that green dot and he was wearing it well. According to Nick.
Yeah.
That's great.
Nick Rollis obviously would know better than anybody. Maybe even better than Mac Wilson Sr.
Yes, and the reason why I point that out, Base Learning, is because he didn't have to say that. He seriously, everything was fine. Yeah, communication was fine and everything. He actually highlighted it a little bit and brought that up on his own accord.
Like you said earlier, not a perfect game by Mac Wilson Sr., but when you consider the additional responsibilities that have been thrown on him this year, you don't have Kaiser White anymore. You're moving a little bit. You're wearing the green dot. You are a team captain. Like, they're putting a lot, and that was his first game. And as much as it wasn't perfect, he did still make some plays. And then the subtle stuff that you can't always see if you're just watching it on TV, Nick Rollis just said right there. I don't know why Nick Rollis would lie to us, that it was pretty good. Nick Rollis was also asked what he thought of the pass rush.
Good and bad. We knew that Rattler had some escapability, a little bit of flight risk. So I'd have preferred some of those scrambles, specifically towards the end in that 2 minute. Rather keep him in the pocket, because those are outs, And if in a 2 minute you can get a sack, that's a drive killer. It takes a lot of time. So if we rush with the right rush leverages on those, that would have been a much better day rushing. And then there's things that I thought were really good where we affected the quarterback. There's times where ball's getting out fast and there's not much you can do other than get your hands up. And then, there's times where I think we could rush better and, win those one-on-ones. So, that's kind of the story of every component of the defense, the coverage, the run game, the pass rush. It's things that we did good and things we got to improve on.
It was just we were talking about earlier in the broadcast. Spencer Rattler did an excellent job of getting rid of the ball. He really did.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler, I think Tyler Shuck has got his work cut out for him. Seriously. At some point in time, do I still believe that they're going to go to Shuck? Yeah, I do. Because I think the New Orleans Saints aren't going to be a great team. They're not going to win a lot of games at first. And you know what? If you're suddenly 4-8, guess what? It's time to go to the young guy.
Yeah.
And you're going to play that rookie because you have to find out what you have. Isn't that right, J.J. McCarthy?
It is interesting, though, because remember we looked at this. They were born on the exact same day, 1 year apart, Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck. And Rattler's actually a year younger, but Shuck has probably the more upside because you just took him in this draft. So it's going to be tough. I mean, I don't think Rattler played badly on Sunday, but he's going to need to play great probably for the Saints to win enough games for him to keep the job.
Agreed.
I don't know. It's I guess the fortunate thing is it's not.
But I also thought
Cardinals'
too.
Problem.
You know what? I love the fact he mentioned. Hey, we've got to just do better in terms of rushing the passer. Over and over and over again, so many four-man rushes, so many four. Hey, get to the quarterback. I thought the Cardinals, They need to get better in terms of getting pressure on a quarterback with 4. That's our expectation. Let's see it.
I was looking. I know this stuff changes, obviously, in the offseason, but the Saints and Panthers, in terms of sacks allowed last year, were basically right around the middle. They were right next to each other. The Saints allowed 37. The Panthers allowed 36. So that's probably, I'm trying to count quick, like probably about 12th and 13th in the league in terms of protecting their quarterback. Real quick here, one more from Nick Rawlis on the Will Johnson hit on Chris Olave.
Yeah, it was impressive. I would say, honestly, I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. There it was. I even missed it. But that was an impressive play with his brain, no doubt, because they kind of made things look a little bit different, and he was still able to recognize, on the fly what it was getting to. So it was impressive.
Oh, I feel like that was probably Nick Rawlis' favorite play of the game.
Yeah.
He downplayed it a little bit there.
Yeah, I would imagine that. It's interesting for him to say mental. He read the play. He knew it was coming. He knew what his assignment was, and he executed it beautifully. But to me, it was mental because he took his head out of the equation. He really did an excellent job of drilling Chris Olave and doing it legally. How'd that feel?
It's a good point because they make it so hard for defensive players to make a hit like that cleanly now. And he timed it right and made sure he didn't hit his head or, get his head involved in the hit either. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings. I don't think it was a great day for the offensive line. I think Trey Benson's run was big. I think Kyler Murray played well enough to win, obviously, but he was under duress a lot in that ball game. It was an uneven opening game. A win is a win. That's exactly how I feel.
To me, the biggest thing was, did the Cardinals look any different than they looked last year?
Different/better?
Different, better, yes, because that was what we are hoping for, that they're going to take another step forward, that they're going to be a playoff contender. Did they look any better or different than last year?
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.75% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 2.99% 48-month financing on a new Tacoma SR or SR5. To check out great deals on your favorite Toyota, visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand VAR for 72 months. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand VAR for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks look to remain in the hunt for a wild card spot. They're currently 4.5 games out after their loss last night to the Giants. Game 2 of that series from the City by the Bay is tonight. Zach Gallen looks to push his string of quality starts to 5 in a row. He'll go against the former Diamondback, Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We've got news out of the NFC West. The San Francisco 49ers made a flurry of roster moves today, headlined by placing tight end George Kittle on injured reserve. That means he will miss the Week 3 matchup against Arizona. The 49ers additionally signed wide receiver Kendrick Bourne and waived kicker Jake Moody. And the Phoenix Mercury played their home finale tonight at PHX Arena. They host the LA Sparks, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Tuesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, the flexing, the pointing, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo! Burnsy, what's going on? So tell everybody the message you got about the point and the flex.
This guy, let's just call him Larry.
Larry.
We'll call him Larry. It's
Larry
like,
called.
dude, why do you always look at the wrong camera? I watch the show every day, and maybe it's is it a YouTube thing? But I had a guy message me yesterday, and he was like, his name's, let me see, what was his name?
Larry.
I can't find it, whatever his name was.
Larry.
But he's like, you always flex and point at the wrong camera. I'm like, what are you talking about? So here, it's Jay twice.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, but my man, why do you always point and flex away from the camera? Is there another camera there we don't see the feed to? Are you pointing and flexing to yourself in the studio monitor? And I guess I had been. Hey, I go, I think it's the YouTube camera. He goes, there might be two. I said, I think there's two different cameras, but now I found out there's not. So he goes, all right, I'll be watching straight up 2 o'clock tomorrow. So I think I got you on the right camera.
That one's right
the
there.
Right camera, right there.
That one's right there. See, the person, this is the person who sits in that seat, all right, is so important they actually get 2 cameras. Seriously.
I was going to say, because Gambo, you might be aware of this, but when we have guests on video,
you're on that camera.
Your camera switches.
You're there.
Yeah, so you know what? When I look in the camera, that's what I thought the people were seeing.
Yeah,
when I look in this camera.
So the people are seeing the TV, but they're looking out of you right there.
Yeah,
I know, but look, but when I look at the screen,
yes,
I think that's the camera.
You think that's the camera? Yeah, no. Look, now look at that one.
It's like a dog when he sees the mirror for the first time.
There are
it's kind of like a dog. Exactly.
Tens of thousands of people who are not watching us on YouTube right now who are like, "This is great, but would you please get to the top story of the day?"
Like, nice, Gambo. He's watching. I got the right camera. All right.
All right. Now that Gambo's got the right camera to look into, it does prove once and for all that you can make a TV star out of a radio guy. Let's weigh in on the top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously to start the season 1-0, to get a win on the road is always a good thing. So team's feeling really good. Obviously, we didn't play as good as we'd want to. We didn't execute everything, so we've got a lot to clean up. Excited for another opportunity this week against the Panthers.
Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, he was a guest on the Rich Eisen Show today on how they're feeling starting 1-0. And this is one of those conversations that we almost started to have yesterday, and I think in the moment we both realized it was probably best suited for today because we could stretch our legs a little bit and have a little time and talk about this. Okay. The long running search for the number 2 wide receiver on the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, not Trey McBride, and obviously not Marvin Harrison Jr. Trey McBride's a tight end. The number 2 wide receiver on the Arizona Cardinals. Who is it, and does it matter? Who will it be? We had Tyler Drake in here last week. You said you thought it was going to be Zay Jones. He thought it was going to be Zay Jones and not Michael Wilson.
Now I think it's going to be nobody.
Look at the targets. Okay, it's just week 1. It's just week 1.
Yeah.
But look at the targets. Marvin Harrison Jr. got 6. Trey McBride got 9.
Yeah.
Okay. The other wide receivers, just the wide receivers.
Targets were 4 to Michael Wilson,
1 to
Zay Jones, and 1 to Greg Dortch.
They got as many combined as Marvin Harrison Jr. did alone among the wide receivers.
But then look at the catches for my wide receivers. Like, that fascinated me too. Take Michael Wilson's 4 targets out. 1 catch for Wilson, 1 for Dortch, 1 for Zay Jones.
Yep.
Like, how many completions did Kyler Murray have? 21,
and 3 were to wide receivers, not
named Marvin Harrison Jr.
So
I thought a lot of that was just how often they were playing, multiple tight ends in the game.
I pose the question to you: does it matter who the number 2 wide receiver is for the Arizona Cardinals?
I still think it does.
Okay,
because I want another wide receiver established for days that Marvin Harrison Jr. is taken out of the game for day. Hey, what if Marvin Harrison Jr. got hurt and had to miss some time? Look at the 49ers. They have 17 wide receivers on the injured list right now.
Slight exaggeration, but yes.
But you know what I'm saying? I want a security blanket. I want somebody to establish themselves out of those 3 guys as a legitimate weapon. Right now, it looks like it's Harrison McBride on the targets, and even like Tip Ryman caught a pass. And then the running backs get how many targets did James Conner and Trey Benson have combined?
They had 5. So they actually, the running backs combined had 1 fewer target than the rest of the wide receivers, not named Marvin Harrison Jr.
Your point is they throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage so much. What do you really need a wide receiver for? You can throw it to a running back or a tight end.
And look again, where this might fall into an overreaction to week 1. It's probably not going to be like this every week, but they do, and you're right, they do throw the ball at or behind the line of scrimmage so many times. Look, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, and I'm not going to sit here and say that Michael Wilson won't play a role on this team or Zay Jones can't play a role on those teams. Of course they will, and at some point they'll be asked to make a big play, and they'll be expected to step up and do that play. It was this comment by Jonathan Gannon yesterday, not with us, but when he met with the assembled media, that, and I'm probably reading too much into it, but he said, quote, the passing game's going to go through 85 and 18. With our premier playmakers, we have to make sure that's on point.
Whether
and
you
I
like
thought
it
it
or
was.
not.
Pretty much. like this. Hey, look, what's for dinner tonight? Number 85 and number 18. That's what's for dinner. Yeah, but I want, something
like
else.
when I was in Finland. You could have reindeer or you could have moose.
Yeah, right. But I want
pasta.
I want ground beef. I want pasta.
You could have reindeer or you could have moose. I don't like either one.
Yeah.
But that's what there is.
Fortunately, Trey McBride is one of the best players in the NFL. We hope MHJ is ascending to that position. But it matters. But I wonder if we're making more out of it than they're making out of it. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder does it matter more to us, those who like to talk about the Cardinals and follow the Cardinals and root for the Cardinals, than it does to the guys in the room? Because it sounds like they're basing their whole game plan about James Conner, Trey McBride, Trey Benson, physicality with the tight ends, 12 personnel, 13 personnel, 14 personnel. I think they led the league in 12 or 13 personnel in week 1. I think they flashed it more than anybody else, and certainly they led the league in 14 personnel. I don't know if it matters that much to them. I don't think they could go to
15 personnel. I don't think they can go to 16.
I believe unless they're going to go without a quarterback, I believe that would be an illegal. That would be an illegal formation. Illegal formation. Arizona Cardinals 10-yard penalty to be enforced at the
Yeah, listen, it almost feels like the tight ends are more valued than the number 2, 3, 4 wide receivers are in this offense. It's one game. Time will tell. I was hopeful that and this could be one of the reasons why they decided not to go out and spend money on a second wide receiver.
Oh, I think
on free agency. Like, that's not how we're going to play.
Brother, ding, ding, ding.
We're not going to play that way.
I think that's exactly why they didn't go out and spend a lot of money on another wide receiver, and I think that's probably why they didn't draft another wide receiver when a lot of people thought they might. Guys,
not going to play like that.
It's just not who
we're not going down the field a whole lot.
It's not what we're about.
We'll take some shot, two shots a game, but we're going to play. We're going to play behind the line of scrimmage and between 0 and 10 yards. I don't need a great number 2 wide receiver for that.
Yeah. I hope they're right. I hope they're right.
18. I think it was 18 of the completions were either behind the line of scrimmage or between 0 and 10 yards.
Yeah, I saw the chart again today, and I didn't count it up, but I just stared at it again. It's all... It's like the line of scrimmage is like the center of gravity, and all of Kyler's completions are just bunched around the line of scrimmage. Again, one game.
High percentage passes, no turnover. Listen, you saw it again last night. I believe, I got to count it. I think there were 12 one-score games in the NFL this week.
Yeah.
12.
Don't make mistakes. Don't turn the ball over.
Right.
Don't be foolish and careless with the ball.
That's how most of these games are played. Most of these games are played where... I've looked at, I think Cincinnati was going to blow out Cleveland. Yeah, they won by a freaking point.
Yeah.
These games come down to one score, the majority of them. And that's where it's like, hey, let's just not make mistakes. And if we've got to play a little bit more of a conservative style, we will.
And in a little bit of foreshadowing for a conversation we're going to have later on in the show, since week 7 of last year, the Cardinals have the 3rd best defense in the NFL in terms of points per game allowed. Only Denver and Philadelphia have been better in terms of points per game allowed than the Arizona Cardinals defense, which again might factor into this. Hey, this is just, we're going to play it nice and safe and nice and easy and conservative and not take any big risks. No risk it, no biscuit. They're trying to get their biscuit without a risk.
Unless you're down by 2 or 3 scores and you feel like now I've got to press. I got to press it a little bit more.
Yeah, then you got to play a little bit differently. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you, they just dropped this today. Your chance to experience Innings Festival and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM is giving you a chance. You'll rock out to performances by Blink 182, 21 Pilots, Mumford and Sons, Cage the Elephant. Yeah,
Mumford and Sons.
I knew that would catch your attention. I knew it would. And more when Innings Festival hits Tempe February 20th through the 22nd. Tickets go on sale this Friday.
I like them.
I know you do. You can win a pair. You can win a pair. Well, you're not eligible. You can win a pair now by visiting ArizonaSports.com. Can ASU bounce back this weekend against a better than advertised foe? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As there's a swing and a jam shot, 2 hopper to second, backhanded by Cost, throw to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants offense paired with the Diamondbacks mistakes once again leads to a 5-run 6th. The Dbacks could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
Dbacks at the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. They do an outstanding job. As a matter of fact, I had a problem with I've used Christian Brothers for my plumbing needs. I've used them for my AC needs. I always get my tune-up from them. And I had an electrical problem not too long ago. Like within the last month, my pool filter stopped working. And so I thought, okay, I need a new filter, but it was still under warranty. I had them come out. They say, you're only getting 120 volts. You're supposed to be getting 240 here. There's something wrong. It was a wire underground that broke. So Christian Brothers, their electric company, the electric portion came out and had to go up in the attic and, start from one side of the house and go through the other and then down. And they created the 240 volts for me. Now my pool filter is working great. Everything's terrific because Christian Brothers has an outstanding electric department. So for any of your electric needs, plumbing needs, and AC needs, you want to go with the leader in the industry, 49 years right here in Arizona, locally owned, family owned, Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
The Dbacks take on the Philadelphia Phillies for a 3-game weekend series starting September 19th. Secure your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. Moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that ding check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What does ASU football need to correct this weekend against Texas State? We'll talk about tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, the explosive play rate down the field. And then they get explosive runs with the quarterback in the +1 run game. They run flat read counter, flat read, power read. Anytime that you're a football team and will run your quarterback on P and 10, 1st and 10, like that changes the number count, right? The math is off, right? So now everything has to be treated different. You have to have a plan for that. So we're preparing for a plan for a +1 run game. We have pretty good run defense, and their most explosive runs are majority +1 runs. Their running back's really good too, though. I mean, he doesn't get tackled negatively ever. He always gains yards. So we got to be able to limit explosive plays.
Kenny Dillingham talking very nice about Texas State's their opponent coming in this weekend. And before you start thinking, yeah, it's just Texas State. Texas State is a challenge. Texas State was a challenge last year on the road.
Oh, yeah.
Texas State is a young and upcoming program. Texas State won a game this weekend. Their rivalry game, they call it the I-35 game against the University of Texas San Antonio.
The Bobcats over the Roadrunners.
Yeah, and this is a game. It's different. It's different than going to Starkville, Mississippi on a Saturday night. This is not a game to be taken lightly by ASU fans. Now, I'm not saying they are, or ASU themselves. I'm not saying they are. But you look at the name on the marquee, and you kind of expect, okay, it's Texas State. Be careful with this one.
ASU played Texas State last year. They were down 28-21 late in the third quarter, and then they were able to tie the score at 28. Texas got the ball back heading into the fourth quarter. They converted a 4th and 2, but the drive stalled. Then ASU finally was able to take the lead. They won the game 28-21. It was a difficult game. Now, that wasn't Arizona State's first 3 games last year. We didn't know how good they were. We weren't surprised that they were struggling. But it was, and that was the game, and I always remember this, the broadcast actually broke away and went to Scott Van Pelton's Sports Center. Well, with 2 seconds left, Levitt appeared to have run out the clock, but he took a knee with 1 second left. The broadcast broke away.
I forgot about that.
Half the ASU team was on the field down near the locker room, and they were called back out. The referee put a second back on the clock. Dillingham lost his mind, had to come back on the field for one last play from the 30, and then the quarterback, McLeod, he threw a lateral to Joey Hobart, and they tossed it to Langford. They ended up fumbling on it, and Clayton Smith got it, and the game ended. But it was crazy because that game was still going on, and they were at Sports Center.
Yeah,
it was over.
I forgot about that, but they were down in that game. ASU was down in that game 14-7, 21-7, 28-21. Yep. On the road, and they were missing a few guys on their roster. And really what I remember about that, I went back and looked at my notes of it because I still have them. And what I in the moment, what I wrote about that game was this was the Sam Levitt game. This was and I had forgotten about this until I went through my notes again. This was Cam Scadaboo just ran all over Mississippi State the week before. Oh, my God, look at what he did. Teams are going to take him away.
Yes.
Teams are going to eliminate him from the equation. And when teams eliminate Cam Scadaboo from the equation, can Sam Levitt beat you? Because Sam Levitt's going to have to beat you. And Sam Levitt did. This was like his coming out party, 19 of 30, 246 yards. He had a 52-yard touchdown pass to Jordan Tyson late in the game, or late in the second quarter. It was kind of the start of that relationship. It was kind of the first game of Sam Levitt as we now know him to be. Now, fast forward a year later, and Cam Scadaboo's in New York, and the conversation has completely changed. In some ways, this is, again, the Sam Levitt game, only in that Sam Levitt has to be way better than he was last week against Mississippi State.
And I totally expect that he will be. I think that Sam, I do think, and a lot of people have asked me, I was talking with Jeremy in the offices, but how did the pressure, because the pressure got to him. But how? How? He played in big games last year. He played in the Peach Bowl. The pressure got to him. Whatever. It does. Just because you handle pressure well one time or 2 times.
Boy, ain't this the truth what you're about to say.
Doesn't mean that you've got it. You've figured it out. You got the key to success on never dealing with pressure again.
Every single time is a test. Every single time you have to face pressure as a question.
It's different. The pressure's different each time.
Just because you bat 1,000 your first time out of the gate doesn't mean you're going to be batting 1,000 for the rest of your life when it comes to that.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Right. I mean, and that's the truth. I mean, because I've so many people have asked me, well, how did the pressure get to him? Because he played in the Big 12 championship game and the Peach Bowl, and he handled the pressure well in those games. That doesn't mean that you'll always. That doesn't mean you've solved the mystery to handle pressure every single time. Yeah. It doesn't mean that.
Sam met with the media today, and he was asked the question if he was stunned at halftime during the Mississippi State game. Here's how he responded.
I mean, you don't really view it like that. It's just like, dang, we're not getting things going. We got to get it back. We got to find a way to get that, whatever it takes, and if that means that we got to run the ball 40 times, I don't know the exact number we did, but ran it a whole bunch. So you just find your way to grind through that stuff, and we got a really tough team. I was proud of the way we fought back. You know, I'm able to look at those guys in the eyes on the sideline, and you know, they got full belief in me, and I got full belief in them. So it was really good to see going into a hostile environment on the road and coming back and, you know, almost winning the game.
And like last weekend against Mississippi State, and like, well, maybe not the Mississippi State game, but like a lot of the games they'll play this year, we think of the phrase revenge game.
Oh.
And we think of Big 12 games, right?
Yeah.
We think of like the Big 12 opponents who are going to look to seek their revenge, whether it's Iowa State
They're
or
not the only ones.
Utah. They're not the only ones.
Nope.
Texas State, they remember the win that they thought they were going to get against ASU. They remember the field that they thought they were going to storm against ASU, right?
That running back is like a Doak Walker candidate. Like their running back, Texas State, like he's like legit good running back. So yeah, this is going to be, this is going to be another test. It's a good non-conference game. Should they win? Sure. Will they be favored to win? Sure. But they beat UTSA 43-36 in the Alamo Dome. They're 2-0 now. Like it's a good football team. Their quarterback's good. And Lincoln Pear, the running back, is again. I mean, I saw him on like some lists as some of the best running backs in the country. So this will be a tough game. But listen, I think that's going to work to ASU's advantage that they lost that game to Mississippi State. Totally. I think they're going to have a great week of practice. I said the only thing they've lost is their clout. The only thing that they've lost is their clout. So I think that they can, they get back on track now and then go play Baylor and win that game, and you'll start to get it back.
Yeah, here's more Dilly on getting Sam Leavitt into a rhythm.
Yeah, I just think we got to give them some easy completions early or a big play down the field early. Something that gets them, going. We've struggled to get them going, and like I said, that's on me. I gotta find better ways to get them going. So I think there's really 3 to 4 ways. A quarterback run gets a quarterback going sometimes if you're feisty, right? And he's a feisty dude. So there's so many different ways to get a quarterback going. We just got to do one of those 4 to 5 or 4 ways in my mind to get him going.
And then one more from Kenny Dillingham on if the conversations have changed inside the locker room after what happened this past weekend against the Bulldogs.
No. I mean, I know externally, I get it. That's everybody's job. Right, it's the nature of sports. Things are either great or they're horrible. There's no such thing as like the middle. Or like the same. We just talked about it. The key is the monotony, to fall in love with the monotony. Good, bad, you gotta love the process and love the monotony of a college football season to get better every week. You can't be, I'm an emotional dude, but when I show up on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I don't have that when I'm assessing our football team. I'm assessing our team by what things can we get better at, and then you go out there and try to do it. And if you don't get better at it, then that's not good. If you get better at it, positive.
He's fine. He knows he's fine. They took a loss, so what? I mean, everything, again, until you're not able to win the Big 12, until you're not able to go to college football playoffs, and everything is still in front of you, this is just a blip. It's a blip.
Yeah, as long as the blip doesn't keep blipping.
Well, let's not say anything negative about the Dallas-Fort Worth area this week. Let's not, I know we're coming here, but let's not say anything
I'm actually a tremendous fan of Bobcats. We have Baxter the Bobcat.
Exactly.
Bobcats are great.
Love Bobcats.
I'll be honest, one of our dear family friends is a student at Texas State. We're actually going to Texas State to see him in a production later on this fall.
Really?
So he's a theater major. And he's probably going to end up on Broadway.
They're in North.
I've heard great things about the campus. Nothing terrible whatsoever.
Outside of Austin, like the Austin, San Antonio area.
San Marcos.
Yeah, San Marcos. So
yes.
it's
Don't say anything negative about San Marcos.
The hotel selection is incredible.
It's a beautiful
impeccable.
We're flying into Austin. It's like a half-hour drive. So yeah, everything. The food's great. The hospitality's wonderful.
The campus spans 517 acres. It's part of the Texas
He's
Hill
not even
Country.
going there. What are we doing this for?
It offers a blend of natural beauty and urban amenities. Like, just talk them up.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Burns and Gamble Podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Next, we'll go inside the Dbacks clubhouse, chat with Ryan Nelson. That's coming up here on Burns and Gambo.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
The
Sun Devils have played 2 of their 12 regular season games, and they don't look good. They don't look like anything like the team that finished last year. There is a lot of football left, but as somebody who's been watching this program and has lived through the last 5 or 6 this is our year periods in ASU football, this feels exactly like what anybody who's lived through that time period has experienced.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. If there's anything I'm really passionate about, it's finances. Yeah, I do all the bills in my house. I'm in charge of all the investments and everything like that. But I have a great guy working for me in Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. I put a great plan together with his help for retirement, for financial, and also a tax plan for the future to make sure that I am paying, I am keeping most of my money, more of my money, right? It's not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep. At some point, taxes are going to be due on all the money we're putting away tax deferred. So there are times to pay the taxes and times not to pay the taxes, depending on what it looks like, what the tax year looks like. So take advantage of that. Get a free portfolio review with Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation. They've got 5 locations in the Valley. They're local. If anything, you're going to get some great advice. You're going to go in there, you're going to sit down. Even if you don't work with them, you're going to walk out and you're going to be like, oh, that's a great idea. And that was a great idea. And I've got some really good ideas going forward. Now, if you decide to work with them like I did, I think you're going to be very happy with the job they do as a fiduciary. So call Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season. So give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Bring bold flavor to your lineup at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Open 24/7 and stacked with gourmet dogs, sausages, burgers, chicken, and more. Planning a watch party? Doghouse Catering knocks it out of the park with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and our legendary build-your-own dog bar. Don't forget the tots and chili cheese fries. Load the bases with flavor and let us deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks look to remain in the hunt for a wild card spot. They're currently 4.5 games out after their loss last night to the Giants. Game 2 of that series from the City by the Bay is tonight. Zach Gallen on the mound against former D-back Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pregame coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury have the home finale tonight at PHX Arena. Don't worry, there's still more basketball on the way for the Merc. The playoffs right around the corner. They're going to host the LA Sparks. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. Well, sunny lately, but still, a lot of rain. And if you need your roof checked, you can save 12% and get free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or head over to americaroofingco.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo Show on this Tuesday, and it is time for our Clubhouse Call-In here on Burns and Gambo. Diamondbacks in San Francisco, Game 2 against the Giants tonight. Joining us right now, he pitched very well against the Boston Red Sox over the weekend. He's pitched very well for the Diamondbacks for most of the season. Of course, I'm talking about Ryan Nelson, who joins us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Rhino, welcome back to the show, man. How are we doing today?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Hey, before we talk baseball, how about that ass kicking that Oregon put on Oklahoma State the other day?
There we go. Go Ducks.
69-3. Do you follow the football program at all?
I keep in touch with it. Yeah, definitely. It's one of my 2 college teams. I find myself rooting for my local team growing up, UNLV, a lot too, and they're playing pretty well as well.
So UNLV.
Yeah, go Rebs.
Yeah, who just beat UCLA too. So you had a double dip good weekend for you here, right?
Yeah.
My kid was just out there at UNLV for a little baseball over the weekend. Man, I'll tell you, there's a plane that flies over that baseball stadium about every 30 seconds. It's like the old Shea Stadium. It was so annoying sitting there and watching the kids play.
Yeah, one of my high school best friends, my best man at my wedding, actually, he played at UNLV, and they had a pickoff play they would run whenever a plane would fly over. They'd pick over to first base because people would get distracted.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, literally, I remember going to Shea Stadium as a kid, and all the planes would always fly over. Like, oh, my God, this is so annoying. I go to UNLV, and it's a beautiful stadium, and but, man, it was every 15 seconds a plane was going right over the stadium. It's right in the pathway of the airport.
Yeah, home field advantage.
Obviously, you got a job to do with baseball, but how distracting, not to the detriment of your performance, obviously, but when it's football season, given that you have 2 college football loves, I have no idea who your favorite NFL team is. How distracting is it when these games are going on in the middle of your season? Because it sounds like you're a pretty dialed-in fan of this stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's distracting too much. Obviously, it's a big sport, and a lot of people love it, and we got fantasy teams going and stuff. But, it makes it exciting. The entire plane was watching that Ravens-Bills game, so I think, it gives you something to kind of detach from a little bit.
You got a fantasy football team?
Yeah, I'm actually running 4 teams right now. It's the most I've ever done. So
no way.
It's a little much.
How'd you do in week 1?
2 of my teams won, 2 of my teams lost.
Yeah.
So we're right there in the middle.
My team lost, and I've kind of got like an assistant GM that's helping me with it, but he's on the hot seat right now after that loss I had this week.
You gotta perform, right?
Exactly. He might be out. You might have a 5th team real soon if he loses another game for me.
That's funny stuff. How'd you feel about your performance against the Red Sox, Ryan?
I felt good about it. I think it was a bit of one of those games where you kind of got to grind through without your best stuff. But I think that's a spot that I've improved on, is being able to go out there and compete when I don't necessarily feel my best. And I think that was kind of the game that I had to bring out there last time.
I remember the last time we had you on, I think it was the last time we had you on, we had a conversation about your pitch count, about getting your pitch count up a little bit into a more quote-unquote normal range for a starter. You threw 105 on Sunday. I think that was your season high. Do you feel like when it comes to that, you're pretty much there where you want your arm to be? No, the season's almost over, but do you feel like you've arrived there?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like once I got into those later innings, it almost started to feel better. And I think that's like kind of the point you want to get to, is where you're getting almost that second wind as you start getting later into the game. And I think it's definitely, I would have rather been hitting this point earlier in the year, but that was kind of not the circumstances that we were in. And I think that being able to do that, even though it's late in the year, is a good feeling.
You've gotten a lot of hard luck this season, because I can't even tell how many times you've had the lead after 6 innings, you leave the game, and then the team ends up losing, bullpen implodes, or something happens. Like, I was so happy when you got that win against Milwaukee, because you pitched so well, and then the bullpen pitched really well for 3 innings, and that was your first win since July. But how tough is that on you to pitch as well as you do, have the lead, and then turn it over to the bullpen and not be able to come out with the result that you want?
Yeah, I think it's just tougher for me for the team stats. Like I'm not super into personal stats and stuff like that. The only stat I really care about is the team winning. So I think those games where I might not get the win but the team gets the win, like I'm happy about that. I think the only disappointing thing is that the team gets the loss, and I feel like I just try to go out there and do my job and put the team in a good position to win. And when I can leave the ball game in that situation, whether I get the win at the end of the game or not, I just just very focused on the team stats.
Yeah, and I know you would never want to say anything ill about any of your teammates, but I saw the stat after Sunday's game. I think you lead baseball in the number of wins that games that you were leading when you walked out, but games that you guys didn't win because of it. And that's gotta, just trying to focus on the team element of it probably take some of the pain away from some of those numbers that could have been for you, I would imagine.
Yeah, similar. Just I couldn't really tell you any of my personal stats. I try not to look at that stuff and treat each individual game as its own challenge and go out there and do my best to perform. So, individual stats, not a big burden to me. Just very focused on the team getting the W's in the W column. And, the guys are going out there grinding. They're doing what they can to bring home those wins. And, sometimes the cards just don't fall that way.
We've been Ryan Nelson is our guest here on the Clubhouse Call-In on the Burns and Gambo Show. Obviously, this resurgence you guys have gone through since the trade deadline, since the All-Star break, kind of getting yourself back into this thing. What has been the atmosphere like inside the clubhouse as you guys keep winning these series and keep kind of inching a little bit closer to getting back into this thing, even though you're running out of time here?
Yeah, I think the mindset of the team is to just show up each day and do what we can to go out there and win that individual ball game. Not looking at the standings or any of that, and just trying to just pull on the rope all together. And I think that it's been a very very good group effort, group mindset, and guys pulling for each other, and trying to just do what we can to just grind these out, because winning games isn't easy. It doesn't just happen easily. And I think that just our together mindset is what it's been taken for us.
Yeah, you guys have won a lot of baseball games and a lot of series since the trade deadline. A lot of people thought that the team would just go south after the trade of Suarez and Naylor and Merrill Kelly and Grichuk and Shelby Miller. I think a lot of people just felt like, okay, that's it. And all of a sudden, here you are. I mean, you could have won that game the other day on Sunday. You would have been, 2.5 out or 3.5 out?
3.5.
3.5 out if you won that game on Sunday. So I think a lot of us are somewhat surprised that you guys have played so good. The baseball's been so good. Last 2 games, not so much. But what has been the key to that? What's been the key to just overcoming that, I guess you would call it adversity, to play the type of baseball you have?
Yeah, I think obviously we lost some really talented baseball players and some good veteran presence in the clubhouse, but we're just never going to roll over. We're not going to. Since the trade deadline, we had 60 games left. It wasn't like it was like over, and I think we still got a lot of really talented baseball players in that locker room and guys who want to win and play for something meaningful, So I think it was never going to be a situation where we were just going to throw in the towel and give up. I think this team wants to win, and we got a lot of guys in here who can win, and I think that the mindset was well, that happened, and we still got a game to go play, and we're here playing it. We might as well win it, right?
You go back to Henderson at all or no?
Yeah, sometimes. My family still lives there, so spend some holidays there. And my brother's he's playing football, so I'll hopefully be able to get back there and catch a game. So, yeah, every once in a while.
Yeah, I like Henderson because it's not by the Strip. It's about 15, 20 minutes away, so I hate the Strip. I hate walking on it. I just hate everything to do with the Strip. But I took my kid to this Area 15 thing after the baseball was over last weekend. What a cool – they had the best time at a John Wick experience. I don't know if they had that when you were there, but they've got this Area 15 thing that's like the coolest attraction in the world right now.
Yeah, it's kind of – that place is pretty cool. I've been there once and did axe throwing or something. They got a bunch of different stuff you could do. That's a pretty cool place.
Yeah, they got the new John Wick thing. The next time you go back, you got to check that out. It's like you're in a movie, and you got actors chasing you, and they want to kill you, and they got a bounty on your head, and everybody loves it.
Yeah, that's incredible. I'll have to check it out.
Yep.
All right. So travel tips and a job offer to be the general manager of Gambo's fantasy football team.
If my guy loses again for me this week, I'm going to hit you up.
This has been a very productive 10 minutes of your life, Ryan. It really has. There's been a lot that's been covered here over the last 10 minutes.
We just want you to have fun.
We really do. So whether you're GMing Gambo's football team or getting travel tips from him, man, we appreciate you coming on for a few minutes. We really do.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Ryan.
It's Ryan Nelson joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live. Hello, YouTubers. Click the contest link pinned in the chat. It is that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game. If she would turn on her mic, you would see that Lauren is, in fact, here. She did not call in sick in spite of that sickening performance by her football team last night. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time. Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the Skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
One of the things people absolutely love about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center when it comes to LASIK surgery or the camera inlay procedure or the clear lens exchange, many of the great vision correction procedures available by Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor, his sons, and Dbacks. People love the 2 years interest-free financing. They do. 2 years interest-free financing, 24 months to pay it off without paying any interest. Small payment each month, and you're good to go. Instead of having to pay it all at once, people love the option of having 2 years of interest-free financing. Think about it. You're struggling with your eyesight, you're nearsighted, you're farsighted, you have an astigmatism, you don't see very well and at nighttime. You're wearing readers and regular glasses. You don't want to wear glasses anymore and contacts. You go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. You get your vision correction procedure taken care of like I did 15 years ago, and you pay it off over 24 months without paying any interest. It's a win-win for everybody. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go to teamidoc.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavell.
Tory here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway. Chevrolet. I-10 and pay.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
And at 2:49 in the afternoon, making her first appearance on today's Burns and Gambo show.
Surprised she's even here today.
After
that pathetic performance by
So-
Caleb Williams after the first drive.
So are the people on Twitter. The people on Twitter
People on
today.
Twitter are surprised to see
yes,
you too.
they were asking if I was going to take a sick day. Someone asked if I was going to take a mental
Oh,
health
look,
day.
J.J. McCarthy for another touchdown pass in the fourth quarter.
Craig Greelou sent me a text last night and said, your producer's going to call in sick tomorrow. You watch. I'm like, no, she won't.
No.
She's
I don't.
a trooper.
I don't take sick days like that. Also, everybody seems to be forgetting the Bears are bad all the time.
You know what?
Like this is what I'm used to.
It's funny. There was there was some communication I saw with a buddy of mine who's a big Bears fan. He's like, this kind of Bears performance is like a warm, cozy blanket to me. This is what I'm used to, right? Like this is the Bears. This is what they do.
21 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he's like, this is the Bears.
J.J. McCarthy set some records for.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you got 2/3 string DBs having to come into the game in the second half.
Your quarterback after the first drive did not do very much.
He was fine.
He did not. He missed like 50% of his passes.
He didn't miss 50%, but he was
45%?
Accuracy was an issue for Caleb Williams. Look, honestly, and I'm not just saying this to bail Lauren out. I swear I'm not. I really thought the story last night was more J.J. McCarthy. Because he looked terrible for 2.5 quarters.
Yeah.
And then he looked fantastic for a quarter and a half. For having not played his entire rookie season. And that being his first NFL game on the road in that environment down like that. The kid played with some moxie, man. He played with he had some juice out there that I like. But I'm also maybe just trying to take attention off of
Played in
Lawrence.
a lot of big games.
He did. Yes, he did. What's our poll question, Bears fan?
Our poll question today is, if only one of these teams is to make the playoffs this year, who do you think it will be? The Arizona Cardinals, ASU football, the Arizona Diamondbacks, or none of the above?
Who's going to make the playoffs?
Who's going to make the playoffs?
Who do you think will make the playoffs?
Cardinals.
I would lean Cardinals there.
Cardinals.
Well, I still feel good about ASU.
I'm worried about the blips for ASU. I'm worried that there are lots of blips for ASU, but I'll say the Cardinals just because they have more chances. Just because there's more opportunity for them to make playoffs. Yeah.
Just remember, what's that area? San Marcos?
Yes.
Beautiful
area. Beautiful. Can't wait to
food,
visit.
Great restaurants.
Looking forward to the hospitality.
So much talent there.
Oh, can't wait to go in November. Looking forward to seeing my guy Riley's show.
What this program does is win and compete.
Go Riley.
Now I'm feeling like I should book a Texas State reporter for you guys to just go off and rave about the environment.
Maybe
there.
you should.
Yeah.
We want to make sure they know we love them. And there are no bulletin board material things being provided here.
No, none whatsoever. 53% of our audience agrees with you guys going with the Cardinals. 29% going with none of the above.
So the Cardinals first, none of the above next.
15% going with ASU football, and a lowly 3% going with the Dbacks.
I beg to the Arizona sports gods, I will make a sacrifice at your altar. Don't let it be none of the above.
Are you the man?
I can't.
We can't.
I can't take none of the above. I can't.
Is your burner in the bottom of the comments picking none of the above because I know that having hope in this market is a waste of emotional strength. Prove me wrong instead. That hurts less.
No, but that person is my spirit animal. Whoever it was who replied that on Twitter I feel you. I can't hack none of the above.
I don't want to go out like this. I want to go out with a winning team somewhere.
You still have a whole other year after this.
But it's the last season I have for everybody. Like this will be my last full Sun season.
You have two more.
Well, one more
Cardinal season, one more ASU season after this one.
Okay.
This isn't it for you, unless it's it for you.
I mean,
you have an announcement you need to make here?
No, we haven't fully decided yet. But like
Tell me if I need to hit the breaking news sounder or not.
I would like to go out with somebody winning. I really would. I would like to go out with somebody winning.
Be really nice.
I really would.
When the Suns were up 2-0 against the Milwaukee Bucks, I really thought, oh my God, I could almost retire now. The Suns are going to win a championship. I can just call it a day. I wouldn't, but I could have. But yeah, okay, so you've got, if things go according to plan, a full Dback season, this and next year's Cardinals,
Suns.
this year and next year's ASU, and one full
Suns. Yeah.
To go out on top.
I'd like to.
I would drinking that champagne.
I mean, how much fun was it when they win? How much fun was it when the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl and the Diamondbacks went to the World Series? ASU was in the playoffs last year in the Peach Bowl. Like that stuff is phenomenal.
My soul can't take none of the above. Just can't take it. Vikings were down 17-6. JJ McCarthy was struggling much of the night, but then he found Justin Jefferson, then he found Aaron Jones, then he ran one in. You were right about Caleb Williams. He, after that first drive, he struggled. Accuracy was a problem for him.
Yeah.
And the Bears blew it, and Caleb Williams talked about it.
We were dominated game, like you said, and we were, in control, up two scores coming out of half, and that mentality is something that we have, something that we preach, and that didn't happen today. And I'm not. It's not a play call thing. It's not anything like that. It's just being able to go out there and execute the plays that are called, and be able to execute them at a high level. And that's something that we take pride in. And today that didn't happen, and we're going to get back to it. Like I said, we got to, or like probably Ben said, we got a short week. And so we got to move on to to the next week. We'll come in, watch film tomorrow, and move on from it.
12 penalties for the Bears. It seemed like there was a flag on every play. I mean, 12 penalties, 127 yards. They're about to kick a field goal to go up 10. And then the next thing you know, they're down. They're down. They were going to kick a field goal to give them a 14-point lead. Sorry, not 10. A 14-point lead. And then like 10 minutes later, they're down by 10. You're like, what the hell what just happened?
I wanted to give my buddy Kerry his proper due. Quote, years of mediocrity has taken the stress out of being a Bears fan. It's such a warm, familiar feeling watching them lose that game. Such defeatism, man. It's just like, yeah, we're the Bears. It's what we do. And I get it. I get it. But I thought J.J. McCarthy was really cool to watch. That was really cool to watch because, man, he was abysmal for that game for the first 2.5 quarters.
I'm not rooting against the Bears and Caleb Williams. I'm not. I mean, I would like to see them be successful. But
he looked right at you when he said that. There was a real sincerity.
I rooted for Illinois basketball, but I will say this, because Caleb Williams really did not play well. He had a 92.6 passer rating in the first quarter 83 in the second, a 50 in the third, and a 39.8 with 2 sacks in the fourth quarter. He just, like a stock market crashing, he just went, like he just...
Make your noise
Wasn't
again.
a great day, wasn't a bad day.
There you go.
Yeah, like
Gambo bringing the sound effects
started
again.
here and he ended down by the floor somewhere. Like, what the hell?
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, I knew it was not good. I looked at it today. The Panthers' history against the Arizona Cardinals defies explanation, and we'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I'd love for you to go check out my friends at Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Or you can just check them out from your living room. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere are you going to be able to buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. But I'm here to tell you about their service department. And I've been happy to tell you about their service department now for a few months because it's fantastic. They added this late night shift. Drop your car off by 8 o'clock at night. It's ready for you the next morning. Now at Liberty GMC, concierge service. They will pick up your vehicle, perform whatever service needs to be done on it, and they will return it to you. If you're a small business owner, it's great. If you crave the convenience of an exclusive service, great. Either way, they'll come pick it up, perform whatever needs to be done, and return it to you. Check it out at their service department. You're going to love it. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Construction managers. You prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Since 1991, we've been transforming backyards into dream oasis with one of the longest warranties in the industry. Our unwavering commitment to quality and excellence has earned us the title of Arizona's #1 pool builder. We sell the most pools in the valley for a reason. It's our dedicated team and extensive experience that sets us apart. Visit us at presidentialpools.com today.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, the new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court.
where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to remain in the wild card race. They're currently 4.5 games out after that loss last night to the Giants. Game 2 of the series from the City by the Bay is tonight. It's Zach Gallen's turn on the mound. He's had 4 consecutive quality starts. He's looking to make it 5 consecutive tonight. He's going to go against former Diamondback Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We got news out of the NFC West as well. The San Francisco 49ers announced a flurry of roster moves that is headlined by placing tight end George Kittle on injured reserve. That means he will miss the Week 3 matchup against the Cardinals. 49ers additionally signed wide receiver Kendrick Bourne and waived kicker Jake Moody. And the Phoenix Mercury have their final home game of the season tonight, of the regular season, I should say. Playoffs are right around the corner. Tonight at PHX Arena, it's the LA Sparks visiting. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. ASU's Sam Levitt is not tripping, but knows there's much to clean up. Jalen Green's play-initiating duties with the Suns will lean on his attacking. And what is there to make of the Cardinals' snap share at running back? Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Young takes the snap, and he hands it off. Hubbard running right, breaks a tackle into the end zone. The game is over. And the season is over for the Cardinals. They are eliminated from playoff contention on that Chuba Hubbard touchdown run. The Panthers win it in overtime.
Second time today we've played the old remember win game. Earlier we were talking about Texas State and that game that ASU narrowly won there. That was the great Dave Pasch with the call from last year, the final call when the Cardinals lost in Carolina, 36-30 in overtime on Chuba Hubbard's 21-yard rushing touchdown, a game that ended it, like a game that we were basically saying, oh, it's a win. They're going to go to Carolina. They're going to win, and they'll extend their hopes. And instead they lost. It was like, how'd they just lose that game?
You know, it's crazy because it's not a rivalry, but don't you feel like if you looked at the history of the Arizona Cardinals, there's more like bad moments to remember about Carolina than almost anybody else?
Yes, it's not a rivalry, and in the moment I'm struggling to find the right. They are your nemesis. How
the Spurs?
How I don't know, but for some reason the Carolina Panthers have just been a major pain in the butt for the Arizona Cardinals for decades.
What's the record?
15-6 all time.
That's like almost 75%.
15-6,
like 70% winning percentage, right?
And it's not
15-5 is 75%.
Yeah, so it's a little under 75%.
Wow.
Carolina's 9-4 at home against the Cardinals, 6-2 on the road against the Cardinals, 2-1 in the playoffs against the Cardinals, and it's not.
See, that's what it is. It's playoff loss.
Well, yeah, because you remember the NFC Championship game,
of course,
the Ryan Lindley game.
Yes.
Was against the Carolina Panthers. There was a divisional game. Oh, so that one. Okay, the one time they beat Carolina was the game I had to eat the crow for, or I was looking for the crow for, and I couldn't find it because it was on Sunday.
What year was that?
That was 2009.
Okay, that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. Gamble, it's not like that 15-6. Yeah, it was from over the last 20 years or so. They played in 2025. They played in 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019. They've played 5 times in the Kyler Murray era. The Panthers are 4-1 in those games.
I'm curious. I have to look this up because I just don't remember by heart. So they have 2 losses to the Carolina Panthers in the playoffs, right?
2
losses.
They're 1 and 2. Yeah.
I don't know if they have 2 losses to anybody else, or anybody else has more.
Yeah, because their playoff history is so spotty.
So 98, they had a win against the Cowboys. They lost to the Vikings. Did they lose to the Vikings? Okay, so that was the first time they were in the playoffs in Arizona, was 98.
Yeah, that's the first time they were in the playoffs
So,
since like 1947.
here's their losses. Vikings, Steelers, Saints, Panthers, Rams.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals have not – the Panthers have won more playoff games against the Cardinals than anybody else.
Yep.
Nobody else has won more playoff games, so maybe that's why.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a big history of Cardinals playoffs, but the Carolina Panthers have played – they've played more games against Carolina than anybody else.
Yeah, I think that's like, if I were going to pie chart it, I think that's at least 75% of the reason why is that we remember the playoff losses and we remember them, especially that NFC title game. I mean, the Lindley game, you go, okay, whatever, you were down to your 3rd string quarterback, but the NFC Championship game was like, okay, here we go. Super Bowl is not Super Bowl rings, not Super Bowl,
right.
Super Bowl rings, right? I think that's part of it, but I do think part of it too is that some of the time, not all of the time, but certainly last year, the Carolina Panthers are looked at as an inferior team. Certainly last year that was the case. We had circled that game as a win from the jump, right? From the minute the schedule came out.
Yes.
And as we got closer to it, there were some people last year, and I'll give them credit for going, hey, guys, I'm just telling you, they never play well there. And beyond that, they never played well against Carolina. And there's no explanation for it. There's no there's
no rhyme. There's no reason.
No rhyme, no reason. And it's not like a record that's 25 years old. They haven't played each other in the last 7 or 8 years. They just played last year. They've played, like I say, 5 times in the Kyler Murray era. This is one that I would sit here and say it's your home opener. You should be fine. You'll be at home. It's Carolina. They're your nemesis. You got to be careful.
Okay, they scored 10 points on Sunday.
I know, they're so bad.
Their first touchdown came with 4.5 minutes left in the 4th quarter. Bryce Young threw 2 interceptions. He had 3 turnovers. Their defense gave up 6 scoring drives, 200 rushing yards, 178 passing. I mean, this is a terrible football team.
Yeah.
They were 5-12 last year. Last year they gave up the most points in a 17-game season and allowed more rushing yards than any defense since 1980. Since 1980.
I saw that same stat this morning. Please say that one again, nice and slow for the people in the back.
Last year, when the Panthers went 5-12, they gave up the most points in a 17-game season.
Okay, that's not the one I was looking for.
And they allowed more rushing yards than any defense since 1980.
Okay, that's insane. That's, I mean,
Yes.
really, that's like you talk.
How old were you in 1980?
I was 9.
Yeah, I was
9.
like 14.
Yeah, I was 9, and I couldn't tell you what rush defense allowed more than 3,000 yards, but it was probably like the San Diego Chargers or something like that.
When Ronald Reagan became the president in 1980.
Yeah, and you're right. So like when we talk about who are the Panthers, okay, the Panthers are a team that they drafted the U of A kid at wide receiver. He had a decent first game.
Oh yeah, he was good.
Bryce Young, we'll talk about him as the week goes on, but he looked like the same old Bryce Young with the same old Bryce Young problems, throwing his helmet. He got upset because a play, 4th and 1 call didn't go his way. The rush defense was, they made Travis Etienne look like he was the second coming of Emmitt Smith out there. Like he was just running over
you got James Conner this week in fantasy, play him.
And so seriously, everything about this game, everything says, oh yeah, Cardinals are going to be fine. They're at home against a team like that.
I mean, they should be like, I don't know, you guys play these survivor pools. They should be your pick this week, the Cardinals.
Carolina.
Yeah.
And that would, if I were in a survivor pool, that would be the one thing that would give me pause. Do I really want to pick the Arizona Cardinals as my must-win team this weekend, knowing they're playing the team, the organization that is their nemesis? Gives them fits.
There's a lot of one-score games this week. That shouldn't even be a one-score game next week.
Shouldn't be.
That should not even be a one-score game.
Especially for a team that loves to run the football the way they do.
Yes.
Against a defense like that.
Right.
Shouldn't be. Yeah, shouldn't be at all. But stranger things have
Interesting.
happened.
Good notes. Good notes
when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. That pass rush we were looking for. Are we going to see more of it this weekend against Carolina, or should we get used to it this week against Carolina? We'll explain next here at Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And at the moment, it put you down 17-0. I mean, it made it so the game looked like it was going to be out of reach. I will give them credit because this is something ASU has done consistently last year, too. They come out in the second half and look like a much better team. That's a great trait to have. The problem is these slow starts are starting to become a trait now, too.
How do you get back into a game when you're trailing 17-3 at the half? You come out and you blow the other team's face off.
Yeah.
You come out of the tunnel and you go 8 plays for 75 yards and a touchdown. That tells me somebody was yelling inside the locker room.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and tomorrow the Cardinals turn the page and look at the Carolina Panthers. I'm not saying the Carolina Panthers aren't good, but let me put it this way. The Carolina Panthers are to football as the Florida Panthers are to football. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
All right, that was fine. I'll allow that. I'll let that pass. Nick Rollis today, Cardinals defensive coordinator. on what he thought of the pass rush in Week 1 against the New Orleans Saints. Let's see what the Cardinals defensive coordinator had to say about it, shall we? Here we go.
Good and bad. We knew that Rattler had some escapability, a little bit of flight risk. So I'd have preferred some of those scrambles, specifically towards the end in that 2-minute. Rather keep him in the pocket, because those are outs, And if in a 2-minute you can get a sack, that's a drive killer. It takes a lot of time. So if we rush with the right rush leverages on those, that would have been a much better day rushing. And then there's things that I thought were really good where we affected the quarterback. There's times where ball's getting out fast and there's not much you can do other than get your hands up. And then there's times where I think we could rush better and win those one-on-ones. So that's kind of the story of every component of the defense. The coverage, the run game, the pass rush. It's things that we did good and things we got to improve on.
I'm not expecting the Jonathan Gannon Eagles with 4 guys with 10 sacks or more. But I am expecting better than 1 sack and just Baron Browning having the sack. Now it's 1 game. They did pressure Rattler on 28% of his dropbacks.
Yep.
Last year, their pressure rate was 19.2, but it should be better. It should be better.
Last year should not really be the guide.
No.
It needs, no matter what, it needs to be better than a year ago, right?
They're deeper, they're more talented. They spent a lot of money in the offseason. I'm expecting that this pass rush is going to be good. It's going to be a good pass rush. So that's 1 game. I'm not going to judge it on the season, but I thought that they might have had a little bit of a field day, and I know Rattler's got some escapability, but here's the other thing. Kyler Murray's got escapability. How many sacks did they get on Kyler Murray with him just having to fall down or run out of bounds?
Yeah, and then...
okay, Rattler's got that escapability too. If you got good pressure on him and he's just got to go down without taking a hit 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, guess what? That's a sack.
Yeah, no, it does, and that to me kind of speaks a little bit to the Kyler issue, which is not what this conversation is intended to be, but of his 5 sacks. And I meant to go back and count them. At least 2 of them just throw the ball away. I mean, quit running the ball out of bounds. Quit, you're basically giving yourself up for a 1-yard loss. And while it might not feel like that big of a deal, throwing the ball away is also not that big of a deal. I know it's going to hurt your completion percentage, but the sack number is just like you're getting sacked 5 times. Please stop doing that. There's something Rallis said in there that really stood out to me, though, and I think maybe, and I read this, I think it was Teo Mackey who wrote this today, that maybe we need to prepare to see this again this week, is a quarterback who's getting the ball out quick, right? Like just almost too fast for you to be able to really, truly pressure him because the ball's just not in his hands that often. I think saw the number like for Spencer Rattler, it was like 2.33 seconds. So 2 1/3 seconds from snap to release. That's not a lot of time to pressure a quarterback. It's not a lot of time to get to a quarterback. And that's when Jonathan Gannon said to us and after the game, they were kind of doing some things to negate our pass rush.
Yeah.
Have to imagine he was talking about that. They were
Getting
clearly
the
just, we're going to get the ball out fast. And that means keeping the play in front of you, playing that, 2-shell, keeping your safeties back so you keep everything in front of you. And that might be more the same this week for Carolina and Bryce Young.
The thing I would say is if you could get him in 3rd and long situations and, you want to throw a 2-yard slant on a 3rd and 10? Okay, good luck. Now Kamara did a good job running the football, and the Saints put themselves in some decent 3rd and shorter situations. But I think that if you can get Carolina into 3rd and long, that negates a lot of those quick slants, and the quarterback's got to hold on to the ball a little bit more to because you don't want to continuously throw the ball 3 yards down the field or at the line of scrimmage when you're facing 3rd and long.
Yeah, Bryce Young, 4.4 yards per attempt against Jacksonville. So again, just dink, 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 get the ball out, and he was only sacked 1 time. He was pressured 16 times, and it's another thing too. I was looking at the Pro Football Focus stats, just kind of taking a glance at them. The Cardinals did have 3 defensive linemen who pressured the quarterback 3 times or more. Baron Browning did. Jordan Birch did. I didn't realize he had 3 pressures, but he did. And Josh Sweat had 4. So it's like it's that old adage about, are you just going to get wrapped up in the sacks? Are you just looking at the sack numbers? Are you looking at quarterback hurries? Are you looking at quarterback pressures? Are you looking at the whole thing? But Nick Rallis, I kind of trust. And Nick's like, yeah, it was good and it was bad. It could be better. It didn't feel like, for the amount of resources the Arizona Cardinals invested in their pass rush this offseason. And this is what I go to. Like, spending the money on Josh Sweat.
4 years, $76 million.
Spending a draft pick on Jordan Birch. Spending the money on Baron Browning, right? Like, there was spending the money on Calais, spending the money on Dalvin Tomlinson. I know those guys are more run pluggers and not so much pass rushers. But you know what I mean? Like, they poured a lot. They invested a lot into their pass rush this offseason. It didn't feel like they got a return on their investment this past weekend against New Orleans.
No. I am really curious on Jordan. There was only two rookies. There were only two rookies that had more pressures than he did this week. It was Abdul Carter and James Pierce Jr.
You talking about Jordan Birch?
Yeah, Jordan Birch.
Okay.
Those two guys had 4 pressures. So Jordan Birch was tied for second among rookies in total pressures with 3. Well, again, only Abdul Carter and James Pierce had more. So I think that...
Did it feel like it? I didn't mean to cut you off, but did it feel like, watching the game, did it feel like Jordan Birch was tied for second among NFL rookies?
No, but we often say that there's a lot more than just sacking the quarterback. You want to get quarterback hits. You want to knock balls down at the line of scrimmage. You want to get pressures. You want to disrupt the quarterback as much as you can. You want to get him out of the pocket, make him run to the sideline and throw a pass out of bounds. Like, there's a lot of things that matter outside of just the sack. Like ESPN's playing that 30 for 30 on the Jet Sack Exchange.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my heyday right there. Marty Lyons and Abdul Salam and Joe Klecko and Mark Gastineau. I mean, it was a great fearless pass rush. And it is harder to sack the quarterback now because of the offensive schemes and how quickly you get the ball comes out. I get it. But you still need to have the sacks. You need to have, because you can get a quarterback pressure and he throws the ball away. You want negative plays, tackles for a loss, sacks, a 7-yard sack. You want some of those plays. There was a sack that Murray took that was, one of the sacks was a really big one in the game. I think he lost all.
Oh, it was late in the game. It was
like 18 yards
15
or something?
yards or something like that. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Like, okay, those are game-changing type plays.
Yes.
So you want negative plays. Pressures are good, and it forces an incompletion a lot of the times or an interception. But the negative plays come from tackles for loss and from sacks.
Spencer Rattler called the defense for the Cardinals a shell fest, referencing the shell defense Arizona played to keep the ball in front of them. They took away the back end. They did a good job with that. And that's, what were we praising yesterday? The 9 pass breakups, which was before last night the most in the NFL in week 1. I don't know if either of those teams had more than that. We were praising Will Johnson for his work. We were praising Rabbit Taylor Demerson for his work. And I agree with you. I think for as much as the Cardinals invested into their pass rush, they need to get more than that because it really can change the game, and we saw that with the Cardinals. But I'm fearful that this week it's going to look very similar, that Bryce Young's just going to dink, and just work on getting that ball out as quick as he can, and the Cardinals defense will once again have to work hard to keep the ball in front of them and make sure nobody gets behind them.
I think Jordan Birch is going to be a pleasant surprise.
I think Jordan Birch.
I think he is gonna.
I tell you what,
he's gonna play a lot.
It wasn't until Teo Mackey's tweet where I'm like, man, they had 3 defensive linemen who had 3 pressures or more. That Jordan Birch was one of them. Now that I know he had that kind of an impact out of the chute, like it bears watching more. I wasn't paying that much attention to him on Sunday. I'm going to pay more attention to him moving forward if that's what he was doing out there. I just didn't notice it. I honest to God, didn't notice it in the moment.
You're not playing a lot of – the one thing about this season is you're not playing a lot of great quarterbacks, so we were very hopeful that would lead to a lot of sacks.
Yeah, take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand. You can listen whenever you want on the Arizona Sports app at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. That's right, it's us in podcast form. The Burns and Gambo podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Why should Texas State not be underestimated? And what impact could this game have on the rest of the Big 12? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about V's Barbershop and their locations all across the valley, and that is one of the sincerely cool things about V's is that they keep expanding their footprint. They keep giving you more options, more locations, more opportunities for you to check out what they're all about. Because I'm telling you right now, when you check out V's Barbershop, you will be impressed. You will be impressed with the quality of the barbers. You'll be impressed with the experience. You'll be impressed with the sense of almost escape that you get when you walk into a V's Barbershop. It's just like you're leaving all your worries and your troubles out there on the other side of the door, and you walk in, and for at least 30 minutes, you're just kind of chilling out. You're not worrying about any of that stuff, whether you're getting a great haircut, whether you're getting a relaxing hot lather shave, which is one of the best things V's does. You will find that escape when you go to V's Barbershop, and you're also going to find locations all over the valley. So here's what you do. The next time you're in need of a haircut, go to vbarbershop.com and book your next experience and your next haircut today.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are looking to remain in the hunt for a wild card spot. After that last night, they're now 4.5 games out of the final spot, which is currently occupied by the New York Mets. Game 2 against the Giants from San Francisco. Zach Gallen is looking to push together his string of quality starts to 5 in a row. He's had 4 straight quality outings in his last few outings. He'll go against the former Diamondback, Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We've got news out of the NFC West. The San Francisco 49ers announced a few roster moves today, headlined by tight end George Kittle being placed on injured reserve. That means he will miss the Week 3 matchup against Arizona. The 49ers additionally signed wide receiver Kendrick Bourne and waived kicker Jake Moody. And the Phoenix Mercury played their home finale tonight at PHX Arena. Just 2 games left in the regular season. Playoffs start this weekend in downtown Phoenix. The host, the LA Sparks, tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Arizona Cardinals need to do to make sure they start the season 2-0? We'll ask 2-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks tomorrow at 10:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'm guessing that's a tip jar for old Mitch on the other side of the glass.
Oh, I hate that. I really don't like that group.
See,
I just don't like that group.
It's like I'm in my brain.
Beastie Boys.
I knew that if I said Mitch was going to tip jar Beastie Boys, I knew the reaction was going to be Gambo saying how much he hates.
I couldn't say there was one thing that I was like blown away with.
I just knew it. So in my mind, it's sort of like a manager making a decision whether to remove a hitter and go with, like, if I put in my lefty, I know he's going to counter with his lefty, which means I'm going to put it. So what matchup do I want? Do I not want to say anything at all about the Beastie Boys?
I got 2 concerts coming up in the next 2 months.
Okay, America.
I got America and Bryan Adams.
Oh,
Bryan Adams.
Wow.
At the old Footprint Center, the Phoenix Arena.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Bryan Adams. I've never seen Bryan Adams live. I heard he's really good.
I've heard that the summer of '69 is the only summer that Gambo actually remembers because it was far enough ago.
I can tell you what happened in the summer of '69. Well, that's the year of '69. The Mets won the World Series, and the Jets with Joe Namath won the Super Bowl.
See, there you go. There you go.
1969.
And he was.
I rest my
Jets
case.
beat the Colts in the Super Bowl. Mets won the World Series.
And he was like 2 in
over
the summer of
Orioles.
'69.
I was 3.
You were 3. Yeah.
I just know it happened.
Should have known that better.
People talked in New York, talked about that year a lot.
I'm sure they did. Enjoy that Bryan Adams. I was a big Bryan Adams fan as a kid growing up. Kenny Dillingham today talking about Texas State's quarterback.
Yeah, he's athletic. He can throw the ball down the field. He made a play last week where he was working up in the pocket, almost running forward, launched the thing 55 yards on a dot to a dude who runs 10-4. And, I mean, walk-off touchdown, essentially. Their explosive play rates through the roof.
His name is Brad Jackson, and I'm here to tell you right now on the next edition of Mustache Not a Mustache. Oh, my God, has he got a mustache. Oh, my. I mean, like, it's right out of, like, Firefighter City mustache. I mean, it's glorious, this thing that he's got. 30 of 46 on the season, 500 yards. Texas State, our buddy John Wilner did this thing where he's doing like a power ranking of the teams that will be in the Pac-12 next year.
He's just waiting.
Yeah.
I need my conference back.
And God bless Wilner because he's doing great work, still covering the teams that are West Coast football teams, but now are in different conferences.
Yes.
He's still phenomenal college football writer. He's got Texas State #1 on his power ranking in the soon-to-be next version of the Pac-8, Pac-10, Pac-12,
I found that fascinating. I almost don't think to look at Wilner's stuff anymore because, like, the Pac-12 is dissolved.
He's still really good.
He's still really good. Yeah, welcome to a new feature of the Hotline. I always remember, like, his stories, too. Like, his stories had a little bit longer of a time frame where you can copy and paste it before it, like, went to the paywall. I always remember that. Most of them, you've got, like, 1.5 to 2 seconds to copy and paste. His were more like 4 seconds. It took a long time for that to click.
We'll never get John Wilner on this show ever again. Now that you're giving out the secrets to how to avoid the paywall for his work.
Copy and paste. You got to be quick.
That's great. Yeah.
Sometimes you only get about 75-80% of the story.
Sean, thanks for every appearance you've ever made on this show. Have a nice life. We'll never talk to you again.
We trust him as an AP voter, though, right?
Wilner? Yeah, I trust Wilner.
Yeah, in comparison to some other AP voters from the state of California.
I don't know who are you referring to.
Oh, you're not aware of this.
No, what happened?
Okay, I'll have to tell you later then.
Well, fill us in now. Go ahead.
No, I can't tell you now.
Yes, go ahead.
She's taken enough heat as it is.
Who?
The writer from the Southern Cal News Group, who primarily covers USC. She's taking a lot of heat from the South Florida fan base because after they beat Florida, she moved the Gators up and did not vote in USF in her latest rankings.
Okay. Yeah.
There are growing calls for AP voter to lose her top 25 ballot.
Okay.
Haley Sawyer is a college football reporter for the Southern California News Group covering the Trojans. So most of her life in Pennsylvania. She made an apparent mistake with her ballot, which has gone viral. And her ballot for the week finished as she bumped Florida up to number 14 in her rankings.
Even though they
previously
lost.
had Florida at number 16. The Gators lost to South Florida. She did not have South Florida ranked. So Florida lost and she bumped them up.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe her husband went to Florida. Because it's great to be.
Because that makes her decision that much better.
To be.
I believe in the best in people. I'd like to think it was just an honest mistake, but you never know. You just never know. Anyway, he's got Texas State. Going back to Wilner now, he who will never appear on our show ever again. He writes, the Bobcats could not have asked for better circumstances to avenge last year's home loss to ASU. What with the Sun Devils wounded from the last-minute meltdown at Mississippi State and not fully locked in against an opponent they handled 52 weeks ago by 3 points. So he's looking at Texas State. And then in his Big 12 rankings, he had ASU 7th in the Big 12.
Well, and again, this is what I said. ASU lost their clout. They lost it with everybody. Okay, everybody that believed in ASU and thought they were going to they lost that. By losing to Mississippi State on the road in Starkville, their clout is gone. Now you're getting guys, they're 7th in the Big 12. I was looking at a story today similar to Wilner's in some capacity, and it was the ESPN Big 12 Bubble Watch. And it says right now, analytics give Utah the best chance to win the Big 12 at 22%, followed by TCU, followed by BYU, followed by Iowa State. ASU's they haven't played a Big 12 game yet, and they're not in the top 4. And then it goes, the enigma is Texas Tech. And it says...
The Sun Devils aren't even the enigma in this conversation?
Texas Tech is.
Okay.
Texas Tech, it says, FPI says Texas Tech will lose 2 regular season games. September 20th at Utah and November 8th against BYU. And the October game against ASU's 50-50. So the ESPN analytics like Utah, TCU, BYU, Iowa State, Texas Tech, ASU's not like okay, that's it. That's what happened with the Mississippi State loss. Like you know, you're not even on the planet right now. Like you're in Mars somewhere. You went from a darling and everybody can they repeat, and so now nobody's even giving you an afterthought.
Yeah, but you know what?
You might be back on ESPN Plus for your next game.
Oh, stop it. I can't handle that. Please don't say that. But that's okay. For one, that's life. You know what I mean? That's our overreactive, knee-jerk kind of, world that we live in.
What is life?
What is life? That's what life is. It's knee-jerky and it's reactionary like that. And as quickly as they were off, they can get right back on. If they take
not with the North Texas.
Not with Texas. Not with Texas State.
Not with Texas State.
But if the week after that they go to Baylor and win, they're right back on the map.
I agree.
Right? I mean, right back on the map.
Uh-huh.
Oh, they just won their Big 12 opener on the road. They're 1-0, and they just took Baylor down.
They have 3 wins in 4 games, 2 in a row.
That's how this reactive thing works both ways. This knee-jerk world we live in, it goes both ways.
This is a long season.
And you're right. The North, now you got me calling them North Texas. The Texas State game won't be the one, but Baylor can be. I'm telling you, look, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. That 4-game stretch at Baylor, home against TCU, at Utah, home against Texas Tech. Every team you just mentioned in that little ESPN power ranking thing, those 4 teams in Iowa State were the ones that were prominently mentioned as part of that. ASU plays them all. Do
we get Colorado and a 7-string quarterback?
Later in the season they do, but not anytime soon.
Yeah.
Not anytime soon. So they'll have plenty of opportunity.
Sure.
Plenty of opportunity
I
to get
still
right back into the good graces.
I'm telling you, I'm still very, very high on ASU and their chances to win the Big 12. I am.
Okay.
I am.
My doubts are creeping a little bit.
I understand.
They're just creeping a little bit. They have not looked right this season.
I get it.
At all. Even against NAU, they haven't looked
totally
right.
Get it.
But we'll see. I'm not saying definitively, just doubts are creeping a little bit. Arizona Sports and Red Bird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package that includes grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join our promotions team this Friday at the Safeway, located at Chaparral Road in Hayden and Scottsdale from 4 until 6. We've done many a show there. In fact, I believe that was the grocery store where you got told to shut up by the old lady shopping for prunes. I'm pretty sure. Once again, that's this Friday, the Safeway on Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale. There are some AFC South opponents on the horizon for the Cardinals, and they have new dudes under center at quarterback. How did Daniel Jones and Cam Ward fare? We'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As there's a swing and a jam shot, two-hopper to second, backhanded by Cost, throw to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants offense paired with the Diamondbacks mistakes once again leads to a 5-run sixth. The Dbacks could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
Dbacks at the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing, and JLC Roofing is ready to help you right now when it comes to all of your roofing needs. You probably have gone through some of these tough monsoons that we've had, some heavy rain and wind and lightning, and you may say, listen, I really want to get my roof checked out. I don't know if I need a new roof or not. I might need a repair. JLC Roofing offers free estimates at JLC Roofing. So you can call them right now at 602 Roofing. That's 602 Roofing, and they will be glad to get out to you and give you a free estimate. For many of you, you might just need a small repair. You may not need an entire roof to be replaced. Now, for those of you that need a new roof, they give you $1,500 off for being a listener of the show. But for many of you, you might just need a small repair that might get you by for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years or more, because you need to do maintenance on your roof. Call JLC Roofing at 602 Roofing. That's 602 Roofing, or go to jlcroof.com.
The Los Angeles Dodgers return to Chase Field September 23rd for a 3-game weekday series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at Dbacks.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
This is Andre the Giant, and the Diamondbacks are playing my favorite team, the San Francisco Giants. Will they squash them like I squash Hulk Hogan? Tune in at 6 a.m. to Big Lemur on the mornings. Ho, ho, ho.
I love Jody Jackson and Tim Ring. Really do. They're both great people, quality human beings.
Do you like Modern Love?
Oh, I would tip jar this song every day that ends in Y.
I agree.
This is a great song.
I'm going tip jar too on this.
This is a great song.
Yeah. What happened to Vince Verrata today?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Bickley's he's sick. Vince is sick. So there's a yeah but coming in here. I love Jody Jackson and I love Tim Ring, but them both hosting the show this morning leaves the look-aheads in charge. Jarrett's in charge of him, and because that wasn't Tim Ring doing his Andre the Giant impersonation, and I'm pretty sure that wasn't Jody either. Gonna guess. Anyway, yeah, you can tip jar this song. Love the song.
Who sings it?
This is David Bowie.
Oh, this is David Bowie.
This is David Bowie off of his Let's Dance album from the early '80s that also featured Let's Dance and China Girl, three of my favorite songs of all time.
Wow.
No, they really are. They're three of my. I listen to them again and again and again. They're all very good songs. So the Arizona Cardinals have Bryce Young this week, Brock Purdy the week after that, Sam Darnold the week after that, and then they get. They get two brand new quarterbacks, at least quarterbacks who are brand new to their teams, in Daniel Jones and the Colts and Cam Ward and the Titans.
Yeah.
And ESPN.com today conveniently took a look at how all the new quarterbacks fared in their new locations, and neither one of those guys, in their opinion, fared all that great. I mean, they were okay, but they weren't that great.
Yeah, I think Daniel Jones did fine, right? It was just Miami's just so damn bad.
Well, that's what it was. Ben Solak who wrote it. He said, look, guys, nothing against Daniel Jones.
Oh, my God.
Anthony Richardson could have led the Colts to 33 points against that team. He could have done the same thing.
Jones, Art Schleister could have led the Colts to a win if he's still alive. Burt Jones is like 80. He could have led them to a win.
Andrew Luck could have done it. I mean, like,
you go so modern, and I always go back.
Well,
to
I know, but
you went modern, and I go to Burt Jones.
Yeah, it's
just the way we go.
It's the way of the Burns and Gambo show.
I guess I didn't go like Unitas.
You could have.
I went Burt Jones.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't.
Miami's really bad. Matter of fact, did you hear Rex Ryan call McDonald a nerd?
No. But,
he did. He guy's a nerd.
But you know what?
He's probably pining for the job.
I was gonna say, you know how like humans can't hear the whistle that it's intended for dogs. I can't hear the Rex Ryan's voice. I just
see feet.
I just tune it out. I don't see feet. None of that stuff.
See feet.
I just see Rex Ryan talking, and my brain says, "Don't listen. Just don't listen." I choose not to listen. That's all it is. So no, I didn't see that Rex Ryan said that.
Yeah, I think Daniel Jones played well, and I think that I think he's a decent quarterback. I don't think he's terrible. Like, I saw him with the Giants for a long time, and he actually took them to the playoffs. But you look at a situation. They beat down the Dolphins 33-8, 22 out of 29, 272 yards, 9.7 per attempt, Bernsey. Not 4 yards per attempt. Almost 10 yards per attempt, and he had a touchdown. He also ran for 26 yards.
Yep.
So I thought that he played well. I thought he got the ball down the field a little bit. I was surprised at how easily they won that football game against the Dolphins. I love seeing Tyreek Hill implode on the sidelines because he's so mad. So I thought that Daniel Jones played well. I thought he played well. Now, the other guy, in Cam Ward, I think that's going to be a work in progress to get him up there. He really struggled in that game.
Yeah, and he's, we went through this with Kyler, we went through this with Josh Rosen. Lots of teams go through this when you've got that quarterback and he's in the middle of his rookie season. There's just going to be a lot of bumps. And honestly, I think Minnesota's going to go through it with J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
And you saw kind of the best and the worst of that last night. For 2.5 quarters, he was dreadful, and then he was fantastic.
Wow.
Yep. I think for Cam Ward, it's going to be a real learning experience, a real learning curve.
They played a great defense, too. They played a great defense.
And the Colts are playing the Broncos, I believe, this week. So it's probably going to be a very different story for Daniel Jones in that game. But I do wonder if Daniel Jones is just good enough to keep them away from one of the best quarterbacks in the draft. Yeah,
Probably.
Whereas, I think it's not going to be the same for some of the other really, like the Saints, I think, are destined for being able to get a top 3 pick. Honestly, I think the Carolina Panthers might be bad enough and be destined for a top 3 pick. The Browns could be destined for a top 3 pick.
They only
I
lost
don't know if the Colts are.
They only lost by a point to Cincinnati. I'm kind of down on Cincinnati.
Yeah?
I don't.
My 2 favorite players who aren't Cardinals play on the Cincinnati Bengals.
Burrow and Chase?
I love Burrow and Chase. I could watch them play football all day. All day. I think they're great.
I don't think Burrow did very much in that
No,
game.
he didn't. He didn't. I enjoy kind of their moxie and how they play.
Yeah,
and,
I was really high
and
on
all
the
that
Bengals
stuff.
like 3 years ago, but then Burrow got hurt, and then I don't think they've kind of bounced back yet. We'll see. It's only week 1, but I do look at that. I look at the quarterbacks. I look at I look at the quarterback debuts, and when ESPN ranked them. They liked Geno Smith. They liked Geno Smith and Chip Kelly a lot. They ranked that as number 1. The explosive plays down the field. They just think that Chip Kelly's offense is going to be good for Geno Smith. Then they had Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, number 2. 4 touchdown passes against his former team. 4. They almost lost the game at the end, but they weren't able to do it. Justin Fields. I thought he was good for the Jets.
I thought he was very good.
I thought he was really good for the Jets.
I thought he was very good.
Yeah, I didn't dislike him with the Bears. I didn't. Last year was a tough situation for him with Russell Wilson, but I think this is a good spot for him. Right now with the Jets, so he was number 3. Then they had Daniel Jones number 4, and they had Cam Ward number 5. Now, they had a second takeoff, and they're like, Russell Wilson. They said, start Russell Wilson for as long as you can. I'm like, why? Now, I think that the Dart kid could be good, but I'm a big believer in trying to take 5 or 6 games off of a young guy's schedule that first year. You know that.
Just to absorb it, like the Cardinals
don't make
did
it
with
17
Josh Rosen.
games.
Yeah.
Give him less.
Yeah, and I still need to see more on Sam Darnold. I watched a lot of that game on Sunday. San Francisco's defense was suffocating him. I mean, there just wasn't a whole lot that he could do, and I didn't feel like his run game was giving him a ton of help. He had a nice connection with Jackson Smith and Jigba, which I think could develop and grow. But he's a guy. I just need to see more of him because I think you should have trust issues with Sam Darnold. And of course, the Cardinals will see him in just a few weeks and see if he's adapted better to that football team or not. But he's another new face in a new place that we'll have to see. Yeah.
Yeah, I think because, I think last year he had a lot of good protection with that offensive line.
Yep.
But again, a lot of new Darnold, Joe, a lot of things they liked about Jones was he got a lot of pressure, but he only got sacked the one time. He was getting rid of the ball very quickly. And as we've talked about with a lot of these quarterbacks, that's what the league is all about right now.
Speaking of a division game, and we were talking about the Seattle game a second ago, we had it confirmed yesterday that George Kittle is going to miss 3 to 5 weeks with a hamstring injury. That puts him out of the Cardinals game for week 3. Have they put him on short-term injured reserve?
Yes.
Did they do that? Okay,
yes.
So he's out. So okay, I didn't.
He's out.
They were talking about doing it. I didn't know if they did it. And as we mentioned yesterday, Brock Purdy is dealing with a left shoulder and a toe injury.
Brandon Ayuk knee.
According to Shanahan, the toe is worse than the shoulder for Purdy. Brandon Ayuk with the knee. Juwan Jennings is dealing with an injury. And I didn't know this. Mac Jones is the backup quarterback in San Francisco, if that's what it comes to.
Jacob Cowing, hamstring. Jordan Watkins, ankle. DeMarcus Robinson, suspension. They're a mess.
They're a mess.
Rice and Taylor are not walking through that door.
Already, they're a mess.
Yeah. And that's what you just okay.
You shouldn't have gone Terrell Owens. just giving you crap. I would have gone Rice too. I'm just giving you crap.
All right.
Just giving you crap for picking the old guys. What were you going to say?
The Rams didn't look good. The 49ers are all banged up. Nobody in the division looked great. Seattle didn't look great. San Francisco didn't look great. The Rams, with the bloody Puka Nacua, they didn't look great.
But you know what it did look to me? Okay, I agree with you. But I also think, and I did watch a lot of the San Francisco-Seattle game, it looked like a very physical division. It looked like a very...
Seattle's defense is extremely physical.
Very defensive-minded... grindy kind of a division. And so while nobody oh, wow, they look so great, I thought defensively, every team, especially the Rams got after C.J. Stroud in that game. And I thought defensively, it was a real slugfest between the Seahawks and Niners. That's where I thought the division looked good. Just grindy and hard and tough.
My takeaway was it's wide open.
Oh, yeah.
It's so wide open.
Yeah, there didn't appear to be one, super great team after week 1.
No.
No, but I think every division game is going to be a bloodbath. Like a Puka Nakua bleeding from your forehead kind of.
You might want to look at who you play in the week after you play one of those teams.
If she can put herself together after her Bears lost last night, Lauren's going to step in with the 4 o'clock reset. That's next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here to tell you about Berg Simpson. Good lawyers changing lives, and they are in a position to help you if you've ever been in an accident, and in particular, if you've been in an accident with a truck. Truck crashes, there are over 150,000 of them last year. They can cause devastating injuries because obviously just the sheer size of what you're dealing with. If you're ever in one of those, the first thing you should do is call the police and get medical care. The second thing you should do is don't talk to the insurance company by yourself. The third thing you should do is call Berg Simpson Law Firm, the truck crash lawyers. They've got 45 years of experience. They have recovered over $50 million in trucking injury claims alone. They have real commercial vehicle crash experience against some of the biggest insurance companies that handle these things. They know what they are doing. More people can get the help they need fast with Berg Simpson. So call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks are hoping to remain in the hunt for the wild card spot after the last night's loss. They're 4.5 games out of that spot, which is currently occupied by the New York Mets. In order to get there, they have to get past one of the teams ahead of them. That's the San Francisco Giants. Game 2 of that series tonight from the city by the Bay. Zach Gallen will be on the mound tonight. He's pitched exceptionally well his last few outings. He'll go against the former Diamondback, Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We got news out of the NFC West. The San Francisco 49ers announced a flurry of roster moves. Mitch, try to speak. It's okay. It's headlined by George Kittle being placed on injured reserve. He will miss the Week 3 matchup against Arizona. 49ers additionally signed wide receiver Kendrick Bourne and waived kicker Jake Moody. And the Phoenix Mercury play their final home game tonight at PHX Arena. Won't be their final home game of the full season because the playoffs are this weekend, but it's the home finale of the regular season. They're hosting the Los Angeles Sparks, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy, so if you've got damage from your roof and you need it checked, you could save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or go online to americaroofingco.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
And here's Lauren. She's got the top stories of the day. Nice to see you at work today.
I was never not going to be here. I am not that person. I have long suffered through my entire fandom.
But you were very silent last night on the Burns and Gambo text group.
I had nothing good to say.
Well, I mean, Burnsy fired off that Bears lose right away.
That was you.
You fired it off so quickly that you had to have it queued up in the text box, just waiting for the game to end.
1,000%.
And I thought in my head, what a raging something.
Lunatic?
Nope, not appropriate for the airwaves.
Probably more derogatory than
I actually had to wait till the end because there was still like that chance at the trick play at the end where, I didn't want to send it and all of a sudden they lateral it 17 times and end up scoring a touchdown.
Honest question, when did you go in search of that graphic that you sent out how many minutes left in the game? 5 minutes left in the game, 10 minutes left in the game?
No.
When did you?
Under 3.
Okay, you had that in the queue with about 3 minutes to go in the game?
Probably, yeah. Under 3.
That wasn't me.
Because I had a flurry of texts after the game come into my phone, including that of Gambo and Jesse. So.
Oh, boy.
What did Jesse say?
Something about this sucks.
Was he a Bears fan?
He looked bad. No, he's a Commanders fan.
Oh.
Something about how bad they looked. Like, this game sucks.
Okay, not to minimize your pain and suffering, but it might help your pain and suffering if you moved on to something else.
Yeah, let's move on to the Dbacks because they also played last night.
Speaking of pain and suffering.
Yep.
Hold on, skip. Is there a skip button?
Oh, my God.
Skip.
Okay, so I had both games going at the same time in my office, and so I was watching the Bears game on one, and Anthony DeSclafani. I mean, I haven't seen that many meatballs since Mama Gambadoro was making some pasta.
Oh, man.
I mean, my God, it's just, here's a 93-mile-per-hour cutter that ain't going to cut, that's going to get hammered into the bay. And there goes another, and there goes another, and there goes another.
I'm not going to lie. Friday in elementary school, meatball parm. Oh, I was the envy of every kid in the school. I'd show up with, like, a gigantic meatball parmesan hero for school on Friday. We never bought lunch in school. We brought our lunch. My mom.
Meatball City last night from Anthony DeSclafani.
And not good because the Dbacks lost 11-5. They have game 2 tonight against the Giants. 6 o'clock pregame, 6:40 game start right here.
On a serious note, or a semi-serious note, okay, they had the lead last night. They had the lead against the Red Sox on Sunday. Had they won both of those games, I know this is a lot of ifs and buts, but had they won both of those games, the Arizona Diamondbacks would be 2.5 out of the final wild card spot right now with 17 games to play. Now, they're not. They're 4.5, so we're not going to get caught up in too many hypotheticals. But both of those games, they had the lead in.
If they never traded Merrill Kelly, Suarez, and Josh Naylor.
If Corbin Burns never hurt his eye.
No. If they just stood pat at the deadline.
If they don't trade anybody.
If Mike Hazen says, you know what? I think we still got a shot here. I'm not going to trade. I'm going to hold on to Suarez. I'm going to hold on to Naylor. I'm going to hold on to Kelly. I'm going to hold on to Grichuk. I think we are still in this thing.
Okay, here's what's interesting about that. If they do that, do we get the Blaze Alexander experience, and how much is he responsible for how they've played? Because I don't know if we do get the Blaze Alexander experience if Suarez is still on the roster.
Yeah, but you also don't get the Tyler Locklear experience.
I mean, you get a better rotation.
And the Anthony DeSclafani experience.
We could make a long pros and cons list.
I mean,
but it's an interesting thought.
Merrill Kelly's pitched really well for Texas. He's got an ERA under 3.
Do we have any doubt about that, though?
No.
And I don't have any doubt he's going to be back next year, by the way, either. I think he's coming back, but that's just me.
All right, we'll head on over to the NFL because there's a lot of injury updates specifically related to the San Francisco 49ers. George Kittle is going on the IR for that hamstring injury. He will miss the game against the Cardinals because of that IR stint. Juwan Jennings is now day to day. His x-rays came back clean. Brock Purdy is questionable with a shoulder and toe injury. And the 49ers released kicker Jake Moody today and signed former Panthers kicker Eddie Pinheiro.
The kicker thing is interesting to me because when you start fiddling around with the kickers like that, your level of confidence in the guy that you're sending out there can be a little shaky.
Unless you got Matt Prater.
Who proved it again on
Buffalo Bills
Sunday night. That was fantastic. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about the kicker experiment and how that goes with San Francisco. A lot of early season doubts about them.
And the NFL announced today that Jalen Carter, who was ejected from last week's season opener for spitting on Dak Prescott, will not be suspended. He served that 1-game suspension as his ejection from that game.
He shouldn't have done it, but come on. Did you see how close, did Dak not instigate that?
Oh, absolutely.
Dak,
don't feed into it.
Yeah. Really? You spit right in front of him on the ground?
It's always the guy who retaliates who gets ejected, whether it's a fight or whether it's saliva. It's always the guy who retaliates.
And Tyreek Hill update, because Tyreek Hill's estranged wife has alleged in court filings that he committed domestic violence at least 8 separate times in the couple's divorce case. Tyreek Hill and his attorney said in a statement that the allegations are part of a, quote, shakedown and are an attempt to generate bad media coverage for him.
I'm feeling, I know it's just 1 week for the Miami Dolphins for the NFL. I'm feeling a hard reset coming for the Miami Dolphins organization here in about 4 months. A hard reset.
Yeah. Tua's going to be gone.
Yep.
And they're going to have to start over with a new coach because everybody, the one word that people use to describe the Miami Dolphins is soft.
Yeah.
They're a soft football team.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And in a letter to Bears fans, President and CEO Kevin Warren released this just a few hours before the game, announcing that the team intends to build a new stadium and move to Arlington Heights.
What?
He said this is the year to finalize our stadium plans so we can officially bid to host a Super Bowl. As soon as 2031, the Bears can buy their way out of their lease at Soldier Field in 2026 for an estimated $84 million.
Who's paying for it? Who's paying for the Arlington Heights Stadium for the Bears? Do we know?
Well,
the taxpayers? Is it the organization?
That's part of the issue.
My thing is they're probably going to build a dome.
Yeah, they are. They already have the plans, and it is a dome.
I hate losing the cold weather cities. I hate it. I hated it when it happened in Minnesota. I hated it. And now the Bears, isn't Soldier Field like the oldest?
It's the oldest stadium in the NFL.
It's the oldest stadium in the NFL. The wind, we're going to lose all the cold weather cities.
The good news is the Chicago Bears might finally get a great quarterback to play there because they don't have to deal with the conditions.
Winds. Yeah, I guess so.
How far is Arlington Heights from downtown Chicago?
About 25 miles.
Okay. It's north. It's a northern suburb,
Yes.
right? Okay. Yeah, okay.
It's like northwest.
Yeah. It makes sense, but with all things like that, I want to see who's going to pay the bill on something like that before we know for sure it's going to happen because that's a big bill.
I guess for the fan experiences, they'd much rather be in comfort than freezing their asses off.
They also have a plan to build a bunch of apartments and other things around
sure.
that
It's
entire
always about
area
the
and
stuff
make it a
around it.
whole
Of course.
blah.
You say that about Minnesota, and I'll say this. That is quickly become a stadium I would really like to go see. It looks like a really cool place to watch a football game. Minnesota's. And I know what you're saying
I'm
about
just saying the Purple People Eaters and Tarkenton and Chuck Foreman.
But they had a dome, too, before they had this. They were playing at the Metrodome. So the outdoor football for Minnesota was a long time ago.
I've sat in cold, coldest I've ever been in a game, Jets, Steelers, Altoon, Wesley Walker. I think I had frostbite, and there was nothing I could do with all the blood to stay warm. I know it's miserable at times. I get it, but I do like that home field advantage you get as a cold weather team.
And the Big 12 announced today ESPN's Big Monday Big 12 schedule for college basketball.
Oh, wow.
Because that's where we're at, and that brings me joy. So
We just started college football.
Yeah.
Now you want to go college basketball?
Season starts in, like a month and a half? Give or take?
Yeah.
End of October?
Suns early October.
Yeah, the Suns media days in like 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm. January 26th, U of A will be at BYU. February 9th, U of A will be at Kansas.
BYU's got that kid.
Yeah. That's why they're on.
They got that kid yeah.
Mm-hmm. And March 2nd, Iowa State at U of A.
Wow. Big 12 basketball. It's a monster.
What did they give that kid to go there at BYU?
One of the mountains in Provo.
Is that what it was?
A ridiculous amount of money. The best part of it
Does he
all.
own a ski resort?
Best part is go to his social media and see what he's obviously being paid to sponsor. And it's just like him standing in front of the things being like, hi, do this. Hi, buy this.
Better than Kawhi Leonard.
Oh, and on that uplifting note, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate that. Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener on Sunday. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live. Hello, YouTubers. Good to see you. Click the contest link pinned in the chat. It is that easy. Do it right now. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game on Sunday. The Panthers played poorly in Week 1, but a former Arizona Wildcat made some waves on Sunday. How could Tet McMillan make life hard for the Cardinals? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I don't think it was a great day for the offensive line. I think Trey Benson's run was big. I think Kyler Murray played well enough to win, obviously, but he was under duress a lot in that ball game. It was an uneven opening game. A win is a win. That's exactly how I feel.
To me, the biggest thing was, did the Cardinals look any different than they looked last year?
Different/better?
Different, better, yes, because that was what we are hoping for, that they're going to take another step forward, that they're going to be a playoff contender. Did they look any better or different than last year?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Calvisi, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry-leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and tomorrow the Cardinals turn the page and look at the Carolina Panthers. I'm not saying the Carolina Panthers aren't good, but let me put it this way. The Carolina Panthers are to football as the Florida Panthers are to football. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Nick Rollis today on Teddy Rowe and McMillan.
I think he showed that he's going to be a player. He's good. He's long. He's smooth at the top of the route, and he's going to win contested catches. So they have a good offense in place over there, and he's definitely a guy that we got to be able to take away.
Gambo, kind of looking back at week 1 in the NFL and the Cardinals' opponent in week 2, the Carolina Panthers, there was virtually nothing to like about Carolina's week 1 loss to Jacksonville. Just about in every way they got humiliated a way a team could, except for McMillan. He was like the one, oh, okay. I mean, it wasn't like a blow your brains out kind of statistical performance, but it was good, right? Like it
9 targets, 5 catches, 68 yards. Third highest receiving total by a rookie in franchise history, trailing only Muhsin Muhammad and Kelvin Benjamin. There was some articles out there like, hey, he looks like a #1 wide receiver. Panthers.com, McMillan rookie debut includes plays and promise. So, I mean, it's a good debut for him. It was solid. He played well. He was the #8 overall pick in the draft. He better play well.
Sure.
So, but he came in there and tough situation because they don't have a great quarterback player and they're not a good organization. But he went out there and played well in that 26-10 loss to Jacksonville.
Yeah, it's another example of how overly reliant and dependent a rookie wide receiver is on having a great quarterback to throw him the ball. And, and as those words were coming out of my mouth, like I think back to your New York Giants last year, Malik Neighbors didn't have a great quarterback throwing him the ball, and he still had a very impactful season his first time out.
Yeah.
So it's not totally dependent, but Bryce Young, I mean, there are and we'll talk about Bryce Young throughout the course of the day and throughout the course of the week, so we don't want to say everything we've got to say about him. He had a little flash last year at the end of the season where he played pretty well and his numbers were okay. He was miserable on Sunday, and so it's just going to make it hard for McMillan to kind of make his impact with that organization if they've got questions about Bryce Young and whether he can be the guy or not. It's just that the two are so codependent, right? Like think about all of our Marvin Harrison Jr. conversations last year. How much of it was, well, is it Marv or is it Kyler? Is it Marv or is it Kyler? You know, that's life when you're a rookie wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking in with McMillan, the 9 targets, 5 catches. Okay, that's kind of in line with what MHJ had last year. Is like, you're going to miss on a bunch of targets. I was looking at, in the last 11 drafts since 2015, there's been 14 wide receivers drafted with a top 10 pick. And McMillan's one of those guys. Travis Hunter's another one of those guys. You had Kevin White with the Bears, John Ross, Mike Williams. You had a bunch of those guys too. Devontae Smith. So his numbers are, they compare him. They look at all of those and they compare him, and his are good. Jamar Chase had a big game, 101 yards. Devontae Smith had 74. I think a couple other guys. Devontae Smith had 69. So you look at McMillan, you're like, okay, maybe they have something here with this guy. Because you're a fan of a team like that's bad. You're looking for somebody to pop. You're looking at, hey, can we have a star? Can we have somebody that excites the fan base and gets us to feel like we've got something to at least root for and cheer for? McMillan might be that guy. We know how great he was in college.
Yeah, and there's a temptation to write off the entire Panthers organization because of week 1. And I would let's see. There were some people who thought they were going to be better. Some predictions had them as being improved and maybe even contending for the NFC South. I kind of had my doubts, mostly because of Bryce Young. But I do, me, I'm not a diehard ASU, U of A, or an AU guy. I'll just root for a good story. I root for McMillan in Carolina. I'd like to see him do well. I'd like to see him be that impactful guy there. He had a terrific career at U of A, and he was rewarded for it with the 8th pick in the draft. I'd like to see him succeed with Carolina.
Yeah, there was one Carolina story I saw today. Panthers' biggest positive from the week 1 embarrassment couldn't be clear. It was him.
Yeah, it was him.
It's him. You look for positives, right? I mean, we talked about this. If you're New Orleans, you get done playing the Cardinals, you're looking for positives. Hey, you know what? We played a team that a lot of people predicted to be a playoff team. We played them close, and we had a chance to tie the game at the end. And so you try to find some positives out of Spencer Rattler's play. You try to find some positives out of the way their defense played, their offensive line, things like that. For the Panthers, it just seems like they were so thoroughly embarrassed in that game that there is only one positive that came out of that, and that's the McMillan kid.
Cards defensive coordinator Nick Rallis again on the Panthers as a whole.
They have a really good O-line. And I think Chu Hubbard gets a lot of dirty yards. He is a good running back. And so, we can't let them get going on the ground. And then, to me, Bryce Young, when he's on. I think a lot of him because he can make things happen with his arm. And if it's not there, he knows how to extend and make plays with his legs. He did that last week. He did that last year against us. So, and they got some new weapons for him. I know last week wasn't what they wanted to open with, but this is a good offense, and they're going to bring it. I know it. So we got our hands, we got our work cut out for us.
I see the look on your face. The temptation.
You have to say it. You got to say it against anybody you play.
I know the temptation is to scoff at it, but because it's the Carolina Panthers and because they have history against the Cardinals, I think you at least have to listen to it with half an ear.
I know.
And just go, oh, you know what?
Right.
As much as I want to roll my eyes and go, come on, man, really?
Give me an unfiltered version. My God, did you watch that team play last week? They were dog. If we don't beat them by 40, we must suck.
I know.
I'm looking at my chops getting
15-6. 15-6.
Yeah, I got a 70-something winning percentage against the Cardinals.
15-6 in their franchise history against the Cardinals organization, including 2 playoff wins.
Nobody has more playoff wins over the Arizona Cardinals than Carolina does.
You will not catch me doing a lot of scoffing about the Carolina Panthers this week. I'm going to be very careful about what I say about them.
They didn't score a touchdown until 4 minutes left in the game. They were so bad in that football game. You're like somebody say, oh, my God, if we lose to this team, I'll quit. Like, I would like a coordinator to say that. If we lose to this team, I shouldn't be in the NFL.
When we come back, speaking of the NFL, Week 1 is officially in the books. Who won Week 1? Who lost Week 1? That is coming up on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
2 years of interest-free financing. It really changes the game when it comes to LASIK surgery at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz, a team eye doctor for your Suns and Diamondbacks, has performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including my eyes 15 years ago. No glasses, no contact lenses. You can see me on the screen every day. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. I see great because of Dr. Jay Schwartz. But I'm telling you, the 2 years interest-free financing, people love it. They love it. Instead of paying it off at once, you pay it off over 24 months. Make a smaller payment each month. In 24 months, you're done. You didn't pay any interest. There are 3 locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Dr. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Suns and Diamondbacks. Just give them a call today at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks are looking to remain in the hunt for a wild card spot. They're currently 4.5 games out after last night's loss to the Giants. That final spot occupied currently by the New York Mets, who doubly currently are trailing the Philadelphia Phillies 4-0 very early on in Philadelphia. Game 2, Diamondbacks Giants from the city by the Bay. Zach Gallen looks to push his string of quality starts to 5 in a row. He's had 4 straight going back to last month. He'll go against the former Snake, Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We got news out of the NFC West. The San Francisco 49ers announced a flurry of roster moves today, headlined by George Kittle, the tight end, being placed on injured reserve. That means he will miss the Week 3 matchup when they host the Arizona Cardinals. 49ers additionally signed wide receiver Kendrick Bourne and waived kicker Jake Moody. And the Phoenix Mercury have their home finale tonight at PHX Arena. It won't be the last time you see the Mercury this year, let alone this week. The playoffs start this weekend. But they'll host the LA Sparks tonight. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. If you're looking to get a pool and add value to your home, now is a great time. With in-house financing and a 5-year warranty, go to Arizona's best pool builder at presidentialpools.com.
Dbacks at the Giants. Coverage starts tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, I think the folks at the Ringer missed one, by the way. Winners and losers from Week 1 in the NFL. I just sat here and wrote them down.
Okay.
Talking about here.
Okay.
Josh Allen won Week 1, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like they spent a lot of time talking about one of the losers of Week 1. Or one of the losers of Week 1 being the Ravens, and the fact that it just kind of feeds this narrative that they just can't figure it out, they can't get over the hump, they can't finish, all that stuff. If you
watched 70% of that game, you're thinking the Ravens are just kicking their ass.
Yeah, they were.
This is like they came out of the gate. You're like, okay, this is they're Derrick Henry touchdown, Lamar Jackson touchdown. They're like they can't stop the running game. There's nothing they could do to stop the Ravens in that game. So if you watched part of that game and went to sleep and found out the Bills won, you're like, what the hell? How did the Bills win that game?
Yeah.
So I would say Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, I thought was just the clear. I mean, even like his opportunity to give a little grief to the Bills fans who left and all that stuff with that victory. He was the clear Week 1 winner. The clear Week 1 runner-up in the winner category was listed by the Ringer, and I hate to say it, but it was Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. Yeah.
He was an absolute winner in Week 1.
His press conference afterwards, and what does it mean? And he's like, I only played like 18 games for this team. Like this isn't like going to Green Bay. I mean, it kind of ripped them. I don't know. But then he's like, it's also nice to prove to those guys because a lot of people over there didn't think I could play anymore. So it's nice for me to, because he was pumped. Like he was really pumped when that game, because the Jets had the ball and a chance to win the game, and they weren't able to do it. And it was a terrific game. Like when that broadcast ended, they were like, wow, this was just a great game. Steelers-Jets was a great game. But Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdown passes, no interceptions. A lot of people criticized Pittsburgh for going out. It's one game. It's one game.
One game.
But a lot of people criticized. I think all the teams that are going out and getting the Russell Wilson, the Aaron Rodgers, it's just like, can you guys just move on? Just like, can you go get a young quarterback and start? Like, why? Like, why is Pittsburgh getting Aaron Rodgers? And if the feeling is that, if Aaron Rodgers is good, they have a chance to compete in the AFC.
You spoke about the meeting with Aaron Glenn on McAfee a few months ago. Beating him, is there significance in that, since he basically told you to your face that he didn't think you were right for that team?
Yes, that's what he did.
So there's significance in beating him for you?
I was happy to beat everybody associated with the Jets.
I saw it in real time. It made me laugh when he said it in real time. It makes me laugh again. I really didn't think Aaron Rodgers would be doing a victory lap after Week 1. I didn't have that on the bingo card, and yet there it is.
They played the Jets.
And to the Jets' credit,
the Jets stink.
Justin Fields looked pretty good.
He does. They still
he
stink.
he looked pretty good.
He did. I was impressed with him.
The Ringer had their winners and losers. We've covered a couple of them already.
Daniel Jones was a winner.
Daniel Jones was a winner for how he played in his Colts debut. He was named a winner. Mike McDaniel of the Miami Dolphins was named a loser.
To be honest, I think the positive is that that was a miserable experience. It was embarrassing, flat out. And in that, there's nowhere to hide. It's almost, within the game, it's almost good that it wasn't reachable, that we were -4 because there's, as a team, we have to, I was really looking forward to seeing the stuff that we've really worked on diligently, and I didn't see any of it, and that's a problem.
You know what I'd be really curious to see, and this is something we'll track, obviously, the course of the year because we'll track the NFL. How much of this week 1 stuff was real and how much of it was fake?
Okay, I got one for you.
Okay.
Justin Herbert and the Chargers.
You think that's fake?
Is that real or is it fake?
Is that that's
so you're saying like,
I'd say that's one to track.
They beat Kansas City.
Yep.
Now, I happen to think I'm not that high on Kansas City this year. I don't think they're going to get their magic back. I think they got a lot of issues.
Xavier Worthy walking off that field on Friday night was certainly one of them, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't make the playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised they don't make the playoffs.
Wow.
Kansas City.
Okay, no, I figured that's who you were talking about.
Yeah.
That's bold.
That's
bold.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the NFL. For some reason, they've been immune to it. There have been lots of teams that have been immune to it. The Eagles have been immune to it. The Ravens have been immune to it. There are teams that just get there every single year, it seems, and the Chiefs are one of them. Them not making it would be bold. But you're right.
Justin Herbert threw for over 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in that game in Brazil. Okay, now we've always liked him as a quarterback and thought, is he ready to take that team to the next level?
Right.
Is he ready to take that team? That was a good win for them.
Yep.
Get over the hump, beat Kansas City. So if you're saying, okay, let's look back, like how real are the Chargers?
How real are the
Chargers? That's a good win for them.
Yeah. How real is Aaron Rodgers? I think that's certainly one where you just wonder, hey man, is that just some week 1 voodoo that you're putting on us, or is that real?
I got another one.
Give me another one.
Packers. That was a dominant win against the Lions. Like, are they legit? Didn't one of us pick the Packers to go to the Super Bowl? I see Mitch. Mitch jumped to the mic quickly.
Oh, I did.
Who was it? It was you.
I did. I forgot. I did.
I forgot. Which one of us picked the
Which
Packers to
one of
go
us
to the
did?
Super Bowl?
Oh, crap. It was me.
Oh, it was me.
I'm a genius.
It's me.
Yes. Yeah, I did. I picked the Bills and the Packers in the Super Bowl. Yeah. And that was actually listed in this Ringer story as one of the losers out of week 1 were the other NFC North offenses that now have to deal with Micah Parsons in that division.
He had a sack and 3 pressures.
Yeah, and he played 22 snaps.
He was chasing the quarterbacks all over the field.
Yeah, and to your question now, to your point about the Packers, is that real? I'll flip it and say, are the Lions, and is that real? Like, was that just that they played the Packers, or are they? That was one of the big week 1 stories. Like, did the clock hit midnight for the Detroit Lions?
Was last year their year?
Did Cinderella get sent home from the ball, and is that it? And I don't know. I don't know. That's another kind of week 1 development to watch. I think another one you mentioned earlier in the show, the Bengals barely beating the Browns.
Right.
A lot of people thought that's a Super Bowl team.
Right.
They're back. They're healthy. They made a push at the end of last year. They didn't quite make it because of the injuries and whatnot.
People doubted Washington. They looked good.
Is that real? Are the Bengals real? I'm trying to think of some other ones off the top of my head. The Packers is a good one. The Lions is a good one.
Rams defense was really good.
Yeah.
Cowboys playing the Eagles tough. I don't think a lot of people expected that after the Parsons trade.
No, that one wasn't. Yeah, and I know what you're saying. I don't know if I'd put that one on the list. I think those are the main ones. I think we hit the main. Like the Colts. Is that real? I don't think they're that good. I think that was way more a function of them playing a really bad team in week 1.
Mitch wasn't happy with the Broncos won, but he wasn't happy. You weren't happy with it.
It was kind of a grindy game they played.
That was a big Bo Nix L in terms of all the people that doubted that Bo Nix would be good enough at this level.
Yeah. Okay, here's another one that I wonder if it's real.
Oh, I got one more too. Go ahead.
Geno and the Raiders.
Yeah. People like the Chip Kelly combo
Yeah.
with that offense.
Yeah, I mean, Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, Geno Smith in Vegas. Is that real? Because if it is, that also feeds back into your point about the Chiefs and saying, hey, maybe they don't make the playoffs because that division, you got Bo Nix and the Broncos, who were a playoff team a year ago. You got the Chargers. Maybe they finally figured it out. You've got the Raiders. Maybe they're better than we think. One of the notes they made in the story was that after week 1, Geno definitely won in the divorce with Seattle. You know, like post-divorce Seattle. Hey, my new hookup's way better looking than your new hookup. I won. I saw you out on a date with yours, and mine's better looking than yours is. I win. You know, but there's a treat. He looked good. They looked good. You know, that looked like it.
I got one loser.
Okay, who?
Kyler Murray.
Ooh, you put him as a loser?
Yeah, because Annie Agar called him a labubu.
I would put Kyler as a loser.
Only for that. Anybody calls you a labubu. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? A labubu? Yeah. I mean, we've had people around the office talking about these things for like weeks. I'm like, what the hell is a labubu? I have no idea what it is. And then I'm watching the Annie Agar. She's funny. She's on Twitter. Like she does that thing where she dresses up in every team's, you know. And she called Kyler a labubu. She said to New Orleans, you lost to a labubu.
Hold on. I see a hand raised. Dave Burns.
I have a question.
Yeah, I got it.
What the hell's a labubu?
See, I don't know either.
It's the freaky little doll that has the furry head and body and then the plastic face.
It's like, what were the ones from like 20 years ago that took over by storms?
Beanie Babies?
Beanie Baby? Was it like a Beanie Baby?
No.
Ryan says no. I don't. This is.
It's like if you gave your Beanie Baby drugs.
Okay. Seriously, y'all might.
You don't know what a labubu is.
I don't know what a labubu is. You might as well be talking.
I got a
foreign
labubu
language.
on my ankle or something.
I just say Kyler Murray's a loser for eating jambalaya the night before a game. I mean, like of all the
frenzy.
He won't be doing that again. We know that much.
Labubu craze.
No idea. Not
how to spot a fake labubu.
I don't even know what a real labubu is.
Couple making
How am I supposed to spot a fake one?
Couple making $9,200 monthly faces divorce over labubu addiction.
See, this is honestly one of those moments where I really don't mind being an older guy. I don't need to know what a labubu is. You know, like I really don't. I'm glad I don't know what a labubu is.
It's the labubu craze.
There's a friend of mine, a really good friend of mine, who is my age, who insists on staying current on things like this. Moments like these, I'm glad I'm not him. I don't want to waste the time knowing what a labubu is.
Was it the Beanie Babies that were they compared to, or something else? Was there any other like? I thought they were compared it to something else.
I don't know. We need to get this.
Anyway, the Annie Agar said that New Orleans lost to a labubu.
I don't even know what that means. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, I'm going to get you back on track, Mick. This one's just for you. Texas State's. We look back and we look ahead for the second straight week when it comes to ASU. That's next on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They put a trips formation away from Marvin Harrison Jr. basically. There he is, as the axe. He was on the single receiver side, and then they put the trips formation over here, and they ran 3 guys across the middle. And then here comes Marv across as well. The scissors play. That was timeless in regards to the execution by Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray.
The other thing I liked, Marv looked different and better. He just did. And the other stat, if you're looking for a stat, he was targeted 6 times. He had 5 catches.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. With this assurance, nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. They also have the assurance of a quick and easy service department. Drop your car off by 8 p.m., have it ready the next morning. They have a concierge service now. They'll pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. And if you've got that check engine light on and you're not a mind reader, you don't know what's wrong with your engine, you see the light, you've been neglecting it, you've been putting it off. At Liberty GMC, they'll offer a complimentary engine code diagnosis. They'll take your car, they'll plug it in, they'll tell you what's up with your vehicle to give you a little peace of mind. They'll explain it in plain English. They'll give you your options. They'll get you back on the road as soon as possible. No pressure, no gimmicks, all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
An interesting question today. Thought-provoking one from Lauren. Lauren, what's our poll question today?
I think the more interesting question was, I've never seen you two so intently stare at one computer at the same time. Were you or were you not looking at Labubu's?
We were not. But I'm not at liberty to say what we were looking at.
But there is the Labubus right there.
Yeah, somebody sent us,
Okay.
somebody sent us a picture of them. And
There you go. And
I glanced at them. That Labubu conversation went on way too long. I blame myself. I'm the driver of the show. I should have veered us off that path long ago.
A lot of people are responding on it. Gambo, you're thinking of Furbies, not Beanie Babies.
That's fine. It's just
Furbies were freaky.
We just went on a little too long. But that's okay. No, we got sent a picture of the Labubus, but no, that's not what we were looking at.
As long as you know what a Labubu is now.
Now
we can move
now
on.
I'm aware.
You're better educated.
They are
really
ugly.
Now I'm aware.
Yeah, Labubu's ugly, Furby's ugly. No,
not at all.
All right, well, let's pivot back to sports, because if only one of these teams is to make the playoffs this year, who do you think it will be? The Arizona Cardinals, Arizona State football, the Arizona Diamondbacks, or none of the above?
Just whatever you do, don't tell me none of the above is leading the way.
It's not leading the way.
Thank goodness.
Cardinals.
Because none of the above would just break my soul. I can't take a fall of none of the above. I can't. I mean, if I'm forced to, I will, but I can't.
It's been rough. The Suns, the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Although I'm excited about this season, I'm excited the change in direction in the future. I really am.
It's not a playoff team, though.
ASU gave us an incredible year.
Yeah.
Incredible year.
They did. They did.
Cardinals seem to be on the uprise. I think ASU could get back. I still think ASU could win the Big 12.
They could. I mean, the Diamondbacks from 23, awesome. The Sun Devils from 24, awesome. So it hasn't been, miserable. Just the idea that none of them do. But I agree with Gambo. It's the Cardinals are the correct answer, I think.
And the Cardinals are leading the way with 54% of the vote, 28% going with none of the above, 16% going with ASU football, and 2% going with the Diamondbacks.
All right, that is the poll question. You can find it on our X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Kenny Dillingham today says it's on him to get Sam Levitt into a rhythm.
Yeah, I just think we got to give them some easy completions early or a big play down the field early. Something that gets them, going. We've struggled to get them going, and like I said, that's on me. I gotta find better ways to get them going. So I think there's really 3 to 4 ways. A quarterback run gets a quarterback going sometimes if you're feisty, right? And he's a feisty dude. So there's so many different ways to get a quarterback going. We just got to do one of those 4 to 5 or 4 ways in my mind to get them going.
This is another one of those matchups this weekend with Texas State, and we'll preview it more in depth as the week goes on, obviously. But just taking our first look at them, just like last week against Mississippi State, This is a rematch from a year ago. And it just like Mississippi State from last week, we kind of looked towards last year as, okay, Texas State, that was a game ASU had to scratch and claw and fight to win that football game. It actually, really, if you think about it, was kind of the first game that showed us some of that moxie and resolve ASU football.
Yeah, because they trailed by 2 touchdowns, right? 21-7 in the first half.
Yes.
And then they were down 28-21 in the second half.
Yep.
And the only difference with the Mississippi State game, Cam Scatterbo had a huge game, 262 yards.
And they had to hold on like hell to win that game.
Texas State, they shut Cam Scatterbo down. He was 24 carries for 62 yards. They shut him down. He averaged 2.3 yards per carry. He wasn't very good. He had a tough night. But again, it was, you're down 28-21 late third quarter, and all of a sudden, you're able to tie it. I think Cam ran it in for a touchdown. You tied it at 28. Texas State got the ball back, but you were able to stop them and then win the game 31-28. But it was a hard-fought game. Now, that ASU team against Texas State, we didn't know how good they were. They didn't know how good they were. But that ended up being a really difficult game for ASU.
And I think what's very similar about it, though, is that the focus is going to be on Sam Levitt. Last year, the focus was on Sam Levitt against Texas State because, as you said, they took Cam Scatterbo out of that game. And it became very much is the redshirt freshman quarterback good enough to win a football game for us? Because Cam Scatterbo's he's just not available.
Yeah,
he was there, but they shut him down. And Sam Levitt was. Fast forward a year from now, and Sam Levitt needs to bounce back from the worst game of his early career. I mean, I know there's not a lot to compare it to.
30 yards in the first half. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. 5 of 15 for 30 yards for Sam Levitt, a guy who came in to the season as a Heisman hopeful.
Yep. And today at practice, he was asked if he was stunned at the halftime of that Mississippi State game.
I mean, you don't really view it like that. It's just like, dang, we're not getting things going. We got to get it back. We got to find a way to get that, whatever it takes, and if that means that we got to run the ball 40 times, I don't know the exact number we did, but ran it a whole bunch. So you just find your way to grind through that stuff, and we got a really tough team. I was proud of the way we fought back. I'm able to look at those guys in the eyes on the sideline, and, they got full belief in me and I got full belief in them. So it was really good to see going into a hostile environment on the road and coming back and, almost winning the game.
We can sit here and debate the merits of ASU this year and whether they're going to live up to what they did a year ago. There's one thing I'm very confident about. Sam Levitt's going to have a hell of a game on Saturday.
Yeah.
He's going to have a hell of a game on Saturday.
I'm planning to go to that game, even though it's 7:30. But I think they're going to bounce back strong. I think that this loss will, give them a little extra motivation. Whatever hype that they had that they may have believed in, that chip got knocked off their shoulder. That got knocked off their shoulder Mississippi State just flicked that thing right out of there. And now you got to try to get it back. Because, again, now the point is like, hey, nobody believes in you. Nobody's ranking you. Nobody gives you a chance in the Big 12. So, you put that on yourselves. Now you got to try to earn it back.
Marvin Harrison Jr. very much looked the part on Sunday. Does he need a better running mate opposite him to extract the most out of this Cardinals offense? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. And I love the Sanderson Lincoln dealership. That is where we got our Lincoln Navigator. And they've got a great selection right now at Sanderson Lincoln. The Navigator, the Corsair, the Aviator. They've got the all-new 2025 Lincoln Navigator, all new and better than ever. My favorite ride is the Lincoln Navigator. And you've got to check out the unbelievable Aviator, revitalized in the soothing cabin. It's incredible with the seats, the massaging seats. Great lineup. Navigator, Aviator, Corsair, Nautilus. Right now at Sanderson Lincoln, it's the final days of their summer invitation sales event. Take advantage of some great pricing, some great lease deals. Head over to Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, or go to sandersonlincoln.net.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready. My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Ready. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable high quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit trimfireradio.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks look to remain in the hunt for a wild card spot. They're currently 4.5 games out after their loss last night to the Giants. That final spot currently occupied by the New York Mets, who right now are trailing the Philadelphia Phillies in Philly 4-0. That one is in the top of the 5th inning. But they have to get past a couple of teams first, including the aforementioned Giants. Game 2 of that series is tonight. Zach Gallen is on the mound. He's had 4 straight quality starts coming into tonight. He'll go against a former Diamondback, Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pregame coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. News out of the NFC West. The San Francisco 49ers announced a flurry of roster moves headlined by tight end George Kittle being placed on injured reserve. That means he will miss the Week 3 matchup when the Niners host the Cardinals. Niners additionally signed wide receiver Kendrick Bourne and waived kicker Jake Moody. And the Phoenix Mercury play their home finale tonight at PHX Arena. Just the regular season one, because the playoffs right around the corner. This weekend, as a matter of fact. They'll host the LA Sparks tonight. Tip-off is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Arizona Cardinals need to do to make sure they start the season 2-0? Well, ask 2-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks tomorrow at 10:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Harrison made a number of plays, including a deep ball. You know, we knew he put the weight on, didn't know how that would affect his speed. Doesn't look like it hurt his speed at all. He made a number of plays, including, like I said, the deep ball. So it certainly feels like his connection with Kyler is better than it was a year ago when it was one of the worst in football.
That was the voice of Ross Tucker. He called the game for that CBS audience on Sunday. He was a guest this morning on the Bickley and Murata show, talking about the Kyler to Marv connection in Game 1. So we welcome you back to Burns and Gambo on this Tuesday, and we're still kind of looking through and dissecting some of the things that we saw and what it means for the future and that sort of thing. And Gambo, you actually brought this up just almost in passing yesterday, and it reminded me of something I had noticed when I was looking at the box score. I took a screenshot of, you made a comment about who's the number 2 wide receiver. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Zay Jones? Is it going to be
Because nobody caught any ball.
Michael Wilson? There's nobody caught any ball.
3 catches out of the second, third, and fourth wide receiver.
Michael Wilson
3 catches.
had 4 targets, 1 catch. Zay Jones had 1 target, 1 catch. Greg Dortch had 1 target, 1 catch. The running backs were targeted 1 fewer time in the passing game than all the other receivers not named Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
There's a quote from Jonathan Gannon, and this is what made me like, we should talk about this. He said, quote, "The passing game's going to go through 85 and 18, McBride and Harrison. With our premier playmakers, we've got to make sure that's on point," and I thought it was. Those 2 guys combined for 15 targets and 11 catches in that game that day.
The only thing it makes you think is like, okay, I'm a defensive coordinator, and I know that you're not going to throw the ball to these guys. What the hell am I doing covering them? Not you're going to leave them wide open, but, you know, you're going to put your weakest defenders on them. You're going to lean coverage more towards Harrison and McBride, knowing that their game plan is to go through those 2 guys. Now, like you would expect it, but, you know, you also got to, you know, you got to throw a changeup once in a while, right? You can't just throw all fastballs. You want to keep them guessing. You want defensive coordinators to have to game plan for Zay Jones. And if you're not going to throw them the football, you know, that's just the oddity to me. You asked me, do they need it? A guy to I think so. I still think you want somebody to establish themselves as the number 2 guy.
Yeah.
Michael Wilson had 1 catch. 1 catch. Yep. You know, we talked about, can the number 2 guy have 60 catches on the year? Go look at the number 2 receivers on the best teams. You know, the number 2 guys. Can you get 60 catches, 55, 60? Well, your number 2 receiver right now is on pace for 17. We're one game in. It's only one. But still, I think somebody needs to establish themselves.
Yeah, and you'd like to see. Man, I got so many thoughts on this. Like so thought number 1 is Trey McBride obviously changes the whole equation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thought number 2 is that the offense they want to run, running more, run heavy, 12 personnel, 13 personnel, 14 personnel with 4 tight ends on the field. We saw that a few times. It's just not built for another wide receiver to be great. I think the other thought that kind of comes to mind too is like all last year and all offseason, we talked about Kyler to Marv's got to be better. Kyler to Marv's got to be better.
Yeah.
And I still think you need to preserve and protect that first and then worry about who your other receivers are next. You know what I mean? Like the priority every week should be Kyler to Marv, that's got to work. That's got to be great. That's got to be elite. And then you can worry about once you know that's elite.
Yeah.
And you're not going to know that after just 1 week. Once you know you've got that and it works and it's there, then you start building off of that with the other guys a little bit. Does that make sense?
It does. But there's a part of this where Monty Ossenfort did not go out and add another wide receiver.
Nope.
With all the guys that were out, Amari Cooper was out there, and was it Keenan Allen?
Keenan Allen was out there.
Somebody else. It was like a bunch of wide receivers. Gabe Davis? Was that the other one?
Out there. They were guys they could have drafted. Right. They were mocked to take a wide receiver in the draft.
Part of it could be the philosophy. Like, I don't know this for sure, but part of it could be, hey, you know what? We're going to get the ball to James Conner, Trey McBride, and Marvin Harrison Jr. Let them guess as to which guy's going to get it. And Trey Benson, to a certain extent, as another running back. I'd rather have tight ends out there that bring physicality and blocking rather than wide receivers. I'd just rather. Who do I want blocking down the field? Ryman or Greg Dortch?
Yeah.
Even like Ryman or Michael Wilson.
Ryman, who's a mauler, I'd rather, yeah.
Yeah. Do I want Higgins blocking or do I want it to be Zay Jones? Like, it might be that their philosophy is we're going to focus on these 3 guys and Trey Benson, to a certain extent, is the number 4 guy. And we might be better with just a more physical tight ends out there on the field than wide receivers because we don't plan on throwing the ball to the wide receivers a whole lot.
And honestly, there's sort of, and this isn't going to be a perfect comparison, okay? But some of the most prolific offenses of the last 20 years have been tight end forward. Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah. Rob Gronkowski and the New England Patriots. I mean, other than Randy Moss, you're not going to have a ton of conversation about the great receivers in the history of the New England Patriots under Tom Brady, but he always had Gronkowski.
Yeah.
Now, the receivers, a little bit better in Kansas City, but look at the success they've been able to have even when letting their top wide receivers walk.
Yes.
Like, hey, okay, fine, go. We don't need you. We're good. We got Travis. We're fine.
San Francisco with Kittle.
Yeah, it's
all the great tight ends.
And once you get one, and you know you've got one, and the Cardinals have a great one in Trey McBride, you're almost forced to build your football team that way. Like okay, let's
because
build
it's
it
the
around
biggest mismatch on the field.
You can't stop that.
You can't you can't cover him.
There's nothing you can do. Defenses couldn't stop Rob. The only thing that could stop Rob Gronkowski for 10 years was him and his injuries and whether he was going to be on the field or not. When he was on the field, he was a dominant force. Right. Nobody could touch him.
Because defensive backs can't cover him. They're too small.
Yeah.
And linebackers can't go with him because he was too quick. He was too quick for the linebackers.
Now, would we all, of course, in a perfect world, we want to see Michael Wilson or Zay Jones or somebody put up those numbers. But, man, I just when I see the way the ball is moving around, and you're rattling off all of their offensive options, that doesn't even count Kyler's ability to run the football.
Sure.
His ability to get out and play make, right? Like, at some point, if we're making a pecking order of who's the first guy to get the ball, who's the second guy to get the ball, the third guy to get the ball, the second wide receiver on this team is almost going to be 5th or 6th on that list by default, just based on the roster and the way it's built and the style they like to play. And I think we're just going to have to kind of – then you're right. At some point, Marvin Harrison Jr. will be kind of eliminated from the game or they'll just it'll just be impossible to throw to him. And in theory, Michael Wilson should have lots of space or Zay Jones should have lots. But I don't think we're there yet. I don't think – the Kyler-Marvin Harrison Jr. relationship has gotten to the point where we can say, oh, yep, they're good. Start throwing the ball everywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, I just just thinking of other teams and getting the ball, who you get the ball to. But it's let me just look at it like Aaron Rodgers. Man, it's just like that team spread it out, right? Austin, Metcalf, Freiermuth, Skowronek. Like they had so many different. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different guys catch the ball. Nobody had more than four or five catches, but that's how it worked out. I think the Cardinals are going to be very reliant on the two guys, like you said. But I do think that you want to try to establish somebody else. What if Marvin Harrison Jr. gets hurt? What if he's down for 2 or 3 games? Then you're in a boatload of trouble because you don't really feel like you have another good wide receiver.
To your point, and it's a totally different offense. For just whatever random reason, I plucked the Cincinnati Bengals out of midair. Okay, last year's Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay,
Jamar Chase had 127 receptions.
Okay,
T. Higgins had 73.
Yeah, that's a great number 2 guy.
And I just don't think
that's a great number 2 guy.
I just don't think you're going to see that here when you've got Marvin Harrison Jr., who's going to have 80, 85, 90 receptions.
Give me the Vikings.
The Minnesota Vikings?
With Jefferson. Give me the Vikings.
Okay, give me a minute. Give me a minute here. Give me a minute.
Because, like I said, I think if you're number 2 receiver, you're hoping for 55 to 65 catches, 60 catches. You just gave a great example there with somebody had 73 as a number 2 guy. But who had, when you look at the Vikings, what was the
thank you for stalling long enough for me to look it up.
The disparity from the first guy to the second guy.
So Justin Jefferson had 103.
Right.
Jordan Addison had 63.
Okay. That's a good number, right? If you said to me Michael Wilson's going to have 60 catches, I'll take it. But I don't know that he will.
But on that team, and granted he only played 10 games, TJ Hawkinson only had 41 catches. Trey McBride's not going to have 41 catches. It just changes the distribution. It just changes the way you run your team.
You're only completing 21 passes, right? Unless you're completing 30.
Yep.
If you had no running game, you're going to throw the ball like Dan Fouts for the Chargers back in the day. You're going to throw it 50 times a game.
That was one of my first favorite teams ever.
Really?
Oh, the early 80s San Diego Chargers teams, one of my first favorite teams ever. I loved watching them play football. Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener on Sunday. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live. Click the contest link that is pinned in the chat. It is that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game. Pivotal pair of games in San Francisco coming up for the Diamondbacks. Chris Garagiola stops in next to talk a little Dbacks baseball with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As there's a swing and a jam shot, 2 hopper to second, backhanded by Cost, throw to first in time. That's your ball game. The Giants offense paired with the Diamondbacks mistakes once again leads to a 5-run 6th. The D-backs could not overcome, and they lose the opener by a final score of 11-5.
D-backs at the Giants. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Checking accounts, savings accounts, loans. When I say stuff like that, your brain probably goes to banks, right? Oh, I got to go to the bank. Got to go to the bank. I want Global Credit Union to replace the bank when you imagine where you go for checking accounts or savings accounts or loans, because Global Credit Union is a better way of banking. It's a more intuitive way of banking. It is more geared towards you and satisfying your needs and giving you benefits that you cannot get at a bank. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. This makes a huge difference. They get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. This makes a huge difference. Because of this, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. 10 branches throughout the valley. They got an easy-to-use mobile app. You'll feel very comfortable with that, too. Global has proudly served Arizona for over a decade. They like to proudly serve you. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The home of the Dbacks. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's Dbacks on the road with Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks in San Francisco, game 2 of their 3-game series against the Giants, trying to win this series and stay relevant in this race as long as they possibly can. And joining us right now in the booth, we travel to San Francisco and we check in with radio play-by-play guy Chris Garagiola, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo
That's St.
show.
Elmo's Fire?
No, that was Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, okay.
I was Born to Run.
Oh,
Get
Born
it?
to Run, okay.
Yeah, like
Gotcha,
on the
gotcha,
road.
gotcha.
Yeah. St. Elmo's was that St. Elmo's Fire. Chris, save us from ourselves. How are you doing, man? I'm doing well. Oh, I can't hear Chris.
Now
There
you
you
can
go.
hear me. Sorry about that. What's going on, guys? How you doing?
There you go. We're good.
Mets are losing again. They just don't want to. They don't want to take this wild card, do they?
Well, the good thing is the Mets have never had a season in which they collapse down the stretch, so I'm sure everything over there is fine, and it's just a normal reaction in Queens.
Never happens in New York, right?
Usually it's like 69. They had to come out of nowhere and overtake the Cubs with that big deficit. But yeah, it's incredible to think that if the Mets had just played halfway decent baseball, how far out of it the Diamondbacks and Reds and everybody else would be. But they've held this door open for everybody to come through and take it for a month, over a month now. The Diamondbacks could have got within 3.5 the other day. They're still in it, but these last 2 losses have definitely hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's so cliche. The wins and losses mathematically all weighted the same, but it feels like the last couple of losses really feel like so much more because of the possibility to get to a number like 3.5. 4.5 with such little time. You're in it. There's no doubting it, but you understand there's a lot of work to do. When you're 3.5 back, you feel like you're one good series away from being, just an arm's reach out of in the wild card spot. So these last 2 games, they've certainly hurt. You can feel it. Just talking to the manager, talking to some of the players, but no sulking. I think there's the right attitude to come out and hopefully put up a W here today.
Yeah, the one that stands out to me is the Sunday more than the Monday. Like last night, the 5 home runs from San Francisco, and with Chris Matt, you just kind of wondered when the clock was going to strike midnight a little bit, and that outing was going to happen. Sunday's game, to watch them implode defensively after really seemingly sharpened that part of their game over the last 5 or 6 weeks. I would bet for Tory, if he had to pick one of the two, that would be the one that probably stings the most. Would you think?
Oh, no doubt. And I think it's because they beat themselves. I mean, that's what we talked about on the broadcast. With no disrespect to the Red Sox, great manager and a very solid ball club, but it was the Diamondbacks getting in their own way and then giving up the lead because of their inability to make the routine plays. And when you look at the ingredients that got them back in this race since the trade deadline, one of the top 2 things has been their defense, their team defense. It's been so strong. It looks like what it was the last couple of seasons, and it was like a splash of cold water on the face when those mistakes reminded you of the inconsistent and mediocre results we saw in the first half.
We're all happy to see Blaze Alexander contribute to the team the way he has. I know it was a tough blow when he got injured and he wasn't able to start the season with the team and had to, rehab and all of that stuff. But he has been, we call Gino Good Vibes Gino. It does seem like he brings a lot of energy to this baseball team.
I think he certainly feeds off the energy of his own success. And what I mean by that is, you've been around people when things are going great, like, man, get out of this guy's way. He can make all the plays. He has such tremendous athleticism. We certainly saw that with the throw they had in center field. The home run robbery is kind of, I think, perfect Blaze because, right, not a great first route. He turned the wrong way. And he makes a play anyways because of that athleticism. And the kid's got no quit. I mean, he is not afraid of any pitcher. I remember talking to him last year, the first time he was going to face Yamamoto. He was excited because he was like, look, I'm here. And if I want to prove myself, I got to hit the best. And this guy's pretty good. So I'm excited to see what he can do. That's who Blaze is to his core. And he might not have the tools to be able to single-handedly carry a team for a season the way a guy like Corbin or Cattell might, but you need a guy like Blaze in those lulling months of the season that can provide a spark, and we've certainly seen what it looks like when he's sparking.
If you were making a power ranking of why the Diamondbacks are in this position where they are right now, still on the outside looking in, but still certainly a chance, where would you put Blaze on that power ranking? Well, where do you think he is in terms of reasons why they're here?
I would put him 4th. I would honestly put him 4th. I would put the starting pitching 1, the defense 2, the bullpen for the most part not blowing leads 3rd, and then I would put Blaze 4th.
Okay, so among individual position players, you would have him
number 1.
Number 1.
I would have him number 1.
If I say you can't pick a unit, you have to pick a guy. You would pick Blaze Alexander number 1 on that list.
I think he's provided some versatility. I think the Diamondbacks, when you look at this season, they needed a little bit more from some right-handed bats, and I say that because of their results against left-handed pitching this year. So vastly different from what we saw last year. But the fact that, you can put Blaze in center field with a lefty, you can move Thomas to the bench, you're getting capable defense, and you're getting some plus offense. I know the overall numbers aren't necessarily the sexiest on the year, but look, he can run into one. We literally just saw it last week, right? Like, he can do things with the stick. That's why they feel comfortable putting him in the 4 spot. That is huge, and I just don't know in terms of getting guys back healthy. I'm not counting that because we know health is hugely important. But, who have they really injected into this lineup from AAA that has provided an offensive spark similar to what Blaze has done?
Yeah, that's why the big question really is the Diamondbacks first baseman of the future on this roster? Is the third baseman of the future on this roster? I was hopeful that, Locklear and Lawler and some of these guys might be able to establish themselves, but as of right now, they haven't.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. I think we just got word today from Tory Lavell as well. Locklear likely to miss the remainder of the season. So certainly, going into the offseason, that'll be a big question. And it's really going to go up to the front office. I mean, do they want to sign a first baseman? Do they want to give a guy in the system those everyday reps? Or do they want to do kind of something they've done the last couple of years, not at first base, but find a position where they can platoon it? Maybe Locklear against lefties, maybe Pavin against righties again. Who knows if they want to run that back, but I'm sure that'll be kind of at the top of the to-do list when the offseason does roll around.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I keep thinking back to the search for a first baseman last year, knowing that Christian Walker was likely not to be back, or at least possibly not to be back. there was clearly a plan B pivot in place to Josh Naylor, and not that first basemen grow on trees, but I feel like I got to have a little faith in them to be able to do that again, like to find, okay, like people are questioning what we're going to do at first base. Trust us, we've got a plan. We're going to figure it out. And Josh Naylor had worked out very well at the position before the trade.
I don't know specific to first base, but to your point, I really wonder if in the offseason when they're looking at upgrades and adding guys, whether it's via trade or free agency, if they're going to want to stick with this sort of new athletic look that's an homage to the 2023 team. The way that Tory has spoke about this group getting more athletic, getting better defensively, I wonder if they're looking for players that fit that mold.
I've thought about the same thing.
A little bit more
like,
than the Grichuk, Peterson, Naylor mold.
Yeah, like a little less slug and a little bit more kind of back to what made that 23 team so unique and so special. Because they really went for the slug the last couple of off seasons, didn't they?
Yeah, and it's weird. It's not like it didn't work. I mean, the offense was great in the first half, right? You just wonder if the pitching had stayed healthy. You know, if you'd gotten Gallen that you're getting now in the first half. Like, it has nothing to do with the offense, but despite that, I think they just like being a better defensive unit, killing rallies, making the plays, and if that means, you know, giving up on a little bit of slug, I think they might do that. I certainly will find out.
I look at Brandon Pfaadt, and we all thought maybe he could make that jump this year. I was pleased with his last outing and how well he pitched. I love the fact that he doesn't walk any batters. Do you feel in any way he's starting to turn the corner a little bit? He got off to a good start, but then he struggled for a long time. I just want to see a little bit more consistency out of Pfaadt.
No doubt about it. I'm hopeful that what Pfaadt is going through is similar to what Ryan Nelson was going through, right? It took Ryan Nelson about 3 years to kind of figure out, okay, this is how you get consistent results in the starting rotation. Obviously, Pfaadt's never had to do the back and forth between the bullpen and the rotation. But look, sometimes it just takes time. The cutter's a pitch we've talked about a lot because it's something he's introduced this year. Hopefully, as he just grows up a little bit, gains a bit more confidence, that the results will be more consistent. Because they're not asking Pfaadt to be, a future number 2 in this rotation. But they are looking for a guy, if he's going to be a 4 and 5, that's going to give you, close to 170 innings and hopefully be able to get you, 10 wins in a year.
Always appreciate the conversation, Chris. Thanks for coming on for a few safe travels, okay?
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Chris,
we'll talk
thanks.
soon.
You got it, Chris Garagiola. Radio play-by-play voice of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Dbacks, and the Giants tonight, 6:45 first pitch. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We are live from the Casino, Arizona, and Talking Stick Resort Studios. And when we come back, a number that might surprise you when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals defense. We'll talk about what it means moving forward next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Sun Devils have played 2 of their 12 regular season games, and they don't look good. They don't look like anything like the team that finished last year. There is a lot of football left, but as somebody who's been watching this program and has lived through the last 5 or 6 this is our year periods in ASU football, this feels exactly like what anybody who's lived through that time period has experienced.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage team ready to help you as a local mortgage company right here in Arizona. The local mortgage company. The Lund Mortgage team is helping a lot of people right now that are looking to purchase a home. Those of you renters that are tired of renting, tired of the rent prices continuing to go up, and deciding that, hey, you know what? This is a good time to buy a house, which it is. Why? Well, rates have come down a little bit, and a lot of houses on the market. And some of those houses we've seen the prices drop because they're not selling very quickly, because there are a lot of houses on the market. You can take advantage with the Lund Mortgage team, get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free, and let them help you. It'll be great owning your own home, having equity into something that's yours and not paying somebody else's mortgage. But the first step is pre-approval, and the Lund Mortgage team can do that for you for free. Call them anytime, days, nights, weekends at 623-889-0130, or go online for more information at lundmortgage.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up Learn more and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house. And if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows. So do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. I'm sorry, Ryan. Diamondbacks look to remain in the hunt for a wild card spot. They're currently just 4.5 games out after their loss last night, and the team they're trying to catch, they're playing against, the San Francisco Giants. Game 2 of that series tonight. Zach Allen looks to push his string of quality starts to 5 in a row. He's been perfect in his last 2. Well, not perfect, but he's had shutouts in his last 2 outings is what I should say. He'll go against the former Diamondback in Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then tonight, the Phoenix Mercury play their regular season home finale. Basically, it's their final home game of the regular season. Jumble of words today. That's tonight at PHX Arena in downtown Phoenix. They host the LA Sparks. Tip-off is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks Giants on tonight, 6:45 first pitch. We'll preview that game coming up in about 15 minutes. The LA Sparks are at the Mercury tonight. That game starts at 7. I think just a couple of games left for the Mercury. 2.
Yeah, and they've clinched home court for the first round of the playoffs.
Yes, they have indeed.
Good for them.
Still waiting. And we don't know who they're going to play yet, right? That's still, okay, we're still waiting on that. in terms of how things shake out. But every game still counts, and the WNBA playoffs coming very soon. Very, very soon. So that's what's on tonight. That baseball around as well. The Phillies are still beating the Mets tonight 4-1. So there's that.
God, the Mets just don't want that thing.
No, they don't. I'm looking for the Reds score. Where's the Reds score? Hasn't started yet. Thank you. They're taking on San Diego tonight. It's a slim Hail Mary of a chance. I mean,
5% I saw today.
Really? Is that what?
I saw a 5% chance.
Okay.
So I was looking at a baseball thing. I'll actually bring this up now.
Sure, go ahead.
So one of the things I was looking at was ESPN did see the remaining series you have and what your strength of schedule is. The Diamondbacks have the third hardest strength of schedule. Giants, Twins, Giants, Phillies, Dodgers, Padres. They said their playoff chances are 5%. The Diamondbacks are the fourth NL West team to receive a ranking in this article, but they're the first and only of the bunch listed on this side of the ledger. That's because unlike the divisional counterparts, they do not have any remaining games versus the Rockies.
Oh, so because all the other teams have. Well, that's okay. The Rockies took 3 of 4 from the Diamondbacks the last time they played them, so maybe it's a good thing the Diamondbacks don't have any more games against Colorado. Yeah, I think the Mets have one of the toughest schedules remaining. I think they have the toughest schedule remaining, I think.
Dbacks at third toughest schedule, and not a lot of easy games left.
It's a Hail Mary, but it's one worth keeping half an eye. I know it's football
season.
Not a
Jail Mary, but a Hail Mary.
Not a Jail Mary. They got a Hail Mary going on. All right, that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. So after every single Cardinals win, the team will email out these interesting little notes about the team. And if you sift through them a little bit, you'll occasionally, more than occasionally, you'll see one that goes, "Oh, that's interesting. Let's talk about that for a minute."
Okay, what do you got?
There was one that caught my eye, and we thought it would be good for us to talk about it for a couple of minutes. Since week 7 of last year,
there's a Mark Dalton treat.
This is a Mark Dalton special right here.
Yeah, okay.
Since week 7 of 2024. Now, I believe that was the Packers game. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think that was the Packers game. Since then, the Arizona Cardinals, in terms of points per game allowed, not a fancy stat, just a very basic, simple, how many points per game are you giving up? They're third in football. The only two teams that are better than them in points per game allowed since week 7 of last year. Philadelphia Eagles, number 1, 16.2. The Denver Broncos, number 2, at 18.9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So week 7 last week was after they played the Chargers.
Okay, so I was wrong. It wasn't the Packers, it was the Chargers.
So week 7. So Buffalo, Rams, Lions, Commanders, 49ers, Packers, Chargers. That's 7. So it's after week 7?
After week 7.
Okay, these are the teams they played. Miami, not a good team. Chicago, not a good team. The Jets, not a good team. Seattle last year, not really a good team. Vikings, okay, good team. Seattle again. New England, not a good team. Carolina, not a good team. Rams, good team. 49ers, not a good team.
Well, you are just stealing my joy.
And Carolina scored 36 against them.
Can't I just enjoy the moment?
I like it. I'm just saying.
I know what you're doing. No,
they didn't play the Commanders. They didn't play the Lions.
I get it.
They didn't play the Bills. They didn't play the Packers. Like, I think that's one playoff team last year. Okay, so Miami, Chicago, Jets, Seattle, Vikings. Seattle,
Vikings,
New England,
and the
Carolina,
Rams.
Vikings and the Rams.
Vikings and the Rams.
So two of those 10 games were against playoff teams. And this first game was not against the playoff team. So out of the 11 games they played, 9 were against non-playoff teams.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening to the Burns and Gams.
I have to bring. I mean, listen.
No,
there's always a point counterpoint to all of this stuff.
Of course, I'm just giving.
Listen, you still have to play good defense, and they did. They did play good defense, and it's odd because Carolina scored 36 against them.
Yeah,
but like the Rams only scored 13. The Jets only scored 6. The Bears only scored 9. So that 15 points 2 weeks in a row. Go 3 weeks in a row. 9 against Chicago, 6 against the Jets, 16 against Seattle. 3 games in a row, you're holding teams under 16 points or under.
Yeah.
That helps.
No, I know. I'm teasing you. It's a
like,
good point to bring
that's
up.
pretty good, but did they play anybody?
Yeah.
That's what I was looking at.
So Nick Rollis was asked today about where he wants to see his defense improve.
Takeaways, I know we had one called back, but honestly, one's not enough. You gotta take the ball away in this league to win games. So, going forward, I'd love to win that takeaway battle.
But since we're doing the point counterpoint thing here, he also had a defense that broke up 9 passes. How did he feel about that?
There's multiple reasons for that happening, and number one is you're in the right position, right? You're winning your leverage. We're taking away the quarterback's first read. He's having to go through his progressions. But then the actual finishes is something we work a lot on. It goes into our ball disruption, like how do we disrupt the football, which can lead to takeaways, right? There's a couple that were close off some of those tips and batted passes. But it goes into the technique at the point of attack of do they know how to play through the triangle like JT at the end of the game? And those guys did a good job of that.
What turnover in week 1 do you remember the most?
The one that didn't count.
Oh, by any other team.
Oh, the fumble. Derrick Henry.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Like
that was the turnover.
That was it.
That was the turnover.
That was it. It changed the outcomes of the games. Yeah. So that's what get the turnover because it's going to help us win a football game.
The second one would have been Sam Darnold's fumble on that potential go-ahead drive or game-tying drive for Seattle against San Francisco. The third would have been Houston's fumble against the Rams where the ball was punched out because they were driving the ball as well. To your point, though, about who they're playing, and I really, all kidding aside, it's a valid point. It's also nothing, if we're being honest about it, that's probably going to get any better anytime soon, right? They're playing Carolina this week. Now, I know Carolina's had a ton of success. San Francisco looks like they could be offensively challenged depending on the injuries. And we know Kittle's out. Purdy, who knows? Jennings, who knows? McCaffrey, who knows? Then at Seattle, offensively, they look like at least it was just week 1, but they looked like they had some challenges. Daniel Jones and the Colts, okay, we'll see. They had a good week 1, but they were playing Miami. The Tennessee Titans and Cam Ward, they looked a little chill. You know what I mean? Like it's a trend that could very well continue.
Sure.
Possibly until they play the Green Bay Packers again.
And nobody thought that the Cardinals had this great defense last year. But we think that it could be this year. So those numbers from week 7 last year, was with a team that they didn't have the best pass rush. They didn't have the best secondary. This defense is supposed to be a lot better.
It is.
A lot better.
But I also don't want to completely just chalk it up to who they played to. Just about everybody around the NFL is like, that Cardinals defense is crazy. It's crazy how creative it is, how different it is, how unique it is, how unpredictable it is. They were talking about it during the broadcast on CBS over the weekend. Like it's one of the most unpredictable defenses in the NFL, to the point where Nick Rollis is seen by some as kind of a rising star in this game. Like a guy who can just scheme it up with some of the best of them. So while I certainly agree it's partially a reflection of who they played, I think he did way more with less last year and is being now tasked with doing more with more this year.
Right.
Last year, okay, you showed us some things by not having a whole lot. Now you got a whole lot. Show us something.
Well, they went out there and they added Calais and they got Tomlinson. And look at the draft picks they have. And Walter Nolan hasn't even played yet. So, sure. Yeah, I think we expected the defense should be a lot better.
All right, when we come back, we'll preview it. Dbacks and Giants. It's coming up right after us. Can Zach Gallen keep that scoreless inning streak going? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee only at 72sold.com.
Society says pay $7 for a fancy coffee. Sonic says, nah, how about $2.99 salty caramel toffee iced coffee with cold foam, salted caramel drizzle, and crunchy toffee pieces. That's Pinky's Up Fancy, fine china fancy, and grand piano in your living room fancy for just $2.99. Sonic salty caramel toffee iced coffee for just $2.99. It's the fancy without the pricey.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply for a limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it's football season, and that means great kickoff deals all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. Football season savings are here. You can lease an all-new 2026 Train right now for just $289 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get into any new SUV.
For the big kickoff season deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Time is running out on the Arizona Diamondbacks. They have a chance to take this series, though, against the San Francisco Giants. It has to start with a win tonight and then a win tomorrow in the day game. Start with tonight's game. The pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. A very familiar feeling looking lineup tonight. Not lineup, but the starting pitching matchup tonight, Gambo. Zach Gallen getting the start for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The righty is 11-13 with a 4.77 ERA.
Nice to see that ERA under 5.
It is indeed. Robbie Ray, former Diamondback, getting the start tonight for the Giants. 10-6, 3.31 ERA.
Yeah, he's going to face his former team for the 3rd time in his career in 2 starts against the Dbacks before. Both of them with this year. He's 2-0 with an ERA of 3. So he's done a good job. 182 opposing batting average against him, 16 strikeouts through a complete game.
Yeah.
The last time he faced
He
the
stuck
Diamondbacks,
it
it
to
was
them last
July
time.
3rd at Chase Field. He gave up 2 runs on 3 hits, 7 strikeouts, and threw a complete game against them.
Yeah, he really stuck it to them last time, the way he pitched. And because of that, Tory Lavell has made some kind of drastic alterations to his lineup. I'll get to that in just a minute. But
Corbin Carroll's the only true lefty batting against Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
Left-handers are 13 for their last 93 against him. That's a 140 batting average.
Yeah, in fact, since you mentioned it, I'll go ahead and get into it right now. Well, no, just the lineup for tonight's game. And I don't want to steal any keys to the game from you or anything.
I don't think you will.
But yes, Corbin Carroll is the only true lefty in the lineup. That includes Jordan Lawler at designated hitter, Tim Tawa starting in center field tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Blaze Alexander at third. So it is a very every right-handed batter you can get in there except for Corbin Carroll is getting the start tonight.
Yeah, Ray's pitched well. Hasn't given up a homer in 2 straight starts, which is odd for him because he usually gives up home runs. He'd given up 13 homers in a span of 13 games, but he has not given up a homer in his last 2 straight starts. He was an all-star this year, too, by the way.
Zach Gallen didn't give up a run against the Rangers. Zach Gallen didn't give up a run against the Dodgers.
So great to see.
So in his last 2 starts, 0 earned runs allowed. He only gave up 1 against the Cincinnati Reds in his 6 innings there. He has really, really turned it around. 2.57 ERA from August 1st on.
So happy for him. So happy. He's been such a good Diamondbacks pitcher for all these years. It was tough to watch him struggle this year. It was really tough to watch him struggle and just not be able to figure it out. But it does look like he's got better command now and locations are a little bit better. And it took a while, but it does seem like he's on the right track. It'll be interesting to see what happens in free agency when he hits it.
Yeah, obviously that's going to continue to be one of the main storylines for him to see if he can kind of work his way into a tax bracket that maybe it didn't look like he was going to get to based off of how he had started this season. Certainly he's really bounced back, and it's good to see. It may mean that his career is going to come to an end with the Diamondbacks this offseason, but he has been a very, very good Diamondback. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. No new injuries to report. Nothing new to tell you about in that regard. I mentioned the lineup change tonight, going with a little bit of a different look with Tawa in center. This is his first game back, right? Like he got called back up, and they're throwing him right into the fire right at center field. Obviously, first base, a little bit of a rotating door last night, trying to figure out like a temporary solution to get you through the rest of the year, and then obviously a permanent solution will be on the to-do list this offseason.
Yeah, think about how many guys have played first base for them this year, right? From Naylor to Pavin Smith to Tyler Locklear. Like it's just been. It's
Vargas has played it's a bunch of guys, right?
Tristan English, the legend.
Tristan English, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. What I think they've had it's got to be 6 different first basemen this year, 5 or 6. They've had so many different players play first base.
That is a great question. I'd have to look that up. I'm not.
Yeah, we don't have the time for you to look it up. Now, we'll put Stevie Z on. How many different players have played first base? But Pavin's played there, Naylor's played there, Locklear's played there, Tristan English has played there, Vargas played a game there. They've had a lot of different guys play first.
Yeah, they have. But no new injuries to tell you about tonight, at least none that we know about right now for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, the MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Just like last night, this is where I wanted to spend a little bit of time here because as we start tonight's action, the Arizona Diamondbacks, 4.5 back of the last wild card spot in the National League. They're chasing the Mets. So are the Reds. They're 4 back. So are the Giants. They're 3 back. So obviously these are very important games for the Giants. Diamondbacks might not be able to take advantage of the Mets' free fall, but the Giants are trying to position themselves to take advantage of it. I think they're 12-3 in their last 15 games. The Giants kind of thought they were out of it too, and they have very much played their way back into it.
Yeah, there's no question. It's 73-71. They've got the 2 games better. They're looking to clinch a series victory. They have won 7 of their last 8 home games and 12 of their last 15 overall.
Okay, so 12-3, yeah.
Yeah, so 12-3. That's an 800 win percentage. And they're hitting the heck out of the ball during that time. 309 batting average since August 23rd. That is the best in Major League Baseball. They've got a plus 49 run differential. So things going really well for them lately.
Yeah, and they're getting the help they need. The Phillies are beating the Mets right now 7-1 at the top of the 8th. So it would appear that the Mets are going to drop another one and kind of open the door for one of these teams to get a game closer.
Somebody's going to gain a game closer, yep.
And the Reds, I mentioned them because they're certainly in the mix as well. They're at San Diego tonight taking on the Padres. So the Reds are still a part of this conversation, though. They lost last night, too. Those are the teams. And the St. Louis Cardinals are in it, too. I should mention them 4.5 back of the last wild card spot. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona.